Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
MHA Gamma Chapter 1: The Unfortunate. Prologue. The Himawari kindergarten had always been a place filled with laughter and the cheerful voices of children echoing through the playground, until that day. The sun shone softly, and the morning air carried the scent of flowers and freshly cut grass. Children between 4 and 6 years old ran around playing tag, drawing on the ground with colored chalk, or proudly showing off the first signs of their newly awakened quirks. A little girl made flower petals bloom in her hair, a boy produced small blue sparks in his hands, another puffed his cheeks like a balloon and laughed. Amid all of that was Ryo Tanaka, a little boy with messy black hair and curious dark eyes, playing with his friends as they built sandcastles. Ryo was lively, spoke fast, and laughed loudly, the typical 4-year-old who dreamed of becoming a hero like his father, a famous man who often appeared on TV. He didn't yet understand the weight of that name, nor what it meant to be born into a family burdened by expectations. As he shaped a sand tower, he looked up at the sky and suddenly felt a strange pressure in his chest, a peculiar warmth, as if something inside him were trying to break free. He blinked several times, confused. "Are you okay, Ryo?" a little girl beside him asked, tilting her head. Ryo opened his mouth to answer, but before he could, a soft green light began to spread over his body. It was beautiful, almost magical. The children around him stopped what they were doing, mesmerized. "Wow! That's so cool," shouted a boy, eyes wide. Ryo's quirk awakened. "It's so pretty," said another, clapping her hands. Ryo looked down at his hands, amazed and fascinated. The green aura shimmered gently around him, like a luminous mantle. He smiled proudly and raised his hands in the air as if showing off a trophy. "Look! I did it," he cried, laughing. But within seconds, the joy turned to silence. One of the boys who had praised him frowned, bringing a hand to his nose. Blood began to trickle down slowly. "Hey!" the boy muttered weakly. "I feel kinda dizzy." Before Ryo could react, the boy dropped to his knees and collapsed into the sand. Another beside him clutched his head, swayed, and fell as well. In mere moments, one after another, the laughter of children turned into groans and hoarse coughs. Tiny noses bled, eyes watered, and small bodies toppled over the playground. What's happening?" Ryo cried, backing away, his voice trembling. "Stop. Wake up. This isn't funny." He knelt beside his first friend, shaking him desperately. The boy didn't respond. His eyes were half open, his skin growing pale. Suddenly, Tsubasa, Ryo's best friend, stumbled toward him. Blood streamed from his nose and ears, and tufts of his hair were falling into his trembling hands. "Ryo. He murmured weakly. "I don't feel good." Tsubasa fell forward, his face sinking into the reddened sand. Ryo screamed, pulling him by the shoulders, shaking, unable to understand what was happening. "Tsubasa! Tsubasa, wake up," he cried, tears streaming down his cheeks. The caretakers, alarmed by the screams, rushed into the yard. What they found was a horrifying sight, dozens of children unconscious on the ground, some bleeding, others completely still. And in the center, a small boy surrounded by a pulsating green light, crying in despair. "Ryo," one of the caretakers shouted, trying to approach. But after just 2 steps, she stumbled and fell, blood pouring from her nose. Another caretaker ran to help her, only to stagger and collapse moments later. The playground fell silent, save for Ryo's sobs and the faint creak of a toy spinning on its own. The green aura around him flickered more violently, trembling as if reacting to his fear and confusion. "Mom!" he whimpered, hugging his friend's lifeless body. "Someone, please." When emergency teams and authorities arrived minutes later, all 73 students, 8 caretakers, and 3 staff members were dead. In the center, untouched and crying, was Ryo Tanaka, radiating a level of energy so intense that any kind of radiation sensor would have immediately overloaded. From that day on, the Himawari kindergarten incident would be remembered as one of the worst quirk-related disasters ever recorded in Japan, and in the world. It was the day a 4-year-old boy became the epicenter of a tragedy that scarred an entire generation. 10 years after. The alarm clock rang with a shrill sound that filled Ryo's small apartment. He opened his eyes slowly, still feeling the weight of sleep on his shoulders, and stared at the peeling ceiling. The temporary apartment provided by the government was small and uninspiring: a tiny kitchen, a cramped bathroom, and a bedroom with a simple mattress, a study desk, and a bookshelf where a few books and notebooks were arranged with mechanical precision. Nothing personal or cozy, just enough to live. Rio sat on the mattress for a few seconds, watching the digital clock. 6:30 a.m. He sighed, feeling his body stiff from sleep, and got up slowly. Each step on the wooden floor creaked slightly, breaking the apartment's silence. He walked to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and started the shower. The cold water running down his face fully awakened him, his body responding to the simple movements of shaking off sleep. After the shower, he carefully put on his school uniform, a white shirt, a blue blazer, and black pants, all impeccable. His shoes were lined up by the door, as always. He grabbed his backpack, placing the books he would need for the day inside, and went to prepare his bento. Rice, egg, vegetables, and a small portion of leftover meat from the night before. Nothing fancy, just functional. Everything was simply necessary to survive and maintain his routine. 3 knocks on the door interrupted his preparation. He knew exactly who it was. "Good morning, Tanaka," said the voice of the man on the other side of the door. A government-assigned agent, dressed in a black suit and dark glasses, with short, impeccable hair. "You're late. Seriously, you should stop with this bento obsession. There are vending machines everywhere. You'd save a lot of time." Rio didn't respond. He simply opened the door and passed the agent, his eyes fixed on the floor of the hallway. The agent let out a restrained sigh, familiar with the boy's indifference, and silently followed him to the car parked outside. The drive to school was long but quiet. The agent tried to make conversation, asking about the boy's sleep, diet, and emotional state. Sleeping well. Eating properly. Silence. "You know we need to do daily check-ins. It's important for your psychological report." The boy kept his gaze fixed on the window, watching the gray streets and the flow of hurried people. "Stop with that," he finally muttered. "These daily reports are getting more and more annoying." The agent ignored the harsh tone and replied calmly. "All right, then it seems things are continuing as usual." Changing the subject, the agent spoke about the boy's future, reminding him that he was finishing the last year of junior high school. "So, what do you plan to do next, Tanaka? The future is full of opportunities, maybe one will come for you." Rio kept his eyes on the window. "I don't know. It's none of your business. But I don't expect anything." The agent remained silent. He only murmured. "Destiny is unpredictable. Sometimes, it surprises you." The ride continued in silence until Aldera Junior High School. When Rio got out of the car, the agent called after him through the window. "Study well," before driving away, leaving Rio alone. Inside the school, Rio moved like a ghost. No one noticed him, no one looked at him. This was a skill he had developed over so many different schools, learning to disappear in order to survive. He had learned that being invisible was better than being noticed and getting into trouble, especially considering the last time his identity had almost been discovered, at 7 years old. That was why he had no friends and spoke only when necessary, exclusively about school matters. The classes went on quietly, monotonously. Rio remained silent in the corner of the room, observing the world without truly being part of it. That was until the teacher entered with a wide smile and announced, "So, class, it's time to talk about the future. Who here intends to become a hero?" Chaos erupted immediately. Rio frowned at the shouting and the small bursts of quirks being displayed like fireworks. "Hey! No using quirks inside the classroom," the teacher tried to calm the students, but quickly gave up, laughing. "Ah, forget it, it's the last day, after all." Rio sank even deeper into his chair, trying to escape the noise with a nap, secretly wishing he could have simply skipped school that day. Then, a shrill, egotistical voice cut through the room. "I'm going to UA. Compared to these NPCs, I'm a real diamond." Bakugo. As always, arrogant, inflaming the class's mood. Some students showed irritation at his words, but he simply taunted. "Come on, if you've got the guts." Rio sighed. He had known Bakugo's temperament for the 2 years he had spent at this school. A person consumed by his own ego, obsessed with strength, incapable of awareness of his actions, he would never truly serve as a hero. And speaking of actions, Rio remembered the bullying Bakugo had inflicted on someone he knew. Before he could murmur the name, the teacher spoke first. Midoriya also wants to enter UA, right? Midoriya shrank in his desk, nervous, while the class erupted in laughter and jeers. Rio merely observed with disdain. Izuku Midoriya, without a developed quirk, a constant target of bullying, yet always stood tall through it all. But all that effort made him irritating to Rio. Why does he try so hard to please those who trample him? The end of class approached, and Rio prepared to leave when a small commotion caught his attention in the nearly empty room. Bakugo and two classmates surrounded Midoriya. Rio decided to ignore it, until he saw Bakugo snatch Midoriya's notebook and exploded in the boy's hands. The burned notebook was thrown out the window. If you want to be a hero so desperately, why don't you jump off the roof and try reincarnating with a quirk next life? Bakugo taunted before walking away. On the way out, he bumped into Rio, trying to get his attention. But Rio only responded with a cold, emotionless look. Bakugo frowned, calling him weird, and continued on his way. Rio turned to Midoriya, still watching some of the ashes of the burned pages drift on the wind. He could have approached, offered words of comfort, but that wasn't his role, and he didn't even want it. Life wasn't made of rainbows or happy endings. After all, he had already experienced the worst life could offer. He took a deep breath, adjusted his backpack on his shoulders, and left the room. The afternoon sun barely touched the buildings when Rio left the school gates. The black car was already waiting, parked by the sidewalk. The agent stood there with his usual impeccable posture, opening the back door with a mechanical gesture. Rio entered without saying a word. The sound of the door closing echoed like a seal. As the car pulled away, the man adjusted his glasses and glanced at the rearview mirror. "We'll have to head straight to the facility today," he said calmly. "It's time for your annual examination." Rio didn't answer. He just watched his reflection in the window, seeing the world outside rush by too fast. The silence was broken only by the sound of the tires on the road. For a moment, he looked down at his own hand, watching his fingers lie still over his knee. A faint memory flashed through his mind, the smell of smoke, the heat burning his skin, distant screams. He clenched his fist tightly before turning his gaze back to the window. 30 minutes later, the car passed through the gates of a massive complex surrounded by high walls and electric fences. No identification signs. Only the discreet government emblem engraved on the concrete walls. Rio was led through white, sterile corridors into a room that was far too bright, where a group of technicians and doctors waited for him, all wearing protective suits. The air smelled of disinfectant and metal. "Rio Tanaka, Subject 47B, announced one of the men, noting something down on a tablet. "Beginning calibration sequence." The boy stood still in the center of the room, wires connected to his body, sensors attached to his chest and wrists. The cold voice of the monitors echoed through the air. "Energy levels, stable. Radiation output, none. Atomic pulse, dormant." "All right," said the lead doctor. "Let's begin." He took a deep breath. And slowly, he let the power flow. A greenish light began to emanate from his hands, rising in tiny streams of energy that crackled through the air like glowing dust. The glow reflected off the white walls, making everything around him seem almost unreal. Rio's sclera darkened, and his pupils began to shine with a radioactive green hue. The meters began to vibrate. "Incredible," murmured one of the scientists. "He has enough energy to power all of Tokyo for a decade." Rio kept his breathing steady, focusing on containing the flow. But then he felt a light tug on his pants. He looked down. A small, pale child with dark hair was staring up at him with teary eyes. "Tanaka-kun. I don't feel well," she said weakly, blood running from her nose. Rio's heart stopped for a second. The doctors reacted instantly, their voices muffled by the protective suits. "Tanaka. Focus. You're releasing too much energy," one of them shouted. The boy blinked, and the child was gone. The room spun. He brought a hand to his head, his body trembling slightly. "Are you all right?" asked one of the technicians. He took a deep breath, forcing calm. "Yes," he replied flatly. "Just hallucinations." The tension in the room eased. The glow around him faded slowly until it vanished completely. Silence returned, broken only by the steady beeping of the machines. After a few minutes of notes and readings, the head doctor approached, removing his protective helmet. He was a middle-aged man, his eyes tired but steady. Your control has improved a lot, Rio, he said, scanning the digital report. But the amount of energy you carry is still terrifying. One mistake and you could devastate part of Japan in an instant. Rio kept his eyes on the floor. Keep taking the pills whenever you feel stress or hallucinations, the doctor continued. You know how your emotions affect the core. The man paused and lowered the clipboard to look him directly in the eyes. The government doesn't want another accident like that one, understand? Rio lifted his gaze. That green light was still there, faint, hidden beneath his empty stare. Understood. The doctor remained silent for a few seconds before stepping away. The metallic sound of the automatic doors opening and closing marked the end of the examination. The white, silent corridor seemed to stretch on forever. The sound of his footsteps echoed between the smooth walls, and the sharp scent of disinfectant almost burned his nose. Rio walked with his eyes fixed straight ahead, one hand gripping the pocket of his pants, where the warmth of the recently removed restraint gloves still lingered. None of the government staff dared to look him in the eye, some averted their gaze, others offered a brief bow before quickly stepping aside. When he reached the medical ward, the young man pushed the door open carefully. The room was cold, silent, and lit by a harsh white light that stung the eyes. Inside, lying on a bed covered with perfectly white sheets, was his mother. Her frail, pale body contrasted with the long strands of dark hair spread across the pillow. Her eyes were open, yet they seemed to see nothing. The monitor beside the bed emitted a steady sound, beep, beep, a cruel reminder that although she was alive, she was far too distant to truly hear him. Rio pulled the chair that was always there and sat down, letting his weight sink into the seat. For a few seconds, he just watched her, hands clasped, eyes empty. When he finally spoke, his voice came out hoarse, low, almost a whisper. I finished junior high school today, he said, emotionless. The government people congratulated me. They even wanted to take a picture to put at the front reception. I didn't let them. He let out a weak, humorless chuckle. I just wanted to get out of there. Everyone was looking at me like I was a bomb about to explode, and, well, they're not exactly wrong. Silence. The woman remained still, her gaze fixed on some distant point on the ceiling. Rio rested an elbow on his knee and ran a hand through his messy hair. I made that bento you used to make for me, or tried to, at least. I won't lie, it was terrible. A small sigh escaped his lips. I never get it right. You always made the kitchen smell so good, everything I make just ends up with that bitter, burnt taste. For a moment, he looked down at the floor, clenching his hands until his knuckles turned white. I miss you, Mom. He murmured. I miss talking to you, hearing your voice. They tell me to move on, to forget you because you're a lost cause. But, how do I do that, huh? How do I forget the only person who ever really cared about me? He laughed again, bitterly. Some people from the government say you might still get better, that maybe one day you'll really wake up. But I see the way they look at you, at me. They just want to make sure I keep working right for them. The silence filled the room once more, broken only by the faint sound of the television. On the screen, the news showed images of a missing American hero, the fourth in less than a month. The NSA has declared a state of maximum alert. There are suspicions of coordinated kidnappings involving high-ranking members of the hero community. The reporter's voice echoed, indifferent to the pain that clung to the air in the room. Rio glanced at the screen for a moment, uninterested. The world seemed to be slowly falling apart, and he felt nothing. Just a cold, constant emptiness. The door opened slowly. A nurse in a blue uniform stepped in, her gaze hesitant. Tita Nakakan, the director is calling for you in the main office. The boy turned his head toward his mother, watching her for a few more seconds. The light reflected off his dark eyes, but there was no emotion in them. He rose slowly, setting the chair back in its place. He stepped closer to the bed, resting one hand on the sheet near hers. I'm sorry, Mom. I have to go now. His voice was low, almost breaking. But I'll come back. I promise. He lingered there for a moment longer, staring at the woman's motionless face, searching, perhaps, for any sign of response, a twitch, anything. Nothing. Only the cold, steady sound of the medical monitor. Then, without looking back, Rio left the room. The door closed softly behind him, muffling the sound of the news and the faint beep of the monitor. The sharp sound of Rio's sneakers echoed through the corridor, rhythmic and impatient. The tension in the air was almost tangible, as if the very concrete of the white walls could feel the weight of his presence. When the double doors opened before him, the boy stepped inside without hesitation, his cold, distant gaze sweeping across the room. The office was spacious, modern, and impeccably organized. Books stacked with perfect symmetry, a dark wooden desk, and the Japanese government's flag hanging behind it. The men seated behind the desk turned to him immediately, wearing a smile that seemed more rehearsed than genuine. "Tanaka-kun," said the complex director in a cordial tone. "It's good to see you in good health. The government has been making efforts to ensure you remain well, both physically and mentally. You know, as a precaution against possible complications." "Cut the pleasantries," Rio interrupted, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Just say what you want." The silence that followed was heavy. The director cleared his throat, visibly uncomfortable, before another voice echoed from across the desk. "Oh, so harsh with adults." Rio frowned, turning toward the voice. A swivel chair had been facing away, and it slowly rotated to reveal a small figure sitting in it, a strange creature with white fur, dark eyes, and a cunning expression. "Pleasure to finally meet you, Rito Takeda, or should I say, Rio Tanaka." The boy's eyes narrowed. The complex director coughed nervously, trying to regain control of the conversation. "Tanaka-kun, this is Principal Nizu," he introduced, gesturing respectfully. "He's the director of the renowned UA, Japan's top hero academy." Rio blinked slowly, his brow still furrowed. The school's name was known across the country, but he couldn't understand what this thing wanted with him. Nizu crossed his small paws over the desk, watching him with curiosity. "I've been observing you for years, Tanaka-kun. And after several meetings with the government, I was finally granted permission to meet you in person." "And for what?" Rio asked bluntly. "I want you to enroll in UA," Nizu said calmly. "In the hero course. As a special admission student." The answer came almost instantly. "No." The air seemed to split like a blade. The complex director shifted uneasily in his chair, clearly uncomfortable. Nizu, however, merely raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "That fast?" he asked with a faint smile. "Most boys your age would be ecstatic at the chance. To be trained by the best heroes, to gain recognition. Why refuse? Is it because of the lethal nature of your quirk? Or perhaps, the fear that they'll discover who you really are?" The pause that followed was brief, but deliberate. "Or is it, because of your mother?" The air seemed to grow heavier. Rio slowly lifted his gaze, and the cold darkness in his eyes shifted to a burning green glow. The veins at his temples pulsed. "Don't mention her." His voice came out hoarse, but dripping with venom. Seeing that, the complex director immediately intervened. "Tanaka-kun. Please, calm down." Nizu, however, remained unshaken. His serene expression didn't waver for a moment. "I apologize if I touched on something sensitive," he said with a polite nod. "But I fail to understand what stops you from making your own choices. I've followed your story since the Himawari nursery incident." The name made Rio's body tense. "The most lethal quirk awakening in history," Nizu continued, his tone now somber. 73 children, 8 caretakers, 3 staff members. A tragedy that shocked the entire nation. Rio's fists clenched tightly. He took slow, deep breaths, trying to contain the surge of emotions flooding his mind. "The whole country began calling a child a monster," Nizu went on, his voice lower now, each word carefully measured. "But you were only a child, a victim of circumstance. I studied your case. I studied what they did to your mother. I know how she was persecuted, humiliated, destroyed by the media when they discovered who your father was." Rio said nothing, but the faint tremor in his shoulders betrayed the storm he was trying to suppress. "You're not the murderer they claim you are, Tanaka-kun," Nizu said, his tone now almost compassionate. "You're just a boy the world decided to blame for something beyond your control. And that's why I'm here. Because I believe you can still change how the world sees you. You can clear your mother's name. You can prove to her that you are not the monster people say you are." For a few seconds, silence filled the room. Rio looked down, his eyes glowing green before slowly fading back to normal. When he looked up again, there was something new in his gaze, exhaustion. He stood up. "This is all nonsense." His voice was cold, but there was a trace of pain Nizu didn't miss. "I don't understand why I have to change just to please this rotten society. I don't understand why I have to prove them wrong. And I don't understand why the hell I have to try to be better than that man." He turned toward the door. I'm sorry. But this conversation is over. And without waiting for a reply, he left. The door shut with a sharp click. The complex director let out a long sigh, wiping sweat from his forehead. Nizu, however, remained still, gazing at the empty space where the boy had stood moments earlier. So much anger, so much pain. He murmured. Such an unstable boy. He leaned back in his chair, thoughtful. What will happen when the world keeps trying to crush him? Chapter 2, Temporary Sorrow, Lasting Pain. The midday sun reflected off New York's skyscrapers, lighting up the bustling streets and the constant flow of pedestrians. Street vendors called out to customers from the sidewalks, tourists snapped pictures near Times Square, and traffic moved in its typical rhythm, loud but orderly. It was one of those days that seemed almost too normal for a city so used to the unpredictable. At a corner restaurant, a couple was having lunch on the patio, enjoying a rare moment of peace. The man, wearing a gray suit and a tired expression, scrolled through his phone while the woman, smiling softly, took a sip of wine. It's been a while since we've had a day like this, she said, looking out at the street. No alarms, no evacuations, no crazy villains breaking things. Her husband let out a short laugh. Yeah, looks like the city decided to give us a break today. He set his phone down. Although the news says attacks have been increasing. Last week, a group tried to hold an entire train hostage. I saw that. She put down her glass, crossing her arms. That's why I said we should leave earlier today. Nights have been chaos lately. Relax, honey. He reached across the table, taking her hand. Today's gonna be quiet, I promise. He didn't finish the sentence. An explosion rocked the block, making the restaurant's windows rattle and dishes crash from the tables. The couple dove to the ground as a cloud of smoke and debris rose from the building next door. Screams filled the air, alarms blared, and chaos erupted in seconds. From the smoke, 5 figures emerged. They wore masks and heavy jackets, each carrying bags of money, one of them pushing a trolley piled with gold bars. They laughed loudly, thrilled with the success of their heist. I told you their vault was a joke, shouted one, slapping his partner's shoulder. No safe can stop the master hands. Quit bragging and move your ass, yelled the driver, opening the back door of a black van. Cops'll be here any second, so haul your fat butts over. The 5 scrambled inside, tossing the bags and gold in. The van screeched away, tires squealing, leaving behind a trail of smoke and shattered glass. Seconds later, sirens filled the air. Several police cars appeared from the nearby streets, blocking exits and opening fire with containment rounds. This is the NYPD, an officer shouted through a megaphone. Stop the vehicle immediately. Ha, laughed the thug riding shotgun, grabbing a heavy rifle. How about you stop my bullets first? He kicked open the van doors, hanging from them as he fired at the police cars. Windows shattered, tires burst, and one vehicle spun out of control, jumping the curb straight toward a woman and her child. The woman screamed, shielding her son, but before the car could hit them, a thick wall of ice erupted in front of them, stopping the vehicle with a sharp crack. Ice crystals scattered across the pavement, and the air grew so cold that their breath turned to mist. The mother and child opened their eyes, trembling, until the boy pointed excitedly. Mom, look. It's Frozone. From up the street, a freezing trail wound its way between cars, curving smoothly around corners. Riding atop it, Frozone glided with grace and speed, creating ramps and pillars of ice as he went. He controlled every surface with precision, steering vehicles out of danger and stabilizing the area with swift motions of his hands. Everyone, stay off the road, he shouted, raising a wall of ice to block traffic. Things are about to get slippery. Inside the van, the gunman paused, trying to aim. Hey! It's Frozone, he warned. That black popsicle's here. What? The driver glanced at the mirror, eyes wide. He's not supposed to be in this zone. He works downtown. Yeah. Said a deep voice from in front of the van. The driver looked up, and barely had time to see a massive red silhouette appear in the road ahead before the impact hit. A deafening metallic crash echoed as the van came to an abrupt stop, its rear lifting nearly 90 degrees, throwing the crooks against the windshield. The vehicle hung for a moment, outside. Mr. Incredible held the front bumper in both hands, muscles flexed, feet digging into the cracked asphalt. He peered inside, seeing the 5 criminals squished against the glass, and smiled firmly. It's not good to get distracted while driving, he said calmly. You might end up hurting someone. With a controlled motion, he released the van. It slammed back onto the ground, shaking the dazed crooks inside. "Ugh, damn it!" groaned the gunman, trying to sit up. Before any of them could move, a bluish shadow appeared behind them. Frozone stood at the open rear doors, smiling lightly. "You guys look a little tense," he said, raising his hand. "Chill out." A blast of freezing mist filled the van. Within seconds, the entire interior was coated in a translucent layer of ice. The villains were frozen solid, expressions of shock locked on their faces. Outside, Mr. Incredible placed his hands on his hips, watching as the police surrounded the van. "You always have to make a dramatic entrance, huh?" "Of course," Frozone grinned. "It's part of the charm." The sound of sirens faded more and more with each passing minute, the ice slowly melting under the afternoon sun. After talking with the police and filling out reports, Bob and Lucius walked down the sidewalk toward a corner diner, one of those old ones, with flickering neon signs and the smell of grease and fresh coffee in the air. They entered still wearing their uniforms, drawing the attention of a few customers who whispered among themselves, but no one dared to ask for an autograph. It was one of those moments when even heroes just wanted to be two tired guys grabbing a bite. Bob sat in the booth by the window, letting out a long sigh. "Haven't sat down for a decent meal all week," he said, removing his mask. Lucius chuckled, taking off his sunglasses and leaning an elbow on the table. "Yeah, you should do that more often, old man. Age is catching up with you, huh?" he teased with a mischievous grin. Bob raised an eyebrow. "Old man? Look who's talking, to someone who's 44, he replied, half laughing. 44 and still in top shape, my friend," Lucius shot back proudly. "You, on the other hand, are 2 steps closer to 50 and still think you can toss cars around. You're gonna break a hip before you know it." Bob gave a short laugh. "You sure talk a lot for someone who was complaining about back pain last week." "Hey, that was because I hit a lamppost, all right," Lucius countered, raising a finger. "But seriously, Bob, with 3 kids at home and things getting riskier every year, you should think about slowing down." The waiter arrived just then, setting down their meals, double cheeseburgers with melted cheese, crispy fries, and tall glasses of iced soda. The smell was irresistible. Bob thanked him, took a long sip, and then replied, "I've been thinking about that for a while now, you know. You don't have to remind me every time we hang out." Lucius popped a fry into his mouth and gave a half smile. "I only say it because I care, man. Ever since George was born, I've started to get what you meant about that whole fatherly instinct talk." He swirled a fry in the sauce, glancing at his friend. "It's like everything around you feels more fragile. The danger, the risk. Every time I go out on a mission now, all I can think about is how my kid would react if I didn't come back." Bob looked down at his burger, not replying right away. Lucius went on, between bites. "I've already decided that in 2 years, I'm done for good. I want to be there to see the little guy grow up. Honestly, I don't know how you do it. 3 kids at home, work, responsibilities, and you still throw yourself into fights with crazy villains." Bob chuckled softly, but there was weight in his eyes. "Helen's been saying the same thing. That I should take a break. Sometimes I think she's right." He paused. "Maybe it's time to live a bit more as Bob and a bit less as Mr. Incredible." Lucius nodded, satisfied. "Now you're finally starting to sound like a sane man, my friend." That was when a metallic voice cut through the air, coming from the television hanging over the counter. The news was on, the sound just loud enough to draw attention. "The NSA has declared a state of maximum vigilance over the hero community. The number of kidnappings involving high-level pro-heroes and independent agents has increased significantly since last month. There is still no confirmation on who is responsible, according to the NSA." The screen showed helicopters flying over Washington, agents in black uniforms, and photos of missing heroes flashing in the corner. Lucius, mouth full, pointed at the TV with a fry. "See? That's what I'm talking about," he said between chews. "These guys are getting bolder. The NSA's on alert, the world's changing, and you still want to keep risking your neck." Bob let out a heavy sigh, staring at the reflection of the newscast in the window. Outside, the city buzzed and roared as always, but he couldn't shake a chill that ran down his spine. "Yeah, maybe you're right, Lucius. Maybe it really is time to slow down." Lucius gave a small grin and raised his glass. "Now that's what I like to hear, Bob. Here's to the retirement that never comes." Bob laughed and clinked his glass against his friend's. Cheers, but only if the world lets us. As they toasted, the TV behind them flashed a red headline. Heroes continue to vanish under mysterious circumstances, authorities remain silent. The morning sun had barely broken through the clouds when Rio tied the last lace of his sneakers. The apartment was silent, cold, and impersonal as always, white walls, no paintings, no life. He wore a simple workout outfit, the same one he used every day, and adjusted the timer on his smartwatch. The screen blinked as it displayed data, heart rate, running time, calories burned. This routine was part of a physical and emotional stability program assigned by the government, or, as Rio preferred to call it, a leash disguised as a pretty program. He left without a word, closing the door with a sharp click. The streets were calm, only the sound of his rhythmic steps and controlled breathing accompanied the path. As he ran, the memories of that day returned with force. The office, the director's cold gaze, the calm and persuasive voice of Nizu. I believe you can still change the way the world sees them. You can clear your mother's name. You can prove that she, and you, are not the monsters they say you are. Rio clenched his teeth and picked up his pace. I don't need to prove anything to anyone. He muttered between his teeth. Anger grew with every step, and Nizu's words echoed like an open wound. Clear his name. Prove his innocence. As if he needed to kneel to be forgiven for something that wasn't his fault. After a while, the sound of waves began to rise, mixed with the rustling of plastic scraping against itself. Rio reached the top of the hill overlooking Dagoba Beach. The beach was completely buried in trash. Mountains of debris, scrap metal, broken bottles, and pieces of appliances formed a grotesque carpet that stretched to the sea. There were days when the stench of rot was almost unbearable. Rio stopped, taking a deep breath. Worse every day, he murmured. He watched the place every week. It was a living reminder of human nature, proof that people's filth didn't stay only in their hearts. It all started with one person, he thought. And soon everyone thought it was normal to toss another piece. That's how the world worked. One does it, the rest follow. One errs, the rest err. And when it becomes common, the mistake stops being a mistake and becomes normal. Just as Rio was about to continue his run, a metallic clang and a shout caught his attention. He turned his head and frowned. A little farther ahead, in the middle of the junk, stood Izuku Midoriya, sweating, his hands covered in grease, his body trembling with effort. He was trying to push an old, rusted pickup truck that, by the look of it, must have weighed nearly a ton. Beside him was a thin man, almost skeletal, wearing clothes far too big for his frail body. His pale skin and determined eyes contrasted sharply with his weak appearance. Rio remained silent, watching. The man spoke with wild energy, encouraging Midoriya with almost childlike enthusiasm. Come on, boy. You managed to move that refrigerator yesterday, remember? The man's voice rang out firmly. You're not going to let a truck beat you now, are you? Show the power of your youthful spirit. Midoriya yelled, pushing the truck with all his might, but the front wheel spun helplessly in the soft sand. Rio sighed, annoyed by the motivational speech. Spirit power, huh? He muttered, crossing his arms. These guys are delusional. He watched Midoriya keep pushing, his body trembling, muscles straining beyond their limits, while the thin man cheered him on with a smile. The scene was pathetic to Rio's eyes, two people fighting against something pointless, trying to fix a collective mistake with individual effort. He should just give up already. He said quietly, glancing away and adjusting his smartwatch. One person alone can't change the consequences of everyone else's actions. With that, he started running again. The sound of Midoriya's shouts and the man's encouragement faded behind him, swallowed by the roar of the sea and the wind sweeping over the place. Location: Central Headquarters of the Department of Singularity Control and Security, DSCS, Tokyo. Time: 7:43, Underground Meeting Room 03. The sound of papers being shuffled and pens tapping the table filled the stifling room. The walls, reinforced with metal alloys and lead insulation, echoed the heavy atmosphere hanging over everyone present. At the head of the oval table, the Chief Minister of National Security, Hiroshi Kagemura, adjusted his glasses and looked at the freshly delivered report. His face was pale, and understandably so. The document contained Rio Tanaka's annual report on energy stability and emissions, dated the previous day. The accumulated energy levels have risen again, 123% compared to last year, Kagemura said in a low but firm voice. And the emission spikes during emotional crises are getting longer. almost double the time recorded in 2024. Across the table, the Minister of Health, Dr. Naoya Saito, rubbed his temples with his fingers before speaking. It's not just that, Minister, the boy's psychological state is deteriorating by the day. He shows signs of functional psychosis and recurring auditory hallucinations. That means if he loses emotional control for long enough, we're not just talking about a single city being wiped out. The entire country could disappear. A tense murmur ran through the room. Several officials exchanged worried looks. The Director of Special Operations, Lieutenant General Masaru Inoue, slammed his fist on the table in anger. For years we fed, educated, and monitored that damned boy. Everything was simple while he was just a calm, passive child, but since the awakening of that damned quirk, hell began. Do you remember the Himawari Garden incident? His voice echoed through the room. 73 children and 11 adults were killed. All contaminated by the gamma radiation he emitted in less than 5 minutes. The silence that followed was almost tangible. Everyone remembered Tanaka's Day Zero, as the media had called it, before the government covered up the case and erased every public record of the event. The tension was broken by the cold voice of one of the advisors, Takamoto Rinji, head of the Strategic Analysis Division. With all due respect, I still maintain that we should dispose of him. A dry sound echoed as Kagemura slammed the folder onto the table. Have you lost your mind, Takamoto? Saito, tell him what your analyses show. The Minister of Health let out a heavy sigh. We've already tested every possible hypothesis. If Ryo Tanaka dies, whether by natural causes, induced, or even deep anesthesia, the accumulated energy in his body will be released instantly. The result would be a thermonuclear explosion equivalent to 47 tsar bombas. And even if part of Japan were to survive, the contamination from the blast would leave no land fit to live on afterwards. A chorus of exclamations and muffled curses took over the table. The Minister of Defense let out a swear, while others tried to grasp the scale of the disaster described. It was then that Kusabane Itsuo, director of the energy infrastructure sector, leaned forward with a thin, calculating smile. Gentlemen, what if, instead of trying to contain or eliminate the boy, we used him? Everyone looked at him with confusion and revulsion. The Minister of Defense was the first to speak. Use him? How? That boy is a living bomb. A single wrong word and he could condemn the whole country. Kusabane laced his fingers together and kept his tone calm, almost serene. A bomb, or a battery. Think about it. The readings show that the energy he generates is increasing and practically endless. His body is, in effect, an organic nuclear reactor, one that feeds itself, without fuel. If we can develop a way to extract that energy safely, we could power the entire country. Eliminate dependence on foreign energy. A pure, inexhaustible source, and under our supervision. The silence that followed was different from before. It was no longer fear, it was temptation. A dangerous thought began to take shape in everyone's minds. Kagemura, however, kept a cold expression and murmured. You're suggesting we turn a child into a nuclear power plant, Kusabane? No, sir. He replied with a faint smile, I am suggesting we turn Japan's threat into its greatest strategic resource. Ryo walked in silence, his footsteps echoing softly against the polished floor, almost reflecting his image. In one hand, he carried a small bouquet of tsubaki, red camellias, flowers with firm petals, symbols of resilience and devotion. It was always the same kind. Always the same gesture. The boy made his way to room 407, his mother's room. The constant sound of the machines, the neutral tones of the walls, and the cold hospital air no longer bothered him. They had become part of his routine, like breathing or his morning runs. When he opened the door, he was greeted by the fragile, motionless body of his mother, her chest rising and falling slowly, sustained by the machines around her. He approached the small bedside table, removed the old vase, and placed the new flowers in its place. Hey, Mom. I brought your flowers again, he murmured softly. The last ones were starting to wilt. Ryo pulled the usual chair and sat beside the bed, resting his hands on his knees. Today was another busy day. Did my usual run. The people from the program monitor everything, you know how they are. If I skip a single training session, they show up at my door the next morning with that fake look of concern. He let out a short, joyless laugh. But I did it right, okay. Finished the whole route. Dagoba Beach is still the same. I don't think it'll ever be cleaned again. Silence. The same silence as always. Rio intertwined his fingers and stared at the floor. Ah, and a few days ago, that hero school principal came to talk to me. His name was Neslin, I think. He gave a half-smile. You'd believe it if you saw him. Small guy, all neat and tidy, looked like some kind of stuffed toy. Spoke full of hope. Said he could help me change the way people think about us. Set an example, that's what he said. The smile faded. I turned him down, of course. Told him straight to his face I don't need to change anything. I've got nothing to prove. He gave me the pity look, like they all do. Pity, that look makes me sick. The boy sighed deeply, leaning back in the chair. They always think they can fix what they call a mistake. But they're the mistake. They always were. For a while, silence seemed to weigh on him. The sun tilted through the window, reflecting off the bed and illuminating the woman's pale face. Rio looked at her again and gently took her hand. It was cold, lifeless, but he held it as if that alone could bring back the warmth it lacked. But it's okay, Mom. Let them talk. Let them think what they want. I don't need them. I just need you. His words were firm, but the sound quickly faded. He leaned forward a little, his eyes fixed on her hand, and then noticed something. A subtle movement. Small. A touch that didn't seem caused by wind or muscle reflex. That fragile hand had squeezed his. Rio froze. Mom. His eyes lifted to her face. Slowly, her eyelids moved, opening with effort. The boy leaned back just enough to see her clearly. Mom, it's me. Rio. Her eyes fixed on him, though blurry and unfocused. The effort was visible. Her lips moved, trying to form a word. Rio. Her voice barely came out, hoarse, almost non-existent. But before the word could finish, her body suddenly relaxed. The muscles loosened, the air escaped her lungs. The steady rhythm of the machine stopped. Rio stood frozen, staring at her, unable to understand. Then despair hit him. And no, Mom. Mom. M.O.M. He shot to his feet, knocking the chair over, and ran out of the room. Someone. Help. Please. Voices echoed in the hallway. A medical team rushed in, pushing Rio aside. She's gone into cardiac arrest. Start compressions, one of the doctors shouted. Get the defibrillator ready. Rio was grabbed by a nurse and pulled away. Mr. Tanaka, please. You have to leave. No. I want Tio stay with her, he yelled, struggling to break free. The door closed, and all that remained was the muffled sound of voices and machines. The medical team worked fast, one keeping the rhythm of compressions, another injecting medication, while the lead doctor muttered numbers and instructions. Her face, the same face he had seen for years, now seemed distant. With every passing second, the world grew smaller, more suffocating. The nurse beside him tried to speak, but her words didn't reach him. Rio couldn't hear. He could only see. He saw his mother's body react to each attempt at resuscitation, but barely respond most of the time. The nurse tried to hold him back, calling his name, but he didn't respond. A strange chill filled the air. The watch on his wrist began to flicker without reason, and the hallway lights trembled for a moment. A faint green glow appeared around his hands. It was weak, barely visible, but constant. Inside the room, his mother's body remained still with every failed attempt to bring her back. Outside, her son stood there, eyes hollow and distant, as the air grew heavier, dense, as if the very atmosphere feared him. And in that silent instant, Rio Tanaka became the epicenter of a grief that could, if it wished, burn the entire world that had trampled him. Chapter 3, The Light at the Bottom of the Well. Location, the Hexagon, main headquarters of the National Superhero Agency, NSA, USA. The building, a colossal structure of steel and glass shaped after the geometric figure that gave it its name, rose over the heart of Washington as a symbol of vigilance and power. Outside, flags fluttered under the cold winter wind. Inside, the corridors buzzed with hurried footsteps, hushed voices, and tense expressions. In the central conference room, an oval amphitheater of dark metal and cold light, a group of officers and analysts argued with fervor. Maps, reports, and holographic projections floated above the table, displaying faces of missing heroes, crime statistics, and downward-sloping charts. We're losing more pro-heroes every year, one of the directors exclaimed, slamming a hand on the table. 3 disappeared last year, 5 just this semester. If this continues, our defensive lines will collapse before the year's end. Another member, dressed in a gray suit with tired eyes, crossed his arms. And that's not all, the villains seem to celebrate it with each passing day. The crime rate has gone up nearly 20% in the last 3 months. They're feeling emboldened to commit more and more crimes. A murmur rippled through the room. The police can't keep up, said a woman with thin glasses. Even with tactical support, they're not the same as heroes. They're too easily overwhelmed and outmatched by villains. Then why not authorize quirk use for the police while on duty? Asked another man, tall, bald, with a heavy Texan accent. We've got hundreds of officers with abilities that could help control this wave of crime. It's not that simple, the woman countered. They don't have the field training pro heroes do, nor the damage control discipline. Imagine the chaos if they started acting without coordination or proper knowledge. Voices began to rise, overlapping one another. The tension in the room was palpable, a buildup of fear and frustration ready to explode. Then the main doors opened with a metallic sound. Silence fell instantly. Kamala Harris entered, director of the NSA. A tall woman with an elegant bearing and a gaze that inspired both respect and unease. Her quirk had given her the appearance of a spotted hyena, with short ears, brownish fur speckled with dark markings, and deep hazel eyes that seemed to scrutinize every soul in the room. She wore a fitted navy blue jacket paired with a pencil skirt of the same shade. The smile on her face was serene, yet there was something predatory about her calm. Kamala walked to the central seat at the table and sat down. She took a deep breath, massaging her temple before extending a hand for the report. Let's get to the point, she said firmly. Bring me up to speed. One of the aides stepped forward, handing her a tablet with the latest data. Kamala studied it in silence, her eyes darting quickly across the numbers, then she let out a long sigh. As one of the directors began explaining the details, another group resumed their debate, speaking over each other. Kamala raised her hand, and the silence returned as if a blade had sliced through the air. I've already thought of a possible solution, she said, interlacing her fingers atop the table. A murmur rose again. Kamala gestured for her aide to step forward once more. According to the analysis of the last 10 years, began the young man, adjusting the microphone, all disappearances occurred within U.S. territory. Not a single elite hero who remained abroad for an extended period has shown signs of vanishing. This includes members of the Fortune agency who operated temporarily in Japan and Europe. The murmur turned to astonishment. Many exchanged glances, as if a missing piece of the puzzle had finally clicked into place. Kamala continued. Therefore, I propose 2 measures. First, reinforce surveillance on all top-tier pro heroes, guards, cameras, sensors, the full package. A man immediately objected. Director, that's a direct violation of privacy. These heroes are national icons. We can't treat them like prisoners. Kamala arched an eyebrow, her tone still calm. Would you rather treat them as missing persons? Silence fell once more. But don't worry, participation is voluntary. The second option is for those who refuse surveillance. They'll be sent overseas, under the cover of diplomatic or cooperative missions. We want to test if the territorial hypothesis holds. If it's something limited to our borders, then we need to understand why. One of the generals leaned forward. Sounds like casting bait into calm waters and hoping no fish bites, he said in a somber tone. Kamala crossed her legs, resting her chin on her hand. Perhaps. But we don't have many options right now, so we'll have to take the risk and see what comes of it. The chief doctor's office was cold, lit only by a pale white light that reflected off the sterile walls. Ryo Tanaka sat in front of the desk, his gaze lost on the floor as he listened to the doctor's calm, distant voice. Your mother suffered a severe cardiac arrest, the men began, flipping through the medical file. We managed to bring her back, but she's fallen into a deep coma. The words hit like lead. Her body was pushed to its limit. The stress she's been accumulating was the main cause. We'll keep her stable, but, as for when she might wake up, no one can say. Ryo didn't respond. He didn't even look up. He just sat there, motionless, fists clenched in his lap. The doctor's voice faded into a distant hum, muffled by the storm brewing inside him. Anne. I recommend you get some rest as well. The daily visits, the long hours, they won't do you any good. The staff was worried after the last alarm in the ward, and with good reason. The memory struck him sharply, the deafening sound of the radiation detectors blaring when he lost control of his emotions for just a moment. Luckily, it hadn't amounted to anything truly dangerous or significant. He stood up without a word, gave a mechanical bow, and left. The hospital corridor seemed endless. The light stretched out like a white tunnel without horizon, and with each step the echo of his shoes sounded hollower. He wanted to go back, to see his mother one more time. But part of him knew that might have been the last. When he stepped out into the parking lot, the night greeted him with an icy wind. The stars were hidden, and the city lights flickered like distant embers. He got into the car, and the world around him dissolved into blurs. He couldn't remember the drive, nor how long it took, only the silence. When he arrived at his small apartment, the sound of the key turning in the lock echoed louder than anything else. The room was dark, the air still. The turned-off television reflected his still silhouette. Everything there, the table, the shelf with a few books, the futon, felt emptier than before. He walked to his room and lay down. The peeling ceiling stared back at him, mocking his solitude. "I don't want her to die," he murmured. Silence was the only reply. For a few seconds, he believed the world would simply ignore him. But then, a face appeared upside down, invading his field of vision. It was a child. 4 years old, maybe less. Large, empty eyes. "Why?" she asked, her voice sweet yet emotionless. Rio blinked, his heart racing. "Leave me alone," he muttered, turning to the side. Another child was sitting there on the floor beside him. "You didn't want people to die either, right?" "But, we died anyway." Rio frowned. "Enough." He turned the other way, and saw 3 more children. Their faces were melted, as if molded from wax and left under the sun. Their voices echoed together, childish yet grotesque. "You killed us, Tanaka-kun. Even if you didn't mean to." He sat up sharply, eyes wide. The once empty room was now filled with dozens of small figures, their bodies burned, their mouths stretched open into twisted smiles. "You've always been the problem, Tanaka-kun," one of them said. "You bring death to those around you. You always have." The words cut deeper than any blade. "You're a threat. To everyone. Even the country fears you." He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. "Shut up." A man appeared beside him, half of his face exposed, as if the flesh had melted away. "It's your fault, Tanaka. Your mother's like that because of you. You've always been cursed." Another emerged on the other side, eyes hollow and accusing. "If you hadn't been born, none of this would have happened." "Shut up." The sound of his own voice startled him. He covered his head with his arms, fingers tangled in his hair. The air around him seemed to vibrate, distort, as if reality itself was unstable at that moment. And then, amidst the despair, his eyes landed on something, the pill bottle on his study desk. He lurched to his feet, nearly stumbling. With trembling hands, he opened the bottle and swallowed the pills one after another, tasting the bitterness spread across his tongue. He closed his eyes and began to count. 1, 2, 3. By the time he reached 10, the silence had returned. Rio opened his eyes. The room was empty. Moonlight streamed through the window, spilling a pale glow across the floor. But there was one child standing before him now, perfectly healthy, with clean skin and calm eyes. "If Tanaka-kun doesn't want to change," she said softly, almost sadly, "then he shouldn't expect the world to change for him." Before Rio could respond, she vanished. He stood there, motionless, beneath the cold light of the moon. The shadows of the room had gone back to being just shadows, but the guilt, the fear, and the echo of her words still lingered in Rio Tanaka's mind. In the silence of the night, the roar of the Incredimobile's engine echoed through the nearly empty streets of Metroville. The city lights shimmered across its chrome hood as the car made its way toward a secluded house perched on a hill, the par's new home, modern yet rustic, fully automated and surrounded by trees. Bob parked the car in the garage, the metal door closing behind him with a low mechanical rumble. He removed his mask and let out a long sigh. The sweat on his face and the tension in his shoulders said more than words ever could. Another heavy day, another rescue, another pile of reports and red tape. Running a hand through his hair, he took a deep breath and stepped through the side door that opened into the main hallway. From the living room came the hum of a vacuum cleaner. Helen was there, her back turned, dusting the shelves. When she noticed her husband, she smiled, and her neck stretched naturally toward him, placing a gentle kiss on his cheek before returning to her work. "Welcome back, honey," she said in that calm, sweet tone of hers. "Hey, sweetheart, Bob replied, smiling faintly, clearly exhausted. Helen glanced sideways at him, easily spotting the weariness etched across her husband's broad face. Still stressed about that new NSA order, she asked, turning off the vacuum. Oh, that. He let out a tired half-laugh. No, not exactly. It was just one of those days that make you want to bury your head in the ground. Helen raised an amused eyebrow. What happened this time? Ha. He snorted. Today it was a Karen. I saved her house from a fire, and now she wants to sue me for moral and material damages. Apparently I was supposed to put out the flames without getting her imported rug wet. Helen chuckled softly, wiping down the table again. Let the NSA deal with that, dear. They cover that kind of thing. I know. He muttered, heading up the stairs. It's just frustrating, you know. Being a hero feels more dangerous because of lawyers than because of villains. As he disappeared down the hall, Helen called out. Have you decided which security option we're going with? Bob's voice came muffled from upstairs. Not yet, maybe the surveillance one. It seems safer, at least. Helen sighed, crossing her arms. Before she could say anything else, a silhouette shimmered into view, Violet, now 18, in her hero suit, materializing from invisibility. Seriously? Dad's actually considering that, she said with a disgusted look. Being watched all the time. Gross. Helen turned toward her. Hello to you too, dear. Hey, Mom, Violet replied, already heading upstairs. I'm just saying, privacy should still be a thing. Moments later, Bob came back down, now wearing a plain t-shirt and sweatpants. He met Violet halfway, exchanged a quick smile, and she disappeared down the hall. Back in the living room, Helen gathered the vacuum's cables, putting everything away. I wouldn't go for that surveillance thing either. I've got enough cameras and phones pointed at me when I'm out on missions. She rolled her eyes, resting a hand on her hip. To make it worse, people are starting to call me Elastomilf instead of Elastigirl. Bob coughed, trying not to laugh. Well, hard to deny you still turn heads. Helen playfully slapped his arm. I'll pretend that was a compliment, big guy. Before Bob could answer, something suddenly climbed onto his shoulders, Dash, now 14, a blur of energy and excitement, still wearing that mischievous grin. I vote for the second option, he blurted out, barely breathing, already leaping from his dad's shoulders to the floor and zipping around the living room. Like, think about it. We could go anywhere. Paris, London, Egypt, Australia, Africa, Mars, okay, maybe not Mars, but I could. Dash. Violet's voice rang out as she came down the stairs in casual clothes. She raised her right hand, and a translucent force field appeared around her brother, trapping him mid-run. Hey, he complained, struggling inside the barrier. You're gonna wreck the living room again if you keep running around like that, she said with an annoyed look. But I'm in favor of the second option too. Helen arched a curious eyebrow. Really? Tony's been in Japan for 3 months, remember? Violet replied, crossing her arms. It'd be great to see him again. Dash's eyes widened inside the bubble. Japan. Like, where UA is. The most famous hero school. I want to get in there. I've finished middle school, so I can start high school. I want to take the hero course there, and I also want to see that All Might guy. A small voice echoed from somewhere above, distant and muffled. All Might. A tiny portal opened right over Bob's head, and out popped Jack, falling straight into his father's arms with a pair of dinosaur toys clutched in his hands. The 5-year-old blinked, his big eyes sparkling with joy. I want to go to Japan too, Daddy. I want to see All Might. Bob blinked, speechless for a moment. He looked at Helen, then at the kids. The whole family was staring at him, he was at a loss for words. Helen rested a gentle hand on his shoulder, smiling softly. Come to think of it, it's not such a bad idea. Japan's beautiful, Dash could study there, Violet could get into a good university, and I heard they have the most amazing hot springs. Bob sighed, rubbing his face, but a faint smile started to form. You guys really won't let this go, huh? Nope, Violet and Dash said in unison. Jack giggled. Japan. 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 Helen laughed, wrapping her arm around her husband's waist. So, honey. I guess the decision's made. Bob looked at her, tired, but happy. All right. Japan it is. The following months passed slowly, almost dragging on. 10 months had gone by since Rio's mother's heart attack, and in that time, almost nothing had changed, except for him. His routine stayed the same, simple and rigid. He woke up every day at 6, folded the futon, took a shower, and went out for a run, always on the same route, at the same time, the same pace. It wasn't a choice anymore, it was a habit that had become a way to escape the loneliness he felt. His body moved on its own, as if it needed constant motion to avoid falling apart. News about his mother came irregularly, delivered by email or relayed over the phone by the head doctor. No change. No progress. Her body remained stable, but her brain was still inactive. It was as if she were only sleeping, but the boy already knew it was the kind of sleep that never ends. He kept visiting her, even against the doctor's advice. He would go to the hospital, sit in the same chair, and just stay there in silence. Sometimes he said a few words, but rarely. Other times, he just looked at her and tried to imagine if he was still dreaming. The hallucinations had gotten worse over time. At first, they were just faint voices, distant whispers. Then came the shadows, figures that flashed at the corners of his eyes. Now, he could hear entire conversations, laughter, footsteps. Sometimes it was his mother's voice. Other times, the voices of the children from the incident. The pills helped for a few hours, but the effect seemed to fade faster every week. The doctor had increased the dosage, then changed the medication, but nothing seemed to have a lasting effect. Loneliness grew along with exhaustion. He no longer ate properly, slept poorly, and his eyes looked sunken, his expression dull and lifeless. Sometimes, he stood before the mirror and wondered if he was still the same boy staring back at him. Other times, he didn't care enough to look. And then came a Saturday morning. Rio put on his black tracksuit and worn-out sneakers and went out for his morning run. The earphones hung around his neck but stayed off. He preferred the silence, or what was left of it. The voices never really left him. As he ran, they started again. You're wasting time. Look at you, you think this changes anything? Your mother's still in a coma. You're still the same. The world doesn't want you. He ignored them. Kept his steady pace, inhaling through his nose, exhaling through his mouth. But the whispers didn't stop. Always running, always trying to escape. You can't run away. You can't escape from yourself. People will always be afraid of you. You're too dangerous to live. His leg muscles burned, and his chest started to ache, but he didn't stop. This time, though, one of the voices sounded clearer. Even if you tried to change everyone, you'd still accomplish nothing. His steps slowed until they stopped. Rio stood still, eyes empty, staring at the ground. He knew it was true. He'd known it from the start. Even if he did everything right, nothing would change. Even if he tried, even if he apologized, the world would never accept him. There was no place for him here. For a few seconds, he just stood there, breathing slowly, his shoulders rising and falling at a steady rhythm. Then, gradually, he lifted his gaze. The sight before him made his thoughts stop. He was at Dagoba Beach, the same one he always passed on his runs, the same pile of trash and debris that served as a dumping ground for half the city's residents. Except now, it wasn't the same. The garbage was gone. The mountains of rubble had vanished. The sand was clean, smooth, golden under the morning sun. The sea, once coated with oil and plastic, looked clearer. Rio blinked, startled. For a moment, he thought it was another hallucination. Then he heard a scream. Ah! He turned quickly. At the top of what was left of a junk pile, a shirtless boy stood with his arms raised, sweating and panting. His muscles trembled from exertion, but the smile on his face was genuine. Izuku Midoriya. The same boy he had seen months ago, trying to push an old truck, tripping and falling dozens of times. His former weak and determined classmate who had said he wanted to become a hero. Rio had expected him to give up. That kind of boy, full of foolish dreams and no sense of reality, should have realized how ridiculous it was to try to fix everyone's mistakes alone. But he was there. And he had done it. Rio looked around, the clean beach, the fresh air. All of it had been transformed, not by some powerful quirk, not by a team effort, but by the sheer persistence of one random boy. Midoriya looked out at the sea, taking a deep breath, smiling again, completely unaware of the silent observer watching from afar. Rio remained still, breathing heavily. For a moment, he wondered if he could do the same, not clean a beach, but cleanse himself from the inside out, remove the trash piled up in his own head, the weight holding him down. He looked at his own hands, feeling the strange warmth building within them. I want to try something. Chapter 4, UA Entrance Exam. The digital clock on the wall read 10:42 a.m., and the interior of UA's control room was cloaked in a hushed semi-darkness, broken only by the bluish glow of the monitors covering nearly the entire main wall. On each screen, dozens of young students moved frantically, facing off against the test robots, the pointers, while the countdown timer blinked in the corner. The air smelled of metal, electronics, and freshly brewed coffee. The tension was almost tangible. Nizu watched the screens with an enigmatic smile, his little paws crossed over the console, black eyes gleaming with curiosity. He seemed more excited than any of the teachers present. Fascinating, isn't it? He began in his light, almost playful tone. None of them were told how many pointers there are, nor where they're located. We even made sure to change the map's layout. Cementas, arms crossed, muttered. That makes this year's exam even harsher than the last. Cruel, perhaps, Nizu replied without looking away, but fair. A true hero isn't the one who faces a predictable foe, but the one who can think under pressure, adapt, and act before fear becomes paralyzing. The central screen showed a group of students surrounded by three-point target. One shouted something about points, another ran in the opposite direction. Power loader, adjusting his helmet, let out a frustrated grunt. Those ones are done for. No coordination whatsoever. Midnight, reclining in her chair, lazily swung her foot. This year's batch looks promising, but I still don't see anyone truly standing out. I agree, said Aizawa, leaning against the wall, his eyes half-lidded. None of them have shown the kind of insight we're looking for. Then, one of the support course teachers at the far end of the table lifted the protective cover from a red button on the panel. Well then, the real test begins now. He pressed the button. Outside, sensors lit up, and a metallic roar echoed as the platforms at the center of each testing zone opened. The shadows of the 0 targets rose over the buildings of every area. Nizu tilted his head, his small white teeth gleaming in a curious smile. Ah, excellent. I love it when things start getting lively. All Might, sitting beside him, watched everything intently. His thin form was wrapped in the dark fabric of his shirt, his face lit faintly by the monitors. Hey, you're particularly cheerful today, Principal, he remarked, folding his arms. What's with that grin? Oh, nothing much, Nizu answered softly, eyes still fixed on the screens. There's just one participant I'm very interested in. All Might raised an eyebrow. Interested? Nizu only nodded. His gaze locked on one of the smaller monitors. The image showed a black car-red boy running alone through a ruined street in the arena. No robots were near him, yet the thermal reading displayed an irregular wave of energy radiating from within. Nizu lifted his teacup and took a small sip. Let's see how far your instincts can take you. Some time before the exam. The steam from the shower still lingered in the small bathroom, fogging up the mirror in front of Rio. He ran the towel over his face, wiping away the droplets that slid down his chin before staring at his reflection. For a moment, he didn't recognize himself. I look like a different person, he muttered, his rough voice breaking the muffled silence of the room. Weird. The glass revealed a cleaner face, his eyes slightly more mature than they had been a few months ago. His new haircut, short and parted at the front, highlighted the shape of his face. He looked much better than before. Stepping closer to the mirror, his eyes narrowed as he noticed a faint greenish gleam in his irises. The doctor said they changed color because of my quirk. He murmured, almost as if talking to his reflection. A reaction to all the stress from the past few months. Yeah, makes sense. His hand rested on the sink. For a moment, the boy looked tired, as if the mirror reflected not only his image but the weight of the past months, the hospitals, the pitying looks, the loneliness. He crossed his arms and sighed deeply, staring at the tiled floor. What am I getting myself into, he mumbled. I called that teddy bear-looking principal, and now I'm here, about to take an exam for a hero school. A short, dry laugh escaped his lips, fading too quickly. He moved away from the mirror and left the bathroom, adjusting the towel over his shoulder as he walked into the bedroom. From the wardrobe, he picked a blue jacket with black sleeves and put it over a dark hoodie. Combined with black pants and sneakers, the outfit gave him a simple but steady look, practical for the exam. As he tied his shoelaces, recent memories resurfaced. Principal Nizu's overly cheerful, almost cartoonish voice over the phone, offering him a special spot. Normally, you wouldn't be able to participate without the written exam. But I'll make an exception. Let's just say, you're a special case. Rio scoffed, straightening his jacket collar. Special, great. I just wanted to understand this whole hero thing, and now I'm being dragged into a full practical test. Should have hung up the moment he mentioned the written exam. The apartment around him was silent. White, pictureless walls, a worn-out sofa, the faint smell of coffee, and the distant echo of memories he tried not to remember. He stopped in front of the door, one hand resting on the doorknob. For a few seconds, he stood still, his gaze lost in the emptiness of that home where only silence kept him company. He took a deep breath. I've already chosen this path. He whispered to himself. So all that's left is to keep walking and see where it leads me. With one last glance at the apartment behind him, Rio opened the door. The light from the hallway poured in, scattering the heavy air that lingered inside. Without another moment of hesitation, he took the first step, the step that would lead him down a new path, and perhaps, to something he still refused to call destiny. The UA High's main gate towered before Rio like an imposing wall. The metallic pillars gleamed under the morning sunlight, and the school's golden emblem shone brightly, a reminder of the prestige this place held. He stopped for a moment, taking in the crowd of applicants gathered at the entrance, hundreds of young people of varying ages, clothes, and attitudes. Some laughed nervously, others tried to stay warm, while a few simply stared at the colossal building ahead with equally determined expressions. Rio adjusted the strap of his backpack and let out a quiet sigh. The world's greatest hero school, huh? He muttered, watching the commotion. At least now I understand why there's such a crowd. As soon as he crossed the gate, the buzz around him grew louder. He kept a calm pace, indifferent to the excitement of the others, until he heard a grumble behind him. Before he could fully turn, someone deliberately bumped into his shoulder, shoving him aside. "Out of my way, idiot," a harsh voice growled. Rio steadied his footing and slowly turned his head. The voice belonged to a spiky blonde-haired boy with red eyes and an impatient scowl, Katsuki Bakugo. The blonde didn't even spare him a proper glance, simply kept walking while muttering something about useless nerds and that annoying Deku. Rio raised an eyebrow and adjusted his jacket. Still the same walking stick of dynamite. He murmured, rubbing his shoulder. A faint, ironic smile curved his lips. Bet he still thinks the world revolves around him. He continued on, crossing the busy courtyard until he reached a large, dimly lit hall inside the school. Projection screens partially illuminated the room, and on the main stage stood a tall blonde man in flashy clothes, gesturing with contagious energy. Heal ya. Good morning, future heroes. I'm Present Mike, and I'll be explaining the rules of the practical exam. The hero's booming voice made many cover their ears, but Rio merely kept a neutral expression. He listened closely as the men explained. Each candidate would be sent to a designated urban area and would have to defeat villains' robots, the targets, to earn points. The stronger the robot, the more valuable the points. After the briefing, groups began being directed to their respective test areas. Rio was assigned to Area H, where he now stood before a massive metal gate alongside other competitors. He glanced around, noting tense faces, nervous murmurs, and a few trying to focus. No familiar faces, which was a relief. At least I didn't end up with him, he thought, exhaling in relief as he stretched. He began to loosen up his arms and legs, preparing his body. Using my quirk right away would be dumb, he muttered. The robot shells would get contaminated. Better stick with the second method. Suddenly, the speakers buzzed, and Present Mike's excited voice echoed across the arena. All right, start. Everyone looked around, confused, waiting for the countdown that never came. Present Mike just laughed. What's wrong? There's no countdown in a real fight. Go, go, go. Rio frowned, but his muscles reacted before his mind did. He shot forward, his speed suddenly absurd, easily over 200 kilometers per hour. The wind sliced against his face, and his eyes shifted, the scare darkening while his pupils glowed with an intense green light. Behind him, the other participants stared in disbelief before they too began to run. But Rio had already left most of them behind. As he moved through the simulated city streets, his thoughts remained cold and analytical. I figured this out during the hospital tests, he thought while sprinting. If I channel part of my energy into my body, I can reinforce muscle strength and bone density. It's the secondary use of my quirk, mode, inner transition. Turning a corner, a 3-point target appeared, its wide wheels spinning and mechanical arms ready to strike. Rio didn't slow down. The problem is, if I use too much energy, I lose control over my strength. He pushed off the ground, his body launching upward. His right fist drew back, veins glowing a vivid green. When the punch connected with the robot's metal chest, the impact was devastating. The frame twisted violently, a massive hole tore through it, and half the machine vanished in a cloud of smoking debris. Rio landed solidly, straightening up as he looked at the result. "That's why I only use a little," he said quietly. When he raised his gaze, more robots were emerging from the same corner, machines of various sizes, their metal casings marked with numbers from 1 to 3 points. He clenched his fists, feeling the energy pulse beneath his skin, lifting him toward the incoming machines. And that little bit is more than enough to deal with you. In Area I, the start of UA's practical exam had turned into utter chaos, but not because of the robots. The loudspeakers were still echoing present mix words when the first target was destroyed in a blur of wind and dust. A metallic explosion reverberated through the streets of the artificial city, and every nearby examinee froze in shock. "What was that?" shouted a spiky-haired boy, shielding his face from the dust. Another one pointed down the street. "Look. Someone's over there." A 2-point target rolled into view, gears whirring as it prepared to attack, and was pulverized before it could even move. A chain of clangs, booms, and bursts of shrapnel rang out from every direction, as if an invisible storm was tearing through the machines. And in the middle of it all, a short-haired blonde boy, training jacket half open and a wide grin on his face, dashed through the streets in a zigzag pattern, leaving only trails of wind behind him. "Ha! This is awesome," shouted Dash, eyes gleaming with excitement. "These bots don't even know what's hitting them." He ran along walls, leapt across rooftops, and with every motion knocked down another robot, with a punch, a kick, or just the shockwave of his speed. The metallic crash of shattered enemies echoed across the entire zone, while the other examinees could only stare, caught between awe and despair. "Hey, that's not fair," complained a girl with brown braids. "He's destroying all of them." "How are we supposed to score points like this?" yelled another boy, kicking a smoking piece that had been a 3-point robot just seconds ago. Among the crowd, Minoru Mineta was trembling from head to toe. His face was pale, sweat running down his forehead as his eyes followed the path of destruction. "He's taking everything," he stammered in panic. "2 won't get a single point at this rate. I'll never get into UA. Or even near the cute girls." He looked around frantically, eyes wide, hands clutching his vest. Then he spotted it, a 1-point target wobbling weakly at the end of the street, damaged but still standing. "Ahaha, perfect," he muttered, eyes glinting with greed. He jumped, using his sticky balls to propel himself forward. "Come to daddy." But before he could touch it, a golden blur shot past him. The target exploded instantly, blown to pieces by a strike too fast to see. Mineta hit the ground hard, bouncing once, twice, before ending up face down and dizzy. When he lifted his head, he saw a pair of red sneakers right in front of him. Looking up, he found Dash standing there, hands on his hips, wearing the same carefree grin. "Hey, sorry, little guy," said the speedster in English, tilting his head innocently. "That one yours?" "My bad, I got there first." Before Mineta could respond, Dash waved lightly and vanished again, turning into a golden streak that raced through the streets, hunting for more robots. Mineta stayed where he was, still sprawled on the ground, watching the trail of destruction spreading across the test site. He groaned and slammed his forehead against the pavement. "I'm screwed, totally screwed." Ryo Tanaka was already exhausted. He had spent most of his time running through the ruined streets of Area H, taking down targets without rest. The broken buildings and the constant smoke in the air painted a chaotic scene, but he didn't seem to care. He ran, kicked, destroyed, and kept moving forward. 103 points. He muttered, glancing at the display on his wrist. The number blinked in green, but he didn't look satisfied. "I don't know if that's enough." The boy let out a low sigh, adjusting his dark blue jacket as he walked over the debris of a street. The ground trembled slightly with the distant sounds of explosions and screams, but nothing made him hesitate. Then he heard a heavy metallic sound ahead. His eyes darted toward it, catching the reflection of something approaching. A 3-point target was about to crush a girl who had tripped between 2 slabs of concrete. Before the robot could strike, Ryo was already moving. His feet scraped against the ground and, with a single leap, he twisted his body, delivering a precise kick to the side of the robot's metallic head. The impact was sharp, the machine's body was thrown against a wall and shattered into pieces. The girl fell on her back, gasping, her face streaked with dust and tears. When she looked up, she saw the boy standing with his back to her, the wind tugging at his short black hair. "Thank you. I thought I was." "Don't mention it," Rio replied, adjusting his coat without looking at her. Then he walked away, leaving her there, confused, staring at his retreating figure. He wasn't there to play the hero. He only helped when it was inevitable. On his way, he passed more candidates in trouble, some cornered, others injured, even a girl trapped beneath what remained of a 3-point robot. He averted his gaze and kept walking. What kind of exam is this, he thought. These things could actually kill someone. Before he could think further, the ground beneath him shook violently. A deep metallic rumble echoed from the city center. The soil split open, revealing a massive underground elevator slowly rising. From within, a colossal shadow emerged, the Zero Target. The machine was enormous, towering over every building nearby. Its steel body gleamed under the artificial lights, with thick cables and pistons moving like mechanical muscles. Its massive treads crushed the concrete as it advanced, the sound of its gears booming like thunder. "It's the Zero Target villain," someone shouted in the distance, running. "That's the one they told us to avoid. Run." The robot advanced, its tracks flattening cars and facades alike. A single swing of its arm demolished an entire building, the impact echoing across the area. Chunks of concrete rained down, striking a group of candidates who couldn't escape in time. Rio's eyes widened. "Hey," he shouted toward the invisible loudspeaker. "This is getting out of hand. Someone's gonna die if this keeps up." No answer. Only the constant grinding of gears. He clicked his tongue, annoyed. Damn it. The Zero Target turned its metallic head toward him, its green sensors lighting up. The tracks began to roll in his direction. Rio took a step back, analyzing. "TCH, it's not really my problem anyway," he thought. But as he turned to leave, something grabbed his wrist. He turned, and his heart almost stopped. A boy with brown hair and a calm smile stood before him. The face was unmistakable. "Are you really going to abandon them, Rio?" the boy asked, his voice soft, almost sorrowful. "Are you going to keep running away and blaming everyone else, just like you always do?" Rio froze, his cold gaze faltering. "Shut up," he muttered, fists clenching. "Then prove you want to change." The voice echoed, fading into the air. Rio stood there, breathing heavily, before letting out a low curse. "Damn it, this better be worth it." He sprinted toward the wreckage, leaping over beams and debris. The trapped candidates cried out for help as he arrived. "Hold on tight," Rio shouted, lifting a broken pillar as if it weighed nothing. The girl from before was among them, her ankle caught. He pulled her free and helped her stand. "Two don't know how to thank you." "Just get out of here," he replied. She started to run, but suddenly stopped, pointing behind him. "Look out." Rio turned just in time to see the colossal shadow covering the ground. The Zero Target's arm was descending at full speed, ready to crush him. There's no time to dodge it. He took a deep breath, muscles tightening. "All right, just a little more, then." A green light began to bloom in his eyes. His irises flared, almost incandescent. Energy coursed through his body in silent waves, distorting the air around him. As the metallic hand came down, he surged forward. The distance between them was short, the robot's arm was almost touching the ground. Rio threw his punch with all the little energy boost he thought was acceptable. But the impact didn't land as expected. Instead of striking and bouncing off, something strange happened. The entire right arm and half the body of the massive Zero Target simply ceased to exist, as if torn from reality itself. Not through some flashy energy beam, nor an explosion, but through a massive shockwave that expanded from the point of contact. For a moment, silence. Then, a colossal gust of wind swept through the artificial city. The nearest buildings disintegrated. A deafening sound echoed through the testing grounds. Even Dash, who had been running carelessly in Area I, stopped dead in his tracks and covered his ears. What the hell was that? When the dust settled, 80% of the zero-pointer simply wasn't there anymore. The strike had erased its entire upper half and part of the lower body, leaving only twisted treads and glowing scraps of metal. The entire landscape had changed, side buildings obliterated, simulated cars flung aside, and a cone-shaped trail of destruction where concrete should have been. From above, Area H looked like a pizza with a missing slice, and that missing piece was everything Rio's blow had vaporized. Rio panted heavily, his body still trembling with residual energy. Maybe I overdid it a little. He looked around, checking if anyone was hurt. The outer walls of the testing field were cracked, but miraculously, no one seemed to have been hit directly. The loudspeaker finally came to life. The practical exam is now over. Candidates, cease all actions immediately and await further instructions. Rio exhaled, sitting on the ground as exhaustion washed over him. They're definitely gonna disqualify me for property damage. He muttered, closing his eyes and letting the faint sound of the wind fill the silence. In the observation room, silence reigned. The monitor showed part of Area H completely devastated, smoke rising in columns, and the carcass of what was left of the zero-pointer. Aizawa, eyes half open, crossed his arms without a word. Present Mike gaped, speechless, while Cementos frowned, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Nizu, standing atop his chair, watched the crater with eyes gleaming with pride. Fascinating, murmured the principal, adjusting the monitor. But little did they know that, out of all the energy Rio possessed within himself, that Strike had used only 1% of it. Chapter 5, I'm going to become a hero. Shit. Location, the National Complex for the Regulation and Containment of Dangerous Quirks, NCRCDQ. That was how the government referred, in official documents, to the facility that housed patients whose mere existence required safety protocols, environmental shielding, and multidisciplinary teams trained to handle extreme risks. In theory, it was a medical center. In practice, it was a hub for control, surveillance, and evaluation of people whose quirks were considered potential threats to the population or the state. The NCRCDQ had multiple blocks, arranged so that any incident could be isolated within seconds. Block A, General Clinical Sector, where patients with dangerous yet manageable quirks were monitored in reinforced traditional wards. Medical observations, care routines, and stabilizations were carried out there. Block B, Analysis and Research Laboratories. Shielded rooms equipped with sensors, devices for extreme measurements, and exposure protocols. Here, the biological, energetic, or physical bases of the most unstable quirks were studied. Block C, Archive and Administration. The bureaucratic heart. Physical files, databases, confidential records, cameras, security systems, and the director's office. Block D, Special Containment. An entire wing designed for patients whose risk level could endanger the city and everyone around it. Rumor had it there was a section dedicated to mentally unstable patients, who were only released once fully treated. Everything was reinforced with carbon steel layers, lead plates, and automatic sealing mechanisms. Despite all the security, one patient had managed to escape, Subject 29A, whose extreme mental instability could endanger anyone near her. There was also a fifth block, one that didn't appear on standard internal maps. Block E, High Instability Radiological Unit, Project Nucleus. Built exclusively because of Subject 47B, Ryo Tanaka. This block existed for a single purpose, to evaluate, measure, and contain the nuclear core quirk. All infrastructure was dedicated to him, radiation sensors in every corner, pressurized chambers, filtration ducts, triple lead lining, and entire laboratories designed around his energy emissions. Even the ventilation followed standards used in nuclear plants. No other patient had access or medical records stored there. It was a wing of the complex created because of a single 14-year-old boy. Early that afternoon, two doctors walked side by side through the immaculate white corridor. Their footsteps echoed in sync with the cold rhythm of the automatic respirators connected to the rooms. Ah, patient no, 431. The first murmured, flipping through a clipboard. She hasn't shown any improvement in months. The internal lesions are stabilized, but not exactly reversible. Honestly, we've been wasting too many resources on her over these years. His colleague let out a low, lazy chuckle. Oh, come on. At least the bonus always arrives on time. Getting transferred to this wing was a blessing, believe me. Easy job. She barely reacts. She's just a bit annoying to deal with. Especially when you know her past. I even find her disgusting to look at. A lost cause, repeated the first, indifferent. It's long past time to put an end to. They immediately fell silent when they noticed the director's shadow approaching down the hall. He walked between them without a word, and both doctors practically pressed themselves against the wall to make room. Director Arima Kyozen wore an impeccable suit, a stern expression, and a gaze that assessed every employee as if inspecting factory defects. Arima walked with firm steps, a thick envelope in his hands. He crossed 2 corridors, scanned his ID through reinforced doors, and finally entered his office, a minimalist room, almost too cold for someone supposedly in charge of saving lives. He sat down, adjusted his tie, opened his laptop, and started a video call. The screen lit up, revealing the face of Kusabane Itsuo, director of the energy infrastructure sector, a man who rarely smiled, except when discussing statistics or projects that could benefit him. Director Kayazansen, Kusabane greeted, slightly bowing his head. Director Itsuodono, Arima replied. I've received your requests. I assume you want this month's reports. Arima opened the envelope and spread the documents across his desk. Let's see, as of last month, Ryo Tanaka's hallucinations have become more frequent. His mental state continues to deteriorate. Emotional spikes are unstable and correlated with energetic spikes. As for his physical condition, just the psychological part, Kusabane cut in without ceremony. That's all we need to know. Arima blinked slowly, clearly irritated by the interruption. Right. Well, taking that into account, our projections indicate that Ryo Tanaka's full internment may occur within this month. That would put an end to our monitoring. On the other side of the call, Kusabane allowed himself a restrained, almost overly satisfied smile. So our wait is finally coming to an end. Excellent. We've been prepared for this since last year. Arima hesitated for a moment before asking. Director, do you truly feel no fear? Not even a little. We're dealing with an unstable variable capable of destructive levels that border on apocalyptic. Ryo Tanaka is a walking biological weapon. If we lose control for even a second, then that second will be your responsibility, not mine, Kusabane replied immediately, his voice cutting. Your specialists were chosen to prevent exactly that, to keep everything on the planned track. Arima clenched his jaw tightly, his teeth almost audibly grinding. I understand. He finally said, in an icy tone. I suppose I should even thank the government for finding a way to dispose of a monster like him. Kusabane merely tilted his head, satisfied. You're worrying too much, Kayazansen. Everything we're doing is for the good of this country. The bar rested in its usual calm, low lights, the scent of old wood, and the faint purple glow of the mist that quietly seeped from Kurogiri's body as he dried glasses behind the counter. Every movement he made was precise, silent, almost ritualistic. On the opposite side, slouched on a tall stool, Shigaraki Tamura leaned forward, his reddish eyes glued to the phone screen. His fingers scratched at the surface while his character ran frantically across an online games map. No, and no. Shigaraki's character collapsed on the ground. A group of players performed a victory dance on the digital corpse. Shigaraki froze for a moment. Then, slow and irritable, his fingers touched the phone entirely. The device crumbled into dust, falling as ashes across the wooden counter. Those sons of bitches. I'm gonna kill all of them, he growled, slamming his fist on the counter, breathing fast as if he'd taken a real blow. PK my ass. I was just passing by. Kurogiri, without so much as glancing over, kept cleaning his glass. Please, Tamura, keep calm. I'd rather not go through another incident like last time. This bar doesn't rebuild itself. Shigaraki huffed, tugging at his collar. Yeah. I know. Just, those idiots get on my nerves. He sank into the chair a bit, grumbling and restless. The atmosphere stayed like that for a few seconds, only the sound of cloth on glass and Shigaraki's heavy breathing. Until the TV mounted on the corner wall flickered on by itself. The screen darkened, distorted, and then the image of All for One appeared, perfectly clear as if he were standing in the bar. Kurogiri immediately stopped his work and bowed his head slightly. It's an honor to see you again. Shigaraki straightened his posture and crossed his legs, trying to seem more composed, or at least less childish. Sensei, he said, a bit more controlled. The masked figure tilted his head slightly, his calm and gentle voice contrasting with the dark atmosphere around him. It pleases me to see you both. Tamura, how have you been feeling? Shigaraki scratched his neck, his fingers trembling faintly. So. The heroes are annoying, online games too, but nothing I can't handle. All for One let out a soft chuckle. I'm glad your dedication remains intact. Kurogiri approached the counter, folding his hands. Master, you said you would call us once the plan was fully structured. And it is, All for One replied. The attack on UA will take place in a few months. The ideal moment to test All Might's strength, and, of course, my dear Tamura's as well. Shigaraki's lips twitched into an eager smile, anticipation shining in his sickly eyes. Finally. Let's watch the symbol of peace fall. All for One continued. Kurogiri, you'll handle the logistics, as discussed. Strategic portals, transport, evacuation if necessary. And, of course, keeping our little army coordinated. Understood, Kurogiri answered reverently. Then All for One leaned back slightly. Before I forget. This plan wouldn't have taken shape without the assistance of a dear friend of mine. He was extremely generous, providing materials, funding, and certain components that will be essential for our surprise for All Might. Shigaraki gripped the counter, curious. Friend. What kind of friend do you even have, sensei? A man of great influence, All for One replied, his voice far too gentle to be honest. Someone who also wishes to see structural changes in this world. He has his own interests, of course, but for now, our goals align. Tamura frowned, ever suspicious. So, he wants to see All Might fall too. Not just All Might, the masked villain said with unsettling serenity. He wants to see the world change. And for that, my dears, the initial chaos must begin somewhere. Kurogiri inclined his head. And it will begin at UA. All for One smiled, or at least gave the impression of doing so behind the respirator-like mask. Exactly. The TV began to darken as All for One finished. Prepare yourselves. The age of the symbol of peace is coming to an end. The screen shut off. Shigaraki stayed still for a few seconds, then scratched the counter, excited. Finally, something fun. And Kurogiri returned to drying his glass, as if it were just another ordinary night. Ryo's apartment was silent, lit only by the faint light slipping through the window. The space was small, organized just enough to show he didn't spend much time there. In the center, a simple tatami mat served as a table, and he sat in front of it, legs crossed, back straight. His cold, green-tinged eyes shifted between the steaming cup of green tea and the white envelope marked with UA's seal. He took a deep breath. If I don't get in, at least I tried something new in life, he muttered, more to fill the silence than out of conviction. He reached out and picked up the envelope. He felt the thick texture of the paper between his fingers before tearing it open slowly. A small stack of papers slid out, accompanied by a metallic disc, the size of a coin, with the UA symbol engraved on top. He placed the device on the tatami. The next instant, the object vibrated and projected a hologram above itself, the tiny, impeccably dressed figure of Nizu, with his polite smile and black eyes that sparkled just a bit too much. Hello, the hologram began, cheerful. First of all, congratulations, young Takeda. You have passed the UA entrance exam. Ryo blinked once, tired just from hearing all that energy. Nizu continued with almost theatrical posture. Entering UA is synonymous with honor, responsibility, and of course, constant effort. Being a hero requires far more than strength, it demands character, ethics, and resolve. But I believe you already know that. He definitely didn't know that. And he didn't care to. Now, let's move on to the score table, the little principal announced as the hologram shifted to show the exam results. Exam results. 1. Rito Takeda, villain, 132/rescue, 138, total, 270. 2. Par, villain, 268/rescue, 0, total, 268. 3. Katsuki Bakugo, villain, 77/rescue, 0, total, 77. 4. Ijiro Kirishima, villain, 39/rescue, 35, total, 74. 5. Ochiko Uraraka, villain, 31/rescue, 27, total, 58. Ryo tilted his head slightly. I'm top 1, he murmured, genuinely surprised. Nizu smiled even wider. Oh yes. And I imagine you're curious about the rescue points. They're awarded by the teachers who evaluated the test, taking into account altruistic acts, ethical decision-making, and courage demonstrated under pressure. Courage. I only acted because a literal hallucination told me to. And also, I didn't want to get crushed by that thing. Ryo thought, grimacing as he remembered the incident. And that is precisely what makes the exam so beautiful. Nizu's hologram continued. Seeing how you react in critical situations. Ah, Anne, normally, you would have earned even more points. He leaned in as if whispering, but your confrontation with the zero target required some reductions to your final evaluation. Rio snorted. Already expected that. But don't worry. There were no charges for material damage. The testing area is entirely disposable. Destroying it is part of the educational process. Nizu said with odd pride. Nizu then straightened his holographic tie and adopted a lower, more serious tone, though still wearing that unsettling smile. He leaned forward as if staring directly into Rio's eyes. And I'm very happy that you chose to join U.A. Rio Tanaka. Rio rubbed his face. And I'm not. Not even a little. I expect great things from you. And I would like to. Rio pressed the device with his finger. The hologram vanished instantly. Was getting annoying, he muttered, running a hand through his hair. He pulled the remaining sheets. The first was the official confirmation of his acceptance. He skimmed it briefly and pushed it aside. The next pages explained the hero costume subsidy, initial design guidelines, contacts with textile departments and specialized technologists. When he read that sending his costume was optional for now, he simply dropped everything on the table and let himself fall backward onto the tatami, arms spread out, staring at the cracked ceiling of his apartment. He stayed there in silence for a few seconds. I'm going to become a hero. He murmured into the void. Shit. The par's new house still carried that faint scent of a freshly inhabited home, polished wood, new tatami mats, and a discreet trace of incense the real estate agency had left behind as a welcome. The dining room was spacious, lit by a hanging Japanese-style lamp that cast a warm glow as the family gathered around the low table. Helen adjusted a dish while Bob, sitting with his legs awkwardly folded since he wasn't used to Japanese-style seating, smiled proudly. Moving to Japan was still far from comfortable, but tonight, the air was filled with pure joy. What a day. Helen murmured with a soft smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. 2 new students entering prestigious institutions on the same day. I couldn't be prouder. Dash was already vibrating, practically trembling in his seat like a puppy ready to sprint. And then he sprinted, literally. In a blur, he zipped around the table 4 times, making Bob grab his plate so it wouldn't topple. I did it, MOM. Dad. I got into UA, he shouted, returning to his seat instantly, breathing fast but grinning from ear to ear. And look. I almost got first place, you know. If I hadn't slipped up in the middle. He raised his hands, excited. I would have outpaced that guy, Rito, easy. Helen let out a light laugh. Sweetheart, you got second place in the best hero school in Japan. Not bad for an entrance exam. Bob tilted his head, beaming. You were incredible. Doesn't matter the ranking, what matters is. He pointed at the boy's chest. You earned it. You deserve to celebrate. Violet, sitting beside him, fiddled with her hair tied in a makeshift ponytail, trying to hide it behind her ears, an old habit that never disappeared. But her smile was genuine. Good for you. Builds a little ethics, she teased, raising an eyebrow. Anyway, my exam was all written and boring. I might have had, a tiny bit more trouble than you. Oh, that just proves my side is way cooler. I got to smash robots the size of cars. Well, I had to solve problems about ethics, hero legislation, rescue psychology, and tactical analysis, she retorted, crossing her arms in fake annoyance before a smile tugged at her lips. But unlike you. I already have a provisional hero license. Dash puffed his cheeks. That's because you already went through hero courses before. Yes, and do you know what that's called? Superiority. Violet pronounced it syllable by syllable, flashing a mischievous grin. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Bob raised his big hands, calling for a ceasefire. Okay, you two, no arguing during the Parr family's first official dinner in Japan, please. The siblings both grumbled a synchronized, we get it. Before settling back into place. Jack, seated in his chair, decorated with an All Might sticker he'd placed himself, kicked his feet against the floor in pure excitement. Dash. You're gonna see All Might up close, right? Like, every day, he asked, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Of course. Dash replied, puffing out his chest with an air of superiority. Compared to someone else beside me. I'll have classes with the symbol of peace. Jack broke into a huge smile. He's so cool. He does punches that make everything shake. I wish I had a quirk like that, he said, swinging his little arms dramatically, mimicking a giant punch. Bob laughed, ruffling the boy's hair, something Jack tolerated for 2 seconds before pushing the hand away with a tiny spark of electricity flickering at the ends of his hair. Dad, don't mess up my hair. I'm big now. Violet snapped a photo at that exact moment. Yeah, real big, with All Might stickers all over your forehead if we let you, she teased. Jack crossed his arms and turned away. That's because he's cool. After another round of affectionate teasing and compliments from Bob and Helen, the doorbell rang. Bob stood carefully, trying not to bump his knee on the table, and returned holding a large insulated bag. Traditional Japanese food, as promised, he announced triumphantly. Helen opened the bag and smiled. Ramen, takoyaki, carriage, tempura. She listed as she set everything on the table. I think you guys ordered half the menu. It's for celebrating. Dash said, grabbing his chopsticks with excitement. And also because I don't know how to speak Japanese, so we just pointed at everything that looked good. Violet snorted a soft laugh. And miraculously, it worked. The family gathered together, finally beginning to eat. The bold flavors, the hot steam, the cozy energy of their new little Japanese home. Chapter 6, First Day at UA. The subway swayed gently along the tracks as Ryo Tanaka sat there, leaning back against the rigid seat, his brand new UA uniform contrasting with his usual indifferent stare. He scrolled through his phone with his thumb, unhurried. Another headline, another exaggerated rumor, another exclusive leak. Is All Might confirmed as a UA teacher? A new era of hero education begins today. Lucky students will meet the symbol of peace in the classroom. Ryo let out a low, bored grunt. Again with this. He muttered, tossing his phone into his backpack and zipping it closed. He leaned back, letting his head fall against the hard rest. Above him, several hands clung to the overhead bars, hurried workers, some chatting, others wearing headphones. Nobody paid him any attention, and he preferred it that way. His gaze drifted across the mix of people in suits, cheap hoodies, and casual clothes. He was the only student there. Ryo clicked his tongue. I really hope the first day isn't crap. The announcement tone echoed through the carriage, signaling the next station. The doors opened and the crowd moved instantly. Ryo stood, slung his backpack over one shoulder, and stepped out, riding the escalators up from the underground until he emerged at street level. The street buzzed with movement. Cars, chatter, street vendors, tall buildings reflecting the morning light. As he walked along the sidewalk, he began noticing others wearing the same uniform he was. Unfamiliar faces, some nervous, others excited. Groups talking animatedly about their quirks and expectations. Ryo didn't approach anyone. He just adjusted his backpack and kept walking. And then he saw it. The imposing UA gate, far too big for any normal school, standing there like a visual landmark impossible to ignore. He had passed through it during the entrance exam, but now it felt more real, heavier. Ryo stopped. Watched the stream of students walking in. Looked up at the colossal, spotless building, the wide hallways visible through the windows. He stood still for a few seconds. Yeah. I want to go home, he muttered, not bothering to hide his disappointment. Something about that place bothered him. A subtle pressure in his chest, a feeling of threat. As if the whole experience had been designed to go wrong. As if he were stepping onto the exact kind of stage where big problems would unfold. But the thought was abruptly cut off when someone bumped into his shoulder. Ah. Sorry, man, the person said in English, voice fast and nervous. Ryo turned just enough to see a blond boy with blue eyes, a backpack slung over his shoulders, a phone in one hand. The boy waved quickly with his free hand as he hurried past. Thanks, bye again, Dad, he shouted over his shoulder to a man in the distance who waved back. Then he rushed toward the building like he was racing against time. Ryo watched him for 2 seconds. Weird, he commented, flatly. Then he looked back at the gigantic building in front of him. He was registered under his usual fake name, Rito Takeda, and he hoped he could stay invisible just like he had in every other school. He took one last deep breath at the gate, tightened his grip on his backpack strap, and finally stepped inside. Here we go, he murmured. I chose this mess. Now I have to see where it leads. And so, he took the first step into the path he had carved for himself, though a part of him desperately wished he could go home and forget all of this. Rio walked down the bright hallway of UA, the white walls reflecting the sunlight pouring in through the wide windows. The silence there was strange, the only sounds were the echo of his own footsteps and, occasionally, a distant voice from another class. He walked slowly, his tired eyes drifting over the nameplates on each door until he found the one he was looking for. 1A. He stopped. Stared at the door. It was huge. Ridiculously huge. What kind of people walk in here, he muttered, frowning. Looks like they built this crap for an ogre. It was as if the school expected a titan to join the hero course. But Rio pushed the door open anyway. The dense wood slid aside with a soft click. Inside, several students were already scattered among the desks. Some chatted excitedly, others seemed to observe whoever entered. But Rio didn't pay attention to anyone, because the thing that caught his eye immediately was a desk in the far corner, pressed against the wall, a little isolated. The perfect promise of social peace. A small, tired smile tugged at his lips. Perfect. He walked over as if complaining about life with every step, and he probably was, at least in his head. He dropped his backpack on the floor, threw himself into the chair, and crossed his arms on the desk, leaning forward to sleep. Think I'll take a nap, until the teacher shows up, he murmured, already closing his eyes. At least for about 20 seconds, because a light tap on his shoulder made him frown. He ignored it. Another tap. Then another. And then several quick, insistent taps, like a literal woodpecker attacking his shoulder. Rio turned his head, irritation sharp in his eyes. Who? It was the rushed blonde guy from the gate. Dash. He looked worried, his hands slightly raised. Sorry. Seriously, I'm really sorry, the blonde said quickly. You weren't answering, so I thought you died or something. Rio inhaled slowly before replying, in fluent English, which made Dash's eyes widen. I get it. What do you want? He asked bluntly. You speak English. Dash practically exploded with relief and joy. Dude, thank God. I thought I'd have to try speaking Japanese all day. I still mix up some sounds, so no one understands me, Anne. Rio made a tired grimace. Yeah, I only learned English because I had private lessons when I was 7. Dash opened a huge grin. That's awesome. Wanna be my friend? Rio stared at him for a few seconds, completely expressionless. Then he raised an eyebrow. No, he said, in the most direct and sincere way possible. We barely know each other. And I was sleeping. And he simply turned his head away and laid down on the desk again. Dash remained there for a moment, absolutely shocked, and then tried again. But we can get to know each other. Like, we can talk now. Or later. Or sit together during breaks. I can. No, Rio repeated, without opening his eyes. Dash sighed, but didn't leave. He sat in the chair next to him, clearly determined to keep talking even while being ignored. Rio shifted, annoyed. Great, the day's already getting worse. He muttered to himself. But the universe heard him. And laughed in his face. Take your feet off the desk. That's completely against classroom etiquette. Shut up, Four Eyes. I'll sit however the hell I want. Rio slowly raised his face, his stomach sinking as he recognized one of the voices perfectly. A few desks ahead, Bakugo, the same blonde demon from middle school, only stronger and even angrier, was arguing with a boy with dark blue hair and perfect posture. Rio dragged a hand down his face. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered, defeated. Of all the classes possible, it had to be this one. He knew Bakugo had passed, the exam scoreboard made that obvious, but being in the same class was another story. Almost a cruel joke from fate. It can't get worse, right, he thought, already knowing it was a terrible phrase. The answer came instantly. The door slid open. And Izuka Midoriya rushed in, hugging his backpack to his chest, looking around with that typical nervous expression. Rio froze. His expression turned to stone, a mix of shock and absolute dread. Dash, who was still talking to himself beside him, finally noticed. Ah, hey, bro. You good? Rio stayed motionless, staring at Midoriya like someone seeing a ghost from a past he wished stayed buried. Because now it was official. This day was going to be awful for Rio. The chaotic chatter inside Class 1A came to an abrupt halt when a dragged-out, bored, dry voice sliced through the atmosphere. "You're being way too loud this early in the morning." The entire class froze. Aizawa Shota, wrapped in his traditional sleeping bag like a caterpillar too tired to exist, stood in the doorway. His messy hair and deep eye bags made it look like he'd crawled out of a grave just seconds before appearing there. A short-haired pink girl murmured. "But shouldn't he dress like a teacher?" Bakugo snorted. "What the hell is this? Is this guy really from UA?" Ida immediately straightened his posture, almost snapping his spine from so much rigid formality. "Professor. The class apologizes for not being properly organized to receive your presence. I take full responsibility and—" "Shut up," Aizawa said without even looking at him. "I haven't started giving orders yet." Ida froze like a powered-off robot. Dash whispered to Rio. "I didn't understand a word he said, but this guy looks pretty tough." Rio didn't even move, only slowed his breathing as if something inside him had gone dark. Aizawa dragged the sleeping bag to the front of the room and dropped it on the floor as if it were extremely valuable trash. "Well." He scratched his face in boredom. "You're this year's Class 1A. If you're always this noisy, it's going to be hell for me." He then pulled a UAPE uniform from inside the sleeping bag, presenting it to the class, who was still processing everything. "But before anything else," he said, expression completely dead, "we're starting with a fitness test. Put on these PE uniforms and meet me on the field in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Kaminari yelped, practically jumping out of his seat. "Don't complain," Aizawa continued. "Heroes don't have time to whine." Bakugo stood up, a ferocious grin spreading across his face. "Finally, something interesting." Midoriya swallowed hard, trying to find courage. "This is gonna be like a surprise test." Dash threw his hands up. "Man, I'm not getting any of this. Translate what they're saying for me." Aizawa turned his back. "You now have 4.5 minutes." The door closed behind him. The room exploded into instant chaos, chairs scraping, students tripping over each other as they tried to figure out which way to run. Dash tugged lightly on the sleeve of Rio's hoodie. "Come on, man. Everyone's going somewhere and I need a guide." Rio let out a long, heavy sigh, stood up like someone accepting their miserable fate, and followed the flow of the class, all while wishing the day would just end already. It took a few minutes for the entire Class 1A to change into their gym uniforms and gather in the field, forming a reasonably organized line. "Each of you will undergo a quirk apprehension test. I know it's a bit sudden, but if you want to become heroes, we don't have time for entrance ceremonies or other unnecessary activities. So I'll be direct. I'll test and analyze each of your quirks through simple exercises," Aizawa explained, pulling out something that looked like a smartphone from his pocket. "Takeda, you placed first in the practical exam, right? What was the farthest distance you managed to throw a softball back in middle school?" Aizawa asked, tossing a ball that Rio caught in the air, drawing the class's attention to Rito. Rio looked at the ball in front of him in silence and answered bluntly. 60 meters, I think." "TCH, only 60 meters," someone muttered under their breath. Aizawa let out a small sigh. "Try again, but use your quirk this time." Rio raised an eyebrow, staring at the teacher. "Seriously? You want me to use my quirk for real?" "Yes. With everything you've got." Aizawa confirmed, holding the smartphone. Rio sighed, preparing himself. Dash patted his back, trying to be friendly. "Go all out, man. Show them what you can do." Rio made a displeased face, almost irritated by the invasion of personal space, but quickly ignored it. He walked to the center of the mark on the ground, his evergreen eyes fixed on the ball. He activated his inner transition. A subtle green glow began to emanate from his body, his sclera darkening, his pupils shining intensely as his inner energy strengthened every muscle to a superhuman degree. "I'll try to control myself better this time." Rio threw the ball with such force that his movement looked like a blur. The sound of the ball breaking the sound barrier echoed across the field. A wave of wind swept across the area, making everyone step back and shield their faces from the strong gust. The ball vanished among the clouds, leaving only a visible hole where it had passed through. The class stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Aizawa checked his device and, after a few minutes, showed the distance to the class. 17,034 meters. "That's insane. It probably landed in another prefecture." Kirishima exclaimed, impressed. I knew he was strong based on the rankings, but this is too much. Kaminari muttered, trying to force a smile. TCH. I can clearly do better. Bakugo snapped, grinding his teeth. Ryo returned to the line, indifferent, ignoring Dash who was still hyped beside him. Dude, how does your quirk work? Like, that weird green aura. Your eyes turning green and black. Rito shot him a brief look and chose to ignore it, returning to his relaxed posture. The rest of the class, however, was divided between excitement and caution. Some were eager to test their own quirks, while others stayed quiet, like Momo, Todoroki, Ida, and Midoriya, lost in thought, trying to remember where he had heard the name, Rito Takeda, before. But his concentration was cut short by Aizawa's voice. Are you going to keep this attitude the whole time? Aizawa interrupted with a dark look in his eyes, making the rest of the class fall silent instantly. Do you really think this place is a playground where you can fool around? Some of you may feel confident in your abilities, but I won't tolerate mistakes or games. This is not a space for useless displays of power. So this will be the deal: whoever ends up in last place, across all 8 tests combined, will be deemed incompetent and punished with expulsion, he announced, shocking part of the class. Aizawa ran a hand through his hair as he looked at them with tired eyes and a threatening smile. Welcome to UA's hero course. With the announcement of possible expulsion, the atmosphere around the class changed drastically. Enthusiasm and excitement were quickly replaced by a crushing weight. Some students swallowed hard, others began to sweat cold. For many, the idea of being expelled before the end of the first day of school was simply unimaginable. This is a joke, right? Kaminari murmured, his confidence crumbling under Aizawa's serious expression. It doesn't look like it, Tsuyu replied, her eyes carefully observing the teacher. He doesn't seem like he's lying. Aizawa watched their expressions and let out another tired sigh. Fear is a powerful tool. Use it to your advantage, or you'll be crushed by the weight of expectations. Now, let's begin the tests. The physical tests began one after another, and it quickly became obvious to Class 1A who the 2 undisputed monsters of the group were. First test, 50-meter dash. Dash was already fidgeting on the starting line, his foot tapping against the ground like a drum. The moment the signal went off, the blonde simply vanished in a golden blur, moving so fast that the electronic sensor didn't register anything. The machine beeped, flickered, rebooted, and nothing. Did it glitch? Aizawa blinked slowly. Dash appeared on the other side, giggling. Wow. I think I was too fast. Ryo ran right after him. He was fast, extremely fast, but still within what the machine could track. 0.9 seconds. You're kidding. Kaminari muttered, stunned. Second test, endurance run. The track had barely been introduced when Dash had already completed 27 laps, as if he were just going for a stroll. Ryo kept his own pace, not surpassing Dash but surpassing absolutely everyone else on the field with his speed of over 200 km per hour. He doesn't even look like he's trying, Momo commented, confused. Neither does he. Mina pointed at Dash, who zoomed past her for the 100th time, shouting. I'm just warming up. Bakugo clenched his teeth so hard he nearly cracked his jaw. 2 show-offs, TCH. Third test, side steps and long jump. Dash moved so fast it looked like there were 3 versions of him at once. In the long jump, nobody even saw him jump, he simply cleared the entire sandbox in an instant. His classmates started clapping, unsure if they had just witnessed technique or pure insanity. Fourth test, strength. Ryo grabbed the device calmly, and the machine crumpled like cardboard in his hands, letting out a sad crunch. Ryo froze. Ah. I'm gonna have to pay for that, aren't I? If it's broken due to quirk usage, the school covers it, Aizawa replied automatically, already writing something on his clipboard. But please try not to destroy the rest. Fifth test, ball throw. Dash went first. He spun his arm so fast it looked like a propeller, and when he threw the ball, it cut through the air with a soft boom, landing 794 meters away. But Dash didn't look very impressed with the result. That's my limit. I was hoping to pull off something like that Rito guy. While the 2 monsters kept demolishing every test, Midoriya looked like he was mentally imploding with pressure. The boy stepped up for the throw, hands trembling. Aizawa was already watching him with narrowed, suspicious eyes. Midoriya threw, and nothing happened. The teacher erased his quirk for a moment and scolded him harshly. Rio stared at the green-haired boy with a hint of pity. He honestly didn't believe Midoriya would pass this assessment. After all, what could someone quirkless possibly do? Midoriya took a deep breath, fighting the fear, and then tried again. And that's when the explosion of energy sent the ball flying so far that several students were left gaping. The monitor displayed the distance, and the class burst into cheers. Rio froze on the spot. What? He looked at Midoriya with a mixture of confusion and genuine surprise. Up to that moment, Rio had been absolutely sure the green-haired boy didn't have a quirk. He had seen him be treated as quirkless. He had heard it. He had watched it. So why? Did he always have that? Did he hide it throughout all of middle school? Rio had no answers, but that was the second time Izuku Midoriya had managed to surprise him. Chapter 7, New Challenges. Traffic in Musudafu was moving normally when a deep roar echoed between the buildings, making birds take flight and pedestrians freeze. Out of the way. People ran in a panic through the commercial avenue, screaming as a massive mutant villain, a Rhinomon over 3 meters tall, with bony plates along his back and a horn capable of piercing concrete, charged down the street, destroying everything he touched. The rhino roared, shoving a car with his shoulder as if it were a toy. The vehicle spun twice in the air before crashing into a shop wall. Ha ha ha. Clear path for me, he shouted, running faster and faster, the asphalt cracking under each step. Death Arms came sprinting down the partially destroyed road, dodging debris, his breath heavy but determined. Hey! Stop right now. You've hurt enough people. The monster only laughed, accelerating even more. Ha! Catch me if you can, weakling. Death Arms tried to speed up, but the difference in pace was huge. The villain was already nearly 20 meters ahead. At this rate, I can't keep up. The hero was sweating, pushing himself to the limit. If he reaches the highway, we'll have dozens of casualties. MT Lady appeared above, attempting to cut him off between the buildings. Leave it to me, she announced, giant and confident. I'll grab him from the fro. Crunch. Ha. She realized too late, 2 buildings were closer than she expected. Her hips lodged perfectly between them, like a cork jammed in a bottle. Oh, no. No. Not now. She tried to pull herself free, pushing against the walls with her hands. Ack, damn it. I'll end up destroying the buildings if I use too much force. Inside a 5th-floor apartment, a middle-aged man opened his window to see the chaos. And was met with 2 metric tons of giant butt cheeks blocking half his view. He froze for 3 seconds. Then dropped to his knees. Thank you, God. For making today the best day of my life. MT Lady flushed with anger. I heard that, you idiot. Meanwhile, the rhino villain, completely oblivious to the colossal drama happening above him, kept speeding down the street. Death Arms continued struggling to catch up. I won't make it in time. The villain laughed, feeling freedom within reach, until something yanked him violently backward. Ha ha. No one can stop me. That's when something grabbed his ankle. Suddenly. Firmly. Like a lasso. Ha. A second later, another pair of stretchy arms wrapped around his chest. Then his thighs. Then his waist. What? And unexpectedly, he began sliding backward as if someone were reeling him in. Death Arms' eyes widened. What the hell? Across the street, anchoring her elastic torso around a tree trunk, was Elastigirl, stretched out, steady, her expression focused. B.O.B., now, she shouted, pulling even harder to reduce the villain's momentum. The rhino roared, still trying to understand what was restraining him. What is this? Let me. He didn't finish the sentence before hearing a metallic whistle cutting through the air. Clang. A manhole cover flew like a steel discus, striking the side of his head with brutal force. The mutant dropped instantly, collapsing sideways with a thud that made the ground tremble. Farther ahead, on the still intact side of the avenue, Mr. Incredible lowered his extended arm and rolled his shoulder with a small crack. Umph. My aim's still sharp after all these years. He smirked. People began cheering immediately. It's them. The American heroes. My God, they're actually incredible. I saw them on the news. That's Elastigirl. And that big guy is Mr. Incredible. They saved us. Death Arms stopped, hands on his knees, catching his breath, but his eyes were glued to the couple. Thank goodness, they showed up. He approached slowly, still stunned. They've gotten really famous around here these past few weeks. Elastigirl shrank back to normal size, Bob set the manhole cover down, and the two exchanged a confident smile. Death Arms still couldn't decide if he was impressed, or worried he was being replaced by the flashy foreign heroes. Aizawa gathered all the students right after the tests ended. Everyone was sweaty, breathless, either buzzing with excitement or sulking over their own results. He raised a tablet and projected onto the holographic screen above the field the complete list of rankings. Listen. Here is the final classification based on your performance. Observe carefully. The table shimmered in the air. 1. Rito Takeda. 2. Dash Par. 3. Momo Yayorozu. 4. Shoto Todoroki. 5. Katsuki Bakugo. 6. Tenya Ida. 7. Fumikage Tokoyami. 8. Mizo Shoji. 9. Mashireo Ojiro. 10. Eijiro Kirishima. 11. Mina Ashido. 12. Achiko Uraraka. 13. Rikito Sato. 14. Tsuyu Azui. 15. Yuga Aoyama. 16. Hanta Siro. 17. Denki Kaminari. 18. Kyoka Jiro. 19. Toru Hagakure. 20. Izuka Midoriya. The class fell silent for a few seconds as everyone processed the ranking. Bakugo ground his teeth when he saw Dash just below Ryo but above him. This list is wrong. There's no way that thin-legged blonde. Dash puffed out his chest, proud. Second place. I almost got first. I was so close, dude. Ryo yawned. Congratulations. I guess. Midoriya, on the other hand, shrank into himself, trembling as he saw his name all the way at the bottom. L last. I'm really going to. Aizawa cut his self-deprecation short with a cold stare. And before any of you start panicking or being dramatic, that whole expulsion thing was a lie. Everyone froze. A lie. Ida widened his eyes, scandalized. Sensei, that is highly unethical. It was meant to motivate you, Aizawa replied with zero remorse. And it worked. Kaminari dropped to his knees. Bro. I almost cried. Hagakure let out a relieved sigh. I thought I'd totally lost my spot. Midoriya practically melted onto the ground, feeling his soul return to his body. Thank goodness. Aizawa slipped the tablet into his coat pocket. In the end, everyone passed. And congratulations to those at the top, though some of you clearly broke equipment unnecessarily. Ryo looked away, uncomfortable. And you? Aizawa pointed at Dash, switching to English for the blonde. Next time, try not to run that fast. Dash gave an innocent smile. I'll try not to. I'll try to try. The teacher sighed as if already tired of the entire school year. Anyway. You have the rest of the day off. Tomorrow, we'll begin something closer to what a hero course actually demands. And with that, Aizawa turned his back and began walking away, leaving behind a noisy, excited class that burst into euphoric murmurs, and within seconds, two small whirlwinds of people had formed around Ryo and Dash. Dude. How did you do that? That was insanely manly. You broke the meter. Dash. Your run looked like something out of a movie, man. Ryo felt his eyelid twitch. They were so close he could barely breathe. Hands pointing, questions firing from all directions. Kirishima slapped his shoulder so enthusiastically he nearly knocked him over. That was so badass. You're a beast, bro. Dash, meanwhile, stood frozen in the middle of his own circle, wide-eyed with a nervous smile. Guys. I don't understand what you're saying. Kaminari leaned in, trying to help. You are Fasto. Dash blinked. That's not okay, buddy, thanks for trying. Siro tried as well. Good. Run. Very. Speedo. Dash's face fell. Okay, now you're just smashing random words together. Momo finally pushed her way between them, walking calmly. Dash, they're impressed with your speed. And they're asking how you manage to stay stable when running past the sound barrier without losing control. Dash breathed out in relief. Finally. Someone else who speaks English properly, please be my friend. Meanwhile, Rio tried to take 2 steps back, just 2, but someone always moved into his path. How does your quirk work? What's the limit of your quirk? Dude, your quirk looks a lot like All Might's. Your eyes look cool when you use your quirk. Do you have a girlfriend? The last question made Rio finally snap. He raised his hands sharply, pushing space open with his body. Enough. You're way too close, damn it. The class froze for a moment, surprised by the blunt tone, not aggressive, just exhausted. I don't want to talk. Get out of my way. He forced his way through the still confused crowd, ignoring calls, compliments, and questions. He walked quickly, footsteps firm, irritation clear on his face. As the emotional dust inside him finally started to settle, he lifted his eyes. And almost bumped into Todoroki. The Tuten boy stood right in the middle of the hallway, silent, watching him with a cold calm that contrasted with the noisy class behind them. An analytical, deep, almost clinical gaze. For a brief moment, less than a second, Rio's eyes met his. No words exchanged. No greeting. Just a mutual recognition of something neither could describe. Rio immediately looked away, moving past him without hesitation, as if the boy's presence were just another obstacle in his path. Todoroki slowly turned his head to follow his departure, his eyes narrowing in thought. He kind of looks like me. He murmured to himself, unable to explain the strange feeling nagging at the back of his mind. No, must just be my imagination. But the tense line on his face suggested he didn't fully believe that. As Rio continued on his way to the classroom, Todoroki remained there, unmoving, as if trying to decipher a puzzle that only grew more complicated after that brief encounter. The end of the first classes arrived like a collective sigh from the whole class, but for Rio it was just another weight pressing down on his neck. He left the room without looking at anyone, ignoring Dash trying to catch up to him, ignoring Midoriya calling from afar, and even the silent curiosity of a few classmates. He just wanted to go home. The walk back to his apartment was quick, almost automatic. When he finally opened the door and stepped inside, he barely had the energy to close it gently. It slammed shut behind him, echoing through the room. As soon as he reached the center of the living room, he let his backpack drop with a loud thunk, and fell down with it, face first, like a puppet with cut strings. Awful. Worst first day of my life, he muttered, his voice muffled against the cold floor. He stayed there, motionless, breathing heavily. Back in middle school, no one cared about him, and he liked it that way. All he had to do was stay quiet, walk in the shadows of the hallway, avoid doing anything noticeable, and people simply forgot he existed. Now everything had been turned upside down. Was it because of that damn test? He growled into the floor, fingers curling against the wood. Damn it, that teacher's partly to blame too. That stupid expulsion thing, idiot. He turned his head to the side, frustrated, before slowly rolling onto his back. His hands rested on his chest as his breathing calmed. He stared at the ceiling with an empty expression. Will they leave me alone tomorrow? He whispered. I don't want anything from them. No friendship, no fights, no talking, nothing. Just staying in my corner like always. The silence that followed was thick, almost suffocating. He stared at the ceiling as if searching for an answer hidden in the imperfections of the paint. A few long seconds later, he let out a sigh. That sounded exactly like something an antisocial emo would say. One hand slid down his face, dragging his frustration with it. Yeah. Being alone is fine, but sounding like an emo. No. With a decisive motion, he sat up. Then he stood, cracking his neck and brushing off his wrinkled clothes without much care. He dragged himself to the kitchen, opening the fridge without much enthusiasm. Okay. Better eat something to de-stress. He grumbled. And he began looking for something to prepare, wanting nothing more than a bit of normalcy to make up for the terrible day. Location, Central Park, New York. Central Park was calm that sunny afternoon. Tall trees cast cool shadows over the picnic tables, children ran across the grass, and a man with a chihuahua's head strolled peacefully as he guided his tiny chihuahua on a blue leash. The mutant tilted his head, ears twitching slightly. Something was wrong with the sky. Above the treetops, a plane, no, a strange aircraft, windowless and with a spherical belly, crossed the air with a heavy hum that clashed with the peaceful atmosphere. What the hell? The dogman muttered, scrunching his snout. The aircraft lurched. Suddenly, it changed direction sharply, as if it had completely lost control. The nose tilted downward, and it began to fall. People around stopped to look at the sky before panicking at what they saw. Parents grabbed their children, couples staggered backward, and the entire park erupted into chaos as the sound of the descending aircraft echoed between the trees. In the surrounding blocks, pedestrians stopped in front of building screens. Local broadcasts automatically switched to aerial footage captured by a small news team inside a helicopter, shaky images showing the aircraft plummeting toward the park. "Oh my God! It's going to crash there. Run! Run!" But before the disaster could unfold, something faster than the aircraft appeared. A figure with a red cape cut through the sky, gleaming like a comet. "Captain Celebrity," several spectators shouted at once. The number 2 pro hero of the USA flew beneath the aircraft, placing his hands under the spherical belly and locking the colossal weight onto his shoulders as if he were catching a collapsing building. He pushed his body against the fall, slowing it down meter by meter, until his feet were nearly touching the edge of the park's large central fountain. Water splashed under the pressure of the halted descent. People stared in shock, then joy bloomed across their faces. Applause burst out along with cries of relief. "Captain Celebrity. He saved everyone. I love you, Celebrity." He flashed a wide grin, raising his chin with arrogant charm. His bright white smile shone even more than the sunlight filtering through the trees. "Always a pleasure to save my fans," he said, winking and striking a pose. But he didn't notice the growing metallic creak above his head. Kriawak. The aircraft trembled. The applause turned to screams as 2 massive pieces of metal broke off, crashing down, crushing benches, tearing out trees, and kicking up dust and panic in every direction. Captain Celebrity froze for an instant. What? Before he could finish, something burst from the aircraft's belly, a massive articulated mechanical claw that opened like a jaw and clamped around his waist like a toy. Hey, whoa. Then it flung him across the street, straight into an administrative building. The impact shattered windows, ripped out walls, and hurled him through rooms, desks, and partitions, leaving a trail of destruction until he finally stopped, half buried in the remains of an office. Back in the park, the object, now clearly a metallic sphere with 6 retractable claws, hit the ground, sinking into the dirt under its weight. The claws retracted with a clank, the shell rearranged itself, and a top-mounted camera rose, rotating to observe everything around it with a cold red glow. Citizens froze for a second before fleeing in desperation. In the building, Captain Celebrity pushed debris off himself, brushing dust from his cape as he tried to regain his composure. He heard a small whimper to his right and turned his head. A young woman, pretty, hair tied back, glasses hanging crooked on her face, stared at him in fear. His brain rebooted instantly. Ah, yes. Priorities. He straightened up quickly, fixed his hair, patted the dust off his partially dirty uniform, and struck his classic heroic pose, chest out, confident smile, hand on hip. "My apologies for the incident, lovely lady. I was sort of caught off guard by a thing," he said, tilting his face to the perfect angle. "It scratched my shine a little, but you know how it is." He gave an exaggeratedly charming wink. Celebrity always finds a way to shine again. The woman blinked, too confused to respond. He then turned around, waved, and flew out through the shattered window, leaving drifting sheets of paper behind him. Chapter 8, Unwanted Encounters. The white hallway had that cold disinfectant smell that always made little Rio feel like he was in a place where nobody truly breathed. He sat on a metal bench far too cold for a 6-year-old, his tiny legs swinging without rhythm, his eyes fixed on the floor as if he could open a hole in it and disappear. His fingers gripped the fabric of his short pants, and his face, already at that age, held an emptiness that didn't belong to a child. Tired. Lifeless. And dull. On the other side of the door, the head doctor argued with the parents of another kid. Rio's mother had gone to take care of some paperwork in another ward. He stayed there alone, like he always did. And then, knock knock knock, light, almost bouncing steps approached. Rio only noticed when something slipped into his peripheral vision, a small ash-blonde head with 2 messy buns, several loose strands, and a smile that looked far too big for such a tiny face. The little girl stopped right beside him on the bench, so close that Rio went stiff like a sheet of iron. She tilted her head, her yellow eyes gleaming with a disarming, and slightly unsettling, curiosity. "Hi," she said suddenly. "You look sad." "Why are you sad?" Rio didn't even lift his eyes. "I'm not." He muttered nervously, uncomfortable with the sudden encounter. She giggled softly. "Yes, you are." He pressed his lips together. The girl leaned closer, too close, and rested her elbows on her knees, her face only a few centimeters from his as she tried to peek into his eyes. "What's your name?" "Mine is Toga. But the people here call me." She tilted her head, thinking for a moment, 29-something. "It's kinda ugly, right?" Rio swallowed hard. He didn't want to talk. Didn't want anyone near him. "Don't come close to me," he murmured, finally lifting his gaze. His eyes were empty, opaque in a way no child should ever be. But the little girl smiled even wider. As if he had just invited her to play. "Why not?" she asked, tilting her head again, her buns bobbing. Rio hesitated for a second. He didn't want to scare her, didn't want to hurt her, didn't want to talk, didn't want anything. "I'm dangerous," he whispered. He expected her to pull back. To make a face. To leave like the others. But she just let out a little, cute, giggle. "Oh, me too," she chirped, clapping her hands lightly. "Look, the lady in there said my quirk is kind of scary. But I think it's cool." She pouted. "They don't let me play with the other kids because I get urges." Rio blinked slowly. "Urges for what?" She opened a smile that was sweet and wrong. "To bite." He froze instantly, his shoulders shrinking subtly. "Don't bite me." "I won't," she said quickly, raising her hands. "You don't look tasty." "Thanks." She stared at him with her head tilted, studying every tiny detail of him in a way that made the boy uncomfortable. Suddenly, she leaned forward again, too fast, and Rio almost held his breath. "Your eyes are pretty," she whispered. "They're not pretty." "Yes, they are," she insisted. "You look sad. Scary. But strong. I like that." Rio didn't know how to respond to that. So he simply turned his face away. Toga swung her legs on the bench, her shoes tapping lightly on the metal. She watched him as if he were a new animal in a zoo, without judgment, only pure fascination. "Are you alone here too?" she asked. "My mom's busy." "So is mine." She sighed, then smiled again. "So, we can wait together." "I don't want to talk." "That's fine," she said cheerfully. "I'll talk for both of us." Rio let out a heavy sigh, defeated. "Great," he muttered, absolutely unenthusiastic. She giggled, pleased to have one. "Hey," she called again, turning toward him. "Can we be friends?" Rio's eyes widened for an instant, a microsecond of genuine surprise slipping through his apathetic mask before tension took over again. "No, we can't," he murmured, trying to dodge the subject in fear. "Yes we can," she said simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "I decided I want to be your friend, so I'm your friend now." He frowned. But that's not how it works." "Yes, it is," she insisted. "You're not scared of me like the others, but you are scared of scaring me. You won't like being near me." "But I want to," she replied, smiling as if that solved everything. Silence settled. Tense on his side, comfortable on hers. Toga swung her legs again, humming softly. Then she tilted her head. "You're really nice. Even if you're trying hard to pretend you're not." Rio looked away to the floor, unsure of what to do with that, but strangely, he didn't tell her to leave again. And Toga, noticing that, smiled in a way that was half adorable, half unsettling, remaining seated right beside him. But then, "Rying. Rying. Rying." The shrill sound cut through the silence of the small apartment like a blade. Rio opened his eyes slowly, his pupils still heavy, clinging to a dream that felt more real than the stuffy room around him. The alarm kept beeping on the nightstand until he reached over and shut it off with a quick tap. For a few seconds, long, deep, silent, he remained lying on his back, simply breathing. The peeling ceiling looked the same as always, but the feeling inside him, that belonged to another time. A time he never revisited willingly. But that sometimes his brain insisted on shoving back at him. He brought a hand to his forehead, his fingers pressing lightly against his skin as the echo of the memory still vibrated in his mind. The white hallway. The cold bench. And that little girl with golden eyes and a crooked smile far too big to be normal. Rio exhaled slowly. "It's been a long time since I last saw her," he murmured, his voice hoarse from sleep and from the weight of the thought. The apartment was too quiet, so quiet his own voice sounded strange in it. "I wonder." He began in a whisper that almost broke, if she's holding up better than I am. Rio arrived at UA's gate with the same energy as a salaryman in a rough week. It was only his second day at this school, yet it already felt like an eternity. His steps were heavy, his body still remembering the tension from the day before. The hallway leading to Class 1A felt longer than it should. When he finally walked in, no one was there yet, just the smell of a freshly cleaned classroom and the distant echo of footsteps in the corridor. Finally, he muttered, dragging himself to his desk. He shoved his backpack under it without much ceremony and slumped into the chair, resting his face on his arm. His eyes stayed fixed on the blackboard without actually seeing it. Just emptiness. A comfortable emptiness he welcomed. Little by little, students started entering, but to his surprise, they kept a respectful distance. After yesterday's social chaos, it seemed the entire class had decided to treat him like a wild animal that shouldn't be provoked. Perfect. A wonderful gift from the heavens for him. Now this is nice, no one bothering me, no one breathing down my neck. If it stays like this, I'll get through this course in peace. But it only took about 10 minutes for that peace to evaporate as quickly as it had appeared. He turned his eyes to the right, where he could hear an irritating chorus of voices. Dash was completely surrounded. Kirishima, Ashido, Kaminari, Siro, Uraraka, Tsuyu, and practically half the class were around the American like a swarm. Questions in Japanese flew from every direction. What's the name of your quirk? Have you ever participated in a tournament? Do Americans really eat pancakes for breakfast? Poor Dash tried to keep up, his eyes darting from one face to another. He was sweating. Sorry. One at a time. I can't, I don't, what? It was friendly chaos, but chaos nonetheless. Momo, sitting nearby, was already out of breath from translating. Calm down, one at a time, she begged, raising her hands. What Kaminari meant was, wait, Dash, he's asking about your quirk. And, Kirishima, you asked about tournaments, right? Ashido, pancakes. Really? What? Ashido laughed. I'm curious. Momo sighed deeply and continued translating as best she could, turning her head from side to side like an automatic machine. Dash tried to keep up with a polite smile, but his shoulders were tense. Everyone is so loud. He murmured, almost pleading. Guys, slow down, please. The worst part was that some of them tried to help. Tried. Kaminari leaned in and said. Hello, Dasho. Do you like Japanese food? Kirishima tried. You fast. Very fast. Manly. Rio closed his eyes for a moment, defeated by association. Peace was dead. Buried. No chance of resurrection. For God's sake. He muttered, lifting his head and staring at the ceiling. Noise first thing in the morning. He even considered getting up and going to the hallway just to get some air, but before any movement was possible, the classroom door slid open with a dry clack. And that was enough. A dragged, sleepy, zero-tolerance voice echoed. Sit down. In an instant, the entire class froze. The next, everyone rushed to their desks as if the chairs were lifeboats. Dash practically jumped onto his own desk, as if he had just escaped an earthquake. Aizawa entered with his usual, I didn't sleep and I won't pretend I'm fine, face, holding a coffee in one hand and dragging his feet. The entire room went silent. Marvelously, perfectly, deliciously silent for Rio. Rio closed his eyes for a moment, finally relaxing since he arrived. Thank you, Aizawa. After the regular classes followed by lunch, noon arrived, and the class that almost everyone had been waiting for would begin. Class 1A was alive with murmurs and whispers about what was to come. Some students couldn't stop staring at the door, anxious, until a familiar voice cut through the chatter. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might stepped in, towering, with that exaggerated smile and overly heroic stance. His blue cape swayed behind him, and the entire class's eyes went wide. All Might. Wow. It really is him. That's the Silver Age uniform, isn't it? Oh my God, it gives me chills just to look. Dash almost lost his breath, eyes shining with excitement. He had never seen All Might up close and was utterly impressed. He's real. I'm actually seeing All Might, he murmured, nearly out of breath. Jack is going to be so jealous when I tell him. All Might's booming voice echoed through the room. Ha ha ha. Well, class, I know you're all excited, but today I'm not here as a famous hero, today I'm your teacher. And let's get straight to the point, today we're having a combat training. The room exploded with energy. Everyone stood up, laughing and chatting, Bakugo showing a confident grin, Izuku practically vibrating with excitement, Todoroki keeping his usual serious expression, and Dash almost trembling with anticipation. And to match your first training session, we prepared the hero costumes you designed to complement your quirks. Your hero costumes. Metallic boxes began to open along the back walls, making pops and creaks that drew everyone's attention. I can't believe we're going to wear our hero costumes. This is going to be amazing. Most of the students rushed to grab their boxes and get ready, but Rio remained seated, quietly watching the commotion. He didn't have a box. In fact, he didn't even have a hero costume. When All Might noticed that Rio hadn't stood up yet, he called out. Hey, young Takeda. Not grabbing your hero outfit. Rio looked at him with a calm, slightly bored expression. I don't have one yet. Kind of haven't filled out the hero costume subsidy form. All Might raised an eyebrow, surprised, but laughed with his loud, energetic laugh. Ha ha ha. That's fine. But you do have a 2-month deadline if I recall, better hurry up and unleash your creativity, young man. Make something that will become your new identity in society. Rio made a quick grimace, saying nothing, but inwardly accepted the words. He knew he had no choice. Understood, he murmured to himself, calmly standing and leaving the room, not joining the class's excitement. All Might turned his attention back to the class, ignoring Rio's quiet exit. So, everyone ready? Meet at Field Beta after you change. Today, you'll learn firsthand what it truly means to be a hero. After about half an hour, almost the entire Class 1A had gathered at Ground Beta. The wind blew through the fake streets of the urban training field, and the sun reflected off the metallic facades of the simulated buildings. The environment looked like a small, quiet town, about to awaken. The students chatted excitedly, comparing their newly debuted outfits. I love your outfit, Mina. You look so cute in it. Toru commented, her voice bright as always. Mina brought a hand to her face, blushing. Hee thanks. Toru-chan, why are you only wearing gloves and boots? Ribbit, asked Tsuyu, joining the conversation. Well, since I'm invisible, I can only use my quirk to the fullest this way, Hagakure replied, a faint blush floating in the air in front of her. Meanwhile, Rio finally appeared at the end of the field path. Unlike most of the others, he wore only the standard UA gym uniform. The sun lightly hit his short black hair, his icy green-tinged eyes observing the field ahead with indifference. Some classmates noticed him from afar and exchanged glances, murmuring quietly. Huh, he really came like that. Ciro murmured. Weird guy. Kaminari muttered under his breath, too curious to admit it aloud. Meanwhile, Dash was in the center of the group, excited and waving at his classmates. Some of them, curious, started complimenting him. Man, it totally suits you. It's simple and won't get in the way of anything, just you and your power. Kirishima said enthusiastically. And it even looks super comfortable. No excess fabric to hinder movement, Ojiro commented, examining the outfit with a critical yet respectful eye. Rio walked to a corner of the field, moving with silent, purposeful steps, as if silently saying he didn't want to be disturbed, and even the curious kept a certain distance, watching from afar. The general chatter continued, though curious glances occasionally flicked toward him. Come on, everyone. Now is the time to start your combat training. All Might's thunderous voice cut across the field, making everyone straighten up instantly. Murmurs and giggles vanished, and the class's attention turned fully toward him. The hero took a deep breath, adjusting his overly heroic posture before beginning to explain what was next. Today, we're going to test not only your strength but also your strategy, teamwork, and quick thinking. This training exercise will be a simulated battle between heroes and villains. Each team will be tasked with achieving specific objectives, and your success will depend on your ability to cooperate and adapt under pressure. The entire group listened attentively, though Rio remained seated with a relaxed posture, arms crossed over his chest, only occasionally glancing at the field ahead. All right, listen carefully, All Might continued. Heroes will aim to capture the villains or recover the nuclear device hidden somewhere within the training area before time runs out. Conversely, villains will win if they can hold onto the nuclear device for the entire time or if they manage to neutralize the hero team. Keep in mind, strategy and cooperation are as important as raw power. If you act recklessly, you may fail regardless of your individual strength. He walked across the field as he explained, gesturing grandly. Remember, this is a simulation, so there's no actual danger, but you must treat it as if it were real. Think, plan, and act decisively. Use your quirks wisely, and don't underestimate your opponent. The class exchanged glances, some murmuring to each other, discussing possible strategy combinations, while others looked eagerly at All Might. Dash was practically trembling with excitement, barely able to contain his urge to start running and test his abilities. All right. All Might clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Now, let's form the teams. I'll assign you so that each team has a fair balance of quirks and abilities. Pay attention. He began announcing the teams, one by one, as the students looked at each other, smiling and quickly commenting. Rio merely tilted his head slightly when he heard his name, praying that he gets paired with someone who isn't one of those three certain people. As you will be facing off in pairs or small groups, here are the teams for today's exercise. Team A, Denki Kaminari and Mizo Shoji. Team B, Fumikage Tokoyami and Dash Par. Team C, Hantasiro and Yuga Aoyama. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Achiko Uraraka. Team E, Kyoka Jiro and Tenya Ida. Team F, Toru Hagakure and Mina Ashido. Team G, Mashareo Ojiro and Eijiro Kirishima. Team H, Momo Yayorozu and Shoto Todoroki. Team I, Rito Takeda and Izuka Midoriya. Team J, Rikido Sato and Tsuyu Azui. Rio felt a slight knot in his throat when he realized who his partner would be. He looked at Midoriya, who for some reason was staring back at him. The green-haired boy flinched slightly, raised his hand hesitantly, and waved nervously. Rio sighed inwardly, wishing, almost begging the universe, to spare him from this situation. Before he could react, All Might announced the opponents for their team. Rio didn't need to hear the names of the teams to feel the tension rise. Heroes of Team I versus villains of Team D. Heroes of Team A versus villains of Team G. Heroes of Team C versus villains of Team B. Heroes of Team H versus villains of Team E. Heroes of Team J versus villains of Team F. It was as if the universe had landed a direct blow to his stomach. They would go first. Midoriya beside him took a deep breath, trying to look confident, but it was clear he was nervous. Rio just stood still, staring at the table in front of him, his blank expression saying everything about his inner state. You've to be kidding me. Chapter 9, Combat Training Part 1. Lucius Best's apartment occupied one of the upper floors of an upscale building in the wealthy district, spacious, modern, with one of those panoramic windows that covered almost the entire living room. The bathroom gleamed with light marble, and Lucius, wearing only dress pants, stood before the mirror, rubbing alcohol into his freshly trimmed beard with the careful precision of a man who knew he looked stylish even in the smallest details. That was when a red blur shot past the window, so fast that its reflection wavered on the glass. Lucius blinked, tilting his head. Celebrity, he muttered, suspicious. Before he could step closer to the window, another figure filled the view, a large black spherical robot, big enough to block out all the light for a second before continuing on its path toward its target. Lucius took 2 steps back, eyes wide. Oh, that's not good. He spun on his heel and rushed to the stack of folded clothes, rummaging like a desperate man until he found the small white remote. A click, and the wardrobe at the back of the room slid aside, revealing the secret compartment. The pedestal for his supersuit, empty. Lucius froze. "Honey," he called, in a tone far too serious to be casual. From the other room, her muffled voice answered. "What?" Lucius pressed his lips tight. "Where is my supersuit?" "What? Where is my super-suit?" A brief silence fell over the house, until his wife responded. I put it away." Outside, an explosion rattled the window glass. The building trembled for a moment. Lucius widened his eyes and dashed down the hallway toward the next room. "Where did you put it?" he insisted, yanking drawers open in urgency. "Why do you need to know?" she shot back, offended. "I need it, honey," he said, nearly tripping over the rug as he pulled out boxes, cushions, anything in his way. "Oha," her answer came sharp. "Don't you dare run off to do some heroic nonsense. We planned this dinner for 2 months. The public is in danger," he argued, still searching frantically. "My night is what's in danger." Lucius threw his hands up, completely losing patience. Tell me where my suit is, woman. We're talking about the greater good. Greater good. I'm your wife. I am the greatest good you're ever gonna get. And Lucius finally stopped searching, lowering his head with a sigh. He knew she wasn't exactly wrong, but this was definitely not the time for this. Inside the building designated as the villain's hideout, Uraraka watched the papier-mâché nuclear bomb placed in the center of the room. The texture was rough, hastily painted, but the shape was recognizable enough. So, this is what we're supposed to protect, she murmured, tilting her head. She crouched slightly, touching the structure with care, as if she feared it might be even more fragile than it looked. Before she could dwell on the thought, a harsh voice exploded behind her. Hey! Infinity Girl. Question. Uraraka jumped so hard she nearly smacked her forehead into the mock bomb. GGAH. W what? The blonde stared at her with furrowed brows and a closed-off expression, not his usual explosive anger, but something different, a confused irritation. Deku. Does he have a quirk or not? Bakugo asked, his voice low and tense, as if he were trying to process something painful to admit. I'm not. I dunno, hallucinating, right? Uraraka took a breath, trying not to look like cornered prey. Oh, of course he has a quirk, she replied, laughing nervously. You didn't see what he did yesterday. He's really strong, he just, kinda hurts himself a lot when he uses it. Bakugo clenched his teeth. TCH. That nerd, fooling me this whole time. Uraraka raised her hands, distressed. No, it's not like that. Maybe he never said anything because he doesn't control it well yet. And, look, there's also Takeda, so it's not a good idea for us to go straight at them, don't you think? The two of them are really strong. Better to wait and. But Bakugo had already turned his head away, ignoring every word she said. His jaw trembled slightly. Deku, you bastard. He muttered, almost spitting the name. Fooling me all this time. Uraraka just sighed, dropping her shoulders as she watched him walk deeper into the room, sparks crackling in his hands. Outside, Midoriya and Rio were standing before the blueprints All Might had handed out before the test. The silence between them was almost tangible. Midoriya held the paper with both hands, his eyes following every line of the drawing. Okay, I need to memorize this. He whispered, already feeling sweat forming on his forehead. At least there's no punishment like yesterday with Aizawa, so I should be more relaxed but. His gaze drifted to the side. Rio analyzed the blueprint calmly. His greenish eyes, cold and empty, moved methodically over the paper. Nothing on his face showed tension or worry, only focus and a hint of fatigue. Midoriya pressed his lips together, thinking. There are two people who never let me relax for even a second. Kaken and Taketaken. But there was something about Takeda specifically that felt strange. Something familiar. As if some old memory tried to surface, but couldn't. Before he could think further, a dry voice pulled him back. Midoriya. A.H. Izuku almost dropped the paper. Yais. What is it? Rio lowered the sheet slightly, looking at him as if asking something obvious. I think with the strength we currently have, we can just go through the front without any issues. Midoriya blinked, not understanding immediately. Through the front. Yes. Rio pointed at the blueprint, tapping specific sections. The villain team only has one real source of attack. Bakugo. The Gravity Girl is support. Useful, but not dangerous in direct combat. He looked back at Midoriya, cold as ever, always straightforward. We are two offensive forces. I'm the strongest between us, but you have power too. If we just enter through the front and deal with Bakugo right away, the victory would be basically guaranteed. Midoriya's jaw dropped. He didn't expect this. Takeda had always kept himself isolated since the beginning, irritated by everything that came near him and somewhat antisocial. And Midoriya couldn't read him because of the distance he kept from everyone. But here he was, being extremely analytical, logical, and talkative. Rio kept his hand on his chin, calculating possible routes and reaction times. But when he turned his head, he noticed Midoriya staring at him with bright eyes, as if he'd just discovered a new star in the sky. Rio frowned, a faint shiver crawling up his neck at the intensity of the stare. Hey! Stop looking at me like that. Sorry. Izuku stepped back twice, blushing. It's just. I was surprised. You're really different from what I imagined. Ryo sighed, brushing his fingertips across his forehead as if trying to dispel the annoyance. You'll only see this side of me in teamwork situations. There's no way around it. It would be idiotic of me to isolate myself when something like this requires someone's head working at full capacity and proper teamwork. Midoriya blinked. And I'm not stupid enough to let my habits get in the way, Ryo added. I want to pass this test. That's all. Izuku gave a small, sincere smile. I'm glad to hear that. Good for you, Ryo replied flatly, returning his attention to the map. Now focus. We need to finish a plan before All Might calls everyone. And as if on cue, the hero's booming voice echoed across the field. Team I. Get ready. Ryo exhaled slowly, folding the map with precision. Yeah. It's starting. Midoriya swallowed hard, picking up the blueprint he had dropped and pressing it against his chest. The two walked together toward the building, one filled with determination. And the other with the kind of indifference of someone who just wanted to get this over with. Ryo pushed the window open carefully, creating just enough space for him and Midoriya to slip through. The inside of the building was dimly lit, with long, silent hallways where every shadow seemed to hide something. Midoriya followed right behind, ducking so he wouldn't hit his head. Right, we need to be careful, he whispered. There are a lot of blind spots around these corners, any one of them could be an ambush. Ryo didn't answer. He simply moved forward with steady steps, posture straight, gaze fixed ahead. His greenish eyes drifted from corner to corner, sharp and alert. Midoriya kept close, slightly hunched, as if trying to make as little noise as possible. The words spoken before they entered still echoed in Izuku's mind. If things don't go as planned with Bakugo, you leave and let me handle him. The memory made the boy swallow hard. He looked at Ryo walking ahead, far too calm for someone about to face Bakugo Hiden. And then, a sudden crack cut through the silence. Ryo turned his head just enough to catch the faint orange glow forming in the dark corner of the hallway. Sure. An explosion tore through the air, lighting the corridor for a split second. But Ryo had already moved. Inner transition surged through his body in a blink, like a sudden hardening of his muscles, a tension that made every motion instinctive and fast. He stepped back sharply and grabbed Midoriya by the collar of his suit, dragging him along with almost inhuman precision. Midoriya hit the floor with a thud, but unharmed. The wall beside them burst open, concrete shards flying. Deku, a furious voice roared down the corridor. Bakugo emerged from the smoke, his face twisted with predatory rage, like a beast closing in on prey. Midoriya sucked in a breath. Takeda. You okay? Ryo just gave a small nod. Yeah. Didn't expect him to come straight to us, though. Bakugo's glare landed immediately on Midoriya, completely ignoring Ryo. Since yesterday I've been thinking about this. You useless nerd, had a damn quirk this whole time. Midoriya trembled, stammering. I kinda figured he'd come after me first. Ryo watched them with raised brows, as if observing a pointless argument. He exhaled slowly before releasing a resigned sigh. Midoriya. Yais. Go to the nuclear device. Midoriya blinked, confused. What? But. You heard me. Ryo fixed his cold gaze on him. We both know you can't use your quirk normally. It'd be stupid for you to end up incapacitated for the rest of the test. Besides, I'm enough to deal with Bakugo right now. So go. Recover the bomb. Secure our win. Bakugo's eyes widened. Hey. Deku. Don't you dare run. Midoriya looked at Bakugo, then at Ryo, and pressed his lips together. Got it. He rose quickly and sprinted into one of the side hallways, disappearing. Bakugo shot forward instantly, propelling himself with both hands. Deku. Get back here. But before he could cross the hall, Ryo stepped forward, blocking his path like a wall. Bakugo snarled. Move. Aside. Ryo just tilted his head slightly. If you want to get to him, you'll have to go through me first. Bakugo's rage erupted all at once. You. He launched an explosion straight toward Ryo's face with his right hand. But the greeny boy shifted aside with almost lazy grace. His arm came up, grabbing the blonde by the face midair, as if catching something far too light. Then Ryo spun his body and hurled him down the hallway. The impact against the wall echoed, ripping a guttural sound from Bakugo, who dropped to his knees, gasping, trying to regain the air knocked out of him. Ryo was already standing where he'd been, hands in his pockets, watching him like one observes a wild animal struggling to stay upright. "I don't know what your obsession with Midoriya is," he said calmly. "But if you want to get to him, you'll have to go through me first." Bakugo lifted his head slowly, hatred burning in his eyes. He looked like a rabid dog ready to tear apart anything in its way. "I was already pissed at Deku," he growled, rising to his feet with trembling fists. "And now someone else is in my way and pissing me off even more." Ryo just cracked his neck. "Not my problem." The main screen showed the building's narrow hallway, dust still drifting down after the sudden explosion. Even without audio, everyone had clearly seen Bakugo's surprise attack, Ryo's quick dodge, and, above all, the moment he grabbed Midoriya by the back of his costume and pulled him away as if it were the most natural thing in the world. As soon as the feed switched back to live footage, showing Bakugo getting up with rage in his eyes and Ryo stepping between him and Midoriya, the entire room burst into murmurs. Kirishima was the first to speak, leaning forward. "Whoa, did you guys see that? That move Takeda pulled, that was manly as hell." Ida adjusted his glasses, visibly impressed. The precision of his defensive movement was remarkable. He analyzed the trajectory of the explosion in less than a second and reacted before Midoriya even realized the danger. Extremely efficient. Azui tilted her head, observing Ryo's posture on the screen. "He doesn't even look scared, Ribbit. He's really calm even with Bakugo attacking like that." Mina raised her hands, excited. "Guys," he tossed Bakugo like he was a pillow. All Might, who had been watching the footage with his arms crossed, pressed his thumb lightly against his chin. His eyes were half narrowed, he wasn't simply watching, he was analyzing. "Young Takeda," he murmured softly, mostly to himself. "Your reaction was impeccable." And he made a clear decision, to put himself on the front line so Midoriya could advance. Meanwhile, the camera showed Bakugo gritting his teeth, completely consumed by anger, while Ryo simply watched him with a neutral expression, almost bored, yet alert. All Might took a deep breath. "This confrontation," he said, his tone heavy but steady, "will reveal a great deal about young Bakugo's emotional control. And about young Takeda's hidden capabilities." Ryo and Bakugo froze for a few seconds, just staring at each other. The tension was so dense it felt like it was squeezing the air inside that narrow hallway. Then, without warning, Ryo moved. A single step, and he vanished from his initial position, reappearing almost in Bakugo's face. Bakugo's eyes widened at the absurd speed, but he reacted fast. He blasted the floor right in front of him, sending up a wave of dust and concrete. Ryo raised his forearm to shield himself from the debris, slowing for just an instant. From within the smoke, Bakugo emerged with a roar, hand ready for a direct explosion. Ryo dodged with his body, grabbed Bakugo's forearm, and tried to throw him the same way he had before. But Bakugo was already waiting for that. "That's not gonna work again, you freak," he snarled. Using Ryo's own momentum, Bakugo twisted in the air and landed behind him, shoving the boy hard. Ryo flew down the hallway and hit the floor, sliding several meters before regaining balance with the soles of his feet. But the blonde didn't give him a moment to think. He was already on top of Ryo with both hands together, detonating an explosion big enough to shake the entire wall. The impact reverberated through the corridors. Dust fell from the ceiling. And several floors above, Midoriya stopped running, his heart tightening. "Will he be okay?" he whispered, before sprinting again. In the ruined hallway, Bakugo kept his guard up, watching the cloud of smoke. He expected to see Ryo on the ground, burned or thrown far away. But nothing appeared. "Huh." Bakugo narrowed his eyes. Then a calm voice came from above. "Close one." Bakugo's eyes widened and he looked up, too late. Ryo released the hand he had dug into the ceiling and dropped, planting a firm step on Bakugo's back to propel himself away. The blonde bent over involuntarily, letting out an annoyed gasp. "You little." He turned just in time to see Ryo land a few meters ahead, completely unscathed, his green gaze as cold as ever. Bakugo's right gauntlet flickered for an instant in a reddish hue before returning to normal. Ryo raised an eyebrow. That intrigued him, but Bakugo cut his thoughts short by blasting his palms out of sheer irritation. "Stop dodging, damn it. Face me, Hedon. I know that you are strong." Rio responded only with an indifferent stare, completely neutral, almost bored. Something inside Bakugo snapped at that. He furrowed his brow, then smiled. A crooked, almost deranged smile. That look. Bakugo lifted his head slightly, as if seeing a ghost from the past. I knew I'd seen that before. It always gave me this damn discomfort. But now I know who you are. Rio slowly narrowed his eyes. You were that weird kid from our class. The emo in the corner. Bakugo raised his right gauntlet and aimed it. I never liked the way you looked at me. It felt like you were judging me. The blonde pulled the pin on the gauntlet, locking his arm to stabilize the shot. I didn't mess with you out of pity. I just thought you were trash like the others. But I'll admit, you've shown something decent. Rio took a slow breath, the greenish glow pulsing faintly in his irises. You talk too much. Bakugo grinned, wild. And now I'm gonna show you who you're dealing with. Rio's eyes widened as he took a step back when he noticed the flare inside the gauntlet as Bakugo pulled the pin. Hey, Bakugo. But it was too late. A white flash filled the entire hallway, swallowing their shadows, and then... boom. The explosion shook the entire building. Dust fell from the ceiling. Chunks of concrete came crashing down. Windows rattled on the upper floors. And the hallway where the two stood disappeared into light and smoke. The observation room shook entirely when the explosion echoed through the walls. The screens trembled for a second, as if even they had taken the hit. A heavy silence fell over the class. What was that? Ciro yelled, eyes wide, almost slipping out of his chair. That explosion, wasn't it way too big? Jairu muttered, feeling the floor still vibrating faintly. The internal cameras took a few seconds to stabilize after the shockwave. Dust fragments flickered on the screen, covering the hallway where Bakugo and Rio were. All Might froze in front of the monitor. His lips trembled. Young Bakugo. He murmured, his voice weighed down with concern. That was one of his sweat grenades. Ida stepped closer to the teacher, expression rigid. This is extremely dangerous. The destructive power of that weapon is completely inappropriate for a controlled testing environment. We must stop the test at once. Bakugo really went overboard. Kaminari swallowed hard. Like, way overboard. Momo, watching the screen with analytical focus, rested her hand on her chin. That kind of explosion is equivalent to specialized ammunition. Using it in a closed hallway, it's not just reckless, it's potentially lethal. Mina covered her mouth, pale. That other guy, he was right in front of that. The cameras adjusted their focus. Only smoke. Neither of them visible. All Might leaned forward, truly tense now. The eyes that once shone with confidence were widened with real fear. He had warned Bakugo to stop, but the boy ignored every warning and fired anyway. By my muscles, that could have. But a static-filled voice suddenly cut him off. I'm fine. Rio's voice came through All Might's communicator as the smoke on the cameras began to clear, revealing both students standing in the middle of the haze, alive and unscathed. The dust finally began to settle, falling like gray snow through the ruined corridor. First came Bakugo's silhouette, chest heaving, his right gauntlet releasing steam, eyes narrowed against the smoke. He raised an arm to block the lingering dust and forced his vision forward. TCH, did I overdo? Bakugo stopped. His expression flickered. A few meters ahead, standing, was Rio. His arms were raised to shield his face, his uniform torn and scorched in several places. Right behind him, the floor and wall had vanished into a massive crater, the direct point of impact from Bakugo's concentrated blast. And Rio was standing. Unharmed. Bakugo's eyes widened for a second, then he grinned. Hey, damn. You actually held up pretty damn well. He wiped his forehead with his arm, brushing away the sweat. Honestly. I was kinda unsure if you were gonna survive that one. But, look at you. You went past my expectations. Rio didn't answer. He just lowered his arm slowly, breathing deeply, staring at Bakugo as if none of it had been a big deal. The blonde's grin grew even more provoking. But look at the state you're in, you weirdo. He motioned toward the ruined uniform. Bet you can't even keep going properly. So stay there, nice and quiet, and let me go deal with that dumbass nerd. Bakugo turned as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. If you can, ask someone to carry you to the infirmary. Or go cry in your mom's law. He didn't finish. Because the instant the word "mom" left his mouth, Rio lifted his gaze. A gaze that cut through the smoke, cold, murderous, glowing with a ghostly green hue. For the first time, Bakugo felt a real shiver crawl up his spine, an instinctive, visceral fear that made him hold his breath without meaning to. What the hell? He couldn't finish. Rio vanished from his sight. A dry thunderclap echoed as the floor cracked beneath the boy's foot. When Bakugo blinked, just once, Rio was already in front of him, his fist mere centimeters from his face. And then a colossal shockwave exploded outward, devastating the opposite side of the building. So powerful it tore through walls, ripped out concrete, and carved a path outward like an air cannon blast, striking 3 nearby buildings. The entire floor shook violently, the structure groaning as if ready to collapse. Down the halls, windows shattered. And in the room where Midoriya had just arrived, he dropped to his knees, grabbing the floor to keep from falling as the building shook. What was that? He yelled, completely disoriented. In the observation room, almost no one breathed. Monitors rattled. All Might froze in place. The classmates were left gaping. Rio's fist, which looked like it had struck Bakugo, had actually passed mere millimeters from his cheek. A thin red line appeared on the blonde's face. Just a cut. Almost nothing. But enough for Bakugo to understand. He fell back onto the floor, legs shaking, heart pounding. His eyes wide with pure panic. Rio straightened, lowering his smoldering fist. The green glow in his eyes faded slightly, but the resentment was unmistakable. He pointed a finger at Bakugo, his voice low, firm, weighted with a threat that made the air feel heavier. Never. His stare pierced Bakugo's like a blade. Talk. About. My. Mother. Chapter 10, Combat Training Part 2. Midoriya sprinted through the shattered hallways, feeling the floor tremble faintly beneath his feet, lingering vibrations from the monstrous explosion Rio had caused. His heart pounded fast, not only from the battle but from worry. Takeda, please, be okay. Turning the last corner of the mental map he'd sketched while running, he entered the room where the villain team was supposed to be guarding the nuclear weapon. Uraraka, he gasped. The girl jumped in fright, hands flying to her chest. Ah. Deku. She looked around, clearly nervous, but Midoriya noticed something strange. The nuclear device was nowhere to be seen. Midoriya blinked. Wait, where's the weapon? Uraraka smiled, a proud little grin that showed she was very pleased with herself. Hee hee. I hid it somewhere you won't be able to reach. She pointed upward. Midoriya lifted his chin, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The nuclear weapon was floating up near the ceiling, hanging there like a balloon tied to nothing. Floating thanks to the girl's touch. It's really high. Midoriya muttered in despair. How am I supposed to get up there? He was thinking out loud. Too loud. Uraraka smiled, a mischievous one. Sorry, Dekukan, but I can't let you in that easily. And before he could even ask what that meant. Whumph. A barrel came flying straight toward him. Ha. Midoriya yelped and threw himself to the side, rolling on the floor. Another barrel. Then a huge crate. All of them floated at first, then suddenly regained weight and speed the moment she cancelled her quirk, turning into unpredictable projectiles. Uraraka, wait. We can talk. Sorry. I can't. I'm a villain now. More crates came flying, and Midoriya was forced to run, leap, and slide across the ground to avoid being hit. A crate nearly clipped his shoulder, barely. He dove behind a pillar, breathing rapidly. This is bad. If I stay here, she'll keep pinning me down with these projectiles, and I'll never reach the weapon. Suddenly, something slammed into the pillar beside his head, cracking the concrete. Midoriya turned on reflex. Uraraka was already touching another crate, making it float. And then, an idea sparked. That's it. Even Midoriya was startled by the firmness of his resolve. He dashed out of cover, throwing himself straight toward Uraraka. MHA. Deku, she stepped back, startled. Crates and floating barrels shot at him like improvised meteors, but Midoriya dodged them all, sliding, leaping, twisting, shifting his body. He got so close that Uraraka let out a tiny squeak, startled. MHA, wait. Don't get so close. Instinctively, the girl shoved him with both hands. Midoriya's body lost its weight instantly and floated backward uncontrollably. UWAH, he yelled, spinning in the air. She touched me. Normally, that would be it. Zero gravity was basically a game over unless you had a way to move midair. But Midoriya looked down. At Uraraka. And at the bomb floating above them. He drew a deep breath. Let's see if this works. He extended his hand downward, aiming his index finger. One for all surged through his finger like a concentrated electric current. Delaware. Smash. Boom. The air exploded beneath him, launching him upward like a green rocket. Midoriya blasted off, a human missile, slicing through the air and shooting straight toward the ceiling. Uraraka stared wide-eyed, almost letting a curse slip. And no way he used it like that. Midoriya shot past her height, then higher still, and finally, grabbed the nuclear weapon midair, clutching it tightly to his chest as he spun weightlessly. He stabilized his momentum and smiled as he hovered in zero gravity. Two did it. And the voice echoed through the room. Hero team wins. In the observation room, Class 1A watched the images displayed on the large monitor with full attention. Team I's victory still echoed through the room, and most of the students were trying to process what had just happened. Ribbit. The losing team came out untouched compared to the winning team with Takeda's condition. On the screen, Ryo appeared with part of his uniform burned, still out of breath, standing in front of Bakugo sprawled on the floor. Kaminari let out a low whistle. Dude, that punch of his was terrifying. Seriously, if it had hit Bakugo's face, it would have sent him straight to the next life. Jiro crossed her arms, visibly tense. I could actually feel the pressure from here. Dash stretched his arm out as if he were punching the air. I felt the impact from here. Like, whoosh, bam. Dude, it was beautiful. Momo crossed her arms. He looked like he was about to kill someone. No way. Dash shot back, buzzing with excitement. That was epic. He held Bakugo like he was a level 1 NPC. Kirishima, just as hyped as him, jumped right in. Now that's manliness. Takeda was a beast from start to finish. And that final pose, man, that was badass. Attention returned to the screen when the camera showed Bakugo again. The blonde was breathing fast, his hands still trembling, eyes widened and fixed on Ryo's as if he were staring at something he couldn't comprehend. In his head, everything was spinning. That punch, that would have killed me. Could he have taken me out from the beginning? Then why? Why didn't he do it? The more he remembered that crushing sensation of imminent death, the worse his breathing became. The image of those merciless eyes burned in his mind, corroding every drop of pride. Bakugo trembled. Have I always been this insignificant compared to him since the start? A heavy hand on his shoulder made him flinch. All Might crouched beside him. Young Bakugo, it's all right. Let's go back to the observation room. The hero then looked at Ryo. Young Takeda, go to the infirmary and treat those burns. That's an order. Ryo took a deep breath, finally noticing the injuries. The skin on his arms was red and marked from Bakugo's massive explosion. He nodded. Understood. I'm going. And he left, while Bakugo remained frozen like someone trapped inside his own mind. All Might helped the blonde stand and guided him back. Back in the room, everyone gathered. All Might clapped his hands to get their attention. Very well, young ones. After analyzing the battle, the MVP is Midoriya. Midoriya almost choked on his own air. Madame. The rest of the class murmured with confusion. It was impossible not to question it. But, shouldn't it be Takeda? Siro whispered. He basically carried the whole thing against Bakugo. All Might gave a nervous smile. Well, you must be wondering why. Does anyone know the answer? Momo raised her hand, calm as always. I do. The room went silent instantly. Everyone turned to her. Although Takeda was essential, she began, his final action against Bakugo was impulsive. It could have caused serious structural damage to the building if he had missed or overdone it. It was simply dangerous. Bakugo's eyes trembled as he heard that. As for Bakugo, Momo continued, he acted the most on personal impulse. The explosion that damaged part of the building put everyone equally at risk. This is unacceptable in a battle that simulates a real mission. Some students averted their eyes from the blonde. Uraraka was also careless, Momo went on, allowing the enemy to approach directly without retreating or using the mobility her quirk grants her. Her carelessness is what made her get caught off guard. She then turned to Midoriya. Midoriya showed the best combat reading, best adaptation, and best strategic use of his quirk. Even being clumsy at first, he managed to improvise, foresee risks, and act without compromising the building or his partner. The room stayed silent for a few seconds until All Might, smiling nervously and taking a deep breath, responded. Exactly. Young Yaoyorozu is absolutely correct. Very well observed. The others began to agree, murmuring praise and congratulations toward Midoriya. The boy turned red like a tomato, shrinking as his classmates crowded around him. Meanwhile, Bakugo remained motionless, eyes glued to the floor the entire time, until the next match began. His eyes shot to the screen the moment he saw it. Todoroki simply walked into the building, raised his hand, and froze the entire structure within seconds. The villain team didn't even have time to react. Dash, on the other hand, wrapped everything up in mere seconds by incapacitating the hero team in an instant with Tokoyami. Absolute victories. Bakugo's eyes widened. No way. He grit his teeth until it hurt. I'm supposed to be the best. His breathing grew heavier. Then why am I surrounded by monsters? Ryo left the infirmary with his arms bandaged, his skin still throbbing from the ointment that had been applied. Recovery Girl had said that, considering the size of the explosion he had taken heat in, he was theoretically unharmed despite the light burns on his arms. Walking down the hallway, he rubbed his forehead with a heavy sigh. Damn, that punch. What the hell was that, man? I can't lose my head like that. Not again. The memory of the murderous glare he had thrown at Bakugo bothered him more than the pain in his arms. I can't let provocation get to me. I know where that leads. Control, Ryo. Control. A sharp sting shot through his right arm, making him freeze mid-movement and hiss softly. TSK. I should have rested more in the infirmary. He muttered, opening and closing his fingers as his hand trembled slightly. Damn. Even so, he kept walking toward the classroom. He stopped in front of the door for a second and took a deep breath before opening it. And then. Oh! Takeda's here. Kirishima practically exploded with excitement, jumping up from his seat. Dude, that fight was way too intense. Face-to-face with Bakugo, not stepping back even an inch. So hardcore. I still can't believe you just tossed Bakugo like he was a handball. Siro pointed out, laughing. And you walked out of that explosion like it was nothing. Mina popped up in front of him, making dramatic gestures with her arms. It was so cool. And then Dash arrived, speaking way too fast for any normal human. And that punch. Did you see the hole on the other side of the building? I'm telling you, you're a hand cannon. A mega cannon. I wish I had recorded it. Also, are you okay? You looked really bad when that Bakugo guy exploded with. Dash, breathe, Momo murmured, unsuccessfully. Ryo tried to open his mouth. What did it feel like to throw Bakugo with one hand? Kaminari jumped in front of him. Takeda, have you trained martial arts before? Ojiro asked. Dude, you almost knocked down the building with the force of that hit. Kirishima added, sparkling with excitement. And then, just when Ryo was about to tell everyone to shut up, Midoriya's voice cut through the chaos, soft but steady. Guys, calm down. He just got out of the infirmary, he's probably still tired after the battle training. Silence fell over the group like a blanket. Midoriya stepped a bit closer, cautious. Your arms, do they hurt? The burns, are they serious? Ryo took a deep breath and answered quietly. They're mild. But I'm exhausted. I just want to sit down for a bit. Kirishima's eyes widened, guilt all over his face. Ah. My bad, bro. We got way too excited. Sorry, Takeda. Mina bent forward apologetically. Thanks for putting up with us, Siro added with an awkward smile. Dash scratched his neck, still buzzing with leftover energy. Sorry, man. I just got excited. But if you want, I can talk slower. Or not talk. I can also not talk. Do you want me not to talk? It's fine, man. I just need to relax a bit at my desk. Ryo muttered. They cleared the way, and he slowly walked to his seat. When he finally sat down, he felt his whole body sink into the chair. His head tilted back, eyes drifting to the ceiling. The sigh slipped out by itself. I wanted to go home. Location: Manhattan, New York. The urban center no longer resembled a place meant for human life. It was a battlefield, one created in a matter of seconds. Buildings had shattered facades, their concrete skins peeled open as if struck by artillery. Flames roared out of storefronts and broken windows, columns of fire stretching so high they illuminated the smoke-choked sky in a pulsating orange glow. Cars exploded one after another, their alarms blending with sirens, screams, and the low mechanical hum of emergency drones scanning for survivors. Yet even in the destruction, there was order. Hero agencies, local police, volunteer responders, and firefighters worked in seamless coordination, forming corridors and evacuation lines that moved like living, breathing organisms. People carried the injured out of danger in improvised stretchers, children sobbed as they clung to rescuers, and medics kneeled on the hot asphalt, treating burns, fractures, and smoke inhalation without rest. Near what used to be a leisure plaza, now a burning crater of twisted play structures, firefighters fought a losing battle to contain the inferno. Several water-type heroes worked alongside them, amplifying the hose's reach and creating mobile water shields. Double curtain. Cover Street 2. Push those embers away from the center, a fire captain barked, pointing sharply. On it, replied a heroine whose arms extended into aquatic tendrils. She swept her limbs in wide arcs, producing walls of water that clashed against the flames, steam erupting in violent bursts. Above, pro-heroes with flight quirks intercepted falling balconies and signage before they crushed evacuees. Others used raw strength to clear the streets, lifting cars like toys and tossing debris aside to open escape channels. Short, tense commands cut through the chaos. Get the kids from the municipal school. The roof's collapsing. Copy Kate. Creating a bridge, hang on. We need medics at Sector C. Too critical. Keep that exit open. Don't let the smoke clog it again. The situation was catastrophic, but it wasn't hopeless. And then, a new wave of cold air swept through the avenue, sharp and sudden. One of the firefighters looked up first. Wait, is that? A sleek figure slid across a patch of blackened asphalt on a trail of instantly forming ice. Move aside. Fire line, clear a path. The men shouted with practiced authority. Frozone swept in, elegant even amid chaos, raising both hands as streams of ice spiraled from his palms and solidified into towering barriers. Frozen arches formed between burning buildings, preventing collapse and creating cooling pockets where firefighters rushed in to evacuate those trapped inside. Damn good timing, Frozone, a firefighter yelled, panting. Just doing my job. He adjusted his visor, surveying the area. Where's Celebrity? A nervous paramedic pointed shakily toward the main fire zone, a place no one dared approach anymore. HE was fighting some kind of robot up north. He hasn't come out. Frozone narrowed his eyes. All right, show me where he. Before he could finish, someone screamed from across the plaza. Look. There. Coming out of the flames. Head snapped toward the burning distance. A silhouette moved through the fire, steady and unchanged by the flames. At first glance, with the heat warping vision, people assumed it was Christopher, the arrogant but powerful Captain Celebrity, returning dramatically, probably with survivors in tow. People began to clap, relief washing over the crowd like a wave. Newscopters zoomed in, the footage broadcasting live across the city. Some even cheered. Yes. I knew he'd make it. Celebrities made it. We're saved. Frozone's frown deepened. Something was wrong. When the figure finally crossed the curtain of flames, all sound died. The applause froze. Children stopped crying. Even the fire seemed quieter. It wasn't Captain Celebrity. It wasn't human at all. A humanoid robot stepped onto the cracked pavement, its black metal surface still glowing from the heat. Its face was expressionless, featureless, except for a thin red neon slit that crossed horizontally where eyes should be, sliding left and right like a scanning lens. Every inch of its body screamed precision, design, and malice. But what silenced the entire plaza was what it held. Dangling from its right hand like a discarded toy was the upper half of Captain Celebrity. His torso was charred, the blue suit torn and melted into his burned flesh. His cape was gone. His face, though disfigured, was unmistakably his, eyes open, unfocused, empty. A collective gasp rippled through the survivors. And no. That can't be. Is that celebrity? Oh my god, oh my god. Frozone's face went pale. His breath caught sharply. The robot lifted Christopher's body higher, as if presenting proof. Then dropped it on the ground. Like trash. The thud echoed through the plaza. Even the heroes flinched. A soft metallic click came from deep inside the machine. Its chest opened in slender panels, revealing internal monitors that lit up with cascading green code. Primary target, neutralized. Captain Celebrity, status, terminated. Main mission, complete. Uploading combat data. Transmission successful. Frozone clenched his fists, cold mist swirling around him. What the hell are you? His voice trembled, not with fear, but with fury. The robot turned its head toward him, the red slit locking onto his position. Its servos whirred. Initiating Protocol V. Induce fear. The machine took a step forward. Then another. Heroes backed up without realizing it. Firefighters instinctively retreated. Some civilians screamed and fled, others stood frozen, unable to process what they were seeing. The air itself felt heavier. Frozone slid smoothly in front of the evacuation line, raising his arms as a massive ice barrier erupted upward. Everyone get back. That thing is hostile, move. Move. But even he could feel it. The city wasn't just under attack. It was being hunted. Chapter 11, Celebrity Loses His Shine. 10 years before. The scene was the heart of Manhattan, streets sealed off, sunlight bouncing off skyscrapers. An electric quirk villain, a thin man with burning eyes and crackling arcs of energy coiling around his hands, was wreaking havoc. Power lines burst, traffic lights flickered like they'd lost their minds, and parked cars became intermittent torches whenever a live spark touched them. Civilians ran, shops slammed their doors shut, and sirens wailed from every direction. Christopher wasn't yet the fully formed icon he would later become on the news. He already had the pose and the hunger for spotlights, but his true power hadn't awakened. At that time he could fly and manipulate the aerodynamics around his body, creating micro-air shields that protected him and gave him tactical advantage. Still, he launched himself into the sky with the confidence of someone who believed the cameras were always watching. He swooped between bolts, shouting down to fleeing civilians. Move behind the barricades. Go, 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 this area's collapsing. A woman tripped near a sparking transformer. He dove, pulled her away seconds before it burst, then straightened up just enough to look heroic while dusting off his cape. Even mid-battle, presentation mattered to him. The villain, frustrated at being unable to land a hit, began firing stronger and stronger bolts. Christopher dodged them, blocking damage to buildings, using his movement to whip up walls of wind and push the crowd toward safety. He managed to stay in the fight, but was close to hitting his limit. That was when a green beam suddenly cut through the air, too fast for anyone to react. The laser hit the villain square in the chest. He stopped, confused, glancing down. A scorched hole opened in the middle of his torso before he even understood what had happened. He managed only to ask, "WWHY, are you here?" Jack looked at him with disdain and an easy smile, as if answering an obvious question. "Because I can." The villain collapsed. Christopher landed a few meters away, face tense, cape fluttering like a final breath. He looked from the fallen man to Jack, shocked and, for other reasons, fascinated. There was danger in how effortlessly Jack had solved the threat, and worse, there was a glimmer of glory in the eyes of the bystanders when they realized who had ended the problem. The street filled with confused applause. Cameras flashed, phones captured his radioactive glow, and headlines were practically born on the spot. Christopher stepped closer, slow and measured. Jack didn't bother with ceremony. "You're that celebrity guy, right?" Jack said, voice low and sarcastic. "You've been getting pretty popular these days." "Christopher Skyline," the blonde replied, almost breathless. "It's an honor to finally meet you. I thought you were busy with the corporate show the NSA planned. Didn't expect to see you operating out here." Jack smiled, half compliment, half provocation. "I go wherever I'm needed," he said. "And I heard there were a lot of pretty girls around here." That was how their predatory friendship began. Christopher, young, hungry for applause, and desperate for a model of power that basked in admiration, found in Crimson Jack a mentor figure and a reflection of what he wished to be: charismatic, relentless, indulgent. Jack, in turn, saw in the rookie a useful tool, someone who would amplify his image and, when needed, soften the public fallout of his excesses. With time, Jack drifted through NSA events with the nonchalance of a god in his temple. At official dinners, between camera flashes and cocktails, he casually chose the women he wanted, greeting, whispering, mesmerizing, and often abusing the boldness with which he treated sexual power as an extension of his authority. Christopher watched from the sidelines at first. "I'm married," he told Jack awkwardly during one event, after seeing him flirt with 3 women in 10 minutes. "I can't just do that like you." Jack snorted and rested an elbow on the bar. "You see, Chris, being a hero is a social function. People need to believe in you and revere you." He tapped Christopher lightly on the forehead. "We give them hope, and in return, we deserve the pleasures that come with it. If they treat us like gods, why should we act like monks?" "That's not," Christopher hesitated. "That's not how it works for everyone. But it worked for winners like me and you." Jack replied, smirking as he walked off with a woman on each arm. The words felt like permission. Little by little, the line between limits and ethics broke. Christopher began giving in at parties, meetings, promotional trips. Kisses that should have been harmless charm turned into habit. Compliments behind closed doors became encounters that shredded propriety. When his wife confronted him, shaking, hurt, begging him to stop, he only said, "You don't understand my worth. I don't have a normal life. I can't be boxed in." Jack laughed when Christopher retold that argument. "See? She's jealous because she knows you're rising, and she's trying to stop you from growing more by trapping you in a box she calls marriage. Happens to all of us." And when the truth came out, the once perfect marriage collapsed, not because of a single cause, but because in a hero's exposed life there was no room for someone who tried to restrict his actions from the media. Professionally, Jack never liked admitting mistakes. If he destroyed cars, shops, or caused accidental injuries, he always found an excuse. He'd laugh, say it was jealousy or that the media always needs a villain. Christopher, now accustomed to speaking to cameras, began shaping his own responses defensively. When Jack was involved in accidents, buildings with shattered windows, civilians injured by poorly calculated attacks, Christopher was the one giving the statements, softening headlines, rewriting events as necessary measures or technical mishaps. Some incidents left deeper scars. On a mission in Japan, rumors, later confirmed by internal sources, described a forced encounter between Jack and a local pro-hero. A case of violence that shook the Japanese community. NSA officials treated it as a diplomatic mishap. Jack left ahead of schedule, claimed it was a cultural misunderstanding, and returned to the US without ever admitting fault. Christopher echoed the stance with speeches about privacy and personal matters, feeding the myth that heroes, despite their grandeur, deserve to be treated like ordinary people. But by then, Jack had already corrupted him completely. The old Christopher, the young hero who just wanted to be loved and do good, had become a smaller version of Jack, arrogant, promiscuous, obsessed with attention, and willing to cover up anything for his mentor. Then Jack disappeared. The official search was intense in the first days. Helicopters and field teams scoured remote areas, NSA agents and sources mobilized. But the more they searched, the fewer leads appeared. And when, after 5 years of unanswered searching, a small funeral was finally held, it wasn't a spectacle. There were no crowds, no global broadcasts. Only a handful of faces, some NSA agents, the security staff who had always shadowed Jack, and Christopher, clean-shaven, suit immaculate, tears unstained by camera flashes because there were barely any cameras at all. He cried, alone in public, for someone who had, in a way, given him a map of what he could become forever, and also a map of what he should never be up to a certain point. In that small circle of stone, amid murmurs and doubtful intentions, Christopher made himself a clear promise: he would find who had done this. Not just to soothe the pain with revenge, but because inside him lived a blend of regret, guilt, and a sick vanity that couldn't tolerate Jack's last image being one of defeat. He swore he would give whoever ended Jack the worst death possible. He left the funeral with a hardened face, quietly grateful for everything he had learned at the side of the friend he admired. Location: Manhattan, New York. 5 minutes before. The air was hot, dense, and heavy, smelling of smoke and gunpowder. Christopher panted in the middle of the chaos, his chest rising and falling in quick spasms as he tried to catch his breath. His visor was cracked, his cape scorched, and his lungs begged for the oxygen that seemed scarce in that place. What the hell is that thing?" he managed to say, his voice breaking. In front of him, the flaming silhouette walked slowly through the fire. The humanoid, a metallic, slender figure, its entire thin body wrapped in heat so intense that the air around it wavered, advanced as if nothing else existed. Christopher swallowed dryly, taking a stumbling step back. That thing, came out of that big robot after I destroyed it," he murmured, incredulous, trying to maintain his stance despite the terror clawing at his instincts. The creature stopped a few meters from him. Its eyes, two glowing red semicircles, locked onto the hero like a predator watching its prey. A/N, I change his appearance. Christopher raised his arm, trying to form an air barrier, but the emptiness around him revealed the problem: nothing to manipulate, nothing to compress. He could only create a thin, fragile film that shivered like glass before even forming. Come on, breathe." He urged himself, but it was useless. The machine moved in a single motion. Too fast. Too precise. The incandescent arm pierced through the barrier, which caught fire, pierced through the suit, and through the abdomen. Christopher let out a muffled grunt, blood spilling from his mouth instantly. The robot tilted its head, almost as if studying the human reaction. Then, without hesitation, it slid its second arm into the wound, and in a wide motion, opened both arms to the sides. The hero's body split apart. The upper half hit the ground first, heavily, with a wet thud. The lower half remained standing for 2 agonizing seconds before collapsing to the side. Blood spread across the hot pavement. Christopher was still breathing, very weakly, his gaze already pale. His fingers trembled as he tried to lift his hand, as if reaching for something that wasn't there. Celebrity never loses his shine. The catchphrase his friend had created for him echoed in his mind, bitter, almost mocking his current situation. He coughed, more blood dripping from the corner of his lips. Sorry. Jack," he whispered, his voice as faint as the light in his eyes. "I couldn't shine, in the end." The first explosion came like thunder splitting the air in two. The machine, covered in embers, raised its arm, and fire poured out in a continuous torrent, sweeping through the line of defense of the American heroes. The asphalt melted into glowing trails, parked cars ignited instantly, and the surrounding poles bent under the heat. "Fall back! Fall back!" A hero with granite-like skin shouted, pulling 2 civilians who had been left behind. The asphalt melted as the machine advanced toward the remaining heroes. "Attack together. Let's take it down. Don't let it get near the civilians." A heroine with seismic powers slammed her fist into the ground, creating a shockwave that made the robot lose its balance. A strong hero with metallic hands ran forward and punched its side, leaving a deep mark before quickly retreating due to the intense heat. For a second, it seemed to work. But the machine scanned them both. New variables detected. Building countermeasures. The chest plates opened, revealing a glowing orange core. "Everyone, behind me." Frozone raised his hands and erected a gigantic ice wall with the help of a few other heroes with aquatic quirks who provided moisture. The robot released a thermal pulse that didn't look like fire, but like the entire sun compressed into a single breath. The wall was destroyed in an instant. Heroes were thrown into the air like rag dolls, some suffering severe burns, others, more unlucky, completely incinerated. Damn. Frozone slid backward, creating an ice column behind him to slow his retreat. The robot advanced, spinning its arm like a flaming blade. Frozone ducked at the last moment, the arm sliced a bus in half, and with his hand on the ground, he created ice so thick it trapped the machine's legs. But it lasted only a few seconds before completely evaporating. And the robot walked out, intact. Frozone took 2 steps back. Shit. The machine raised its arm, the palm pointed directly at him. A plasma sphere formed, bright, growing, ready for the final shot. Frozone tried to freeze it, but there was no moisture in the air. "Sorry, George. Daddy won't be coming home today." The robot stabilized its aim. The sphere glowed. And then, an invisible, brutal, overwhelming force, like a divine hand, descended upon the machine. The robot was slammed to the ground so fast it didn't even have time to adjust its plates. New variable. The word didn't even finish. The weight of the entire atmosphere pressed the robot against the ground, breaking its joints, bending its metallic spine. A figure descended through the clouds of smoke as if tomorrow didn't exist. Star and Stripe. She had just flown from one state to another after hearing what was happening in Manhattan. Her face was serious, her gaze deadly, and her cape fluttering in the hot wind. She pointed at the robot and shouted her order. "The air around will crush you into a sphere." The effect was instantaneous. The air around the robot condensed into impossible pressure, bending, twisting, and crushing every technological component. The machine tried to counterattack. It tried to activate countermeasures. But nothing worked. The metal imploded like trash being compressed by a garbage truck. And in less than 5 seconds, the entire robot had turned into a single, smoking, screeching scrap ball, until it became completely still. Frozone collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, staring at the compressed metal sphere. "I owe you one, Star." Star and Stripe kept her gaze fixed on the wreckage, her expression hard as she stared at the metal ball. The hell had finally ended. Christopher's memory was there, etched into the asphalt. Victory had come at the cost of dozens of injured and dead, and the life of Pro Hero number 2. No matter that the day had brought a new hero to save the day, the USA would still bear the scars of that attack, a warning of something far greater to come. The room was dark, illuminated only by the cold glow of the massive monitor that occupied almost the entire wall ahead. In the center, sitting on a single leather chair, was a man with an intense expression, his eyes fixed on the images playing before him, the arrival of Star Stripes, the compression of the humanoid robot, the defeat that carefully dismantled every plan he had orchestrated. "Damn it. Star ruined the party," he shouted, throwing a bucket of popcorn to the side, which flew through the air, scattering kernels across the floor. The show that the Sentinel was putting on was going perfectly. The man leaned back, crossing his arms, taking a deep breath. Well, at least he completed his missions. The test, and killing the celebrity. A shadow moved behind him. He didn't turn immediately. Mirage had been there all along, silent, observing his every reaction. "Report, Mirage," Syndrome said, finally turning to face her, his face still marked by frustration but his mind focused on controlling the situation. Mirage extended her hands, and with an elegant gesture activated the holograms that appeared from her watch. The Sentinel adapted at a speed beyond any initial predictions. Mirage began, her voice carrying a clinical tone. His efficiency level exceeded average resistance parameters, and his combat effectiveness in open-field engagements against multiple targets was exceptional. Frozone and the auxiliary heroes had no chance of maintaining perimeter control after the second phase of the attack. She made a hand gesture, and the holographic images began to shift. Parts of the urban structures were altered, showing destruction and flames. As for the arrival of Star Stripes, Mirage continued, the hologram highlighting the hero's figure and the airwave manipulated by the New Order quirk. The Sentinel's defeat by her was expected, although it happened faster than planned. The man snorted, suddenly standing up. His silhouette against the monitor looked more threatening than anyone could imagine. "Shit," he murmured, rubbing his face. "She's going to be a pain with that quirk. But fine, fine." He stepped forward, crossing his arms and staring at the monitor, analyzing the Sentinel now offline. "This, so far, has only been a practical test to see how my new baby performs against our beloved heroes. And he did better than I expected, even if he was broken so soon." A cold smile escaped him. "But that doesn't really matter when I have hundreds of copies ready to deploy at any moment." Chapter 12, Class President. Rio climbed the last steps of the subway station with heavy footsteps, feeling the cold morning air hit his face, still sensitive from the light burns. The tight bandages on his arms reminded him with every movement of the stupidity he had committed during training, and of the absurd explosion he had faced Heaton. As soon as he emerged to the surface, he pulled his phone from his pocket. The screen was covered in flashing headlines. Attack in Manhattan, humanoid robot kills Captain Celebrity. Star and Stripes intervenes, crisis contained. American government on maximum alert. The entire feed was drowned in the same tragedy. Rio frowned, his cold expression hardening even more. "These journalists are going to squeeze every last drop out of this," he muttered. He pocketed the phone and headed toward UA. The moment he saw the gates, he realized what awaited him, a swarm of reporters squeezing together like a horde of zombies, cameras and microphones raised like spears ready to strike. He barely took 2 steps before the first one lunged at him. Young man. What's it like studying with the symbol of peace as your teacher?" Rio grimaced automatically and pushed the microphone away with the back of his hand. No comments. But before he could continue walking, another reporter slid up beside him. "Could you tell us what All Might is like in class? Is he very strict? Inspiring?" He dodged, irritated. But the third was even more invasive. The man literally shoved the microphone against his cheek. "Do you believe All Might will do anything about the incident in the US? Do you think he'll travel to Shut up. Rio exploded. His voice echoed so loudly that several stepped back instinctively. The inert transition activated unconsciously, his eyes turned pitch black, with glowing radioactive green irises. The reporters paled. What was that? He got angry out of nowhere. TSK, we just wanted information. They opened a path almost instinctively, and Rio advanced, his steps heavy and filled with rage. He muttered curses under his breath, swearing at the insistence, the intrusion, the media, everything. Inside UA, the silent hallway brought a slight sense of relief, but not enough to soften his expression. When he opened the classroom door, Kirishima was the first to turn with his usual smile. Hey Takeda. Good more. The smile died the moment he saw his classmate's face. Dude, are you okay? No. Rio answered bluntly, not stopping. Kirishima raised his hands, stepping aside. All right. I'll give you space, bro. Rio headed to his desk and dropped into the chair, letting out a tired sigh, almost mentally exhausted. Leaning back, he looked up, bored and irritated with the entire world. Mina approached Kirishima and whispered. Wow, the reporters must have gone really hard on him, huh? Probably. Kirishima scratched his head and glanced around. By the way, did you guys notice? Dash isn't here yet. Zero, who had just walked up holding his backpack by one strap, added. I noticed too. He always arrives early, just like me. But today, nothing. Do you think it has to do with the news? Mina asked, biting her lip. The three fell silent for a few seconds, until Aizawa walked in dragging his sleeping bag as always. Sit down, he said, and everyone automatically returned to their seats. The class settled down. Aizawa scanned the room, assessing. His eyes stopped exactly to Rio's left, on the empty desk. He let out a heavy sigh. Dash's day probably isn't going to be easy after that news, he murmured, more to himself than to the class. He straightened the papers in his hand and returned to his professional tone. All right. Let's get to the point. You all did reasonably well in yesterday's battle training. I looked at the evaluations and... He focused on Bakugo. Bakugo. Grow up already. Stop wasting your talent on useless things. Bakugo clenched his teeth. TCH, got it. Aizawa turned to Rio. Takeda. Control your emotions. A hero can't be provoked so easily. Rio huffed, straightforward. Yeah, I got that. Too late for that. Aizawa shot back without hesitation. Rio looked away, clearly irritated but not in the mood to argue. Finally, Aizawa turned to Midoriya. Midoriya. You broke your finger, but you ranked second in the overall score. That does not mean you did a great job. Your quirk control is still practically non-existent. Trying isn't enough. You have potential, it's up to you to learn how to use it. Midoriya flushed red, but determined. Why wise, sir? I'll work on that. Aizawa nodded, continuing on. Now, let's get to the main topic of the day, he said, voice dragging. Sorry for the sudden notice, but you'll have to choose a class president. For half a second, only silence. And then hell opened its gates. I want to be president. Kirishima raised his hand, already half standing, smiling with confidence. I'm the most qualified to be the leader. Kaminari raised his hand too, trying to look serious, and failing. Move aside, you useless extras. Bakugo practically roared, slamming his hand on the desk. The president will be me. Jiro calmly raised her hand despite being surrounded by all the yelling. I want to as well. In contrast to the chaos, Rio simply leaned back in his chair, half-lidded eyes, expression of pure exhaustion. That mix of shouting, inflated egos, and idiotic arguments, it only drained what little patience he had left. No way, he thought, exhaling slowly. Responsibility like that. Not for me. Over my dead body. As the commotion grew louder, Ida raised his hand as if conducting a national assembly. Please. Everyone, remain composed. His voice cut through the chatter, grabbing their attention. A true leader must be chosen fairly. Therefore, I propose an election so we can decide by majority vote. Heads turned. The idea, surprisingly, seemed reasonable enough to calm even Bakugo for a moment. Aizawa shrugged, accepting any solution that would reduce his headache. Do as you want. Just decide already. Minutes later, everyone wrote their votes on slips of paper. The atmosphere was far less chaotic as Aizawa collected the results. All right, he muttered, examining the ballots. Class president will be Izuku Midoriya. 4 votes. Izuku froze. Madame. He turned red instantly, nearly sinking into his chair. And the vice president will be Momo Yaoyorozu with 2 votes. Momo adjusted her hair with a polite, yet visibly surprised, smile. Izuku was still trying to understand how anyone besides himself would vote for him. Ryo looked at Midoriya and smiled. 4 votes, huh? Guess he didn't need mine. Meanwhile, Bakugo exploded, not literally, but close. What the? Who's the moron that voted for DEKU? Aizawa nudged his sleeping bag. If you complain, I'll settle it with rock paper scissors. So stay quiet now. Location, NCRCDQ, General Clinical Sector, Block A, Psychiatric Room 03. The white fluorescent light flickered on the ceiling, emitting an irritating buzz. Ryo's attending psychiatrist, Dr. Hasegawa, sat at the desk, hunched over the freshly printed report. His hands were trembling. His forehead was damp. He discreetly wiped the sweat with his sleeve, but the anxiety only grew worse. Yesterday's exam. The charts, the hormonal levels, the changes in the neural pattern, the emotional log. Ryo Tanaka had been stabilizing. After the last 10 months of being a borderline case between extreme emotional instability and severe hallucinations, the boy had been improving. And improving very quickly. His decision to try for UA, though unexpected, had apparently triggered something in him. Since then, the episodes had decreased. That pathological emotional detachment seemed less aggressive. Even the hallucinations, once nearly daily, had become rare, spaced out, almost extinguished. The doctor turned the page slowly, as if afraid the paper might explode. No, no, no. He muttered, running a hand through his hair. The director is going to kill me. He knew this would reach the top again. And he knew what the director thought about Ryo Tanaka's lack of instability. Especially when it could jeopardize the plans. Hasegawa closed the report, pressing his lips together as if carrying guilt and fear at the same time. He paced through the narrow room, quick and short steps, trying to come up with an explanation that didn't sound like complete incompetence. Finally, he stopped in front of the desk again, bracing his hands firmly against the wood. Letting Tanaka enter U.A., he murmured in a tense whisper. It was a terrible idea for our plans. The UA cafeteria was as large as a gymnasium, lit by huge windows and filled with long tables arranged in orderly rows. The smell of homemade, freshly prepared food drifted through the air. Ryo ate in silence, steady and focused, as if this were a small personal ritual. He tasted another piece of meat, almost frustrated with how good it was. If only I could make something like this at home. He thought, resting his elbow on the table. Maybe I should actually learn how to cook properly. Or stop pretending I know how to. But his thoughts were abruptly cut off by the cheerful voice beside him. The rice is so good. Uraraka said with a bright smile, holding her bowl of rice as if it were a treasure. Ryo blinked, remembering he wasn't alone. He shared the table with Midoriya, Ida, Uraraka, and Kirishima, who ate like he was replenishing the energy of the entire universe. Midoriya fidgeted with his chopsticks, tense. I still don't know if I should really be class president. He admitted, face growing red. I'm not that good at leading. Ida almost slammed his hand on the table, energized. Midoriya. You possess all the necessary qualities for the role: integrity, empathy, dedication, he declared with as much formality as humanly possible. Really? Midoriya's eyes widened. Yes. You fit the role of guiding us perfectly. That is why I voted for you myself. Kirishima leaned forward. Man, but I really wanted to be class president. It would have been so cool, he said before stuffing a huge bite into his mouth. But hey, Midoriya's gonna do great. Then his bright red eyes turned to Ryo. And you, Takeda? Didn't want to be president? Ryo stayed silent for a few seconds. Long seconds. The kind of pause that almost made Kirishima squirm waiting for an answer. No, he finally said, sounding half dead. Too much paperwork, and too much responsibility for other people. Not my thing. Kirishima laughed awkwardly. Ah, but it'd be kinda cool, you know. Rio looked at him directly, tone more serious than before. Never accept a position you don't have the capacity to uphold or manage. That's how you drag it down. And it drags you with it. Kirishima froze for an instant, then laughed again, with a touch of embarrassment. Why yeah, put that way, it is kinda scary. Ida pointed a hand toward Rio, energized. An extremely rational analysis. A commendable sense of responsibility in your decisions, Takeda. Rio, however, only lowered his eyes to his tray. Responsibility, nothing. He thought bitterly. I just don't want anyone nagging me. Being class president would be a nightmare. The mood at the table was light, small conversations blending with the clinking of utensils and the aroma of food. Outside, the press continued pushing and crowding like a flock of vultures seeking scraps of headlines. The noise was constant, loud, and irritating. Then, a hooded man walked through the crowd. Hey! Watch where you're going, man, a reporter complained after being shoved aside. The stranger didn't answer. He simply walked up to the school's steel gate and placed both hands on it. In the same instant, the metal began to tremble and deteriorate. Rust appeared as if decades had passed, spreading in seconds until the entire gate crumbled into dust. A heavy silence fell over everyone. No one breathed. The UA gate that had blocked them simply ceased to exist. At first, nobody knew if it was a joke. But shock turned to ambition. The spark of headline hunger clicked, and then the reporters began pushing their way into the campus. At the same time, inside the massive cafeteria, a metallic voice echoed through the speakers, cutting through hundreds of conversations. Security alert, level 3. Perimeter breach detected. All students must evacuate in an orderly manner. Trays clattered against tables, chairs scraped the floor, and panic spread instantly. What's happening? Uraraka stood up, eyes wide. Level 3. Ida held his glasses. What does that mean? A student running by shouted. It means someone broke into the school. We have to leave now. Kirishima was already on his feet, urgently patting Ryo's shoulder. Takeda. Come on, man. Get up. We gotta evacuate. Ryo calmly finished his last spoonful of rice before lifting his eyes. He sighed softly and stood, unhurried, to Kirishima's despair. The group followed the flow toward the exit, but soon the crowd became a compact, dangerous mass stuck at the doorway. Ryo stopped, frowned, and pointed at the suffocating cluster. Do you really think it's safe to go through that? Ida looked again. Students were shoving, tripping, some nearly falling. It was extremely dangerous. You're right, this is far too risky, the boy with glasses agreed. If someone falls, they'll be crushed. So what are we gonna do then? Midoriya asked, nervous. Guys. Kirishima called, looking out the window. The reporters, they're outside. Like, a lot of reporters. Uraraka covered her mouth. How did they get in? Ida's expression changed immediately. So that was it. They mistook the press for an actual attack. We must correct this misunderstanding before someone gets hurt. But how are we gonna do that? Midoriya glanced around, lost. Ryo stepped forward, walking into the middle of the frantic flow of students, and then stopped halfway. He took a deep breath. His eyes darkened slightly, the green of his irises intensifying. Everyone calmed down. His voice exploded like thunder trapped in a metal chamber. The impact reverberated through the walls, echoing across the entire cafeteria. Students covered their ears, instantly freezing. Silence dropped like a weight. Ryo turned to Ida and nodded. Ida stepped forward, regaining his breath and raising an arm in disciplined fashion. Please, remain calm, he announced firmly. There are no dangerous intruders. It is only the press entering the campus. There is no reason to panic. The tension slowly began to fade, a collective murmur replacing the earlier screams. Kirishima appeared beside Ryo and gave him a friendly punch on the shoulder. You nailed it, man. Ryo winced lightly at the impact, rubbing his shoulder. It was nothing, he muttered without looking at him. Inside, though, the truth was different. I just didn't want to get crushed or suffocated by that hysterical crowd. But, of course, no one needed to know that. When the alarm was finally deactivated and the students were allowed to return to their classrooms, the atmosphere was a mix of exhaustion and relief. Class 1A entered little by little, still talking about the chaos in the cafeteria and the flood of journalists who had invaded the campus. Rio was one of the last to walk in, hands in his pockets, quiet steps. He took his seat and let out a soft sigh, letting his body sink into the chair as he rubbed his temple. At the front of the room, Midoriya and Momo positioned themselves, the newly elected class president and vice president. Midoriya cleared his throat, visibly nervous, his hands trembling slightly over the improvised podium. "Go ahead, class president," Momo said calmly, gesturing with her hand. WWE'd like to choose the other members of the student council. But, before that, he took a deep breath. After what happened today, I realized I might not be the most suitable person for the role. I don't think I have the ideal profile to lead the class yet. The classmates watched him in silence, some tilting their heads, others simply waiting for what would come next. That's why, he continued, now with more firmness, I'd like to pass the position of class president to Ida. You all saw how he guided everyone through the chaos. I think he's the best choice to represent our class. A murmur of approval spread through the room. Kirishima raised a thumbs up. Seconded. Ida's super reliable. I agree. Uraraka smiled. He kind of already did that today. No objections, Rio said, without much emotion. Ida froze for a few seconds, as if his internal operating system had crashed. When he finally remembered to breathe, he bowed formally. Everyone. I will do everything in my power to honor this position. Thank you for your trust. The students clapped lightly, excited about the decision. Rio simply observed from afar, resting his chin on his hand. His eyes then drifted to the empty desk to his left. Dash's absence was still very noticeable to him. He's lucky he didn't go through today's mess, Rio thought as he adjusted himself in his chair. But a subtle prick of curiosity settled in his mind. How, exactly, did the reporters manage to get past UA's gate? That wasn't something simple. Not something possible without breaching high-level security. He leaned back, silent, as Aizawa finished his nap and began resuming the lesson. But the uncomfortable feeling clung to the back of his mind, something big was coming, and it wouldn't be good. Comment. 20 comment. Vote. Chapter 13, USJ Incident Part 1. Location, the Hexagon, NSA, USA. The National Supers Agency pulsed with suffocating tension on that gray morning. In the corridors, agents, analysts, and technicians rushed back and forth carrying folders, tablets, and urgent reports. Inside the main office, Kamala seemed to be the only still point in the middle of the storm, though inside, she was just as worn down as everyone else. Sitting behind her wide desk, illuminated by a tired white light, she received yet another report handed to her by her secretary. The sudden death of Captain Celebrity had triggered a national pandemonium, the media was in a frenzy, social networks had turned into a battleground, pro-heroes traumatized by the Manhattan incident were requesting leave from their duties, and the economy. Well, the crash in the markets made it clear just how much the country relied on the constant presence of pro-heroes to feel safe. Kamala ran a hand across her forehead, feeling the weight of the last 36 sleepless hours. Reports piled up like hills of white paper, the phone refused to give her a moment of peace, and urgent messages popped up on every screen within reach. Everything had happened far too quickly. An undetectable ship appearing out of nowhere over Manhattan. No radar caught it, no satellite registered its approach. It simply appeared, as if it had just switched off a perfect cloaking field. The footage Kamala had received the day before still hammered at her mind, the ship materializing out of nowhere in the sky like a glitch in reality itself, followed by absolute chaos. Its wreckage, and that robots, were now distributed across high-security labs, analyzed by experts from multiple fields. But none of the reports so far had managed to produce anything useful. They all said the same thing. This isn't Earth technology. It's too advanced to be real. Kamala let out a long, heavy sigh, her muzzle tightening in exhaustion. If Star had been in the state at the time, the attack would have been resolved within seconds. But she'd been operating in another state, far from the site of the attack, almost as if the enemy had chosen the perfect moment, too perfect to be mere coincidence. Before she could finish the thought, the office door swung open. The young rookie assistant stood at the doorway, holding a new stack of papers, far too tall for her trembling hands. Her wide eyes met Kamala's and the secretary's, and she swallowed hard. Sorry, Director. I didn't know you were busy. Kamala let out a low grunt, bringing her hands to her eyes and pressing them tightly, feeling her patience slipping away like sand between her fingers. The workload wasn't shrinking, it was only growing, as if the universe itself had decided to dump more chaos onto her desk. She turned to the secretary, who was still standing before her. "Bring me a coffee. Extra strong." Her voice came out hoarse, almost a tired growl. The secretary nodded quickly and hurried out. Kamala then motioned for the rookie to enter. "Come in. Leave those papers here." Her voice wasn't harsh, only exhausted, weighed down by days without rest. The young assistant stepped forward carefully and set the stack on the already overloaded desk. Kamala looked at the growing mountain of documents and let out another heavy sigh. "This week is going to be hell," she muttered, more to herself than to the rookie. Her tired gaze said it all, this was only the beginning. Wednesday drifted by lazily as the clock struck 1 p.m. at UA. The afternoon was clear, and the school bus swayed gently while following the road toward the USJ. Inside, Class 1A formed a small ecosystem of chatter, laughter, whispers, and restless energy. 6 days had passed since the reporter's incident, and for Rio, each one felt stranger than the last. Everything began on Monday when Dash returned to school. The moment he walked into the room, he was practically swallowed by the circle of classmates around him, all asking if he was okay, if something had happened, if they needed to do anything. Poor Momo nearly had a collapse, translating every question into English and every answer back into Japanese without a single second to breathe. Dash, dazed but smiling, did his best to calm them all down. He said he had only been absent due to some family issues and because his parents insisted he stay home on Friday. Nothing serious. The class sighed in relief. And the following days went by almost normally. Almost. Because Dash spent every single one of them staring at Rio as if he were an alien in disguise. Exactly like he was doing now, sitting beside him on the bus, those narrow blue eyes fixed on him, suspicious, relentless. Just like now, on the bus, he kept glaring, as if trying to dismantle Rio piece by piece. "I already told you I'm the real Takeda," Rio muttered, lowering his head. A vein throbbed on his forehead. Dash narrowed his eyes. That's exactly what a doppelganger would say. Rio turned abruptly, irritated. "I'm not a..." Another thing a doppelganger would say. Dash crossed his arms, absolutely sure of himself. Rio's sharp inhale was almost audible. Around them, a few students snickered at the childish back and forth before returning to their conversations. All of this just because Rio talked to him. Normally Dash would have to perform a whole juggling act just to have a conversation with him. On the other side, Tsuyu looked at Midoriya with her usual neutral expression. "Midoriya-kan, your quirk, kinda looks like All Might's, ribbit." The green-haired boy nearly choked, his hand freezing on the edge of the seat. But Tsuyu turned to Rio next. "And yours also reminds me of his a little, ribbit." That caught his attention. One eyebrow arched. "Why do you think that?" Before she could answer, Kirishima leaned between the seats, grinning. "'Cause you're super strong like All Might." "Well, except for that thing with your eyes, you know. But aside from that, you're just as manly as he is." Kaminari chimed in enthusiastically. "It's a really cool quirk, dude. Seriously." Others in the class murmured in agreement. Rio looked at them, then at his own hand. "Cool," he repeated, but lifelessly. The image of his hand shifted in his mind, not the clean, steady one he held now, but the other one, bloody, trembling, throbbing with pain and guilt. His chest tightened. His breath quickened. The noise of the bus seemed to fade, distant and muffled. "Take-taken." Midoriya's voice cut in like an anchor, firm yet nervous. The boy leaned forward a bit. I've always been curious about your quirk," he said gently. "Actually, everyone has. If you don't mind." The others nodded, attentive. Curious eyes turned to him. Rio drew a deep breath. Forced his shoulders to relax, letting the distorted vision fade away. "My quirk is internal energy transition," he finally answered in a calm tone, just as he had been instructed. "Since I was 4, I've been accumulating a specific type of internal energy. I can use it to strengthen my body." The explanation, carefully crafted by Nizu, flowed smoothly. True enough to sound natural. False enough to keep him safe. The class reacted just as expected. "That's amazing. It's like a buff. How does it work exactly?" Kirishima, especially excited, thumped the seat and smiled with sparkling eyes. "Dud. That's the quirk. I would love to have one just like that. That's when Rio looked straight at him, but with a cold gaze and a voice low, heavy, and firm. Why would you want to? Kirishima froze instantly at the sudden shift in tone. Even Bakugo turned, along with Todoroki, who lifted his eyes calmly. The others halted mid-sentence. Kirishima remained slack-jawed, not understanding what he'd done to trigger such a sudden change from Rio. Rio realized it immediately and lowered his head, regret washing over him as he took a breath. Sorry. I'm not having a good day. He withdrew into silence again, leaving the atmosphere heavy for a few seconds inside the bus that rolled steadily toward the USJ. The UA bus stopped in front of the gigantic metallic dome of the USJ. The gate slid open with a mechanical groan, revealing the colossal interior of the complex. The students stepped out in a line, looking around with growing awe. As soon as they crossed the main entrance, everyone stopped, and a chorus of surprised voices burst out. Wow! Karo, it looks like another world. Amazing. Ahead of them, under the artificial lights illuminating the entire dome, stretched several disaster zones, a flood area with artificial waves crashing against reinforced structures, a fire zone with towers burning in controlled flames, another simulating landslides, with unstable terrain shifting as if in constant collapse, localized storms, swirling winds, toppled structures, a living laboratory of chaos. 13. The calm, imposing space-themed figure with white suit and starry helmet, turned to receive them. Here, he said, his voice muffled by the suit, exists every type of disaster you can imagine. I built this place, and I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. The class cheered. Midoriya was nearly trembling with excitement. Ah. He's the hero who performs the best rescues. Uraraka clasped her hands, thrilled. I like 13 so much. Rio stayed farther back, observing the figure from a distance. 13 noticed, and discreetly lifted his thumb in Rio's direction. Rio raised his chin ever so slightly, not returning the gesture, but acknowledging it. He remembered that conversation perfectly. Principal Nizu explaining that he'd find a teacher capable of helping him deal with his safe quirk. 13 had been the chosen one, even after hearing the whole truth about what Rio really was, about the kind of power housed inside his body. 13 hadn't hesitated. He didn't judge. In fact, he'd been happy and even said they had some similarities. Rio still didn't understand what he meant by that. 13's voice cut through his thoughts. Everyone, please pay attention. The students gathered around. Before we begin, there are maybe 4 points I want to discuss. 13 extended his hand, fingers pointing toward himself. Most of you know that my quirk is called Black Hole. With it, I can suck in anything and reduce it to dust. Rio's eyes narrowed slightly. Midoriya, breathless with excitement, finished the sentence for him. You've saved thousands of people with it. In natural disasters, earthquakes, floods. 13 nodded. Yes, that's true. But. His voice grew heavier. It's also a power that can kill easily. Silence fell like a weight, and the word kill echoed far too strongly inside Rio's mind. So that's what he meant, similarities. 13 continued calmly. There are probably some among you who also possess powers with similar potential. In today's society, the use of quirks is extremely restricted and monitored. And even though it seems stable, all it takes is one mistake. A single wrong move, and a dangerous quirk can take lives. Rio lowered his gaze. He knew that all too well. 13 stretched out his arms, presenting the various disaster zones. In the tests you've taken so far, you've already noticed the potential, and the danger, of your own powers. But in this class, I want you to see a new perspective, how to use those same powers, to save lives. The glowing eyes behind the helmet looked at each student individually. Your powers don't exist to hurt anyone. And I hope you finish this lesson knowing that they can save people. Then he bowed politely. Thank you for listening. The reaction was immediate. 13 is awesome. Damn, what a speech. Bravo. Bravo. Ida shouted, clapping with exaggerated enthusiasm. While the class celebrated, Rio remained still, his gaze falling to his own hand. His powers were never meant to hurt anyone. He tightened his fist. My power aren't meant to hurt anyone, huh? And using it to save lives. I am disappointed. Aizawa clapped his hands to reinstate order. All right, All right. Enough shouting. The teacher raised his tired eyes toward the class. For the first practical lesson of. Before he could continue with the instructions, a strange sound echoed through the area. VSSHH. Aizawa stopped abruptly. His gaze turned to the center of US.J's plaza, where a black mist began to spread like a dark veil. A pale hand emerged first, followed by an entire figure. And then, dozens more. Kirishima and Shiro were the first to notice. Hey, what's that? More targets. Like those on entrance exam. Kirishima frowned. That doesn't look like them. Shiro murmured, a chill running down his spine. Before they could move, Aizawa raised an arm, blocking any attempt to advance. His expression turned stern, his voice cold as ice. Stay back. From within the mist, a figure with blue-gray hair scratched his neck frantically, his fingers brushing against the strange hand covering his face. So. All Might isn't here, huh? Shigaraki muttered, his voice dragging and disinterested. After all the trouble we went through to bring this crowd, what a disappointment. Don't worry, Kurogiri's calm, velvety voice echoed from the mist. We have the backup plan provided by the master. Shigaraki stopped scratching his neck, tilting his head slightly. Oh, that's right. He chuckled softly. I almost forgot about our toys, Kuhu, this'll be fun. Kurogiri's mist, which until now had stayed confined to the center of the plaza, began to churn like a stormy sea. The fog expanded in waves, stretching outward like giant arms that brushed the ground. More silhouettes appeared within it, armed villains, mutants, brutes, masked killers, and finally, the mountain of black muscle topped with a bird-like head and exposed brain. The Nomu. Shigaraki spread his arms like a child in front of a brand-new toy. He, ha ha ha. How many kids do you think will die before All Might gets here? 10. 20. The whole class. The class panicked. They really are villains. Momo stepped back. But, how did they get in? The sensors. They should have gone off. Shiro added, voice shaking. Dash leaned forward, already preparing a shot. Sensei, if I sprint now, I can take down. Aizawa grabbed him by the collar without even looking. Don't you dare. 13, protect the students. I'm going down. Understood, 13 replied. Without another word, Aizawa threw himself off the platform. He fell like a silent bolt of lightning into the center of the plaza. The first villain rushed in, and dropped with a single hit. Another tried to flank him, frozen by his glare. 3 more came at once. All on the ground in seconds. Dash's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open. Whoa, he's just soloing them. Ryo clenched his teeth, analyzing the scene. There's a lot of them. But even so, he's moving like he's got the advantage. But Ida grabbed Dash's shoulder tightly. Now is not the time to analyze. We must evacuate. They started running. When a veil of darkness appeared before them. My apologies. His voice was calm and oddly polite. But I cannot allow you to leave. Pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. We came to UA High School to end the life of the symbol of peace. Everyone froze cold. We had information that All Might would be present today. But, it seems there was a miscalculation. Fortunately, that does not change my role. The fog began to spread, rolling toward the class. Die. Bakugo roared as he charged. Ha! Kirishima followed, hardening his body. Boom. The combined hit exploded and scattered the mist. Not if we take you down first. Kirishima shouted. Didn't expect that, did ya? Kurogiri's form reassembled, elegant and nearly untouched. Impressive. As expected of UA's hero course. You are the best of the best. However. He stopped. Because something came from above. Ryo. His body horizontal, a perfect dropkick aimed at the villain's face. Kurogiri's glowing eyes widened, but he reacted quickly, his mist burst outward in all directions, catching the boy off guard. What the, Ryo thought, before being swallowed by the fog. Takeda. Dash shouted. But it was too late. The entire class was engulfed by the black portal. Cold. Nausea. Vertigo. And then. Crash. Ryo hit the ground like a meteor in the middle of USJ's forest zone, carving out a crater and kicking up a tower of dust that filled the sky. He stood up slowly, brushing the dirt off his shoulders. Where did I end up? But before he could figure it out, an arrow sliced through the air, and Rio dodged on instinct. When he looked around, dozens of villains emerged from the trees. One with a bow. Another with blades. Another with long, razor-sharp claws. All with crooked smiles in the dark. Rio exhaled, his black eyes with greenish irises glowing fiercely. My experiences at Udata. He bent his knees, falling into a fighting stance. Just get worse every day. Chapter 14, USJ Incident Part 2. Jack ran between the trees, lungs burning, heart pounding so fast it felt like it wanted to burst out of his mouth. His breath came in short, hysterical gasps. He had started his villain career 3 weeks ago. 3. And he already had bodies on his record, small robberies, intimidation, the basics to get attention. His quirk helped with that, turning his arms into long, hard, razor-sharp blades strong enough to slice concrete like butter. He wanted fame. Recognition. Feared becoming just another failure. So when the League of Villains offered him a spot in an attack that would change the world, he didn't think twice. Take down the symbol of peace. Face students from the hero course. Gain instant notoriety. It all sounded simple and perfect. Now, stuck in the middle of the USJ's forest zone. He was about to piss himself. Where is everyone? He whispered, looking around, his trembling blade replacing his right arm. Behind him, a muffled scream echoed. Jack turned just in time to see one of his partners being hurled through 3 trees like a rag doll before hitting the ground unconscious. No. No, no, and no. Jack stumbled back, looking frantically between the trees. That's not a student. That's not some kid. That's a MON. His declaration, spoken with a voice trying desperately to remain firm, died the moment a hand, or rather, a fist, slammed into his jaw. The impact tore him off the ground and flung him onto the foliage. The world spun, the blade on his arm reverting back to flesh in a delayed reflex, and Jack blacked out with the sinking feeling that all his effort had been for nothing. Meanwhile, Rio was the storm tearing through the forest, tasked with cleaning up, unceremoniously, every villain present in the area. Fwum, FWIP, whack, crack. A/N, I recommend listening to Laub der Freak number 1 while reading the entire scene below. I wrote this whole part while listening to this banger. Rio Tanaka moved faster than the sound trailing behind him. Black hair whipped backward with the force of sonic speed as he dashed through the woods at over 1,735 kilometers per hour, leaving curved neon green trails between the trees. The villains, mostly brutes, mutants, and raiders with all kinds of grotesque mutations, had no time to react. Rio hit one point, sent an enemy spinning through the air, then was already somewhere else clearing another threat with the same hand. His hands were blurs that grabbed, pushed, twisted and hurled enemies against trunks, rocks, and against each other. The wind generated by his passing swept branches, leaves, and the sound of screams away as if someone were smothering a fire with a cloth. His eyes were wide open, locked in a state of hyperfocus, aware of everything around him, where the highest concentration of threats was, which target posed the greatest risk, which group might still regroup. He moved along invisible paths between the trees, crossed a clearing as quickly as he would walk down a hallway, and without any theatrical gesture, punched a 4-armed green villain in the stomach with a blow that detonated the air on impact. The hit sent the men crashing through 3 trees before collapsing, motionless. Splintered wood rained behind him. In another sequence, he intercepted an attacker with metal blades. Rio grabbed the wrist holding the blade and twisted with enough force to snap the weapon's momentum mid-strike. The aggressor was flung sideways, slamming into a tree trunk and dropping dazed. Rio's movements were not just a display of strength, they were perfect efficiency. Every strike minimized extra risk, every shift prevented a counterattack. When a duo tried to flank him from behind, he was already between them and a third target, channeling all his muscle power into a single blow that made all 3 crumple. The impression he left wasn't of someone fighting a large group, but of someone sweeping the floor with them. The time it took him to eliminate the 57 hostile presences in that section of the forest added up to 11 seconds, just long enough for the delayed reactions of the villains to manifest as shocked expressions before collapsing. In 11 seconds, Rio's trail became a sequence of fallen bodies, scarred trees, drifting leaves and the silence that follows a storm. Rio skidded along the ground as he braked, letting out a short sigh through his nose, muscles only slightly tense. This was exhausting. He slowly turned his head, assessing the path, the bodies, the marks, the utter lack of movement. The row of fallen enemies had turned the clearing into a map of extinguished points. He ran a hand over his forehead, wiping the sweat threatening to drip. 57 in total. A faint green aura still flickered around his hands before fading as he lowered the energy stored within them. Then he straightened and looked toward the dark stretch of forest ahead. Now. His eyes narrowed, glowing faintly. Time to find the others. Without another word, Rio shot forward again, the ground exploding under his feet as the green flash, the momentary terror of 57 villains, sprinted at full speed toward the next zone. Midoriya fell from the black rift without even having time to understand what was happening. Splash. The icy water swallowed him whole. The shock knocked the air out of his lungs completely, and he sank for a few seconds before managing to open his eyes in the murky depths. Where am I? That mist guy, did he teleport me? They really want to kill All Might. This can't. His thoughts shattered when a massive shadow appeared right in front of him, rushing toward him as the filtered light from the surface revealed huge teeth and lifeless eyes. It was a shark-faced villain, his jaws opening like a trap. Midoriya's eyes widened, his heart pounding faster than his lungs could draw breath. No. The villain's jaw stretched and opened unnaturally as he muttered, bubbles spilling from his twisted mouth. Nothing personal, kid, food is food. He opened his mouth to swallow Midoriya whole. Thwack. A perfect dropkick struck the villain's face, sending him flying backward in a burst of bubbles. A long, pink tongue immediately wrapped around Midoriya's waist. Come here, Midoriya, said Tsuyu, her voice muffled by the water. She pulled him with high speed, and both of them burst through the surface, Midoriya gasping desperately as he finally recovered the air he'd been starving for. Tsuyu, already on the deck of an abandoned yacht, laid him on his stomach and gave light pats on his back. See, cough. Thanks, Azui. You can call me Tsuyu, Ribbit. Are you okay? Midoriya tried to answer, but another voice cut through, cold and firm. So, that villain really separated us. Todoroki was leaning against the yacht's railing, watching the water around them with a heavy expression, as if analyzing every detail from the moment he landed there. Midoriya lifted his head, surprised to see him there with them. Todoroki. You got thrown here too? Yes. Looks like we fell into the flood zone, Ribbit. From the yacht's deck, Midoriya and Tsu looked toward the edge of the massive artificial lake. Several villains watched them from there, motionless, except for their predatory grins. Some had wide mouths, others held spears or harpoons, all of them stared at the yacht with a morbid anticipation, like a pack of starving animals waiting for food to fall into the water. They don't seem eager to come in, Tsuyu noted, narrowing her eyes. Maybe that's the limit of their quirks. Midoriya swallowed hard. If they stay there, how are we supposed to get out? Todoroki didn't answer right away. He stared at the villains for a few seconds, they weren't even trying to hide their mocking amusement. Some laughed, waving tauntingly, confident in their territorial advantage. Then he let out a long sigh. I don't have time for these games. He grabbed the yacht's metal railing with his right hand. Ice began to form where his skin touched the metal, crystals blooming upward, fragments rising like frost flakes. They grew into jagged edges, and soon a thin sheet spread from the railing and slowly crept downward toward the surface of the water. Around them, the villains frowned. Look at that, he's making a little ice. That'll take a year, kid. At first it looked just decorative, a shimmering thread coating the edge, but the moment the ice touched the water, it spread in an unstoppable surge. Whoosh! First a ring beneath the yacht, then entire waves solidified, and the once churning flood zone transformed into a smooth field of ice stretching as far as the eye could see. The villains waiting on the shore were frozen mid-expression, their bodies trapped in the same water that had given them the advantage. Midoriya gaped. Tsuyu only blinked, stunned. The surface, once a deep and dangerous lake, had become a solid carpet of thick ice that cracked under the weight of Todoroki's power. The boy pulled his partially frozen hand from the railing, releasing a small white breath. He flexed his fingers, breaking the remaining ice clinging to them. Done. He looked back at the others, speaking with the same calm, frosty tone as always. We can leave without trouble now. The landslide zone was a mess of mud, loose rocks, and uprooted logs, terrain that spat out danger at every step. For any normal person, it would have been a deadly maze. For Dashpar, it was just another childish obstacle. He moved like a sharp line cutting through uneven ground, a yellow android streak zigzagging down the slope. The villains there didn't even have time to react. Dash shot through them like a flash, a disarming strike here, a hand yanking an enemy by the waist to use him as momentum against a rock, and in a second, several of them were rolling limp down the incline. But strangely, Dash wasn't celebrating his victories like usual, no triumphant shouts, no dramatic jumps. His eyes were focused and alert, wearing a serious expression that didn't seem to match his face. "Where is everyone? Are they okay?" he murmured, dodging an improvised projectile without even looking back. The last villain charged at him, brandishing an iron bar. Dash simply twisted his body, grabbed the metal, and pulled, using the enemy's own momentum to slam him face first into the ground, knocking him out instantly. Dash took a deep breath, brows furrowed. The adrenaline wouldn't go down. "I think it's time to look for the others." He wanted to find his classmates, to confirm that Rita was alive, that everyone was still intact. That was awesome. Dash jolted from head to toe. The English praise came out of nowhere, too loud and way too close. He jumped so high he even left a blurred trail in the air before snapping back into place. Ah. He spun around in every direction, tense. W was that? Hagakure. Dash immediately recognized the voice, one of the few classmates who could speak English, even if the invisible girl only knew a little. Sorry, the invisible girl's voice rushed closer, clearly flustered. "I didn't mean to scare you. It's just that you were going so fast. I even thought you were gonna crash into me." Dash ran a hand through his hair, still trying to calm his racing heart. "How did I not hit you? I was running like a maniac." "Oh, I stayed super still in my little corner," she replied in a playful tone. "You were zigzagging, so all I had to do was not move a single finger." Dash let out a breath, relaxing only a little. "Okay, fine." He looked around, still on edge. "We need to find the others. I have no idea where the guy with the black smoke tossed them." The invisible girl stepped closer, he could hear the soft sound of her feet on the dirt. "I'm with you, Dash. Let's find everyone." And for the first time since he'd been teleported, the blonde boy didn't feel so alone in the middle of all that chaos. The central plaza was a chaos of dust, screams, and villains scattering like rodents crawling out of the sewer. At the center of it all, Aizawa pushed forward, taking enemies down with clean, precise movements, his expression completely neutral, until his eyes locked onto the thin, unsettling figure with hands hanging around his neck. "Are you the boss?" Aizawa asked as he sent his capture cloth flying toward the villain. Shigaraki didn't answer. He simply advanced, tilting his body like a tired predator. He grabbed the cloth with a hand covered in corpse-like fingers, but before he could pull, Aizawa closed the distance and struck with his elbow straight at his stomach. Or rather, he tried. Shigaraki caught the elbow with one hand, and the edges of cloth and skin began to crumble and peel away. "It's hard to tell when you're looking at me or not," he muttered, voice scratchy, almost childlike. "But sometimes I notice when your hair falls over your eyes. Whenever that happens, the duration gets shorter and shorter." Aizawa yanked his arm back with a dry snap before the damage became complete, then punched the villain and jumped back immediately. The hit didn't knock Shigaraki down, but it pushed him back, far enough for Aizawa to deal with two other villains trying to flank him. One kick, an arm lock, a spin. He was sweating, his eyes tired. Shigaraki got up slowly, brushing the dust off his clothes with an irritating calm. "Your quirk was never meant for prolonged battles, much less against large groups. You're the sneaky type, ambusher." He opened an unsettling smile beneath the hand covering his face. "Even so, you didn't hesitate for a second to jump in here to make the kids safer." Nice. Aizawa kicked another villain away and landed on the ground, only then feeling it. A massive pressure behind him. "Oh, and just for the record, I'm not the boss here." The Nomu appeared with a guttural roar, the monstrous shadow swallowing Aizawa whole. Its black muscular arm rose to smash him. And then something cut through the air. A figure, body horizontal mid-flight, performing a perfect dropkick aimed at the villain's face. I never missed twice. The blow struck so hard that it echoed like thunder. The Nomu was ripped off the ground, flying backward at absurd speed until it vanished among the rubble of the collapse zone. Shigaraki froze in place. Ryo landed beside Aizawa, his boots sliding on the destroyed ground, already bringing up his guard to cover the teacher's flank. Aizawa recovered quickly, despite the faintly surprised expression. "What are you doing here?" he asked while taking down 2 more enemies coming at him from behind. Came to help, Ryo replied, dodging an attack and countering with a spinning kick. We all got separated by that mist guy. Aizawa grabbed his shoulder firmly. Go find the others. And get out of here now. Ryo frowned. And you? Aizawa was about to answer when the Nomu's shadow fell over both of them like a death sentence. He reacted at the last second, pushing Ryo to one side as he jumped the other way. The monster's fist crushed the ground with enough force to lift a wave of dust and debris that swallowed everything in an opaque veil. Ryo tumbled across the floor and stood up coughing, trying to push the dust away with his arm. Sensei. He could barely see a hand in front of him. The answer came as a violent displacement of air that cleared the veil in an instant. The Nomu appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Ryo turned instinctively, raising his arm to block the impact, the blow catching his side with brutal force, knocking the air out of his lungs. He was thrown like a rag doll, hitting the ground and rolling for several meters before finally stopping near the edge of the flood zone, the surface frozen, right before he crashed into it hard enough to crack everything beneath him. The ice gave way in a muffled explosion, and a column of white dust rose along with splashes of freezing water. Ryo slid halfway beneath the broken layer, cold water rising to his waist. He stayed there for a second, dazed, before supporting himself on the fractured ice and standing up with a low groan. TSK, that one hurt. He muttered, running a hand through his wet hair and the side of his head. Water dripped from his uniform, and the cold bit at his skin, but the worst discomfort came when he tried moving his left arm. Pain radiated through it as if something had snapped. Even so, he tried to hide it. Takeda. Midoriya's voice came almost panicked. Ryo lifted his head. Midoriya was running toward him across the ice's edge, with Tsuyu and Todoroki close behind, all of them staring with wide eyes. Are you okay? Midoriya insisted, leaning forward. I'm fine, Ryo replied, though his expression tightened as a sharp pain shot through his side. He clenched his teeth, pressing his right hand over the injured area. The side of his left arm was completely purple. Tsuyu shrank back, hugging herself, her breath leaving in short puffs because of the cold lingering from Todoroki. Ribbit, that's not good at all. Todoroki stepped forward, eyes narrowing as he looked at the enormous bruise. What managed to throw you all the way here, he asked seriously. And leave you in this condition? Ryo opened his mouth to respond, still trying to regain balance on the ice. But he didn't even have time. A torn scream ripped through the air. The 4 of them turned instinctively toward the central plaza. The sight made Midoriya's stomach drop. Aizawa was on the ground, his face pressed against the concrete, while the Nomu crushed his right arm, completely twisted and broken. The monster growled silently, its monstrous strength pinning the teacher down as if he were nothing more than an insect. Ryo felt his blood freeze, not from the water's cold, but from facing heed the brutality of the villains that pro-heroes risk their lives fighting every day. Chapter 15, USJ Incident Part 3. Outside the closed gates of UA, life seemed strangely calm for a Wednesday afternoon. The wind blew softly through the area, carrying with it dry leaves that slid across the nearly empty asphalt. The streets were silent, far too silent. Inside a black car parked near the side entrance, a man with short hair rested his arms on the steering wheel. His name was Hajime Sakamoto, 35 years old, tired expression, and a look that made it clear he had seen far too much for a simple security agent. He let out a heavy sigh. Empty roads today, damn Wednesday, he muttered, tapping his finger on the steering wheel in a nervous tick. I don't know how much longer I can take this. Hajime adjusted his seatbelt, leaning his head back against the headrest with a frustrated air. He remembered perfectly the day his superiors promoted him, or so they called it. From Ryo Tanaka's personal driver to part of the strategic surveillance team. The old Hajime would have celebrated. A problem child, dangerous, son of a hated hero and with a quirk capable of leveling cities, who would want to be the driver of that kid? But after years around Ryo, daily checkups, taking him to the hospital to visit his mother, watching him grow up in a chaos that wasn't his fault, Hajime had grown a bit attached to the boy. Whether he wanted to or not, he cared. And now? Now he was part of a disgusting plan from his superiors, mentally breaking the boy until he, on his own, agreed to be institutionalized. He knew very well they just wanted to grind him down enough to manipulate him. Hajime closed his eyes, feeling his stomach churn just thinking about it. Damn it, the kid doesn't deserve this. The passenger door suddenly opened. I'm back, announced a light female voice before a blonde woman stepped into the car. Rin Kobayashi, 28 years old, immaculate black blazer, perfect posture, and a rice ball in hand. She handed a snack to Hajime. "I got the one you like, senpai." "Thanks," he replied, without much enthusiasm. Rin settled in, crossed one leg over the other, and began eating her rice ball. Despite her professional air, she had a curious sparkle in her eyes, typical of rookies. "You know, senpai," she began, wiping a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth, "I've only been here a week, but this Tanaka kid. If he's so dangerous." She tilted her head, genuinely confused. "Why don't we just drug him and put him into a deep coma? Solves everything, doesn't it?" Hajime stopped chewing. His silence lasted several seconds. "Kobayashi-san," he murmured, frowning. "If it were that simple, we would have done it years ago." She raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Hajime turned his face toward her, elbow resting on the window as he spoke in an almost resigned tone. "The kid is completely immune. Drugs, sedatives, anesthetics, even experimental poisons. Nothing works on him. And to make it worse, he's also immune to any disease. Natural, synthetic, doesn't matter." Rin froze. Literally, she sat there with her mouth open. The rice ball slipped from her hand and fell into her lap without her noticing. "You." She blinked. "You're kidding me, right?" "Wish I were," Hajime replied, too tired to laugh. "When I found out, I had the exact same expression as you." He shook his head, letting out a humorless laugh. "All those medical check-ins I did when I was his driver." He tapped the steering wheel lightly, all for nothing. The kid never needed any of it. Rin still looked at him as if she had just heard an urban legend come to life. That's not a normal quirk," she murmured, finally blinking. "That's actually kind of scary." Hajime leaned back in his seat. "Yeah. And even so they want to mess with his head. I don't know how they think that's safe." His eyes darkened. "The worst part is, he's still just a kid, you know." Rin didn't know how to respond. For the first time since joining the team, she looked genuinely uncomfortable. Silence took over the car for a few seconds. Until Rin took a deep breath and asked quietly. "Sakamoto-senpai, is this job always like this?" Hajime closed his eyes for a moment. "Unfortunately, rookie," he replied in a heavy tone, "sometimes there are even worse days." The Nomu pinned Aizawa to the ground as if the hero were nothing more than an annoying insect. Its monstrous hand squeezed Eraserhead's already shattered right arm, pressing it down even harder with its massive palm. Aizawa's muffled scream echoed through the central plaza, covered in dust, debris, and blood. Shigaraki walked slowly around the scene, his trembling hands swaying slightly, as if irritated by a prank gone wrong. "That kid from earlier really gave me a scare," he muttered, tilting his head. "I didn't think anyone here could even make the Nomu move. I'll deal with him later." He crouched in front of Aizawa, as though inspecting a broken toy. "So, what do you think of our anti-symbol of peace bioweapon?" he asked in an almost childlike tone. "Cool, right?" Aizawa gritted his teeth in pain but said nothing. "Your quirk erasing ability is amazing, but against people who are truly strong, you're nothing but a quirkless wannabe hero." The Nomu then crushed Aizawa's other arm against the ground. His scream tore through the air. Shigaraki watched like someone admiring a painting being completed. It was then that Kurogiri appeared beside him, his dark mist rippling softly. "Tamura." "Kurogiri." Shigaraki replied, still watching Aizawa being tortured. "Is 13 dead?" "Not dead," the warp gate answered calmly. "Incapacitated. However, there was an issue. I couldn't teleport some students, and one of them managed to escape." Shigaraki froze for 2 seconds. "Oh." Both his hands went to his neck, scratching compulsively, leaving the skin red. "What have you done?" he snarled. "You just jeopardized the entire plan. If it weren't for you, if you weren't our only ticket out of here, I would have turned you to dust right now." Kurogiri remained composed despite the explosive outburst. "We still have that, Tamura. The master instructed us to use it if the situation didn't go as planned." Shigaraki froze for an instant. Then stopped scratching. "Ah, right. I almost forgot." His laugh trembled. "Hey, he, that solves things for now." Kurogiri tilted his head. Shall I bring it? HM. Of course. What do you think? Shigaraki snapped, his fingers twitching irritably in the air. Understood. Kurogiri vanished into the mist. Left alone, Shigaraki kicked a chunk of concrete. TSK. I had gotten such a nice little gift from Master. I wanted to play with it before using that. Now the fun's already ruined. Across the flood zone coast, the scene was entirely different. Midoriya and Tsuyu were desperately trying to stop Ryo. Midoriya pushed the boy back with both arms while Tsuyu wrapped her tongue around Ryo's waist, pulling him away from the path leading to the plaza center. Ribbit. Taketikin, you're injured. You can't go. Tsuyu said, still trembling from the cold. Stop. Midoriya whimpered, pushing his classmate with all the strength he had. You can't go there like this. Ryo glared at them, frustrated. What do you want me to do then? He shouted. Stand here and watch our teacher die. You don't feel anything seeing that. Midoriya flinched, his face tightening. He answered with a swallowed sob. I do. I do feel something. I want to run out there and help. But if you rush in, you'll put everyone here in danger. You. The words broke as tears filled his eyes. I thought you would understand that. Ryo's gaze locked on the boy with intensity. There was a clash of convictions, the desire to save a teacher on the brink of death versus the duty to protect the group. Ryo saw the tears in Midoriya's eyes and, for a moment, it rattled him, not because the scene moved him, but because it infuriated him deeply. He knew well the weight of sacrifice, giving up one to save many, but what gnawed at him was how no one seemed to consider the life, the fear, or the perspective of the one being left behind. And to Ryo, that coldness had always been the cruelest part of it all. And he hated it from the bottom of his heart. I expected more from you. Midoriya. Before anyone could break the tension, a massive shadow appeared above them, blocking out the sky. What? Midoriya looked up. A gigantic portal, made of Kurogiri's distorted mist, opened in the air like a bottomless abyss. That mist guy again. Todoroki muttered, narrowing his eyes. From within, something vast and dark descended, a massive black sphere, slowly spinning as if aligning itself for the perfect impact. It plummeted, slicing through the air, falling toward the frozen coast where the four stood. Boom. The sphere struck the frozen shoreline, shattering layers of ice and launching columns of water and broken ice skyward. The ground trembled as if hit by a low-magnitude earthquake. From the center of the plaza, Shigaraki watched the explosion with his head tilted, as though admiring fireworks. Hey, that takes care of four at once. Aizawa struggled to stay conscious, his vision blurred, but he still saw, even if only for a split second, the monster sphere crashing down toward his students. A strangled groan escaped him, heavy with despair. Shigaraki heard it and laughed. Ah, did you like that? He tilted his head, scratching his own neck with chipped nails. Get used to it, Eraserhead, because you're going to witness this over and over today. Your precious students will die, one by one. Aizawa tried to rise once more, driven by pain and fury, but the Nomu's colossal hand grabbed his head and slammed it into the concrete. The ground caved in, a crater opening beneath him. A dry crack echoed through the air. Aizawa's breath came out in shivers. At the flood zone's coast, Midoriya coughed, stumbling as cold droplets of water slid down his face. Tsuyu trembled while pushing herself up, still hugging her own body to chase away the cold. Todoroki stepped over the shattered remnants of his ice, unable to understand how it had all been broken apart in a single impact. What was that? Midoriya mumbled before lifting his gaze. And nearly lost his breath. The titanic black sphere hovered slowly above them, still descending after the crash. Its size, its weight, it was absurd. Are you three okay? Ryo's voice tore through the air. The three turned, and their eyes went wide. Ryo was hunched forward, teeth clenched, feet buried in the soaked ground from sheer physical pressure, holding the colossal sphere above his head alone. Todoroki simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. That thing had destroyed the entire mass of ice he'd created to shield them with its weight, yet now Ryo was lifting it as if none of that mattered. Tsuyu was the only one able to answer. WWE refine, ribbit. Ryo, feeling the titanic effort tearing him apart from the inside, forced even more strength out of his body. The glowing veins along his arms pulsed with light, revealing the inert transition pushed past its safe limits. The sphere rose, giving the others room to escape, but in the middle of the lift. Crack! Ryo's body gave out for an instant, his arms shaking violently. He dropped a few centimeters, just enough for the weight to nearly crush him. Not now. He growled through gritted teeth, his voice shaking with raw pain. The cost of using the inner transition fell on him, muscles constantly tensed, as if he had been flexing non-stop since the fight began. Fatigue piled up like physical weight, fibers failing in waves, his left arm trembling uncontrollably. Tiny internal tears burned beneath the skin. He had passed his limit long ago. Takeda. Midoriya shouted, horrified as he watched his classmate struggle. Ryo looked at him from beneath the sphere, sweat pouring off him like rain, before another muscular failure jolted his body. If this keeps up, Midoriya whispered, breath hitching, he's going to be crushed. How do we help him, Ribbit? Tsuyu panted. Midoriya thought fast, eyes darting everywhere, until they lit up with an idea. On the other side, Ryo kept fighting the impossible weight, struggling to breathe. Then he felt something cold forming around his feet and sides, pillars of ice, taking some of the load. And moments later, something firm wrapped around his torso, Tsuyu's tongue. He looked forward and saw Midoriya waving at him, sweating, trembling, but determined. When I say 3, let go. Midoriya shouted. Got it. Ryo barked through clenched teeth, before another muscle failure nearly made him drop everything. The ice cracked. Todoroki reinforced it. Tsuyu pulled harder. Ryo held on again, growling. Midoriya closed his fist, inhaling. 1. 2. THR. But before the 3, a metallic, heavy sound vibrated through the air. Clank, clank, clank clank clank. The entire sphere shuddered. What are you waiting for? Get me OU. He didn't finish. A massive claw burst out in front of him, snapping like a metal blade. Then another. And another. 5, 6 total, wrapping around the sphere as it began rising on its own. The weight vanished from above him instantly. What? There was no time to react. The machine unfolded its spherical shell, rising on 6 metallic limbs like an arachnid monster. Tsuyu yanked Ryo back with all her strength, dragging the staggering boy toward the group before the thing could drop onto him. Ryo rolled to the ground beside them, panting, running a hand through his hair. He turned around just in time to see a colossal sphere of black metal, retractable legs ending in talons, red sensors scanning the surroundings. Its head emerged from the top, rotating with artificial precision. It scanned the USJ, locked onto Shigaraki and the Nomu. Allies detected. It rotated again. Locked onto the students. The visor flashed with violent red. Threats detected. Order, exterminate. A weapon unfolded beside its head, a plasma cannon humming with energy. Move. Todoroki shouted, raising a wall of ice to shield the group. A blue short line of plasma shot toward them, slicing through the air like a comet, shattering the ice and creating a thick cloud of white steam that swallowed everything around it. The Omnidroid recalculated, but not fast enough. Because, in the middle of the smoke, Ryo burst forward, water splashing behind him. He braced his body, focused all the strength he still had into his left arm, and punched the front of the machine. The impact hurled the sphere dozens of meters back until it crashed into the collapse zone, cracking the concrete as it hit the ground. Ryo staggered as he landed in the shallow water, his arm throbbing in unbearable pain. When he looked down, he saw the purple bruising spreading from his shoulder to his forearm, the muscles twitching uncontrollably, as if they were about to tear apart completely. Ribbit. You're in bad shape, Taketikan. Midoriya rushed in right behind him, desperate. Todoroki, eyes still fixed on the robot as it stood back up, pressed his fingers against the residual ice. What is that thing? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. He muttered, watching the Omnidroid raise its spherical body and turn toward them without appearing damaged at all. Ryo took a deep breath, forcing himself to stand. I have no idea, but one thing's certain. He pointed at the robot with his chin. That thing wants to kill us. The machine then retracted its 6 arms and head back into its body, returning to its perfect spherical form. And it began rolling toward them. Midoriya paled. It's coming back this way. The sphere spun at high speed, making the ground shake as it advanced like a living wrecking ball, carving a trail of destruction through the walkways. Todoroki stepped forward ahead of the group. I guess I don't need to hold back with this thing, he murmured. With a sharp stomp, he raised a titanic column of ice, completely engulfing the Omnidroid. The pillar rose like a crystal tower, thick enough to crush an entire building. Dash was running in circles through the forest zone, searching for survivors, when he saw the blue flash reflected between the trees and the ice pillar rising like a skyscraper. Behind him, Hagakure waved, or at least her voice vibrating in the right direction suggested so. Dash. That has to be Todoroki's work for sure. The blonde swallowed hard. All right. Then we're close. Hold on tight. 2M holding, she said, squeezing even tighter. Dash turned bright red the moment he felt her chest press against his back. 2 already said you don't need to hold that tight. You run like a rocket, she shot back shamelessly. I'd rather not go flying, thank you. Okay, got it. And he dashed off, a golden trail cutting through the forest. Shigaraki watched the ice tower forming, head tilted. Your students really are impressive, Eraser. He said, scratching himself non-stop. But that won't stop it. After all, that little thing there managed to kill America's #2 hero. Aizawa could only let out a weak grunt, his face dragged against the concrete by the Nomu. Then the ice column trembled. Cracks began to form, then spread, and finally exploded outward, launching shards of ice across the area. The Omni-droid burst from its prison like a freed beast, arms blowing outward, claws digging into the ground, plasma cannon glowing. It immediately aimed at the group of students. Midoriya swallowed hard. Todoroki returned to a combat stance. Ryo stood firm despite his injured arm. But before the machine could fire. Boom. The USJ's main gate was blown apart. Dust pulled back like curtains. And All Might emerged at the center of the smoke, muscles trembling, expression fierce. Do not fear. He took a firm step forward, his expression now rigid and devoid of his characteristic smile. Because I am here. The Omnidroid's head turned, its lens focusing on the symbol of peace. Recognition lines ran across its digital visor. Chapter 16, USJ Incident Part 4. The villains who were still standing in the central plaza shrank back the moment they saw All Might appear at the entrance gate. One of them gasped, his voice trembling. This is the first time I've ever seen him, in person. Another took a step back, his whole body recoiling instinctively. His presence, it's overwhelming. Quit backing up, you idiot, the third one snarled, desperately trying to mask his rising panic. We're here to kill him, remember. But they didn't even have time to reorganize their fear. All Might simply vanished. One moment he was at the gate, the next, a violent gust tore through the plaza, and all the villains were flung away like rag dolls, knocked unconscious before they could even realize what hit them. The hero stopped at the center of the arena, his eyes immediately locking onto Shigaraki and the Nomu pinning Aizawa to the ground. Without hesitation, All Might charged forward like a lightning bolt. Texas Smosh. The blow slammed straight into the hulking, dark-skinned, bird-headed monster. The blast of air ripped the Nomu from the ground and sent it flying, the shockwave crashing into Shigaraki as well, hurling him several meters back before he managed to regain his footing. Shigaraki began to laugh, a distorted, high-pitched, almost childlike cackle. Ha, ha ha ha, throwing punches to save people, that's state-sponsored violence. He tilted his head, fingers tapping the hand mask. You're fast, All Might. Too fast for me to keep up properly, but not as fast as I expected. Maybe the rumors about you getting weaker are true. All Might didn't even look at him. His attention was on Aizawa. He lifted his colleague into his arms, his expression tightening at the sight of the severe injuries, ruined arms, mutilated face, weak breathing. As he took a step to move, he felt pressure coming from the side. A massive shadow loomed. A colossal wrecking ball was hurtling straight toward him. He leapt with Aizawa on his shoulder, the sphere roaring beneath him before smashing into the reinforced storm zone wall. All Might landed at the entrance of the dome, where part of the class was tending to 13, touching down like a bolt of lightning with Aizawa in his arms. He gently laid Aizawa on the ground beside 13. Take care of him, his voice boomed, commanding and urgent. And before anyone could answer, All Might had already leapt back toward the center of the arena, ready to face Shigaraki. Without hesitating, he charged straight at him, arms crossed, ready to unleash a Carolina smash. But the Nomu intercepted the blow. The creature appeared in front of the villain in the blink of an eye, taking the attack with its exposed torso and absorbing all of its force. The ground cracked, a burst of air rippled out, yet the Nomu remained there, unmoving, as if nothing had happened. All Might's eyes widened. What? Before he could finish the thought, the Nomu lunged with a grab. All Might dropped down instantly, dodging by mere inches, and countered with a powerful punch to the creature's stomach. Nothing. Not even a scratch. You've got to be kidding me. He began unleashing a flurry of quick blows, but none had any effect. Behind them, Shigaraki chuckled softly, explaining like a bored teacher. Your efforts are useless. He has shock absorption. Punches won't work. If you truly want to beat him, you'd have to tear him apart, piece by piece. But honestly, once you get tired of punching, you'll die. The Nomu threw a monstrous punch. All Might blocked it, feeling the impact reverberate through his entire arm. Thanks for the tip, he snarled. But then something flashed to his right. On instinct, All Might leapt aside at the exact moment a plasma beam cut through the air, exploding against the ground where he had been moments before. A blue flash lit up the plaza, smoke rose, and the hero landed several meters away, staring at the new threat. For a moment, he was speechless. A massive black spherical robot projected itself into the arena, supported by multiple retractable arms. Its smooth surface reflected the lights of the artificial storm raging inside the storm zone. This is... All Might muttered, incredulous. It's exactly what you think. Shigaraki replied, casually walking up beside the Nomu. His face has been on so many newspapers, after all. Allow me to introduce the one that killed one of the strongest heroes in the USA. He lifted his hand as if presenting a masterpiece. Omnidroid. The robot's visor lit up red. Lines of data streamed across its display, analyzing All Might within milliseconds: stance, threat level, breathing rate, possible weaknesses, everything processed and adjusted. The machine reached its conclusion. Target, All Might. Threat level, 9.8. Initiating extermination protocol. The Omnidroid fired a burst of plasma, then another, and another, successive, precise shots. All Might dodged the first, then the second, leapt to avoid the third, but... The Nomu appeared behind him, striking him midair with a brutal punch. All Might retaliated immediately, hitting the creature with enough force to carve a crater into the ground, but it was like punching a flexible wall that absorbed the impact without taking damage. And then... a plasma beam struck the hero from the side. The explosion sent him flying like a projectile, tearing through the arena floor as his body rolled across the concrete. His shirt was almost completely shredded, smoke rising from where the blast had hit. All Might caught his breath, bracing one hand against the broken ground. TSK, what the hell is this? The Nomu charged at him. The Omnidroid followed, its retractable arms unfolding like blades as its cannon reloaded another deadly shot. In the distance, Shigaraki laughed as though watching an unmissable show. Let's see how long the symbol of peace can last against two forces capable of killing him. The explosions echoed like metallic thunder, shaking the entire disaster zone. The group, still gathered near the exit, watched the distant glow of the clash between All Might, the Nomu, and the mechanical monster. Ryo let out a tired sigh, his shoulders finally relaxing. Looks like we're safe now, he murmured. Seems so, Todoroki agreed, keeping his eyes on the columns of smoke rising into the air. Ryo took one step forward. Then another. His hand instinctively gripped his left arm, where the dark purple bruise clashed sharply against his uniform. Pain shot through him like an electric current. Idiot. He thought bitterly. I was a complete idiot. Waiting for All Might would have been easier. Safer. More rational. But the memory of that moment, Aizawa being slammed into the ground by the Nomu, the sound of that impact, the desperation in the teacher's breathing, was almost immediately replaced by another image, a small child, himself, surrounded by bodies and crying. Ryo clenched his teeth so hard it hurt. Midoriya's words echoed in his mind, irritating like a persistent buzzing. If you rush in, you'll put everyone here in danger. He hated how much sense that words made. Ryo started walking toward the exit without looking back. Todoroki and Tsuyu exchanged uncertain glances before slowly following him. Wait. Midoriya stepped in front of them, arms spread. We have to help All Might. The group stopped. Midoriya swallowed hard, finally seeming to gather the courage to speak. I finally remembered that thing that attacked us earlier. He pointed toward the center of the battlefield, where the Omnidroid was trading blows with the Nomu and All Might. That robot, it's the same one that caused chaos in USA. The same one that killed their number 2 hero. All Might is strong, but this time he might Siryu. Rio grabbed him by the collar. His bright green eyes burned with fury. Shut your damn mouth, he snarled. Midoriya froze. Now you want to help? Rio yanked him closer, close enough for their breaths to mix. Now. When Aizawa was being practically tortured, you jumped in and stopped me. What's the difference between the two, Midoriya? Midoriya only blinked, confused, as if he had no answer. And even if we wanted to help All Might. Rio continued, his voice cracking under exhaustion and anger, what the hell can we do against that? You just said it's the same machine that killed a top hero in another country. What do you think kids like us are supposed to do? Huh? Midoriya opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He had never seen Rio like this. None of them had. Rio suddenly let go, making Midoriya stumble back a step. The silence that followed was heavy. Suffocating. I'm done with this, Rio said, his voice low but carrying all the weight he had been holding in. This damn hero course, this heroism, everything. If all we're going to do is watch people suffer like this. I don't want to be part of this anymore. Midoriya felt the world collapse for a moment. The words hit him deep, each syllable like a slap. He wondered, what had changed? Aizawa and All Might, both were heroes. Both were people. So why had he stopped Rio earlier, but now he was ready to run straight into danger? Because it was All Might. Because he was his idol. Because he was his mentor. Because he was the one who entrusted him with One for All. The answer filled him with shame. He opened his mouth, ready to apologize, ready to say something, anything. But a scream tore through the air. They all turned at once. And they saw. All Might was on his knees. His left arm was gone. Blood was dripping down his torn uniform. The Omni-Droid was approaching like an executioner. The Nomu roared beside it. The symbol of peace was falling. All Might's condition was deplorable, and Shigaraki seemed to savor every second of it. Hey, just look at you. The villain's voice trembled, almost affectionate in its cruelty. You look better like this. Hurt. Bleeding. Helpless. The symbol of peace reduced to a lump of ground meat. All Might forced himself upright, his whole body shaking, one hand pressed against where his left arm had once been. Blood dripped between his fingers. His chest heaved, and sweat mixed with the dust of the battlefield. He couldn't keep going. Every time he tried to charge at the Omni-Droid, the Nomu intercepted him like a living shield, blocking every strike. And when he tried to go around the Nomu, the robot fired plasma bursts that burned through the air as they passed. With Kurogiri now opening random portals, the attacks came from impossible blind spots. A portal opened to All Might's right, he jumped back just in time, but another opened in front of him, and another to the left, and one behind him. For gigantic metallic claws burst from the portals at once, aiming to skewer him like spears. All Might leapt high. And the Nomu met him in the air. A monstrous punch collided with All Might's right arm, the only one he had left to block with. The impact echoed like thunder, hurling him straight into the steps of the central plaza. The crash made the concrete explode into a cloud of dust and debris. Shigaraki laughed like a madman. This is art, he almost screamed. Look at him. Just look at this. Kurogiri, this toy our master's friend lent us is incredible. I must agree, Tamura, Kurogiri replied in his distorted voice. The Omni-Droid combined with the Nomu creates a deadly pair. The Omni-Droid tilted its spherical body, sensors analyzing All Might buried in the rubble. Red readings flashed across its internal display. Critical vital signs. Target's physical integrity compromised. Threat level, 7.8. But its calculations were cut short by a sudden green flash. Midoriya appeared in the blink of an eye, One for All coursing through his entire body like green lightning at 100%. He couldn't even feel the weight of his own muscles, only instinct screaming at him to move. There's so much you still need to teach me. A violent smash hit the Omni-Droid dead in the center, denting its metallic shell and launching the robot into the collapse zone like a metal cannonball. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were stunned for a moment, just long enough for Bakugo to blast in with a furious roar, slamming Kurogiri into the ground. Stay still, purple smoke. Step away from our teacher. Kirishima shouted, trying to strike Shigaraki with a hardened arm. Midoriya landed hard, expecting to feel his bones shatter, but nothing happened. He stared at his own body, panting. I'm fine. Is this it? Is this what it's like when I can control one for all? There was no time to reflect. Shigaraki clicked his tongue, irritated. NOMU. Kill them all. The creature appeared behind Bakugo and Kirishima like a nightmare shadow. But a punch connected with its beak-like face. A punch from Ryo. The impact sent the Nomu flying like a projectile. The greeny boy stood still, his right arm covered in microfractures like glass about to shatter. Takeda. Kirishima shouted, excited for a moment, until he saw the miserable state of his friend. Dude, are you okay? Ryo didn't even turn his head. Worry about yourself, he growled. This is far from over. The Nomu tumbled across the ground, digging its feet in to stop itself. It roared, preparing to charge. Ryo stared it down, spitting a thin line of blood. Heard you crawled out of a lab. He muttered, muscles tensing as inert transition surged through his body again. So I've got no reason to hold back on you. With that, they charged at each other. Their fists collided in an explosion of wind so strong everyone nearby was pushed back. The shockwave was followed by a rapid sequence, blows, dry impacts, cracks, cross-punches, like two animals fighting for territory. Each exchange opened new fractures along Ryo's arms. His nose bled, his body trembled with pain. But he didn't stop. Didn't slow down. Didn't hesitate. Suddenly, Ryo stepped back half a pace, gathering energy in both arms, and lunged. A double strike hit the Nomu's arms. The Nomu's limbs exploded into bloody fragments. Shigaraki's eyes widened. What? The Nomu immediately began to regenerate. Ryo watched the flesh trying to knit itself back together. No way I'm letting you heal in the middle of a fight. Veins lit up along his right arm, green light glowing beneath the cracked, torn skin. He poured all his weight, all his strength, all the energy his body could handle into that final motion. And delivered a devastating uppercut to the Nomu's jaw. The creature's entire upper body was ripped off. The impact released a colossal shockwave that shot upward, tearing the entire USJ ceiling open like flimsy paper and sending dust, concrete, and steel beams flying. Sunlight flooded the scene. And the Nomu ceased to exist above the middle of its torso. Through the clouds of dust and debris, the Omnidroid's metal shell trembles and rises again. Its internal servos buzz, warped plates snap back into place, and the central red eye flickers, reactivating with a harsh beep. Hull damage, 34%. Internal systems, partially compromised. Continuous operation, possible. Its visor refocuses just in time to catch the colossal explosion at the center of the plaza, the exact moment Ryo reduces the Nomu to a torso and smoke. Analyzing target. Threat level, 7.4. Recalculating. New threat level, 10. Critical threat. Activating protocol, Sentinel. Sending data to Matrix. Its claws retract into the body, the head withdraws, and within seconds it returns to its wrecking ball form. But it remains inert, motionless, until the entire body splits in half. Across the plaza, Shigaraki stares, dumbstruck, at the mutilated body of the Nomu at Ryo's feet. It shatters every expectation. A student had taken down the tank they spent so long preparing. What was that? He screams, scratching his neck until it bleeds. A student. A student destroyed the Nomu. That makes no sense. No sense at all. He sees Ryo staggering, barely able to move a muscle. An easy target. I'll kill you right now, he bolts forward. But a massive pillar of ice erupts in front of Shigaraki, completely engulfing him. You're not laying a finger on him, Shoto declares, cold as the ice itself. Shigaraki emerges from the mist of Kirojiri's warp. Tamura, are you alright? Of course I'm fine, damn it, he roars. Kill that kid. He ruined everything. Then Bakugo blasts between them like a missile. Die, you bastards. But the villains vanish into the portal. They appear behind Ryo, Shigaraki half emerged from the warp gate, hand outstretched for the killing touch. Ryo, too exhausted, can only move his eyes. But then a massive hand appears. All Might grabs Shigaraki's arm and yanks him out of the portal like a rag doll. I will never, ever allow you to harm my students. Shigaraki clicks his tongue, snarling, and with Kirojiri's help reappears in the plaza, this time surrounded, All Might in front, Todoroki on the left, Bakugo ready to blast, Kirishima and Midoriya closing from behind. Surrender, villains, All Might orders, voice steady. You've already lost. Shigaraki trembles, scratching his neck compulsively. No, no way, we were so close. So close. Tamura. Kurogiri says calmly. I believe we should retreat. It's that brat's fault. Everything is because of Hai. Shigaraki stops mid-sentence when he senses a tall, slender, black presence rising behind Ryo and All Might. It moves so fast no one sees it coming. Its long arm smashes into Ryo's side like a sideways shove, launching him into the air like a meteor. He tears through trees, rocks, and vanishes into the forest in a devastating explosion. Young Takeda. All Might cries, horrified. He charges with a desperate smash. But in a fraction of a second, the creature coats itself in a gleaming diamond layer, blocking the strike with flawless stability. All Might's eyes widen. Biodata copied. The being wastes no time, a brutal punch slams into All Might's abdomen. Not merely a blunt strike, but a smash. The hero is launched at incredible speed, blasted across the sky, disappearing toward the storm zone, dragging clouds of dust and smoke with him. Bakugo arrives in an explosion. Come at me, you. The creature grabs him by the face and hurls him straight into the plaza fountain. The water erupts, and Bakugo blacks out instantly, floating unconscious. Todoroki summons an enormous ice wall, crushing and covering the creature completely. But something incandescent bursts from within, heat, concentrated flames radiating inside the ice, melting it in an instant. The frozen pillar dissolves like fragile frost under summer heat, the black body igniting until completely wreathed in fire. And before he can react, the creature's face opens and fires a blinding, searing beam. Todoroki raises a wall of ice to defend himself, it shatters, and he's flung violently toward the flood zone's coast. Midoriya and Kirishima, on the opposite side, watch everything unfold in a single, breathless instant. The entity returns to its original form, black metal, eyes like tiny cold beacons, and its sensors lock onto them. They freeze on the spot. Midoriya drenched in cold sweat. Kirishima struggling to stay brave. Midoriya, what the hell is that? Kirishima whispers. Midoriya swallows hard, terrified. 2. I have no idea. But one thing he understands. The true nightmare of the USJ has finally stepped onto the field. Chapter 17, USJ Incident Part 5. For a few seconds, the central plaza remained silent, only the distant sound of running water and debris hitting the ground echoed through the air. Then, Shigaraki's laughter cracked like thunder. Ha 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 ha. I had actually forgotten that the iron ball released that little guy. This is some S-class item, he said, excited as if he were watching a kid's cartoon. What was his name again? Kurogiri sighed. Sentinel, Tamura. That. Shigaraki scratches his neck faster, excitedly. You know I'm terrible with names. Anyway. He pointed eagerly at the tall, slender black humanoid made of shifting metal plates. The sentinel stood up without making a sound, as if the machine were carved from solid shadow. What a spectacle! Shigaraki exclaimed, buzzing with excitement. It crushed All Might and those brats in seconds. So that's what killed the number 2 hero in the US. Ha ha. The sentinel's visor flickered. It analyzed Midoriya. Threat level, 6.8. Analyzed Kirishima. Threat level, 3.6. Low. Irrelevant. The machine slowly turned toward the forest, a trail of destruction stretching like an artillery tunnel. On its internal display, the highlighted objective appeared. Verify priority target status. Thrusters ignited on its feet and arms, and the sentinel began to lift off. Midoriya immediately recognized its trajectory. It's going after Takeda. But it didn't even rise a full meter before a Redandiello flash sliced through the air, like a shot of light. Smakek. The sentinel was launched backward, crashing into the ground with a metallic boom. It tried to lift its head. Another punch. And another. And another. A torrent of high-speed strikes made the sentinel's armor vibrate like it was being crushed inside a hurricane. It was Dash. And he was furious. This is for my friend. Dash shouted, punching, kicking, ripping through the air with such speed that colorful streaks formed around him. The sentinel tried to fire its blazing cannon through the slit in its face. But Dash struck its head aside before the laser could fire. The sentinel shifted vision modes, reducing everything to slow motion. Calculating countermeasure. Countermeasure calculated. A laser shot in a precise direction, narrowly missing dash. The machine was learning. Adapting. But not enough. A gigantic shadow rose behind it. Detroit. Smash. All Might burst forward, wrapped in determination, landing a blow that hurled the black machine several meters until it slammed into a concrete wall. The creature tried to rise, but the ground froze violently, and tons of ice buried it again. Todoroki exhaled, focused, his hands pale as snow. All Might looked at everyone, breathing heavily. "Are you two all right?" he asked Midoriya and Kirishima. Both nodded. Todoroki, however, frowned. "We still don't know about Takeda." The name hit All Might like a bucket of ice. He clenched his teeth. "Midoriya. Kirishima. Go after him now. He's injured and alone, hurry." "Yes, sir," the two answered in unison. Behind them, Todoroki's ice began to crack. A red glow appeared underneath. All Might stepped forward, placing himself between the students and the sentinel. "And this thing," he said, heavy and prepared. "We'll handle it." Dash stood beside him, charged with rage-fueled energy. Todoroki cooled the air around them. And Bakugo staggered in, explosions still smoking. "Damn it, my head is fucking killing me. I'm gonna skin this metal trash alive." The forest had been torn apart as if a meteor had crashed straight into it. At the center of a massive crater, surrounded by shattered trunks and soil ripped up like raw flesh, lay Ryo Tanaka, or what was left of him. His body was twisted over the wreckage. His breathing, short and uneven. The right side of his chest rose and fell like he was trying to breathe with only half a lung. Damn. A thin breath escaped between his teeth. His left arm was a disaster. Fractured, crushed, twisted at impossible angles. Parts of the muscle had split open, exposing living tissue, and warm blood slipped down in thin trails from the ruined elbow. Several ribs were broken, every breath shoved shards of glass deeper inside him. His neck burned. His legs trembled. His vision was already filling with black dots. He couldn't feel half of his body, and the other half was pure pain. The distant sound of explosions reached him muffled, like it came from underwater. Screams echoed from the direction of the plaza, Midoriya trying to reach the forest, Kirishima calling his name, but Shigaraki and Kurogiri blocked the path, while the sentinel waged war against All Might and the others. Ryo could only think one thing. Why was he doing this? Why, again? Udata. The training. The effort. The fights. For what? What am I even doing?" he muttered, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Was it because he believed he could change his pathetic life? Because he thought that by entering the best hero school, everything would fix itself? Ridiculous. "I hate this." His voice came out broken, barely a sound. And it was true. He hated it. He hated heroism. He hated the expectations. He hated the idea of saving a world that never wanted to save him. He hated everything. So then, why keep trying? Why get up? Why go on? His eyelids grew heavy, and the warmth of death began to embrace him with an almost familiar comfort. It was so easy to rest. And in the middle of that numbness, a forgotten fragment of memory lit up. An old afternoon. Him, 4 years old, spilling a puzzle on the floor. Pieces scattered like fallen stars. He had cried. Thinking he had ruined everything again. His mother lifted him in her arms. Warm. Soft. Safe. And whispered. "Ryo, don't let your mistakes stop you from trying again. Rebuild. Even when it seems impossible. Keep standing." That voice. That embrace. Something inside him vibrated. First like a spark. Then like a breath. Then a blazing flare climbing up his spine. A soft, pulsing green light began to rise from his chest. Sparks crawled across his broken body. His fractured ribs cracked back into place. Torn tissue sealed with a burning warmth. Bones realigned. And the mutilated arm, wrapped in rising light, began to rebuild itself like a sculpture reconstructed piece by piece. Still lying down, he heard his mother's sweet voice again. "Keep standing, my son." The light grew. "Keep." Ryo murmured. He pressed his hand against the ground. Keep standing. Energy pulsed through his whole body. He rose, fully restored, his body glowing with green arcs that sliced through the air like lightning. At that same instant, the sentinel still fighting All Might, froze. Its visor detected an abnormal signal within the forest. Irregular energy signature. Elimination priority altered. The machine abandoned All Might, and the others tried to stop it. Nothing slowed the sentinel. It shot toward the forest. Meanwhile, Rio's mind reached a peak of absolute focus. Flow state. The world around him vanished. He was no longer in the forest or at UA. He stood in a white, infinite, silent space, surrounded by floating puzzle pieces, infinite of them, each glowing a specific color, like fragments of life itself. When he moved his hand, a part of his body, behind him, broke apart into thousands of pieces and rearranged itself, as if he were made of the same structure he was trying to understand. Rio touched a blue piece. It fit perfectly into another, revealing the intimate structure of matter, as if he knew every atom by name. Then came a yellow piece, stabilizing everything, creating the ideal containment for the ones that slipped away. And when the white piece, the perfect union of the two, completed the set, the world exploded in light. In Rio's right hand was a beam of pure green light, clean and perfect. A beam of transmutation guided by the weak force, while the strong force wrapped around every particle, containing the reactions, holding each neutron, and sustaining every impulse with near-divine precision. He didn't consciously know what he was creating. But instinct guided his hands like those of a cosmic craftsman. Rio opened his eyes. The sentinel was only meters away, charging at him, headlights blazing. Take the pieces of my life, you piece of shit, he muttered, lifting his hand, veins glowing. Conceptual right, E-waver. And with that, he fired it at the sentinel, and a green flash swallowed the entire forest. The flash faded slowly, and the silence that followed seemed to swallow the entire forest. Bit by bit, the heroes forced their eyes open, still blinking against the light that had blinded them. All Might was the first to recover some vision, and what he saw made his narrowed eyes fly wide open. The sentinel was standing a few meters ahead, or rather, what was left of it. A perfectly spherical hole, with scorched edges and disintegrated matter, occupied almost the entire right side of the machine's torso. It was so large it looked as if part of its chest had simply been erased. The lights on its visor flickered twice, weakly, and then went out completely. The metallic body tipped forward slowly, crashing onto the ground with a heavy, definitive thud. What happened? Midoriya muttered, still squinting, unable to see anything but blurry shapes. Shigaraki was also staggering, part of his face twisted as he tried to blink away the blindness. He was inches away from touching Kirishima's face, ready to end him, when his vision finally returned just enough to notice something. He saw a figure surrounded by a trembling green glow, sparks dancing in the air around it like tiny stars on the verge of death. He blinked. The figure vanished. And reappeared beside him. Walking calmly. Serene. And terrifyingly close. TCH. Shigaraki tried to react on pure instinct, his arm lifting to disintegrate him. But he didn't even have time to breathe. The punch struck his side with a black-green flash, so dense and bright the air itself seemed to vibrate. Shigaraki flew like a rag doll, disappearing into the trees as he shattered trunks on the way. "Who's there?" Kirishima yelled, still half-blind, hands raised as if that would help with anything. Kurogiri, who had already fully regained his sight, turned immediately. "Tamura. Damn it. We need to leave, now." He barely finished the sentence, and froze. Rio was standing in front of him. His eyes wide open, empty, unfocused, a consciousness that felt as if it existed on another plane entirely. The green aura crackled around him like living electricity. Kurogiri felt fear. A primal fear that rattled even his mist. Rio lifted his hand, slow, almost gentle, but before he could touch the villain, his body finally demanded its price. The weight crashed down on him like a mountain. The aura burst into scattered sparks, like a flame dying out. The energy left him in a single wave. And the boy collapsed, falling to his knees before tipping to the side. Kurogiri blinked, tense, but that was all he needed. In less than a second he was gone, opening a warp gate, dragging the unconscious Shigaraki through, and disappearing. Rio's vision, blurry and wavering, still caught the silhouettes approaching. All Might running toward him. Dash right behind, his face tense, his eyes still glowing with adrenaline. Kirishima stumbling in the distance, arms raised. Can someone tell me what's going on? I'm still seeing white everywhere. The voices sounded muffled, as if they were coming through water. And amid the distant noise, amid the chaos, something warm and familiar touched him. It's all right now, sweetheart. You can rest for a bit. Rio's eyes closed, the green glow in his pupils fading, and he finally drifted into sleep. And for the first time since entering Udata, he felt at peace. Chapter 18, USJ Incident Final. The afternoon fell slowly, tinting the sky with a tired shade of orange as a true war-scale operation unfolded there. Patrol cars, drones, floodlights, barricades, everything surrounded by the massive presence of police, heroes, and rescue teams. The NBC units, dressed in their heavy anti-radiation suits, advanced through the forest, the ruins, the scattered debris of the battlefield. Entire teams in silver hazmat suits walked through the woods, detectors and cameras in hand, scanning every inch of the devastated ground. The glow on their yellow visors reflected the charred vegetation, the shattered ice, and the strange spherical holes in the earth. Near the fallen sentinel's carcass, 3 NBC members worked with extreme caution. Nothing, 0 readings, one of them murmured, his voice muffled by the modulator. He tapped the Geiger counter twice, as if he suspected it was broken. I don't know if I should be relieved or worried about that. A technician, kneeling inside the crater, a bit ahead of where the robot had collapsed, raised his camera to record the scene before him. The lens pointed first to the sky, clear, calm, as if nothing had happened. But when he zoomed out, the image changed completely. A perfect trail of spherical holes, one after another, aligned in a straight trajectory of pure destruction, as if a beam had carved through the world, erasing everything in its path. They were so symmetrical they looked like geometric artworks. The technician stepped back. His breath fogged up the inside of his mask. It looks like something erased everything in the way, he muttered, hardly believing his own words. What kind of power does that? He looked at the destruction trail, then at the dead sentinel. Good thing the angle of that, whatever it was, didn't hit any buildings. Meanwhile, near the collapse zone, Nizu observed the chaos with his small, calculating eyes. Present Mike and Midnight stood beside him, both still visibly tense. Ahead of them, surrounded by caution tape and specialists, was what remained of the Omni-droid, split cleanly in half. Seeing it like this, it almost looks like it opened itself, Present Mike said, scratching his chin. Yes, Midnight replied. As if it were a cocoon designed to release the real threat. The interior of the machine was being photographed, analyzed, dismantled piece by firefighters and NBC units. Nizu tilted his head. It's technology that shouldn't exist in this world. He glanced toward the forested zone, then at the perfect trail of destruction left behind by Rio's blast, though almost no one there yet knew who was responsible. Whoever created these machines. The principal continued, placing his little paws behind his back with refined, almost aristocratic posture, is the same one responsible for the attack in the United States. Midnight turned to him. So this would be a warning. I'm afraid so. He looked again at the Omni-droid split down the middle, at the heavy silence surrounding that machine. And if this isn't the warning of a greater war? His eyes glinted. Then it is the prelude to one. And he was right. Because at that very moment, the entire world was facing the same crisis. France. The Parisian sky was covered in smoke. Amid the devastated streets, France's #1 hero walked with confident steps, facing the same crisis. Leroy d'Or, quirk, Midas touch. The Omni-droid advanced toward him. But the hero simply raised his hand. This place is a bit dull, let me add some shine. As he touched the ground, a golden wave spread like a silent explosion, turning half of the square into solid gold. The Omni-droid was transformed into pure gold, like a museum statue. Et voila. He struck his golden fist against his chest. France remains bright. Brazil. In Rio de Janeiro, the heat seemed alive, pulsating. Brazil's #1 hero emerged from the flames of a burning building. Igneal, quirk, igneous body. The Omni-droid was reduced to molten metal, with the sentinel half melted and stuck in the concrete. He floated with his body incandescent, the asphalt vibrating with heat. Step forward, 'cause I'm on fire. In Brazil, there's no mercy. Igneal assumed his physical form, smiling. Brazil é o melhor do mundo, porra. Russia. The frozen tundra trembled as Russia's #1 hero approached. Magnetov, quirk, magnetism. He raised his hands, the Omni-droid, hundreds of tons, hovered in the air as if it were a toy. Magnetov Tsar clenched his fist, and the robot was crushed, bent, twisted like aluminum foil. Never underestimate Mother Russia. China. On top of the Gilan Mountains, dust rising around him, stood the legendary #1 hero. Wukong, Quirk, Monkey King. He was kneeling, blood dripping from his nose and mouth, breathing heavily. The Omni-droid lay destroyed behind him. The Sentinel crushed in half in front of him. He leaned on his golden staff, missing a leg. "Ha! I'm still the strongest," he murmured with a weary smile. "Even if I'm old." He spat blood to the side. "Come at me, as many as you want. I'm still standing." South Korea. The coastline was swallowed by the roar of something colossal. The #1 hero emerged from the sea like a deity. Yongwang, Quirk, Great Tide. The battlefield looked more like an execution ground. The Omni-droid was split into pieces so cleanly by the pressurized water that they resembled sashimi. Yongwang, impeccable, posed for the cameras and phones the crowd aimed at him. Yongwang. Yongwang. Look at me, please. I love you, Yongwang. He ran his hand through his hair before looking at the robot's carcass, speaking in a calm, serious tone. Don't bring trash into my waters. Philippines. In the middle of a devastated field, the #1 hero of the Philippines calmly chewed on a piece of hay while standing atop the Omnidroid's open carcass. Lapu-lapu, Quirk, molten blades. He cracked his shoulder as the Sentinel dragged itself, missing half its legs. Ugh, such a hassle. He stomped on the Sentinel's head. Done already. The machine tried to fire one last laser beam. But Lapu-lapu quickly drew his katana, the metal rapidly heating to extreme temperatures, and sliced the robot to pieces. He sheathed his weapon and spat the hay aside. Not bad, he made a decent mannequin. There were many others who achieved victories as well, such as Austria, India, the United Kingdom, Germany, Morocco, and several more. But not all of them were as fortunate. Some smaller countries, with weaker defenses, lost their main heroes. Streets became deserted, cities were devastated, and the global sense of insecurity deepened. The attack that once seemed distant now had international reach, a warning that the world was about to change. The silence in the room was almost absolute, the soft, padded kind typical of hospitals. Only the rhythmic beeping of a monitor and the distant whisper of footsteps echoing down the hallway filled the air. Rio opened his eyes slowly, feeling the world tilt slightly, as if he were surfacing from underwater. He blinked a few times, trying to gather his thoughts, then lifted a hand to his forehead. A light but persistent sting. Where? Before he could finish the thought, a lively, surprised voice came from the other side of the curtain to his left. Ah. You finally woke up. The curtain was pulled aside, and Rio froze for a moment. The woman in the bed next to him had short navy blue hair with a spiral blonde streak, hazel eyes with concentric rings, like stylized black holes, and hands wrapped in a black layer, ending in capped, sealed fingertips. She looked tired, but radiant all the same. How are you feeling? She asked, her voice soft with concern. Headache. Dizzy. Dehydrated. Rio lifted a hand in a casual I'm fine gesture. I think I'm okay. He tilted his head. But, who are you? Have we met before? The woman blinked, realizing her slip. Ah. I'm sorry, I almost forgot. She put her hands together shyly. I'm Ainin Kuros. But you know me as 13. Rio's eyes widened. I thought you were a guy. She let out a bashful, embarrassed laugh. I'm used to that, it happens more often than I'd like to admit. My costume doesn't help at all. He let out a soft, amused sigh. Yeah, I can imagine. But then his expression shifted. His focus drifted to her torso and back, bandaged, rigid, wrapped in layers of dressing. You're really hurt. 13 smiled awkwardly. Yeah. I ended up being ambushed while trying to ensure your classmates' safety, she said with a sheepish smile. I tried to fight back, of course, but the villain managed to use my quirk against me. Rio saw the way she looked at her own hands, a distant expression, as if she could still feel the weight of possessing such a power. It must have been the missed one. The same one the same one who. Damn, why can't I remember? The pain struck suddenly, sharp, cutting the thought in half. He pressed a hand to his temple. Ainin immediately straightened. Tanaka-kun. Are you okay? Do you want me to call someone? I'm fine, he replied quickly, breathing slowly until the pain faded. How long was I out? 2 days, she answered plainly. His eyes widened. 2 days. She nodded calmly, as if it were normal. And, my class. Are they okay? They are. 13 replied with a reassuring smile. Bakugo has bruises and burns, but he's fine. The real problem was with us, the teachers, she continued, more serious. Aizawa was in critical condition. And All Might, he lost part of his left arm. Rio went still. Each word seemed to echo inside his chest with a delay. 13, noticing the silence, softened her voice. But the most important thing is that all of you are safe. For pro heroes like us, getting hurt is part of the job. You'll see that a lot in the hero course. His gaze dropped to the sheets covering him. And the question came out in a whisper, meant for her, but also for himself. I don't know if I want to keep going in the course. Ainin turned toward him quickly, surprise clear on her face. What? Why? Rio took a deep breath, trying to organize thoughts he himself barely understood. It's not because of what happened, he murmured. Not because of what happened to me there. It's just. UA isn't what I expected. Actually, I didn't expect anything from the start. And somehow, I haven't found the vision I wanted to see. Vision. He looked at her. What you said, about quirks. Ainin raised her eyebrows, listening in silent attention. I was disappointed by that, he admitted plainly. You said quirks don't exist to hurt anyone. But what about cases like mine? My power feels made to kill. I don't see how it could help someone, save someone. I've brought death just by being born, to innocent people who never should have died. His breath trembled. So I got irritated with you in that moment. I was disappointed. He looked down. Sorry if that was rude. 13 smiled in a way so gentle, so warm, it felt like a hug through her eyes alone. That wasn't rude, Tanaka-kun. She slowly shook her head. It was honest. And honesty is very rare. Most people would carry that weight their entire lives. She rested her bandaged hands on her lap. Hearing someone else's perspective is essential to understanding them. And you showed me something clear, your past still chains you. Rio lifted his gaze. But. She continued, meeting his eyes with quiet firmness, a lot of what you said is contradicted by your actions. You say your quirk is dangerous, that it can only kill and never save, but you used it to protect your classmates and teachers at the USJ. Your actions speak louder than your words, Tanaka-kun. He froze, as if her words had disarmed him. 13 took a slow breath and smiled kindly. I understand if you want to leave the course. I won't force you, or try to change your viewpoint. Her voice softened, almost maternal. But I want you to, at least follow the instinct that brought you this far. She reached out and pointed to his chest. Because it's what kept you standing when you needed it most. The silence that followed was comfortable. The noise of the infirmary, the beep of the monitor, the distant footsteps in the corridor formed a small melody. I see. He murmured, barely audible. Thank you. 13. Ainin smiled, satisfied. You're welcome. Rio looked at Ainin again. Perhaps fixing things wasn't about erasing the past, but about learning to build something new upon its gaps. He let the thought linger, continuing to gaze at the woman who would be his future mentor. Chapter 19, Aftermath. The room was damp and poorly lit, with old fluorescent lights flickering with a tired, low hum. The concrete walls were stained by time and use, as if the entire place exhaled decay. In the center, an old but functional metal hospital bed supported Shigaraki, lying still and breathing unevenly through an oxygen mask strapped to his face. His chest rose and fell with difficulty, the muffled sound of the machines filling the space. Kurogiri stood beside him, rigid and silent like a shadow. A bit behind him, Dr. Garaki slowly flipped through a clipboard filled with test results. His eyes moved quickly, but his expression was pure fascination. I've never seen anything like this before. He muttered, frowning. Kurogiri, are you absolutely sure Tamura was only punched? Just one punch. Kurogiri didn't respond immediately. The sound of Shigaraki's forced breathing seemed to fill every corner of the room. Garaki continued, tapping the clipboard lightly with his finger. Whatever hit him, it damaged a good portion of the internal organs on the right side of his torso. And it destroyed almost the entire respiratory system in that area. The television mounted high on the wall displayed the static, distorted, but still recognizable image of All for One. His deep voice echoed through the ruined room. So, Garaki, is there anything we can do? Garaki removed his glasses, cleaning the lenses with his lab coat before putting them back on with exaggerated calm. Fix it, he grumbled. I can repair most of the physical damage. It'll take time, but it's possible. The real problem isn't those injuries. He paused, long, deliberate, and Kurogiri felt his core tremble. Tamura has developed cancer. The silence that followed seemed to cut the air. Kurogiri leaned forward, disbelief in his voice. That can't be correct. It must be an error in the analysis, a malfunction in the equipment. No, Garaki interrupted firmly. I checked 3 times. It's real. Even I was surprised. An accelerated cellular formation exactly in the same region as the impact. He looked at Shigaraki's frail body, almost in fascination. A quirk capable of causing something like this with a single strike. I must admit I'm extremely curious to study it. From the monitor, All for One let out a low, dangerous chuckle. A power like that, so that's the same boy who destroyed the Sentinel. Kurogiri bowed respectfully. Yes. It was him, sir. All for One smiled, and even through the screen it seemed to chill the air around them. Impressive. Truly impressive. His voice dropped, lower and more serious. From this moment on, Kurogiri, gather every piece of information possible about the boy. Every detail. Every record. Every relative. Every person he has ever touched. A threatening gleam passed across the visor. I want to learn more about this. Rito Takeda. The UA stayed closed for 5 whole days after the USJ incident. When it finally reopened the following week, the campus was quiet, but not in a comfortable way. It was the silence of people still trying to digest what they had lived through. Ryo walked alone down the hallway, hands in his pockets, shoulders slightly hunched. The 3 days after the hospital were hell. He muttered to himself, annoyed. And they really had been. Before, it was just 1 or 2 government agents discreetly following his steps, watching his apartment from a distance. Now, he had already counted 23 just on his street. And he was absolutely certain that the neighbor who'd moved into the apartment next door yesterday was another one in disguise. This is starting to get creepy. He grumbled. He reached the door of Class 1A and stopped. He looked at it for long seconds. His hand lifted, hesitant, but froze halfway. The uncomfortable feeling of not knowing what to expect weighed on his chest. But then, his mind recalled 13's words. Follow your instinct. Ryo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and pushed the door. Or tried to. It opened before his fingers even touched it, revealing Kirishima on the other side, who froze for a second. Whoa! Takeda, the redhead practically shouted. And before Ryo could process, Kirishima turned around. Guys! Takeda's here. The whole room exploded. In seconds, everyone surrounded him, questions, voices, worried expressions, genuine joy. Are you okay? You didn't get hurt, right? That was amazing, dude. Man, I missed you, said Kirishima, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Ryo looked at the tight circle around him, frowning. He wanted to tell everyone to get out of his way. To shut up. To let him breathe. But he didn't. He swallowed hard and, with an almost physical effort, murmured. I'm fine. Thanks for worrying. A stunned silence followed. Kaminari blinked, brow furrowed. Did I hear that right? You did, Jiro replied, just as surprised. Tsuyu tilted her head. It's the first time I've seen you thank us. Or talk to us without being forced to, ribbit. Ryo flushed in immediate irritation. I'm trying here. Do you want me to go back to staying quiet? Laughter spread across the room. Ryo's eyes widened, offended and embarrassed at the same time. Stop. Why are you laughing? Stop. Sitting in the back, Midoriya watched the scene with a small smile. He lowered his gaze to his own hand, remembering what Ryo had told him at the USJ. What's the difference between the two, Midoriya? Midoriya curled his fingers slowly. Am I really fit to make decisions? In the middle of the crowd, Dash rushed in, face lighting up. He ran toward Rio as if he'd found a lost treasure. Bro. You're alive. I was so worried. Rio shoved his palm into the blonde's face, pushing him away without ceremony. Not in the mood for hugs, don't get excited, Rio said in curt English. Oh, right, Dash said, rubbing his nose and smiling awkwardly, still glowing. The commotion was interrupted when Ida raised his arm in an exaggerated, authoritative gesture. Everyone. Morning classes are about to begin. Please take your seats. A moment later, Aizawa entered dragging his feet. Bandages covered most of his body, he looked like a mummy locked away for centuries. Good morning. Aizawa-sensei. You're back, half the class shouted. Even all injured, he still came to teach us. What a manly hero. Kirishima cheered. Aizawa walked to his desk as if he were carrying an extra 100 kilos. Ida leaned forward politely. We're glad to see you're doing better, sensei. That's better. Uraraka whispered. The teacher lifted his tired gaze. My condition doesn't matter right now. I hope you all rested properly after the incident, but your battle isn't over yet. Tension rose instantly in the room. Midoriya paled. How so? Battle. Bakugo growled. Dash nudged Rio. Hey, what's going on? Everyone's nervous. No idea, Rio replied, just as confused. Then Aizawa finished. The UA Sports Festival is coming. The conference room was too quiet. The white lights, cold, constant, failed to dispel the heavy feeling hanging over the people gathered there. Nizu, seated at the head of the table, kept his hands folded with impeccable composure. Power Loader, Snipe, Midnight, Vlad King, and All Might were arranged around him, each carrying the accumulated exhaustion of the past few days in their expressions. It was Naomasa who broke the silence. Regarding the attack at the USJ. He began, adjusting his papers. This is the information we've been able to gather so far. He projected some photos and files onto the monitor in the background. The blurry, enlarged image of Shigaraki appeared. The individual known as Shigaraki Tamura possesses a touch disintegration quirk. Everything he touches with all 5 fingers rapidly falls apart. We are currently scouring the registry bank for men between 20 and 30 years old, looking for similar abilities, but... He let out a frustrated sigh, nothing so far. Snipe crossed his arms. So we have practically nothing on him, great. The voice, muffled by his mask, still sounded irritated. We know he'll cause trouble again once he recovers. We should either search deeper or aim to deal with the leader of this group all at once. All Might murmured softly. Leader. Nizu turned, attentive. Something to add, All Might? Toshinori remained silent for a few seconds, choosing his words. When he spoke, it sounded like he was walking through uncomfortable memories. Shigaraki does not have the presence of a leader. In the attack. He frowned, he alternated between disjointed ideological speeches and childish temper tantrums. He didn't say anything about his own quirk, but he exalted the Nomu, and that robot, the so-called Omni-droid. He looked at his amputated arm, the emptiness throbbing like a reminder. But when something didn't go his way, he simply threw a fit. Honestly, it's more plausible to consider that the person who supplied these toys is the real leader. Shigaraki seems like just a pawn. He hesitated before continuing, his voice carrying something no one there expected to hear from All Might. For some reason, while interacting with him, I had the feeling of standing before a child. The room fell silent. Vlad King was the first to break the tension. A child with too much power. His massive arms were crossed over his chest. I still don't understand how he got access to that thing. The other countries faced the same crisis with the Omni-droids, but here it was different. Here, we had the robot and villains together. Midnight rested her chin on the palm of her hand. Does that mean the person responsible for making these robots could be the leader of this group? Nizu tilted his head slightly, his tail slowly swaying. Or, perhaps, the creator is a distinct entity that merely allied itself with the true culprit. His voice dropped lower. There are too many loose pieces on this board. The atmosphere became heavy, almost suffocating, until Naomasa cleared his throat. Well. I'll have to take my leave for now. He bowed respectfully. I appreciate the hero's trust in allowing us to conduct the investigation. The police will expand the search and dedicate all efforts to capturing those involved. He bowed and left the room. One by one, the teachers also withdrew, Midnight speaking quietly with Lad King, Snipe complaining about the lack of data, Ectoplasm following behind them. Until the room was empty, save for All Might and Nizu. All Might adjusted his suit jacket and broke the silence. Right, what did you want to discuss with me alone, Director? The principal rested his small hands on the tabletop, his polite smile giving way to a serious expression. I shouldn't be bringing this up so soon. But it's about Rito Takeda. All Might immediately raised his face, his breath catching. Or rather, Ryo Tanaka. The fourth period finally came to an end, and as soon as the bell rang, the entire classroom burst into a wave of lively chatter. Lunch break had never felt so anticipated, and the main topic, of course, was the sports festival. Kirishima was the first to stand, punching the air with a grin that almost seemed to shine. Man, my blood is boiling, he said, practically vibrating. I'm so pumped I feel like I'm gonna explode. Tokoyami, always serious and enigmatic, tilted his head with almost solemn poise. The festival is a stage, an opportunity to show the world what we can do. A decisive step on the path to becoming a pro hero. Sato, leaning against the desk beside him, crossed his arms and added. So we'd better make the most of it. Ryo passed by them without much urgency, making Kirishima turn to him. Hey, Takeda. Heading to the cafeteria already? The boy shook his head. No. Cementas said the principal wants to talk to me. Kirishima widened his eyes, though he kept smiling. For real? Then go for it, man. Good luck. Ryo simply nodded and left the room. The hallway was relatively empty at that hour, lit by the soft light pouring through the wide windows. Passing by a few newly hung festival posters, he walked until he reached the principal's office door. He knocked lightly, heard permission to enter, and slid the door open. The office was organized as always, gentle sunlight filtering through the tall windows. Nizu sat in his cushioned chair, tiny paws folded over the desk, a serene smile resting on his white muzzle. Ah, Tanaka-kun, he said, lifting his ears. Come in, my boy. How have you been feeling? Were you able to rest these past few days? Ryo approached, one hand in his pocket, his expression neutral and tired. I'm fine. I think. He averted his eyes. You wanted to talk to me? Yes. Nizu pulled a folder from the table, carefully straightening the papers. I called you here to offer my sincere apologies. Ryo frowned. Nizu continued, his voice calm yet filled with gravity. You are my responsibility, Tanaka-kun. I brought you into this school believing I could offer you safety, stability, and the means for you to grow, and yet, during the invasion, you were gravely injured. He tilted his head slightly. All Might told me what he saw. The state you were found in, and the condition you were left in. Even though you somehow managed to heal yourself thanks to your quirk, that should never have happened under my supervision. Ryo scratched the side of his head, looking away as if the memory was too foggy to grasp. I don't even remember the last moments clearly. I remember fighting the Nomo. The rest is a blur. His frown deepened. 13 told me I defeated the Sentinel too, but I don't remember that. The principal gave him a small, understanding smile. The human mind is full of nuances. Momentary lapses are natural in moments of extreme stress. There's no need to blame yourself. He set the folder down and rested his paws on the desk. And yes, it was you, Ryo. Without your intervention, neutralizing both the Nomu and the Sentinel would not have been possible. The whole school acknowledges that, even if you don't remember. Ryo lowered his gaze. Despite the words, he didn't feel flattered. Nizu, noticing, softened his tone even further. And that's why I want to thank you. Not just as a principal, but as someone who believes in your potential. You saved lives. Many. And even if you see your quirk as a curse, it spared people that day. The boy stayed silent for a few moments before offering a small smile. Right. Thank you, Principal. Nizu smiled gently. Before you go, I need to be transparent with you about something. I informed All Might about your true identity. He folded his paws atop the desk. After what happened at the USJ, and considering what he witnessed, he needed to know. Ryo stayed still for a moment, calmly replying. I understand, it's not that bad. He has no intention of interfering in your life, Nizu added. Only of ensuring that you will be protected from now on. Nothing more. The principal leaned forward slightly. Oh, and one more thing. He placed his paws atop the desk. You may take a few days to rest at home if you want. The break might help you sort out your thoughts and, who knows, recover some of the lost memories. It's not mandatory, of course. Just a sincere recommendation. Rio blinked, surprised. I'll think about it. Wonderful. Nizu opened a wide, sincere smile. I hope you take some time to rest and organize your memories, you deserve it. You're free to go. The boy smiled softly, gave a small nod, and left, closing the door gently behind him, leaving only a faint echo in the hallway. The final bell echoed through the halls of UA, signaling the end of classes. Rio sat at his desk, headphones already in his ears, the music filling the space around his mind, shutting out the rest of the world. Slowly, he stood up, adjusting his backpack on his shoulders. Yo, Takeda, Dash's cheerful voice sounded from beside him, but Rio didn't hear it. The blonde leaned in, trying to catch his attention, gesturing about the upcoming sports festival, but Rio remained absorbed in the music, gently nodding his head, ignoring his classmates' movements. Dash frowned, moving his mouth rapidly, trying to say something. Finally, he sighed, giving up. Unaware, Rio continued nodding to the rhythm of the music, lost in his own thoughts about what he would eat that night. I don't want to put in too much effort today. I think I still have that limited edition cup noodles saved. He headed toward the classroom door, his step steady, bumping his shoulder against someone. A boy with purple hair and eyes stood at the entrance, staring into the room. Rio didn't even look up, merely murmuring "excuse me" without really hearing a response, weaving through the crowd that had formed near the door. As soon as he cleared some space, he pulled his phone from his pocket. The current song sounded dull to him, so he swiped across the screen, selecting a new track that better matched his mood. Not applicable, Post Malone, Sway Lee Sunflower starts playing. The music took over his thoughts as he moved down the hallway, ignoring the commotion behind him, each step calm, each beat of the music setting his own rhythm, distancing himself from the crowd and following the path his instinct guided him on, without looking back. Chapter 20, Discoveries. Location, Manhattan, New York. The sky above the island was a deep dark blue, almost black, carved by the aggressive glow of buildings and the lights that never slept. Manhattan pulsed. Taxi after taxi, distant sirens, flashing signs, and high above it all, where the wind was cold and the world looked small, a solitary figure stood above the antenna of a skyscraper. Skycrawler watched everything from above. Koichi remained still, his blue jumpsuit rippling in the gusts, the purple visor reflecting the mosaic of the city lights. His fingers, once restless, were interlaced, his expression, partially hidden, carried that quiet sadness that had never left him since Christopher's death. You keep choosing the most uncomfortable places possible, huh? A deep voice called from below. Koichi turned his head. Leaning against the rooftop access door, hands in the pockets of a heavy coat, stood Detective Dave Norton, his friend and FBI contact. A man in his 40s, unshaven, with eternal dark circles, as if he slept even less than Aizawa. Koichi slid down along the side of the antenna. So, did you find anything? He asked, voice low and melancholic. Dave let out a tired sigh. I did, but it's not much, kid. He pulled a folded folder from the inside pocket of his coat. The government labs are still reverse engineering the Omni-droid debris to try to figure out where it came from. But for now, nothing conclusive. Nothing useful. Koichi took the paper, opened it, studied the diagrams, the photos of fragments, the partial reports. Lines, numbers, speculations, but no real answers. His brow fell, his chest tightened. So I'm exactly where I started, he murmured. Dave stepped closer, crossing his arms. I know you want answers, Koichi. I know what that man meant to you. But this. He tapped the sheet with his finger, isn't going to move fast. The government is treating it like alien tech. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Koichi closed the folder carefully. Christopher was trying. He was finally changing, finally becoming someone who wanted to help for real. His voice cracked for just a moment. Dave swallowed hard and looked away. Koichi went on. If I can't find out who did this, am I just supposed to sit and watch the same thing happen to others? Pretend I'm doing my job while a murderer is out there killing heroes around the world. The wind passed. The detective placed a firm hand on the hero's shoulder. Hey. Don't talk like that. You're not alone in this. And you're not pretending anything. You're the most stubborn hero in this city, and probably the most decent one too. Koichi let out a weak laugh, too sad to be funny. Then he took a deep breath, looking again at the endless lights below. If I'm right. He began, serious, tightening the folder under his arm. I feel like the same person responsible for the Omni droid is behind those disappearances. Dave frowned. You're sure? That changes everything. It's a hunch, Koichi replied. But a hunch that won't leave me alone. The wind blew harder, making the antenna vibrate slightly. All right, then let's try following that hunch, the detective said. Tomorrow I'll see what I can pull from my contacts. Until then, try to rest, kid. Koichi looked at him, the scar on his cheek highlighted by the city lights. I'll try. Dave gave his arm a pat and headed toward the rooftop door. Have a good night, Skycrawler. Koichi remained there for a few more seconds, alone once again, while Manhattan stayed alive, indifferent, chaotic, immense, beneath his feet. Good night. He murmured, almost to himself. Then he leaped, slipping through the air, disappearing into the lights that never went out. The Musudafu sun reflected off the glass-covered buildings, painting the street with a warm glow as Helen and Bob walked side by side, both dressed in their hero suits. Helen adjusted the earpiece clipped to her ear before shooting a sideways glance at her husband. Things are getting way too tense around the world, dear, Helen remarked, her eyes narrowing as she followed the movement of the patrol cars. And that attack at U.A. I still don't feel like it's really over. Bob let out a heavy sigh, trying to keep his tone optimistic. All Might already handled it, sweetheart. If there's anyone besides me who can protect Dash, it's him. She held her own arm, uneasy. But what if it's not that simple, she murmured. We let Dash study there thinking it was the safest place in the country. And in the end, the school was hit by a terrorist attack. Bob turned to her, placing a large, warm hand on her shoulder. The incident is over. And Dash is fine. He likes UA, he's trying hard, he's making great friends, and that only happens because he feels safe. If we pull him out now, we're going to destroy the boy's peace. Helen bit her lip, unconvinced. Even so, doesn't it bother you that no one has seen All Might since that day, she insisted, frowning. Not a statement, not an appearance, nothing. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Bob looked away for a moment, uncertain. He's probably recovering, love. After handling something like that, anyone would need some time to rest. Yeah, a very long rest. Helen said sarcastically, raising a brow. A blast ripped through the air, echoing across the city. Boom. Both of them turned instantly, noticing a column of smoke rising a few blocks away. Shattered glass scattered across the street as 5 masked figures sprinted out of a jewelry store, carrying bags stuffed with jewels. Bob straightened immediately, his back cracking in the process. I guess our conversation will have to wait. It definitely will, let's go. The reinforced office door shook as something heavy slammed against the inner wall. Inside, piles of documents, folders, and equipment had been swept off the desk as if a storm had torn through the room. Kusabane Itsuo, the director of the energy infrastructure sector, panted at the center of the chaos, his face red, his suit rumpled, his hair disheveled as though he had torn out clumps with his own hands. You have got to be kidding me, he roared, hurling his clipboard to the floor. The wood cracked, but he didn't even notice. One of his assistants, pale, kept his body hunched near the door. Director, these are direct orders from the Central Cabinet. The project has been officially terminated. Silence. Itsuo jabbed a trembling finger, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Terminated my ass. All that investment, all that infrastructure we prepared, all those reports, thrown away. Why? Because of that miserable rat. He kicked the trash bin, scattering papers and cans across the carpet. Nizu. It's always him. Always sticking his nose where it doesn't belong, he spat with contempt. It was obvious the government should have taken my side after the incident. I presented the perfect solution. Turning Ryo Tanaka into Japan's new infinite energy source was brilliant. Brilliant. He thumped his chest, puffing up like a deformed peacock. With my quirk and my expertise, the country would be at its peak. Unlimited energy, astronomical profits, all under my supervision. That's what real vision is, that's what real leadership is. The assistant tried to mumble something, but Itsuo was already lost to another outburst, knocking over books and shoving chairs aside. But no. Even after Yue was literally attacked, they still chose to hand the boy over to that sewer rat. That overrated little animal who thinks he understands everything. He slammed his fist on the table hard enough to topple a monitor. That bastard has always sabotaged everything when it came to the boy. He paced around the office, hands trembling, breath quickening. Everything was going so well, but there's always someone who has to ruin my path, he growled, kicking an open cabinet. I should be at the top. I should be controlling the entire country's energy supply. And now I'm supposed to swallow this absurd humiliation. He stopped by the window, panting, staring out at the city below with a toxic mix of frustration and greed. This won't end here. He muttered, almost to himself. I'll show them all, the government, that rat, and anyone who thinks they can stand in my way. I didn't climb this far just to be pushed aside. Not after everything I've achieved with this wonderful quirk of mine. The final sentence slipped out like a whisper bloated with ego, devoid of self-awareness, exactly the kind of thought that always led him straight into disastrous decisions. The cold lights of the underground laboratory bathed the metallic floor in bluish tones. At the center of the room, a colossal monitor dominated everything around it, a mosaic of smaller windows, each displaying footage of attacks in different countries. But only one image truly mattered, the central window, enlarged, standing out from the rest. It showed the final seconds of the Sentinel's transmission in Japan. First, the thermal vision detecting a boy surrounded by a green energy that warped the camera's view, then, the machine's sudden advance, and, moments later, a flash so intense it swallowed the entire screen before everything fell to black. Syndrome sat in his swivel chair, fingers interlaced before his face, a slow, dangerous smile forming. A truly fascinating result, he murmured. And in Japan, of all places, where I honestly didn't expect much. Especially after sending such an upgraded version of the Sentinel, one capable of copying and storing 4 powers, quite the leap compared to the models I sent to other countries, which only had 2 slots. Beside him, Mirage stood with her arms crossed, posture straight, gaze sharp. Even more impressive, sir, she said, is the fact that it was defeated by a boy. The same one who eliminated the Nomu, according to the Omnidroid's data. Syndrome let out an irritated sigh, sinking into the chair. Ah, yes, the anti-All Might weapon. To think we were so close to wiping that stupid grin off All Might's face for good. He spun the chair slightly, eyeing another screen that showed the hero kneeling, one arm completely severed. At least we managed to break him a little with that stunt. I admit, I was surprised to see the so-called symbol of peace missing an arm. He chuckled softly, savoring the memory. And all thanks to our friend. I truly didn't expect All Might to be that weakened when I deployed Sentinel V4. Mirage tilted her head. Even so, the data collected by the units across all countries was extensive. Especially the Japanese ones. And that boy, surely he caught your attention. He did. Syndrome smiled, eyes gleaming with predatory interest. And every cent invested in this global experiment was worth it. Heh, a boy capable of wiping out the SV4 in the blink of an eye, intriguing. Mirage stepped forward, checking the tablet in her hands. Since you mentioned costs, there's something I need to inform you of, sir. The battery is nearing its limit. Syndrome raised an eyebrow. Near its limit. Already. Unfortunately, yes. She showed him several charts. Ever since we began development on the SV5 and SV6, energy consumption has tripled. That initial estimate of a few decades of stable operation, it's dropped to a year and 4 months. After that, it will be impossible to keep him alive. Syndrome huffed, resting his chin on his hand. A shame, truly a shame. His smile returned, cold. That man has been extremely useful ever since the day we captured him. He's accelerating our plans beautifully. At the very least, he's doing one decent favor before he flickers out. He pressed a button on the back of his chair. The screens shifted automatically, now showing an isolated room lit only by surgical lamps. At the center, restrained by a device locked around his arms and torso, a thin, exhausted blond man breathed in ragged intervals. Tubes were connected to his chest, while energy cables pulsed with light into the surrounding machines. The man's worn-out face lifted slightly as he noticed the camera. His once bright eyes were now hollow. Syndrome tilted his head, smiling with mock sympathy. Thanks for helping us out. Jack. A/N. In the last few days, I was a bit unsure about how to handle the main cast investigating the syndrome. After thinking it through, I decided to use Koichi to carry out that part of the story. So you can expect a few chapters from his point of view and his operations. It won't be constant, but it will show up occasionally. I also noticed that some readers weren't very fond of the original name of the Brazilian N2 hero. Because of that, I decided to change it to Igneel, inspired by the fire dragon Igneel from Fairy Tail, known for turning even water into ash. Another thing I need to clarify is the true extent of the MC's power. I've seen some people still thinking he only deals with radiation or nuclear energy, but that's not the case. He manipulates the strong and weak nuclear forces, and consequently, the electroweak force. I even put this in the synopsis, but it seems almost no one reads it. Lastly, about the Sentinels being so strong, that was entirely intentional. And I plan to follow that direction with other villains as well. In MHA, I often see heroes being much stronger than villains even with just one quirk. When a powerful villain appears, they often don't have much impact, even with multiple quirks. I always found it strange that only Shigaraki and AFO were treated as true heavyweights among the villains. That's why you can expect upgrades to the villains, especially those who play important roles in major arcs and in the movies. Chapter 21, UA Sports Festival Part 1. The Grand UA Stadium throbbed like a colossal heart. The stands were already packed, voices echoing in excited waves, cameras pointed in every direction. Renowned heroes had come to watch the new generation, all of them curious, eager, and deep down, cautious after the USJ attack. One floor above the noise, the VIP room stood isolated, its panoramic windows offering a breathtaking view of the round stage at the center of the stadium. The atmosphere was quiet, comfortable, almost intimate. Sitting on a reinforced armchair, All Might watched the sea of people below. His eyes traced the crowd, attentive to their enthusiasm, but his expression remained distant. His right hand squeezed what was left of his amputated left arm, an involuntary habit he tried to hide. The view is truly impressive, don't you agree, All Might? Nizu commented, settled into the armchair beside him. The small principal kicked his legs lightly while keeping his gaze focused downward. There are more people than last year. I'd say twice as many, maybe even 3 times. All Might tilted his head slightly. It really is a lot of people. It's only natural. Nizu rested his little paws on the armrests. After the USJ incident, interest in the festival skyrocketed. Everyone wants to see this so-called new generation of heroes who survived a villain attack. The public's curiosity is, how should I put it, uncontrollable. All Might swallowed hard. His gaze hardened as flashes of the attack invaded his mind, the Nomu, the Omni-Droid, the Sentinel. He drew a deep breath. Nizu, how much longer can we hide this from the media? His voice came out low. I can't stop thinking about it. Nizu raised a brow, turning to him. Not long. The prosthetic is almost ready, so soon we'll have something to disguise your condition temporarily. The media won't tolerate being kept in the dark for very long. They chew through doors, walls, and sometimes even people to get answers. He tapped his snout thoughtfully. It would be disastrous if they discovered that the symbol of peace lost an arm. The public would panic. And worse, villains would crawl out of their holes with even more confidence. Despite the calm tone, the words hit All Might like a punch. Nizu continued, his voice soft but firm. You are the pillar of hope for many people, All Might. That's a blessing, but also a curse. People lean on you too much, and forget you're human. All Might kept his head lowered for a few seconds. The memories burned, the horror on teachers' and students' faces, the fear in young eyes upon seeing the unshakable symbol of peace in such a pitiful state. He gripped the amputated arm more tightly. Will I be able to keep this up much longer? Nizu turned his head slowly, watching All Might drown in his thoughts. My dear, don't overthink it now. He offered a controlled, reassuring smile. Focus on the festival. That's why we're here. Now. He clasped his hands, suddenly cheerful. Tell me, who do you think is going to win? All Might blinked, caught completely off guard. Well. I'm not sure, but... Have you at least encouraged your successor? Nizu asked. Told him to give it his all? Or to show the world the strength of the new generation? All Might froze. The color drained from his face. He hadn't said anything. Nothing at all. Nizu observed his expression and sighed theatrically. I figured as much. He let out a small laugh. You truly have no talent for mentoring. All Might bowed in an immediate apology. Sorry. I should have. Oh, no need to apologize. Nizu placed a comforting paw on his arm. If you had, you would have made the boy even more nervous. And besides, he won't be the only one representing the new generation. All Might blinked. Nizu smiled again, turning to the panoramic window where the sun illuminated the massive stadium. The new generation won't be defined by a single boy. His gaze drifted to the large platform where students were beginning to gather. The image of a certain quiet boy passed behind his black eyes. There are many others besides him who can show the world the strength of the new generation of heroes. The Class 1A prep room was filled with murmurs, anxious energy, and the muffled hum of the distant crowd. Folding tables and metal chairs were scattered throughout the wide space, giving the students a moment to rest before the event began. Some chatted, others reviewed strategies, or simply tried not to overthink what was coming next. Ryo sat at one of the tables, flanked by Kirishima and Dash. The redhead kept his elbows on the surface, his leg bouncing non-stop. Man, now that they said the stands are packed. I'm starting to feel the weight of this, Kirishima confessed, trying to laugh, though his voice came out more tense than excited. Dash, on the other hand, was practically vibrating. This is perfect. More people watching, more hype, more competition. He gave Ryo a light pat on the shoulder. This sports festival thing is gonna be insane. Anyone who's not excited is crazy. His enthusiasm contrasted with Ryo's silence. The boy stared at his hand on the table, his mind far away. He couldn't stop thinking about the night before, the intense training, the crushing exhaustion that hit him out of nowhere, and the fact that he hadn't gone to visit his mom. The guilt gnawed slowly. Sorry, Mom. I promise I'll see you later today. That was when a shadow approached the table. Takeda. The cold voice cut through his thoughts mid-flow. Ryo lifted his eyes and found Todoroki standing before him, expression indifferent and posture as firm as ever. What do you want? Ryo asked, straightening in his seat. Todoroki didn't hesitate. Objectively, you're stronger than I am. But I'm more versatile and more capable. In practice, that makes me superior. Kirishima blinked, surprised, and several students around them paused their conversations. Dash tilted his head slowly, trying to follow. What's he saying? He muttered, nudging Ryo's arm. The tension rose as Todoroki continued. I know the principal has been paying attention to you. I don't know why, and I don't want to know. His tooted eyes narrowed. But I'm going to beat you. The atmosphere in the room stiffened instantly, some conversations stopped, others weakened. The declaration echoed like an open challenge. Huh, what's going on? Did Two-Tone say something bad? Dash whispered, still genuinely lost. Kirishima stood up, worried. Hey, Todoroki, what gives? Why are you picking a fight now? He tried to place a hand on the half-and-half's shoulder, but Todoroki brushed it off harshly. I'm not here to be anyone's friend. His gaze returned to Ryo, cold, impassive. Ryo met the stare with one just as steady. The two remained like that for a few seconds, like opposing poles on the verge of collision. Until Ryo sighed, tired, almost frustrated. Seriously. I don't know what's gotten into you out of nowhere, or what you're trying to prove. He lifted his eyes again, his scaras turning black, the irises glowing a sharp green as he stared back at Todoroki. But if you really think that, then come at me with everything. The response fell like a spark into a room full of gunpowder. The class reacted, some thrilled by the comeback, others simply shocked. Kirishima broke into a huge grin. Now that's what I'm talking about, man. Dash just blinked, still confused about what the Japanese conversation was even about. Can someone explain what's going on? Across the room, Bakugo clicked his tongue, annoyed, though his eyes followed the exchange with interest. Midoriya, sitting at a table with Ida and Tokoyami, lowered his gaze to his hand, clenching it tightly as he murmured. I'm gonna give it my all, too. The arena was packed with people, the media, and even heroes. Broadcast cameras captured every detail of the event as President Mike began speaking through the sound system, his amplified voice reverberating throughout the stadium. Welcome, civilians, media, and heroes in attendance. Today is the big day, the moment to witness the rise of new talent in the world of heroes. His excitement was palpable. They say heroes are forged in adversity, and what is a sports festival if not the arena where future pro heroes show what they're made of? Now tell me, did you come to see the incredible, the new stars who faced villains en masse with iron will? The crowd erupted in applause. The energy was electrifying, the roar of the audience echoing through the stadium. Hero Department, First Year, Class 1A, announced Present Mike, full of enthusiasm. The students began entering the arena. The glare of the spotlights, the sea of spectators, and the weight of everyone's attention made many nervous. Even the most confident felt a shiver down their spine. Dash leaned forward, his eyes sparkling as if he were at an amusement park. Wow! Look at all these people, Takeda. Kirishima laughed nervously, giving Ryo a pat on the shoulder. Man, the crowd is really hyped for us. This is giving me butterflies. You feel that too? Ryo glanced around. No. But all this noise makes me want to bury my head in a hole. Present Mike continued the introductions, calling Class 1B with the same energy. The students entered the stadium trying to exude confidence. However, when it was time for the other courses, general studies, support, and business, the energy of Present Mike slightly waned, becoming more restrained. Still, he finished with full force. And with that, we present the amazing students who make up the entire first year of UA. The audience applauded, but there was a clear preference for the hero course students. Then Midnight stepped onto the stage. The impact was immediate, her presence drew attention, especially from the male audience. Some students couldn't help but notice as well. Ryo swallowed hard at the sight of the teacher's daring outfit. Is this allowed? He thought, blushing slightly. Kaminari leaned toward Tokoyami and whispered. Man, does she really have to wear that now? Tokoyami crossed his arms, expression impassive. The real question is this appropriate for a school for minors? Midnight smiled and raised her hand. Silence. Her firm voice made even the most distracted pay attention. My performance at this school is perfectly appropriate, thank you for your concern. But moving on. She looked directly at the students. I will now call the class representative. Rito Takeda, come to the stage for the oath speech. Ojiro's eyes widened. Wait, Takeda is the representative. Shuji, unsurprised, replied. He ranked first in the exam. It was expected. Ryo walked to the stage with calm, measured steps, each one echoing clearly through the sound system. He seemed indifferent to the size of the crowd, his face maintained the same serenity as always, as if he were going to present a classroom project. He stopped in front of the microphone, stared at the audience for a few seconds, and remembered what Kirishima and Dash had advised him earlier. Say something masculine and badass. Show how cool you are. He let out a long, almost resigned sigh, adjusted his posture, and leaned toward the microphone. The stadium went completely silent. Then Ryo raised his right fist, firm and determined, and declared, I will win. The silence lasted less than a second before exploding into a wave of indignant voices. Hey, don't get too cocky. Oh yeah. Then let's see. This guy's way too full of himself. But Ryo continued, cutting through the chatter like a blade. Not for me. He took a deep breath, his voice lower, but far more intense. But for my mother. It was like pulling the brakes on a train. The indignant voices vanished instantly, as if ripped from everyone's throats at once. The crowd fell silent, not out of respect, but because they were completely caught off guard. Aggression turned to confusion. Then curiosity. And finally, resentment. Kirishima smiled proudly. He must really love his mother to promise to win for her. Bakugo, next to him, remained silent. Not out of irritation, but because the training combat scenes haunted his mind. He clenched his teeth and looked away. Todoroki watched everything in silence, his cold eyes fixed on Ryo. There was no anger in them, only genuine interest sparked by the last sentence. In the audience, some heroes were impressed. This boy is quite bold. One of them commented. He has a point. I'd do anything for my mother too, said another, crossing his arms. Present Mike didn't miss the chance to praise the boy as well. What a speech. Started with a challenge, ended with heart. A powerful combo, ladies and gentlemen. Takeda has already struck the audience's hearts. And so, even before the first test began, Ryo Tanaka had already left his mark, not only in the arena, but in the eyes of everyone watching him. Unknowingly, he had just caught the attention of heroes, villains, and rivals who would never take him off their radar after that. A/N, I think the upcoming chapters will take a while to be released, since my home internet subscription ends today, and I'm kinda broke. Comment. 25 comment. Vote. Chapter 22, UA Sports Festival Part 2. The stands were packed. The crowd cheered, cameras captured every detail, and heroes of all ages commented on the participants. Some whispered discreet bets, while others simply watched with interest. The energy in the stadium was electric, every face reflecting the excitement of the day. Amid all the commotion, Bob struggled forward, carrying 2 enormous buckets of popcorn. He apologized to everyone he had to weave around, dodging legs and gently nudging those blocking his path, all while trying to reach Helen, Violet, Tony, and little Jack. "Excuse me. Sorry, just passing through," he called out, trying not to spill a single kernel. Finally, he reached the group and handed a bucket to Helen. "Here you go, sweetheart," he said with a smile. In his other hand, Bob passed the second bucket to Tony Ridinger, standing next to Violet. "And for you, kid. Share it with Violet, okay?" Bob settled into the seat between Helen and Tony, casually draping his arm over the boy's shoulder. "So, champ, how's the exchange program in Japan going? Are your studies going well?" The boy grinned, his eyes shining with excitement. "Great. I'm learning a lot, and I don't regret coming to the support course here in Japan at all." Bob chuckled and gave the boy a light punch on the shoulder. The boy smiled in return, pretending it didn't hurt. "That's what I like to hear. Well done." Helen looked at him with a proud smile. "I'm sure you and Violet will make an amazing team in the future, and not just in a hero sense, you know." Violet blushed deeply, hiding her face behind Tony. "Mom. Don't say stuff like that in front of everyone." Helen just laughed softly, teasing her daughter. Bob glanced around, taking in the sheer number of people in the stadium. It was far larger than Violet's school sports festival. "Well, this is really a crowd. Way bigger than the All-American Hero Festival, no doubt about it." Meanwhile, Jack clapped his little hands excitedly next to Helen. "When is All Might going to show up?" Helen leaned in, trying to contain her son's excitement, smiling gently. "Patience, little one, he'll appear later." Jack continued bouncing in place, satisfied with the answer. Even if it was a tiny white lie, no one really knew if the symbol of peace would actually appear. Meanwhile, the family's eyes scanned the arena below, searching for Dash among the students. Helen finally spotted the boy near another student who had just finished giving a speech. It seemed they were good friends. Bob smiled, satisfied. It's good to see him making friends with strong guys early on. That's important for his future as a hero. Violet watched the boy next to her brother closely. Being the representative of the hero course isn't about being strong, it's about being the one with the most potential. Bob let out a contented sigh, smiling at the family, happy to be there with everyone together, surrounded by the lively chaos of the festival. Midnight cracked her whip through the air, the sharp snap echoing across the entire arena and instantly silencing both students and spectators. All right. Without further ado, let us begin the very first event of the UA Sports Festival. The crowd reacted at once, the murmur swelling with anticipation. "This event is only the qualifying round," Midnight continued, a razor-sharp smile curling her lips. "This is where many dreams come to an end before they even begin. Some of you will be going home today crying like babies." Tension settled over the students like an invisible weight. The massive screen above the stadium lit up, dozens of words spinning rapidly, flashing one after another. The mechanical hum of the roulette heightened the anxiety with every passing second. Then it stopped. Obstacle course race. Kirishima blinked in confusion, scratching the back of his neck. Wait, doesn't that sound kinda too normal? Dash, on the other hand, broke into a wide grin when he saw the title appear in English just below. Obstacle course. He practically bounced in place. "Oh yeah. This is gonna be way too easy. Man, racing is literally my thing." He snapped his fingers, already slipping into a competitive mindset. "If it's just running and jumping over a few obstacles, I'll finish this in milliseconds." Rio, who had been watching the screen closely, cut through the blonde's enthusiasm without even changing his tone. "Hey. Don't get ahead of yourself." Dash turned toward him, confused. If it were a normal obstacle race. Rio continued, eyes narrowing, it wouldn't be at UA. They wouldn't do something that simple. Dash's smile faltered for just a moment, only for his eyes to gleam even brighter, the grin returning wider than before, brimming with anticipation and adrenaline. Soon after, all the students were instructed to line up before the enormous exit gate, forming ranks behind the starting line. A sea of students stretched across the entire width of the arena. Midnight walked to the side of the field, her whip resting casually on her shoulder. "Racers, are you ready?" Above them, the starting signal lights began to activate. Red. Midoriya felt sweat trickle down his temple. His heart pounded far too hard in his chest. "I have to give this everything I've got." His mind flashed back to the USJ. To the image of All Might, injured. To Nizu's voice asking for discretion. The world's greatest hero, missing an arm. I know he couldn't say anything to me. Couldn't encourage me. Yellow. Midoriya clenched his fist. But I feel like he'd want me to show the world the power of his successor. The next symbol of peace. Green. Go. The gate burst open with a thunderous crash. Hundreds of students launched forward at once, the race erupting into absolute chaos, footsteps, dust, and raw determination colliding. And for Midoriya, one single thought rang louder than the roar of the crowd. I have to win this festival at all costs. Everyone surged en masse toward the starting tunnel, a merciless human avalanche pushing forward. Midoriya was quickly swallowed by the crowd, his feet barely touching the ground as he was carried along by the relentless tide of bodies. And we can already see chaos breaking out right at the starting tunnel. Present Mick's voice boomed through the loudspeakers. The students are completely packed together. This has turned into a full-blown human traffic jam. Inside the narrow tunnel, dozens of students shoved against one another, staggered footsteps, elbows colliding, heavy breathing everywhere. It was a claustrophobic hell. When the first few finally caught sight of the light at the exit, a collective relief spread through the crowd, almost tangible. And then the ground froze. A thick layer of ice spread in the blink of an eye, trapping feet, knocking students over, and ripping startled screams from their throats. Hey! What the hell is this? Todoroki advanced calmly through the chaos he had created, his steps steady atop the pristine ice. He was the first to exit the now completely clogged tunnel, curses and desperate complaints echoing behind him. "Sorry, my bad," he said flatly, without even glancing back. But before he could put more distance between them. "Don't even think I'll let you get ahead, half and half." A shrill voice cut through the air, followed by deafening explosions. Bakugo burst through the ice with sheer brute force, using the blasts from his palms to propel himself forward. Right behind him, several Class 1A students managed to break through the frozen barrier, some sliding, some leaping, others simply forcing their way through. Todoroki shot a quick glance over his shoulder. "TCH, too many of them made it through," he muttered. As he ran, mentally reassessing the situation, he felt a quick tap on his shoulder. Todoroki's eyes widened for a split second. He turned his head. "Nothing. Didn't expect you to play dirty, huh?" The voice came from the other side. Todoroki spun around and saw Dash running backward right beside him, hands laced behind his head as if out for a casual stroll. The blonde flashed a wide grin. "Hello there." Without hesitation, Todoroki unleashed a wave of ice toward him. But Dash was already gone. "Relax, man," the voice rang out from another angle. "You're being too cold with me." The blonde winked, still smiling, then leaned forward and shot ahead at blistering speed, leaving Todoroki behind in mere seconds. Dash tore through the curve, practically slicing the air apart, and slammed straight into a cluster of exam robots. They barely had time to react before being obliterated by a golden blur that ripped through them. "Ha ha ha." Dash laughed, exhilarated. This festival's gonna be a piece of cake. But the smile on his face froze when he saw the obstacle ahead. Massive shadows loomed above him. Dozens of colossal robots advanced slowly, each one unmistakable. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered. "0-pointers. They brought these guys too." Dash's eyes widened as he slightly reduced speed. "Okay, so how the hell am I supposed to get past TH?" A green blur shot past him like a bullet. Huh. It was Rio. His body surged forward at high speed using inner transition, but something was different. Green electrical sparks coiled around his limbs, crackling violently through the air. Rio locked his gaze onto the 0-pointers ahead and clenched his right fist. "Get out of my way." The punch landed. A brutal explosion of compressed air tore through the field, annihilating 5 of the robots at once. Their titanic bodies shattered, debris raining down from the sky as Rio kept running, charging straight through the corridor carved open by the impact without losing a single step. Dash stood still for half a second, mouth hanging open. Then he grinned. Hey! His eyes gleamed. Now this is where things really start heating up. Dash shot forward right after Rio, the wind slicing against his face as the blonde quickly closed the distance between them. Within moments, he was already running alongside the boy with hollow green eyes. You've gotten faster since the last time, the blonde commented, a competitive smile forming on his face even as he kept a moderate pace. Rio kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, the wind cutting against his face. I trained a lot these past few weeks, he replied simply. As he moved forward, his mind briefly drifted to the intense training sessions and the private lessons with 13, all after that special room was finally completed. Dash tilted his head, watching the green sparks that slithered around the boy's body beside him. And those sparks there? Part of the new package too. Maybe, Rio replied, without taking his eyes off the path. Before Dash could press further, something ahead caught his attention. The competitive smile vanished for a moment. The second obstacle loomed before them. The fall. A colossal chasm split the arena floor open, deep enough to make one's stomach churn just by looking at it. Stone platforms jutted out irregularly, connected by thick ropes stretched from one side to the other, swaying gently in the wind. Dash frowned. Rio noticed immediately. Nervous, he asked, shooting him a quick glance. I thought you were fast. The blonde grimaced. Being fast is one thing. Having balance is another, okay. Rio let out a half smile. Too bad, he said. Then I'll go first. Before Dash could retort, Rio drew even more from inner transition. The green sparks intensified, electrical discharges racing across his body as his speed surged abruptly. In an instant, he passed the blonde. Hey! Dash barely had time to react. Rio reached the edge of the chasm and, without hesitation, jumped. The force of the takeoff shattered part of the edge. Rio simply soared over the abyss, crossing the entire chasm in a single, powerful leap. See you at the finish line. Rio shouted, already descending on the other side. He landed hard, rolled once, and immediately resumed running, disappearing down the track. Dash reached the edge moments later, skidding to a stop. His eyes were wide. You've gotta be kidding me. He muttered. He looked down at the thick ropes, slowly swaying over the void. He swallowed, took a deep breath, and sighed. Calm down, just run across the ropes and try not to fall. Without further delay, Dash took off. The moment his foot touched the first rope, his body adjusted on pure instinct. Step after step, he moved far faster than someone who, seconds earlier, had been afraid of falling into the abyss below. He leapt from platform to platform with precision, using his speed and a bit of luck to avoid any misstep. Within seconds, he was already on the other side. He looked back at the chasm he had crossed, blinking a few times. That was way easier than I thought. A confident smile returned to his face. The next instant, Dash burst forward again, accelerating to catch up to Rio, his heart pounding, not with fear, but with excitement. The deafening roar of the crowd grew louder with every passing second, waves of screams and applause echoing throughout the arena as the competitors advanced along the course. High above the stands, Present Mike was practically leaning over the railing of the commentary booth, his amplified voice blasting through the loudspeakers. We've got one student straight up ignoring the second obstacle and another clearing it in seconds. Did you see that? An insane jump and a high-speed crossing, he laughed excitedly, nearly out of breath. The cameras quickly cut to the trail of destruction left behind, a true graveyard of giant robotic bodies, the brutal aftermath of Rio's passage. Several students were now reaching the area, weaving around still smoking debris before facing the ravine. Todoroki was the first among them. Without wasting a second, he froze the ropes and platforms, creating a smooth surface that he slid across, rapidly advancing over the abyss. But he wasn't alone. Todoroki. Bakugo appeared right behind him, intensifying the explosions in his hands to propel himself even further forward. Since there's no way to catch up to those two idiots up front, I'll at least lock in third place. Todoroki frowned before speeding up, the two immediately entering a fierce battle for position. Side by side, they exchanged hostile glares as they moved from platform to platform, neither willing to give up even an inch. Then something, or rather, Someone passed them. A green blur crossed their field of vision, running through the ravine as if the ground itself didn't exist. Faint streams of electricity coursed over the boy's body, wrapping him in an unstable glow. What? Bakugo's eyes went wide. Midoriya. Todoroki murmured, genuinely surprised. Midoriya surged forward at high speed, a grin plastered across his face as his body finally seemed able to keep up with the power he wielded. In the VIP room, All Might leaned forward abruptly, eyes wide. Beside him, Nizu watched in silence, intrigued. That is. One for all, full cowling. 5%. Midoriya announced it mentally as he ran, feeling the energy flow evenly through his entire body, without the crushing pain from before. His smile widened even further. As he advanced, his mind briefly drifted back to that conversation he'd had with Ryo that day. The two of them talking about quirks, casually exchanging ideas, until Ryo had dropped that simple sentence that completely changed Midoriya's view of One for All. If your body can't handle using 100% of your quirk's potential, why not just use a little? Those words had sparked an epiphany. Instead of releasing everything at a single point, he would only use a small percentage of the power he could properly handle. He adapted the new approach. He controlled it. And now, he was reaping the results. Thank you, Takeda. Midoriya thought, his smile growing wider as he sped up further. Bakugo's expression twisted the instant he realized Midoriya had just overtaken him. Deku, he snarled through clenched teeth, sparks exploding involuntarily from his palms. His wounded pride turned into pure driving fury. Beside him, Todoroki adjusted his stance, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Without saying a word, he slammed his foot into the ground, spreading ice forward and forming a smooth, continuous ramp. He skated over the frozen surface, gaining speed with every glide. The three were now running side by side. The wind cut against their faces, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the crowd sounded like a single, constant roar. Midoriya, wrapped in greenish electricity, kept his breathing steady, feeling One for All flow through his entire body. On the left, Bakugo surged forward in explosive bursts, each detonation launching him like a human projectile. On the right, Todoroki slid across the ice, subtly shifting his body through the curves, minimizing friction to the extreme. Then they saw it. The third obstacle appeared ahead. The minefield, or what was left of it. Huh. Midoriya's eyes widened. Where dozens of mines once waited to explode, there was now a straight path forcibly cleared. The ground was scorched, cracked, littered with craters and lingering smoke, a clear trail of already triggered explosions. Looks like those two cleared the way for us, Todoroki said, still focused on trying to pass the two classmates right on his tail. Without hesitation, the three charged forward. They sprinted. Every step was a contest. One gained half a body length, another reclaimed it by inches. Midoriya used the constant output of full cowling to maintain speed. Bakugo alternated strides with small, controlled explosions, gaining sharp bursts of acceleration. Todoroki adjusted the track beneath his feet in real time, sliding with precision. Move. Bakugo shouted, brushing past Midoriya. No. Midoriya pushed his body harder, feeling his muscles respond. The three crossed the minefield like three projectiles, nearly shoulder to shoulder, before diving into the finishing tunnel. The confined space amplified the sound of footsteps and ragged breathing. Midoriya managed to take the lead for an instant. What? Bakugo's eyes went wide in disbelief. The space narrowed as they entered the tunnel. The crowd's noise was muffled, replaced by footsteps, breathing, and the echo of explosions. Todoroki didn't hesitate, seizing the opportunity to freeze the narrow tunnel. Ice spread across the walls and floor, trying to lock Midoriya's legs in place. But the boy reacted on instinct. He jumped at the very last second before his legs could freeze, feeling the cold scrape the sole of his foot, and when he landed, he slid across the ice, using it to his advantage. The exit light grew rapidly closer. That was when Bakugo screamed. Die. A colossal explosion detonated behind him, launching his body like a missile at the very last second. And the result was decided in the blink of an eye. Third place, Katsuki Bakugo. Fourth place, Izuku Midoriya. Fifth place, Shoto Todoroki. Bakugo landed a few meters ahead, panting, teeth clenched, but with a wild grin on his face. Eat my dust, crybabies. Todoroki stopped shortly after, breathing deeply. His eyes turned to Bakugo, brow furrowed, clearly dissatisfied. TCH. He clicked his tongue and looked away. Midoriya stumbled a few steps forward and braced his hands on his knees, breathing hard. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his body exhausted, but the smile was still there, sincere and proud. 4th place. He murmured, with no real frustration in his voice. Then he lifted his head, remembering something. Speaking of positions, who came in first? Takeda or Dash? The answer came immediately. A few meters ahead, Dash was celebrating shamelessly, laughing out loud as he threw an arm over Ryo Takeda's shoulder. "Man, you're pretty damn fast," the blonde foreigner said, grinning from ear to ear. "But I'm faster." Ryo just grunted, clearly not enjoying his friend's teasing. "Don't get so full of yourself," he replied flatly. When he turned, his eyes met Midoriya's, who was still catching his breath. For a moment, neither of them said anything. Then Ryo raised his hand and gave a firm thumbs up. "Good job." Midoriya smiled back, silently thanking Ryo for the huge help he had given him. The sports festival was only just beginning. Chapter 23, UA Sports Festival Part 3. The sound of the television was the only thing that felt truly alive in that place. The screen mounted high on the concrete wall flickered slightly, the broadcast of the UA Sports Festival contrasting in an almost obscene way with the decaying environment around it. The event was already well underway. Vivid colors, excited shouts, deafening applause. Shigaraki was sitting now, his torso leaning forward with difficulty, his body still connected to tubes and sensors. Oxygen hissed steadily behind the mask, each breath sounding strained, irritating. His hand trembled slightly atop the rough bedsheet. "And that's it, ladies and gentlemen." Present Mick's energetic voice echoed through the TV speakers. The top 2 finishers in the obstacle race have just arrived in record time. In first place, Dash. And right behind him, Ryo Takeda. The camera focused on Ryo. Green sparks still slithered across his body, sweat running down his face as he took deep breaths, standing tall and scathed. Alive. Strong. And being applauded. The world seemed to be laughing at Shigaraki now. Shigaraki's hand began to shake for real, his fingers curling like claws against the hospital sheet. The machines beeped, reacting to the sudden change in his vital signs. "You." His voice came out broken, hoarse, loaded with raw hatred. "That bastard." All 5 fingers pressed into the worn fabric of the sheet, beginning to disintegrate it. "You did this to me." His breathing turned irregular, aggressive. Each inhale felt like it was burning his chest from the inside. The memory of the impact, that single blow, cut through his mind like a dark green-black flash. The screen showed the crowd cheering, smiling, applauding him. Every sound was like glass being crushed inside Shigaraki's skull. "I'm going to kill him." The words came out low, but firm and tense. It was a promise. "I'm going to rip every little piece of you apart." He breathed with difficulty, red eyes locked onto the screen. "Leave you unable to do anything. I'll make him beg and cry while I kill his family and friends. I'll make him wish he'd never been born." On the television, Ryo smiled faintly, the crowd roaring behind him. Shigaraki felt a deep stab on the side of his body, a phantom pain mixed with the memory of that single blow he had taken. The broadcast went on, the festival progressing as if nothing had happened. As if villains didn't exist. As if he weren't there, rotting away. With effort, Shigaraki raised one hand to his own head. His fingers slowly brushed over the smooth surface, strangely sensitive beneath his touch. He closed his eyes, grinding his teeth. "When I get out of here," he murmured, his voice dripping with venom, "I will hunt you down, Ryo Takeda. I promise I will turn your life into a complete hell." The remaining participants began crossing the finish line little by little, some exhausted, others relieved, and a few clearly frustrated. Among them, Uraraka appeared, panting, resting her hands on her knees for a moment before lifting her head. Her eyes found Midoriya almost immediately. "Midoriya," she called, breaking into a sincere smile as she approached. "That was amazing. 4th place. I'm honestly a little jealous." Midoriya froze in place. His face turned red in seconds. "Ah. It wasn't like that. Too just. I mean." He started babbling, gesturing awkwardly, unsure of what to do with his hands. Uraraka let out a soft laugh, finding his reaction cute, but her gaze was soon drawn past Midoriya. Ida stood a few steps away, staring intensely at his own hands, as if trying to understand something about them. After a few seconds, he lifted his gaze in the opposite direction, toward where Rio and Dash were, surrounded by excited classmates, receiving comments, pats on the back, and laughter. Ida took a deep breath. I still have a long way to go, he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else, before walking away. Uraraka tilted her head, confused. What happened to Ida? She asked Midoriya. Well. He opened his mouth to answer, but was interrupted by the sharp crack of a whip echoing through the arena. Attention, students. Midnight's voice cut through the chatter, making everyone turn toward the center of the stadium. The results of the first 42 students who completed the obstacle course have been decided, she announced with a sharp smile. As you can see, the entire hero course has passed. Classes 1A and 1B remain intact. A new murmur spread through the arena. In addition, Midnight continued, 2 students from other courses also managed to advance. Congratulations to them, because now, her smile widened, the real elimination round begins. The cameras moved quickly, focusing on the attentive faces of the students. The press is practically jumping out of their seats, so I expect you all to give it everything you've got in the next event. The giant screen above the stadium lit up once more. Words began spinning at high speed, flashing, overlapping, building anticipation. Until they stopped. Cavalry battle. Rio frowned instantly. Damn. Beside him, Dash blinked a few times. Cavalry, he asked, confused. Are we riding horses now? Rio slowly turned his face toward him. No. Oh, so it's like mechanical horses. Dash insisted. That's not it either. Dash made a face. Then what is it? People, Rio replied, already visibly irritated. People will be the horse. The blonde froze. That sounds kind of wrong, NGL. The only thing wrong is your mind. Rio snapped, gritting his teeth. He took a deep breath and explained. Teams can have 2 to 4 people. 1 to 3 form the base, the horse, and 1 stays on top, the rider. The goal is to steal the headbands from other teams. Dash's eyes widened as he immediately made a pog face. Oh, he said, with the exact realization of someone who finally understands a computer problem after staring at the screen for hours. Now it makes sense. Midnight continued explaining the rules, pacing back and forth across the stage. Each student starts with 5 points, which increase according to their placement in the previous race. But, our dear first-place finisher starts with a value of... She paused dramatically. 10 million. Everyone in the arena fell silent. And in that very instant, dozens of gazes turned in the same direction. Toward Dash. The blonde blinked a few times, completely lost. Since the entire explanation had been in Japanese, he hadn't understood absolutely anything. Why is everyone looking at me? He asked, uncomfortable. Rio stepped closer and whispered the whole context into the blonde's ear. Dash's eyes widened. 10 million. Yes. 10 million. The shout echoed through the group. Dash slowly looked around, noticing the calculating expressions, restrained smiles, and hungry stares directed at him. For a moment, he had the distinct feeling of being surrounded by vultures, just waiting for the right moment to strike. I have a really bad feeling about this, he muttered. Midnight watched the tension rise, the competitive atmosphere among the students was almost palpable. Satisfied, she smiled slyly and cracked her whip, drawing everyone's attention once more. Those who reach the top only face new challenges, she declared, her voice firm and excited. But you've heard the countless times since you entered UA, so you already know how this works. Plus Ultra. As soon as the speech ended, the arena plunged into chaos once again. Voices overlapped, students ran back and forth, hands reached out, alliances formed and fell apart in seconds. It was a true race against time, whoever had the best team would survive. Dash stood still in the middle, watching. Kirishima was already with Bakugo, the two exchanging quick words. Midoriya was forming a group with Uraraka and another girl. Rio was surrounded by a crowd. Students from their class and from Class B competed for his attention, all trying to convince him to join them. And Dash. He was being ignored and avoided as much as possible. Some glanced at him uncertainly, as if they could see the absurd number of points hovering over his head, and immediately changed direction. The blonde felt the weight of it crush his shoulders. No way. He muttered under his breath. He took a few steps, tried to approach one group, and was ignored. Another group scattered the moment they noticed him. In the end, Dash dropped to his knees on the arena floor, defeated. At this rate, no one's going to want to team up with me, he said hopelessly. That was when a shadow fell in front of him. The sunlight reflected sharply, blinding him for a moment, until a hand extended before his eyes. Get up already, an impatient voice said. We don't have all day. Dash blinked, then his eyes widened. Takeda. He grabbed his friend's hand and was pulled back to his feet. What are you doing here? He asked, incredulous. Ryo crossed his arms. Isn't it obvious? He replied. I'm teaming up with you. Dash's eyes sparkled. Takeda. You're my savior, he exclaimed, wrapping him in a sudden, tight hug. Hey. Let go of me. Ryo complained, pushing him away. Stop acting weird. As the two were on the verge of starting another argument, a timid voice interrupted them. Excuse me. The boys stopped and turned toward the source of the voice. In front of them stood a short girl with a round, delicate face and a small, short snout that gave her a gentle, kind appearance. Her thick, wavy blonde hair fell to the middle of her back, with short bangs over her forehead. Large eyes of deep Prussian blue watched the two with contained curiosity. Tall, lyre-shaped beige horns rose from her head. Her legs ended in brown hooves, and a small horse tail swayed discreetly behind her. I couldn't help but notice. She said in fluent English, still hesitant. You were speaking English. Are you foreigners? Ryo tilted his head slightly. I'm not, he replied. But he is. Dash blinked, surprised, before quickly composing himself. Dash par. Nice to meet you, he said, extending his hand. The girl's eyes lit up. Oh. She grabbed both of his hands enthusiastically. I'm Tsunotori Pony. It's so nice to meet another foreigner like me. Dash was visibly flustered by the girl's cheerfully cute attitude, looking away. Yeah, the pleasure's mine too, he replied, scratching the back of his neck. Why are you blushing, man? You're the same as her as you are with me, Ryo thought to himself, raising an eyebrow. Noticing the blonde's discomfort, Pony released his hands and turned to Ryo. Your English is very good. What's your name? She commented sincerely. Rito Takeda. My English isn't really that great, he said, waving it off. Then he turned serious. But now's not the time for chatting. We need to find one more member. Oh. Pony said, tilting her head. That's what you were talking about. More or less, Dash replied. Ryo nodded. I've got a plan. But for it to work, we need one more person. The three of them fell silent for a few seconds, thinking. Then Pony raised her hand timidly. She smiled nervously. What if I join you guys? When the final 15 minutes for team formation ran out, the organized chaos finally took shape. Groups were set, strategies whispered in haste, and sharp eyes analyzed allies and enemies alike. In the stands, the Parr family watched everything closely. So he managed it. Bob commented, arms crossed, a half-smile forming as he saw Dash on a team. Helen let out a breath she hadn't even realized she was holding. Thank goodness. I was starting to genuinely worry about him not finding a decent team. Violet tilted her head, watching her brother's group down in the arena. At least that Takeda guy teamed up with him. She said thoughtfully. That guy destroyed those giant robots in the obstacle race with a single punch. Bob raised an eyebrow, impressed. That kid's punching power is no joke. Meanwhile, at the center of the stadium, Present Mike grabbed the microphone, his grin wide and his energy at its peak. The sound of his voice blasted through the speakers. Are you ready, my beloved spectators? The stadium answered with a deafening roar. Get ready for the second event of the festival, he continued, gesturing enthusiastically. A true team battle. A clash for power, a test of strategy, endurance, and pure survival instinct. The crowd went wild. Present Mike dramatically raised his arm, pointing toward the arena. Keep your eyes open, because the cavalry battle is about to begin. Countdown. The giant screen lit up. 3. The students took their positions. Sharp gazes crossed, some filled with ambition, others cautious, others excited. 2. Dash's team organized themselves. Ryo took the front, steady and firm in his stance. Dash positioned himself right behind him, supporting the weight with ease. Pony came last, settling on top of them as the rider, gripping the scoreband against her head tightly as she took a deep breath, nervous but determined. Okay, stay focused, she murmured in English, breathing deeply. 1. For a brief instant, the world seemed to hold its breath. Stay art. At the moment the starting signal sounded, almost all the teams rushed straight toward Dash's team. The blonde's eyes widened, startled by how quickly the situation escalated. This really is a battle for the 10 million. Dash exclaimed, trying to get into position. Rio, keeping his calm, said. Calm down and take position. Pony, hold the point band tight. The girl understood, gripping the band firmly and maintaining her knight-like posture. Rio activated the inner transition. His scara turned black, with bright green irises. Small sparks and electrical discharges covered his body, tracing lines like energetic veins across his arms and legs. For an instant, his mind returned to the plan he had devised with the group just moments earlier. Our greatest advantage, and also our curse, he said, referring to himself and Dash. We wouldn't be able to use our speed with any other team. We couldn't compete without overloading the others. Dash looked at him in surprise. Wait, you mean if you were on another team, you'd be screwed? Rio confirmed with a slight nod. Yeah. That's why I chose to team up with you. I'm the only one who can keep up with your speed. Together, we'll form the fastest horse in this event. Dash's eyes lit up, a wide grin spreading across his face. Maman, he shouted, giving Rio a heavenly dap. Back in the present, amid the chaos of teams clashing, Todoroki's team advanced rapidly toward them, with Ida leading the charge at the front. Strategically, Momo created a staff for Todoroki to use as a conduit to the ground, launching a wave of ice toward Dash's team, giving the illusion that they had been hit. But a greenish blur passed by them in slow motion. Rio, without averting his eyes, said calmly. You're far too slow to catch us. Time returned to normal. A wave of wind swept past Todoroki's team, leaving everyone stunned. What just happened? Kaminari exclaimed. They got away. Todoroki replied, frowning. I knew this would happen the moment I saw Takeda and Dash team up, Momo commented, visibly irritated. And now what? Kaminari asked, looking around. Our plan was to take that 10 million point band. Todoroki remained silent, biting his lip before turning his gaze to the other teams. His face was bitter and irritated as he said, almost in a whisper, full of frustration. Let's focus on the other teams. Meanwhile, Dash's team cut across the field at high speed, easily dodging every attempt at blocking and attacking that piled up against them. They found a relatively safe corner where they could slow down slightly without losing control of the race. These guys are incredibly persistent, Rio commented, watching their pursuers fail to catch up. Pony breathed deeply, clinging to her position, her face a little pale. You guys are way faster than I expected, she said, feeling a bit dizzy. We're going slow, Dash replied with a crooked smile. Way slower than we actually can. Hang in there, Rio added seriously. These 10 minutes are going to feel long. We're going to move around a lot. Pony swallowed hard, but nodded with determination. Tool tried to hold on. In the following minutes, Dash's team remained completely untouched. The absurd speed and precise evasions caused several teams to give up one by one, redirecting their efforts toward more attainable targets. Chasing those three was like trying to grab the wind. Meanwhile, Todoroki's team began focusing on other teams. In a coordinated move, he advanced on Itsuka Kendo's team. Ice spread across the ground in an instant, trapping the legs of the teammates forming the horse, and before they could react, the headband was snatched from Kendo's head. Damn it. Kendo ground her teeth, unable to do anything about it. On the other side of the field, Bakugo's team was pure chaos. Even after reclaiming the headband that Nito Monoma had stolen, Bakugo continued the chase, teeth clenched. I'm gonna take everything from those bastards, he shouted, slamming his palm hard against Kirishima's hardened head. Move it, hardhead. Huh. But we Aurea. No buts. I want to take every single piece, even their tears. Kirishima sighed, but picked up the pace alongside Mina and Siro. Meanwhile, Rio observed the field calmly as he ran, his eyes sharp and cold. Looks like they gave up hunting us, he commented. From above, Pony confirmed, scanning the area with her privileged vantage point. Yeah, most of them changed targets. Rio slightly turned his head to hear her better. The rest seemed to be focusing back on the other T. the ground suddenly gave way. In the blink of an eye, Rio's and Dash's legs began sinking into something soft and unstable. What? Dash's eyes widened. A large area of the ground had become malleable, like mud. Finally caught them, a confident voice said. It was Tetsutetsu's team, with Juzo Hananuki at the front. Sorry about this, Pony, Juzo added, glancing at his surprised classmate. Dash tried to move on instinct, but only sank further. Hey! That just makes it worse. Stop. Rio ordered firmly. If you move, we'll sink faster. Then what do we do? Dash asked tensely. Rio looked ahead and saw the opposing team approaching, step by step. Damn it. I didn't expect someone to have a quirk like this. What do we do? Before he could think further, Pony leaned slightly forward. Don't worry, she said in a determined tone. I'll get us out of this. Her eyes gleamed, and she raised her hands to her head, curling her fingers to imitate a pair of horns. Horn. Cannon. With a sharp snap, her horns detached from her head and shot into the air, a second pair instantly growing in their place and doing the same. Pony controlled both pairs midair, making them dive into the softened ground and position themselves beneath Rio's and Dash's feet. Within seconds, the team was lifted out of the mud, floating far above Tetsutetsu's team's reach. Holy! Dash looked down, pale, his body going rigid. 2M in the air. The blonde swallowed hard. Heights were definitely not his strong suit. Rio, on the other hand, frowned, staring at the horns beneath his feet. Wait. He slowly turned his face back, looking at Pony. So, this whole time, we could have just stayed floating above everyone. Pony froze. Ah, Ito. She shyly taps her head with her hands, sticking her tongue out. Bleh. Rio turned his gaze forward again and let out a long, defeated sigh. I guess it's also my fault for not asking what her quirk was. The second event of the festival ended with Dash's team completely untouched. Chapter 24, UA Sports Festival Part 4. In the VIP room, the silence was broken only by the distant murmur of the arena. The massive screen ahead displayed the final moments of the cavalry battle, the timer running out as teams fought until the very last second. All Might crossed his arm, an excited smile spread across his face. Dash's team is going to pass almost unscathed. Their headband wasn't even touched, he commented, impressed. Nizu, sitting atop the table with his tiny legs gently swinging, agreed with a calm nod. Indeed. It was unexpected to see someone from Class B join Takeda and Dash's team, but in the end, they formed the most stable formation of all. Ah, how unity is rewarded. All Might chuckled softly, but soon his eyes returned to the screen, searching for the final results. He remembered well that Midoriya's team was in 4th place. The boy had surprised him in the obstacle race, using one for all in a way he had never imagined. All Might was eager to see how far he would go in this festival. But his smile vanished when he looked at the rankings. That can't be. He murmured, eyes wide. In the commentator's booth, Aizawa, wrapped in bandages and wearing his eternally tired expression, slightly raised his head at the sudden turn of events. Huh. Present Mike practically threw himself against the glass, leaning in so much he nearly kissed it. What? In the final seconds, while most teams were busy defending themselves or attacking others, Shinso's team advanced in silence. A single line of dialogue was enough. Midoriya's team answered on reflex. The everybody eyes went vacant. Shinso stretched out his arm and snatched Midoriya's team headband, stealing 4th place at the very last moment. No way. Present Mike shouted, still in disbelief. Team Shinso steals the final spot at the last second, advancing to the next event. Shinso turned over his shoulder, looking at the hollow-eyed Midoriya with an arrogant smile. Sorry. He said, twirling the stolen headband around his finger. But I'll be taking your spot. With the end of the cavalry battle, the stadium fell into a brief state of suspension. A 1-hour break was announced before the final event, giving the students time to rest, or to digest bitter defeats. Class 1A walked together through one of the corridors toward the cafeteria, their steps slower, their voices scattered. In the middle of the group, Midoriya dragged his feet, shoulders slumped, his gaze empty, like someone who hadn't fully returned to his own body yet. What happened? How did we end up with 0 points? Beside him, Uraraka tried to keep pace, leaning in slightly to bring herself to eye level with him. Hey, Midoriya, it wasn't your fault, okay, she said carefully, her voice gentle. We were all caught off guard, anyone could have fallen for something like that. But he didn't react. Didn't blink. It was as if she wasn't even there, his mind trapped in that last stolen second. Further back, Tsuyu let out a soft sigh. It's a shame, Ribbit, Tsuyu commented, mildly bothered by the result, before turning her head toward Mina. But congratulations on making it through, Mina-chan. Mina scratched the side of her head, a crooked smile forming on her face. Thanks, but I don't know. She shrugged. I'm not sure this really counts as a win. Bakugo only picked me to deal with Todoroki's ice. Still, you did your part, Tsuyu replied simply. Up ahead, Momo walked beside Dash, maintaining her elegant posture despite the fatigue. Congratulations on first place, she said sincerely. Your team was exceptional. I must admit, I didn't expect the inclusion of someone from Class B. Dash chuckled softly, rubbing the back of his neck. To be honest, neither did we. Things just, kind of happened. Before he could say more, a heavy arm slung itself around his neck. But it happened beautifully. Kirishima announced, as energetic as ever. The three of us made it. Me, you, and Takeda. We totally nailed it. Dash nearly lost his balance, laughing as he tried to pull away. Hey. Easy. Kirishima then looked around, frowning. Speaking of which. He blinked a few times. Where's Takeda? The group slowed their pace for a moment. Some students instinctively glanced around. Momo noticed his absence as well, her gaze sharp. That's true, he hasn't been with us since we left the arena. He said he had something to take care of, Shoji commented. Knowing him, he probably went to talk to a teacher. Or the principal. Kirishima raised an eyebrow, curious. Heh. He smiled. Mysterious guy, huh? Meanwhile, in some other corridor far from the main flow of students, Ryo stared at Todoroki, who was returning his gaze with sharp intensity. He was leaning against the wall, his body far too relaxed for someone who was clearly not there by chance. His bicolored eyes were fixed on Ryo, as if they could cut into him at any moment. So, what did you call me here to talk about? Ryo asked, without much interest. At this rate, the cafeteria's going to be packed if we don't hurry. Todoroki didn't answer right away. He simply held his gaze. The silence dragged on long enough for Ryo to frown. What? Spit it out. You're pissing me off, Todoroki finally said, coldly. Ryo blinked, surprised. Huh. You've been overloading me, he continued. During the cavalry battle, the others might not have noticed at the time. But I did. Todoroki's tone grew more serious. At the moment you passed by me, I felt the same abyss of power I felt at USJ. When you defeated that brute. Ryo's expression hardened. What does that have to do with me? Isn't that none of your business? You think it went unnoticed? Todoroki interrupted. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you All Might's illegitimate son or something? Ryo's eyes widened for a moment, genuinely confused. What? Just a guess, Todoroki replied dryly. But one thing I know for sure, you're hiding something. He pushed himself off the wall, standing upright. It was already strange how often you go to the principal's office. The similarities between your quirk and All Might's. And now these private lessons of yours started not too long ago. Ryo raised an eyebrow, his patience beginning to wear thin. So what? He shot back. Even if I were hiding something, what do you plan to do about it? Do you really think I'd tell you? Todoroki fell silent for a few seconds. Then he spoke. Maybe you don't know this. He said, his voice lower. But my father is Endeavor. The current number 2 hero. Ryo froze for a moment. If you're somehow connected to the number 1 hero, like I suspect. Todoroki continued, that just gives me even more reason to want to surpass you. He turned his face slightly, recalling uncomfortable memories. He was always a power-obsessed bastard, he said with contempt. But he could never surpass All Might. He saw the abyss of power between them, so he decided to try another path. Quirk marriages. One of the greatest problems to emerge in the second generation after the appearance of quirks. Powerful individuals chose partners by force, not out of love, but to produce heirs with stronger versions of their abilities. It was a practice widely condemned and, over time, outlawed, though it still occurs in the shadows. One of the most well-known cases was that of Gamma Jack, a direct product of that kind of forced union. He destroyed my family because of that, Todoroki continued. He completely broke my mother with his constant abuse. He raised a hand to the scar on his face. I can't look at your left side, he repeated coldly. That's what she said before throwing boiling water on me. The corridor felt even tenser than usual. I hate the fact that I was raised as a pawn for his games, he said. Nothing more than a tool for that piece of human trash I call my father. Todoroki lifted his gaze, steady. That's why I'll rise to the top without using the side he gave me. I'll reject everything he tried to turn me into. Then he raised his hand toward Ryo, and clenched it tightly. And to do that, he concluded, his eyes burning with irritation, I'll have to take you out of my way. Todoroki turned away, already giving his back. Keep your secrets however you want, he said coldly, starting to walk down the hallway. I'll surpass you using only my right side. He paused briefly, without even looking back. Sorry for wasting your time. His footsteps echoed through the corridor. Ryo remained still, leaning against the wall, his gaze lowered. Todoroki's words replayed in his mind like an irritating noise. Quirk marriage. Endeavor. Hatred. Ambition. He closed his eyes. So that's it. His teeth clenched hard, fists tightening until his nails dug into his skin. It irritated him. It irritated him far too much. He had been through worse. Much worse. People he loved had died by his own hands. He lived hidden from a world that would hate him if it knew who he truly was. A world that had completely broken his mother. Not to mention he had nearly died at USJ. And yet, here he was. Standing. I'd rather be in his place, he thought bitterly. His problems would be a relief compared to the shadows I call life. Who did Todoroki think he was, to place himself above others just because he had suffered? That ambition was so selfish, petty, and sick. Pussy. The word slipped from his mouth, low but heavy. The footsteps ahead stopped. Todoroki halted. He slowly turned around. What did you say? Ryo lifted his head, inert transition activating in response to the stress. His scara darkened, his irises glowing an intense green that stood out in the corridor's shadows. I said you're a fucking pussy. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. Ryo took a step forward. You may have suffered at your father's hands, he said, his voice low, trembling with restrained anger, but so what? Does that give you the right to think you deserve to be better than everyone else? He moved closer, the air between them growing heavy. You're not the only one in this world, you know. There are people who went through, or are still going through, things far worse than you. People who would give anything to trade places with someone as selfish as you. Ryo stopped just inches from Todoroki, staring straight into his eyes without looking away. So you know what, he snarled. I accept your challenge. The glow of his irises intensified. I will defeat you, he continued, pure contempt in his voice, and I'll grind that sick ambition of yours into the ground like the piece of shit it is. At the turn of the hallway, partially hidden behind the wall, Bakugo remained motionless. He had stopped there by chance, or at least that was what he told himself. But he ended up overhearing almost the entire conversation between Ryo and Todoroki. Bakugo's red eyes widened more than usual upon hearing the final outcome, his hard expression breaking into one of genuine surprise. He stayed there for another second, staring into the empty corridor, absorbing the words he had heard before turning away and leaving in silence. As soon as the 1-hour break came to an end, all the qualified students were called back into the arena. The stadium roared once more with the presence of the crowd, the anticipation almost palpable in the air. Present Mike took the microphone, spinning it in his hand with enthusiasm. I hope you all enjoyed that little recreational competition, he announced, drawing laughter and applause. Because now we're moving on to the main event. The giant screen behind him lit up. Among the 16 members of the winning teams, we'll be holding a tournament in a series of unknown battles. A tournament? Kirishima practically buzzed, clenching his fist. Like the ones I've seen on TV. Man, this is gonna be awesome. He excitedly tapped Ryo on the shoulder beside him. So, Takeda, aren't you fired up too? Ryo answered only with a slow, dry no, his gaze distant and weighed down by something Kirishima couldn't quite identify. Ah. I see. Kirishima murmured, freezing for a moment. Confused, he glanced over Ryo's shoulder toward Dash, who stood on the other side. Using exaggerated, improvised sign language, he asked what had happened. Dash blinked, understood the gestures, and simply shrugged, shaking his head. He didn't know either. Meanwhile, Midnight took the floor, explaining that the matchups would be decided by lottery. During the preparations, Ojiro and a Class B student ended up withdrawing for personal reasons and were quickly replaced by Tetsutetsu and Ibara. Everything finally seemed settled, until a hand rose among the students. "P. Professor." Uraraka called out, a bit hesitant. "Yes, dear." "Well, there were supposed to be 16 finalists, right? But counting everyone who made it, there are only 15. Midnight blinked in surprise, bringing a hand to her chin. "Oh, really?" She thought for a moment, her eyes scanning the students, until she noticed the detail. "I suppose it's because the first-place team only had 3 members." A murmur spread throughout the arena. "Well, in that case, someone else will have to join the tournament." Before Midnight could continue, Uraraka stepped forward, and shoved Midoriya out of the group. "You Uraraka," he staggered, nearly tripping. "Midoriya can go," she said quickly. "Our team was in 4th place before the headband was stolen at the very last second. That means at least one of us deserves to participate, right?" Midnight tilted her head thoughtfully before smiling. "That makes sense." "Approved." "Huh." Midoriya stood there, completely stunned. He turned to Uraraka, his eyes trembling in disbelief. She just smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "You Uraraka." He tried to say, his voice breaking. And then, unable to hold it in anymore, he burst into tears, sobbing in the middle of the arena as the class reacted with a mix of surprise and applause. Now that the finalists were officially decided, Midnight announced that the matchups had been drawn. Midoriya hurriedly wiped away his tears, his heart racing, but his gaze remained firm. He was happy to still be at the festival, and more than that, determined. He needed to show the world the power of the next symbol of peace. 15 minutes later, that determination almost shattered. Midoriya stared at the bracket with wide eyes, feeling his stomach drop. Izuku Midoriya vs. Katsuki Bakugo. "Of all," he murmured, incredulous. "Of all people. Kaken. Of all the 15 other participants, it really had to be him." Meanwhile, Dash analyzed the matchups with an excited smile. "Oh, cool," he commented. "I'm going against Ida." On the other side, Ida adjusted his glasses with excessive force, clearly nervous about facing Dash. Sweat was already trickling down the side of his face. And Ryo, his name was on the left edge of the bracket. Rito Takeda vs. Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso read the name silently. Leaning his head back, he saw the black-red, greeny boy, the same one who had coldly ignored him that one time. A crooked, arrogant smile formed on his face. Present Mike grabbed the microphone, breaking the tension. "Now that the match bracket has been decided, let's take a little break before the tournament," he announced. "Time for the Thrillaminate festivities." With that, recreational competitions began. Eliminated and qualified students mingled in the games. Some from Class 1A decided to participate, others preferred to conserve energy, and some, like Ryo, simply disappeared to be alone. And then, almost in the blink of an eye, time passed. "Are you ready?" Present Mike shouted to the audience. Because the Unknown tournament is finally starting. Class 1A was already seated in the stands. "We got a good angle, huh?" Siro commented. "Feels like first class," Kaminari replied, excited. "That's because it is first class, idiot," Jiro retorted, crossing her arms. Midoriya stared at the empty arena, uneasy. Ojiro, sitting beside him, leaned in slightly. "Did you manage to talk to Takeda?" "No." Midoriya answered quietly. "He refused. And he didn't seem to be in a good mood." Ojiro scratched his head, concerned. "That's bad. If he fights like that, the strongest person in our class might end up losing before the tournament even gets going." Midoriya's heart tightened. His mind went back to the strange feeling of being hypnotized by Shinso. The memories were hazy, clouded, but distorted images of strange figures still echoed in the back of his mind. Before he could dwell on it, Present Mick's booming voice rang out again. "We are going to start the tournament's first match." The lights turned on. From opposite tunnels, Ryo and Shinso emerged and walked toward the arena. Ryo stepped onto the stage with a cold, distant gaze, as if his mind were elsewhere. Shinso, on the other hand, maintained that confident smile, like someone who already believed they had won before the fight even began. On one side, with eyes sharp as a knife and the current second favorite of the crowd, he announced with exaggerated enthusiasm. Rito Takeda, from the hero course. The audience's reaction was immediate: applause, cheers, the stadium buzzing. And on the other, HHMM. Sorry, but this guy hasn't really done anything to stay relevant yet. Present Mike glanced at the card. Hitoshi Shinso, from the general courses. The introduction was simple, almost disinterested. While Present Mike explained the rules to the audience, Shinso approached Ryo, wearing that smug smile only he knew how to wield. So, do you have any vision for your future? Shinso began, looking at Ryo as if evaluating every action and expression. There's no point worrying about how you got here, just like that monkey, talking about his stupid honor. Ryo looked away, jaw clenched. Shinso's smile widened, convinced he had the bait, the announcement of the match beginning sounding in the background. What kind of idiot would throw an opper? The sentence was abruptly cut off as Ryo appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Shinso could have catch many people with his verbal ability, but one thing he didn't know about Ryo was that he was the type to act before speaking, especially in a fight. In a swift motion, Ryo grabbed Shinso's head and slammed him forcefully into the ground, creating a small crater. The impact echoed across the stage, and Shinso was unconscious before he could react. Ryo leaned over him, cold and intense, eyes fixed. Shut your fucking mouth and sleep. Present Mike, stunned that the battle had ended in seconds, raised the microphone with an excited smile before announcing the winner. Victory goes to Rito Takeda. Chapter 25, UA Sports Festival Part 5. Midnight raised her voice, making the result official. Shinso is incapacitated. Rito Takeda advances to the second round. The stadium erupted. The crowd exploded into cheers, and Class 1A went into a frenzy in the stands. Damn, that ended way too fast. Mina commented, still stunned. I literally blinked. Jiro replied, frowning. 1 second he was here, the next he was already over there putting the guy down. Taketikin is intimidating, Ribbit, Tsuyu said, her eyes fixed on the arena. Kirishima clenched his fists, fired up. That was awesome. That was seriously imposing. His aura is insane, just looking at him makes your blood boil. Meanwhile, Ojiro and Midoriya watched in silence, still processing what they had just seen. He won. Ojiro murmured, impressed. Yes. Midoriya agreed. But I didn't expect him to just charge in like that, without giving any chance to react. Midoriya's gaze followed Ryo as he left the arena. The distant, heavy expression on his classmate's face bothered him. Something had clearly happened, he just had no way to prove it. What could have happened to make him so irritated? Beside Kirishima, Dash also watched Ryo walk away. A competitive smile slowly spread across his face. Hey, if that's how you're going to play, then I'll have to be faster than you. At that very moment, as if he had sensed the provocation in the air, Ida's glasses cracked, a sharp fracture glinting across the lens. Humph, he forcefully adjusted his glasses, his nervous gaze fixed straight ahead. Ryo walked through the corridors with his head lowered, his hands buried in the pockets of his uniform. I need to cool my head. He knew he had gone too far with that purple-haired boy. That level of excessive force had been completely unnecessary. That was when the atmosphere seemed to grow warmer. The sound of firm footsteps echoed from the nearby stairwell. An oppressive heat, heavy, almost suffocating. When Ryo lifted his gaze, he was met with a wall of flames descending the stairs to his right, Endeavor. The hero was coming from the opposite direction, having just finished a conversation with Shoto. For a moment, the two simply stared at each other. The air between them seemed to vibrate, growing hotter with every passing second. Hey! Kid! Endeavor called out, his deep voice echoing through the hallway. Ryo narrowed his eyes as the pro-hero approached. The flames on Endeavor's shoulders danced slowly, as if reacting to Ryo's presence. I've been observing you for quite some time, Endeavor continued. Your quirk is impressive. Blows with that level of power, that speed. It's not something just anyone has, you know. In terms of raw strength, you seem to be on par with All Might's quirk. Ryo's heart jolted. For a second, surprise. The next, pure irritation. He clenched his teeth, the words sounding like poison in his mind. Not this again. Without answering, Rio walked past the hero. I don't have time to talk, he said coldly. Even with his back turned, Endeavor didn't stop. Shoto is my son, he stated firmly. He's the one who will surpass All Might in the future. Eventually, you two will face each other. When that happens, you'll be a valuable test. Rio stopped. Veins bulged along his jaw and temples, his fists tightening inside his pockets so hard his knuckles turned white. Why is everybody being such a fucking pain in ass? So, Endeavor concluded, give it everything you've got when you fight him. Make it worth it. Rio remained silent. That's all. Endeavor took half a step, as if ready to move on. Sorry for the bluntness. But not for long. Hey. The word came out low, heavy with restrained anger. Endeavor stopped and turned, staring at the boy's back. I don't know what obsession you have with All Might. Rio said, his voice steady. But understand one thing. Rio slowly tilted his head to the left, casting a glance over his shoulder. The hero frowned when he saw the unnatural look in the boy's eyes. Rio's left eye had completely darkened, the sclera swallowed by black, while the right remained normal, the contrast making his expression even more disturbing. He held the stare without blinking. I'm not All Might, and Todoroki isn't you. Endeavor's flames wavered, reacting to the naked hostility in that voice. Rio, for his part, remained still for one more second, then continued on his way, leaving behind a trail of tension and something dangerously close to a declaration of war against the number 2 hero. Rio joined the class in the stands shortly afterward. Takeda. Dash called out excitedly, raising his arm. Over here. I saved you a seat. The boy simply walked over in silence and sat down to his left without saying a single word. The contrast was immediate. Dash blinked a few times, his smile slowly fading. He turned to his right, staring at Kirishima, and started making bro signals with his hands, pointing at Rio and then at his own face, exaggerating a sulky expression. Kirishima let out a tired sigh, running a hand through his hair. Man, what the hell is messing with his mood that badly, he muttered. Below them, on the opposite stands, Midoriya watched Rio with the same concern. Before he could think any further, Present Mic's loud voice echoed through the stadium. Second battle is about to begin. Shoto Todoroki vs Hanta Siro. The two stepped into the arena. Siro looked pumped and confident, rolling his shoulders. Todoroki, on the other hand, seemed off. His gaze was lowered, his expression closed, something was boiling beneath the cold surface. Hey! Kirishima murmured. He looks kinda different. The signal sounded. And all that anger was unleashed in a single instant. A colossal pillar of ice erupted from the ground, rising like a brutal wall. The biting cold cut through the stadium. Siro was caught completely off guard, frozen before he could even react, while half the arena vanished beneath the gigantic shadow of ice. The silence lasted a second. Holy shit. Dash let out, eyes wide. Two-tone is insanely strong. That's not even funny anymore, Kaminari commented, swallowing hard. Siro has been immobilized. Victory goes to Shoto Todoroki. Midnight announced. Trapped in the ice, Siro forced a crooked smile. Don't you think you overdid it just a little? Todoroki blinked, as if only then realizing what he had done. Sorry. He walked toward Siro to thaw him out, but before that, he cast a quick glance toward the stands. Straight at Rio. The look was returned with the same intensity. No smile. No words. Just raw tension between the two, like threads about to snap. Midoriya followed the line of that gaze, clearly seeing the silent exchange between them. The next match followed soon after, Kaminari vs Ibara. It didn't last long. The vines completely restrained him, ending the fight without much ceremony. Ababa, brr, Kaminari babbled, his brain fried. Then came the fourth match. Fourth battle. Dash vs Tenya Ida. Ida stepped into the arena with his jaw clenched. He stared at Dash with a mix of nervousness and determination. After all, he was about to face someone specialized in speed just like him. I entered UA believing my quirk would be somewhat relevant, he looked down. But I found people much faster than me. Dash. Takeda. And maybe Midoriya now. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and assumed a fighting stance. Even so. I need to try and see the outcome. He looked intensely at Dash, who responded with nothing more than a calm smile and a casual wave. Ida swallowed hard. Will Recipro Turbo be enough? Begin. Present Mike shouted. I won. Dash's voice sounded right beside Ida. His eyes widened instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer in the arena. The boundary line was right in front of him. Dash was there, standing calmly at his side, as if he hadn't dragged him out of bounds in less than a second. How? Ida stammered. Ida is out of bounds. Midnight announced. Victory goes to Dash. Dash merely shrugged and walked out of the arena as the stadium erupted into murmurs. Dash advances to the second round. The reaction in the stands was chaotic. Bob Parr couldn't contain his excitement, bouncing slightly in his seat. That's my champion, he shouted, arms raised, eyes shining with pride. Helen Parr joined in, cheering with a radiant smile. That's right, baby. Go all out and win this tournament. Violet, standing beside them, let out a long, exasperated sigh. Please, calm down a little, she said, trying to keep her composure despite her second-hand embarrassment. Bob, still in high spirits, sat back down, giving Violet a light pat on the thigh. Relax, kiddo. We're just rooting for your brother. What's the harm in that? Violet rolled her eyes but couldn't resist responding. The harm is that you're screaming like maniacs, she said, already a bit irritated. Bob let out a muffled laugh and made an apologetic hand gesture. All right. We'll try to behave, but I can't promise anything. His gaze quickly shifted to Tony, who was sitting next to her, trying to keep up with everything. Bob gave the boy a pat on the back, a little firmer than necessary. And you, Tony, have been a huge help translating everything for us, he said, smiling. Tony swallowed hard, his voice faltering slightly. No need to exaggerate. My Japanese is basic, I still have a lot to learn, he replied, feeling the weight of the pat, which had been a bit too strong. Bob, laughing again, gave another light pat that almost knocked Tony off his seat. Feeling yourself, huh? I like that, kid, he joked before turning his gaze back to the arena below. Violet turned to Tony, concern written all over her face. Are you okay? The boy let out a groan of pain. Think my spine just broke. Ida opened the door to the contestants' preparation room with a low creak. The boy with glasses wore a dejected expression, his shoulders slightly slumped, but he had barely taken 2 steps inside when he was surprised by a familiar voice. You did well out there, Ida, Midoriya said, trying to sound confident. You may have lost, but you made it far. That alone is amazing. Ida blinked, surprised, before forming a restrained half-smile. Thank you, yes, I suppose so. He then lifted his gaze fully and finally noticed Midoriya sitting at the table. The boy was stiff, his eyes a bit too wide, his hands restless. And Midoriya? What happened to your face? Ida asked, startled. Midoriya seemed to realize too late that he was letting his nervousness show. He looked away, scratching the back of his neck. Nothing serious. I'm just a little nervous. Ida brought a hand to his chin, thoughtful. I see, your opponent is Bakugo, isn't it? At the sound of the name, Midoriya lowered his gaze to the table, his fingers tightening around the closed notebook. Yeah, he admitted quietly. I know how strong Kaken really is. It would be a lie to say I'm not scared. Before Ida could respond, the door was suddenly flung open. Deku. Uraraka rushed in, her face slightly flushed. Midoriya startled. You Uraraka. Shouldn't you be watching the other matches? They're already over, she replied quickly. Everything ended pretty fast. Now Kirishima is fighting a guy from Class B. In the arena, Kirishima charged forward with a determined grunt. His hardened fist collided with Tetsu's metallic face, producing a dull, heavy sound. My bros made it to the second round. Kirishima thought, gritting his teeth. It wouldn't be manly of me be the only one who didn't make it. Tetsu returned the blow with equal force, his metal fist slamming into the redhead's hardened face. This is my last chance, he thought. I have to redeem Class B for Kendo and the others. They trusted me and Ibara to represent the class, so I can't go down this easily. The two charged at the same time, landing simultaneous blows to each other's faces. Sparks flew as the solid surfaces collided, drawing exclamations from the crowd. Back in the preparation room, Uraraka caught her breath and began to explain. Mina beat Aoyama after damaging his belt. It was kind of chaotic, but it worked. She paused, then continued, raising her hands over her head and mimicking a pair of horns. As for Momo, she ended up losing to that girl from Class B. The fight was quick, she was overwhelmed by those weird, guided horns. Midoriya nodded slowly. I see, so it'll be my turn soon. Ida and Uraraka exchanged a worried look, but Midoriya raised a hand, trying to reassure them. Don't worry about me. He pulled out his notebook and carefully opened it, his eyes taking on a determined gleam. I have a plan in mind to deal with Kaken. After the brutal duel between Kirishima and Tetsu ended in a draw, Present Mike raised his voice, as energetic as ever. What? Since we've got a solid tie here, these two will settle it later. But for now, let's move on to the final match of the first round. In the stands, Tsuyu followed the arena with attentive eyes. I think this one's going to be pretty intense, Ribbit, she commented calmly. Totally. Mina agreed, already leaning forward in her seat. You can practically feel the tension from here. Just above them, Uraraka clenched her fists against her chest, taking a deep breath. Give it your best, Deku. Beside her, Ida straightened his posture. It's starting. The tunnel doors opened, and the two boys stepped onto the stage. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Ladies and gentlemen. Present Mike announced, dramatically pointing to one side of the arena. The celebrity since his middle school days, the explosive problem child. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo strode forward with firm steps, his face twisted into an irritated scowl. TCH, shut up. On the other side, Present Mike turned around, raising his arm with even more enthusiasm. And facing him, one of my favorites. The boy who never stops surprising us. Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya emerged from the tunnel with unsteady steps. His shoulders were tense, and his nervousness was impossible to hide. His gaze swept across the arena for a moment before settling on Bakugo. Kaken. Bakugo was already staring back at him with a furious glare. Deku. Midoriya swallowed hard. So this is it. He thought. I'm really going to face Kaken for real this time. Memories of their combat training flashed through his mind. He analyzed the situation quickly, as always. Bakugo was terrifyingly well-rounded, raw power, absurd mobility, refined control over his quirk. There were no obvious openings. Even using full cowl at 5%, Midoriya knew it wouldn't be enough to defeat him in a direct confrontation. Hey, are you listening to me, Deku? Bakugo snarled, interrupting his thoughts. Back to those stupid monologues again. You really think you can beat me, you damn nerd? He leaned forward, eyes burning with disdain and rage. Don't get full of yourself just because of that circus trick you pulled in the obstacle race. You're still just an extra. A weak, damn worm I can crush anytime I want. And today I'm gonna make the difference in power between us crystal clear. Present Mike's voice echoed through the arena. Start. Bakugo didn't waste a single second. Explosions erupted from his hands as he launched himself toward Midoriya like a human missile. Midoriya froze in place, his body reacting before his mind. The fear was real, paralyzing. Yeah. I can't defeat Bakugo right now, he admitted to himself. That would only be possible in a real fight, without restrictions. But this was a tournament. And there's more than one way to win, and therefore more chances to do so. He clenched his teeth, focusing one for all into his right arm. Not 5%. But 100%. And I can win without fighting you, Hedon. Bakugo was already upon him, suspended in midair, his right arm thrusting forward to release an explosion. Die. Then his eyes widened. In slow motion, he saw Midoriya's punch coming straight at him. The way the fist advanced toward his face made flashes tear through his mind in an instant, the battle training, that punch loaded with killing intent, the eyes darkening into green, the suffocating gaze, the invisible wall he had slammed into without realizing it. At the last second, the blow veered downward. Smosh. The punch crashed violently into the air below. A colossal blast erupted across the arena, the wind sweeping Bakugo and everything in its path away. The audience covered their faces as dust and debris were hurled in every direction, completely swallowing everyone's view. When the air finally settled, the silence was broken only by the distant echo of the impact. Midnight narrowed her eyes, trying to see through the cloud of dust that covered half the stage. And then she saw him. Bakugo was sitting against the outer wall of the stadium, completely out of the arena's bounds. His face was a mixture of shock and disbelief, as if his world had just been turned upside down. Bakugo is out of bounds. Midnight announced. Victory goes to Midoriya. Midoriya stood still for a moment, breathing heavily. He clutched his injured right arm against his chest, his body trembling, sweat running down his face, not just from pain, but from disbelief. I won. He lifted his gaze, still unable to believe what he had done. After all, that had been his first battle against Bakugo, and also the first time he had ever beaten him. Chapter 26, UA Sports Festival Part 6. The crowd roared like a stormy sea as Present Mike practically screamed into the microphone, his voice echoing throughout the entire stadium. Incredible. Izuku Midoriya defeats his opponent with a single, overwhelming blow. Bakugo was sent flying out of bounds like he was nothing. DEKU won. Uraraka shouted, leaping from her seat in the stands, arms raised high, her face glowing with joy. Ida remained standing beside her, equally stunned by the outcome, though his eyes were fixed on Midoriya's injured arm, concern outweighing his shock. That was unexpected, Ribbit, Tsuyu commented, blinking slowly. Totally, Jiro agreed, still staring at the arena. Kaminari grimaced and handed over a few bills to Siro, who took them with a victorious grin. Damn it. I lost the bet. I warned you, Siro replied, satisfied. Men. Kirishima exclaimed excitedly. That was the same punch he used on that robot at the USJ. He frowned right after. But, why did his arm end up like that this time? No idea, Ryo replied, his tone distant. Feels almost like RNG. Ryo's gaze slid toward Bakugo, who was still leaning against the outer wall of the stage, motionless, as if the world around him had come to a halt. I lost. Bakugo wondered, the thought sounding too absurd to be real. I really lost, to Deku. His fingers clenched hard against the concrete. What was that? The punch. The crushing pressure. The suffocating sensation. It was the same thing I felt against that emo. The memory of Takeda's blow flashed through his mind like lightning. No. He growled through clenched teeth. No way. I didn't feel fear back then. I didn't feel fear of that nerd. Medical robots rushed toward him. Please remain still. Are you injured? Shut up, clankers. Bakugo yelled, shoving them aside as he stood up. The robots tried to intervene again, but Bakugo pulled his hands back. Boom. An explosion erupted, launching his body in a blazing dash across the arena. Deku, he screamed, his face twisted with rage. This fight isn't over yet. I won't accept losing to trash like you. Midoriya, who was being escorted by a medical robot, turned around in shock at the shout. His eyes widened when he saw Bakugo charging toward him, that murderous glare carved into his face. But before Bakugo could cross even half the field, a pink mist filled his vision. Huh, he muttered, his body suddenly giving out. A crushing wave of drowsiness slammed into him like a hammer. Bakugo collapsed to the ground and rolled a few meters, groaning as he tried to get back up. Damn it, my body. He forced out, his arms trembling. The weight was unbearable. He lifted his face with difficulty, staring at Midoriya in the distance. This isn't over. He murmured, his voice failing. I'll never accept losing to someone like Yo. His body finally gave in. Bakugo Katsuki fell unconscious, at last defeated by sleep. Midnight let out a tired sigh, covering her shoulder and containing the remaining mist. Besides being a troublemaker, he's a terrible loser, she commented, shaking her head. Then she turned to Midoriya. You. Go straight to the infirmary. That arm of yours needs immediate attention. Why wise? Midoriya replied, startled as he snapped out of it. Still dazed, he cast one last glance at the unconscious Bakugo before hurrying out of the arena, his heart racing, unsure whether he felt relief or fear of what was yet to come. After a short, yet traumatic, session in the infirmary, Midoriya staggered out into the hallway, his arm wrapped in bandages and his soul even more bruised after receiving a kiss from the elderly woman. Next time, take better care of your body, young man. Recovery Girl's voice echoed firmly behind him, as unwavering as ever. Yais. He replied automatically. He kept walking, his step slow, his gaze fixed on the floor. I'm tired. It wasn't just physical pain. The confrontation with Bakugo had drained everything out of him, fear, adrenaline, old memories he would rather keep buried. Bakugo's face surfaced in his mind against his will. Did I do something wrong by winning? The thought clenched his chest. That was when he heard a familiar voice echoing from a side corridor. Takeda. Midoriya stopped in his tracks, his heart giving a small jolt. He recognized that voice. Carefully, he approached the bend in the hallway and discreetly peeked around the corner. Rio was there, and in front of him. 13. Sorry for arriving late, she said, subtly adjusting her posture. I had a few issues to take care of at my agency. It's fine, Rio replied with a shrug. You didn't even have to come. You could have watched it on TV while working. No way. 13 shot back immediately. I want to see the results of your training over the last few days in person. She paused briefly, her tone softening. Besides, I needed to get away from work for a bit. But I really wanted to be here. Truly. Rio looked away for a moment. I understand, thanks for that. 13 smiled behind her helmet. It wasn't visible, but Rio knew she was smiling. Still, she noticed the distant look on the boy's face. Hey. She called gently. Did something happen? The boy remained silent. If it's because of that fight you won too quickly. Maybe. It's not that, he cut in, his voice low. 13 tilted her head slightly. Then what is it? Nothing. She crossed her arms, sighing softly. You always say that when it's something. Rio frowned. It's not important. It is important to me as your mentor, she replied calmly. And you know that. Silence stretched on for a few seconds. Rio clenched his teeth, clearly reluctant. He started, then stopped. I had an argument. An argument. Well, more like a fight, he corrected himself. A verbal one. She waited patiently. It was with Todoroki. He asked to talk, started speaking as if I were some kind of obstacle in his way. Rio let out a humorless laugh. Then he started dumping stuff about his father, and in the end basically said he'd defeat me to prove something he pulled out of his ass. 13 took a deep breath. And you? I lost my temper. He looked away. I said things I shouldn't have. I called him a coward. She fell silent for a moment. Rio. She said calmly. Have you ever thought about trying to make peace? Rio. Midoriya wondered, confused upon hearing 13 refer to Takeda by that name. Rio let out a short, bitter laugh. No. And I won't. Not even out of consideration. No, he replied firmly. 13 nodded slowly. Then, at least try to understand his side. Rio looked up, confused. I already do. His dad's trash. He wants to prove otherwise. Old story. No, she corrected gently. That's how you see his problems. She took a step forward. Try to understand how Todoroki sees his own problems. Not with your pain. Not with your past. But through his eyes. Rio remained silent. Hurt people don't always make sense to our eyes, 13 continued. We have the habit of comparing and measuring one person's problems against another's, but we rarely stop to understand those problems from their own perspectives. She placed her gloved hand on his shoulder in a maternal gesture. You don't have to agree with him. Or forgive him right now, but try to understand him first, okay? That might keep his wounds from consuming you as well. Rio took a deep breath, his expression softening just a little. I'll think about it. 13 smiled behind her helmet. That's it. Now you need to go. This is more than enough for today. On the other side of the hallway, Midoriya quietly stepped away, his heart heavy. The stadium, which had been buzzing with excited shouts and commentary, fell into a heavy silence. It wasn't the silence of surprise, but one of restrained anticipation, as if everyone there knew they were about to witness the duel they had been waiting for the most. The atmosphere has changed, murmured Dash, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Kirishima appeared in a hurry shortly after, sitting beside him with a brusque movement. Sorry I'm late, bro, he said, still catching his breath, before casting a serious glance at the arena. Good luck, Takeda. Present Mike flashed a wide grin, sensing the electric tension in the air. Ladies and gentlemen. Who would have imagined we'd see this day? The crowd responded with a deafening roar. The two current favorites. Two monsters on the rise, he pointed toward the arena. Rito Takeda. And Shoto Todoroki. In the arena, Ryo and Todoroki remained motionless, separated by a good distance, exchanging sharp glances. Both seemed too aware of the weight of the moment to waste it on empty words. Present Mike broke the silence between them. Ready. Start. Todoroki reacted instantly. The ground in front of him shattered as a massive pillar of ice erupted violently, charging straight toward Ryo like a moving wall. Ryo was absurdly fast, too strong to face Hedon. If he could control the space, limit the options, and force a mistake, he might have an advantage. If Ryo tried to run, the ice would create friction. If he attacked Hedon, he'd be met by the ice. It was solid. Until it broke. The ice pillar simply exploded, pulverized by a brutal force, accompanied by a gust so intense it swept through the entire stadium and hit Todoroki. He was thrown backward, the impact knocking the air from his lungs, and only managed to avoid being flung out by hastily raising ice behind him. TCH, he grunted. When the dust settled, Todoroki lifted his gaze forward. Ryo was there, practically in the same spot, his right fist raised, steam rising from him as if the air around him were being heated by force. His expression was indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Is that it? He asked. Todoroki clenched his teeth tightly. No. He slammed his hand onto the ground, freezing the entire arena in seconds. Ryo's legs were quickly encased, pinning him in place, while another pillar rose toward him, ready to consume him. But Ryo ignored it, lowering his gaze to see the ice trapping his legs. Then, with no apparent effort, he lifted them. The ice cracked with a dry snap, and in the next instant, he stomped on the ground with enough force to shake the entire arena. The ice on the floor shattered into fragments, the pillar was pulverized, and a web of cracks spread throughout the arena, accompanied by a tremor that rippled through the stadium. Todoroki lost his balance, struggling to stay upright on the ruined terrain. His heart raced as he raised his gaze again. Ryo was already in front of him. The punch coming toward him. I have to dodge. Todoroki pushed his body beyond its limits, leaning back with everything he had. A sharp snap ran through his spine as he managed to evade by mere inches, the pain ripping through his back. The blow passed him, but didn't leave unscathed. He broke his back just to dodge. Before he could react, a colossal pillar of ice erupted from the ground, engulfing him completely and casting a massive shadow over the stadium. Todoroki fell on his back, his body trembling. Ha, ha. He groaned, trying to rise despite the pain in his back. With difficulty, he lifted his gaze toward the enormous block of ice in front of him. Did I make it? Rito Takeda has been completely swallowed by Todoroki's ice pillar. Present Mick's voice echoed throughout the stadium. Is this the end? The silence that followed lasted only a few seconds before being replaced by a growing murmur from the crowd. Pro heroes exchanged stunned looks, some leaning forward in their seats, others openly commenting on what they had just witnessed. These kids are absurdly strong, muttered a veteran hero, arms crossed. Yeah, they've already surpassed many pro heroes from the older generation. It was the bare minimum expected of Endeavor's son, a third added, his tone colder, almost indifferent. In the arena, Todoroki struggled to breathe as he forced his body to remain standing. His legs trembled slightly, and the pain in his back still throbbed, but he kept his gaze fixed on the massive pillar of ice before him. Looks like it's over, he murmured to himself, trying to believe it. But a green glow began to seep into the ice, faint at first, almost imperceptible, yet rapidly growing in intensity. Todoroki's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he raised an ice wall in front of himself, and the explosion followed immediately. A blast erupted from within the pillar, shattering it completely. Shards of ice were hurled in every direction, accompanied by a brutal gust of wind that swept across the arena like a concentrated storm. Todoroki's ice wall began to crack under the relentless impact, forcing him to recreate it over and over again, his arms trembling with each reinforcement. When everything finally settled, the white mist from the shattered ice still lingered in the air. From amidst the debris, a silhouette emerged. Ryo stood tall, his body enveloped in a pulsing green aura, his hands engulfed by that living energy that seemed to warp the air around them. Steam rose from his skin, and his gaze remained steady amid the surrounding chaos. Todoroki braced himself against the side of the ice wall, his heart pounding. "Hey," he shouted, irritation spilling over. "You've been holding back against me, this whole time." His voice carried more than anger. "Do you still think I'm just a joke?" Driven by impulse, Todoroki created a new massive pillar of ice aimed straight at Ryo. His right side began to freeze along with it, the cold spreading through his body as he poured everything into that attack. Ryo, however, simply extended both hands. The green aura intensified around them, the glow from his palms bright enough to blind for an instant. Gamma blast. A green explosion burst forth. The icy advance was completely annihilated, the impact tearing through the arena and launching Todoroki backward. He barely had time to react before his back slammed into an improvised ice wall he created at the last second to keep from being thrown out of bounds. NGH. A groan escaped his lips as he struggled to stay conscious. "You're not giving it your all either," Ryo's voice reached him, far too calm for the scene unfolding. Todoroki clenched his teeth. "So what?" Ryo continued, unwavering. "If you don't want to use your full potential." He took a step forward. "Why should I?" Todoroki looked away, fists clenched. It's because. The words simply wouldn't come. "You live surrounded by frustrations," Ryo went on, his voice low. "You say you want to change, but you keep being their reflection. Beneath that mask you call vengeance. I see your disappointments. Your fears. The desperation that still chases you every second." "Shut up." Todoroki snapped, lifting his glare in fury. "What do you know about me? What do you understand that I don't already know?" Ryo didn't back down. "Because I've been through something similar." He paused briefly. "Twice. Once when I lost everything I thought defined me," he continued. "And again when I realized that running from the past only delayed me even more." Todoroki ground his teeth. The ice around his feet cracked, reacting to the slow shift in temperature. "You don't know anything about what I went through," he yelled, raising his right arm. "You don't know what it's like to grow up being shaped as a tool." "I do," Ryo replied, taking another step forward. "Because you still let the past decide for you." Ryo took another step forward. "This is your life, isn't it?" Todoroki clenched his teeth, his gaze trembling for a moment. "So it's up to you alone to decide what to do with it," Ryo continued. "Stop comparing yourself to your father. Stop fighting as if every blow is aimed at him. You are not him, and he will never be you." The ice near Todoroki began to melt, steam rising around him. Small, unstable flames danced along his left arm, as if testing his permission to exist. Todoroki stared at his own fist in shock. "I." His voice faltered. "That decision is yours," Ryo said, pointing a finger at him. "Not your father's. Not mine. Yours." For an eternal moment, the entire stadium fell into absolute silence. Then Todoroki lifted his head. His eyes were no longer bound to the past, nor completely free of it, but determined to try to be someone different. "Don't think," he said, fire and ice balancing around his body, "that this means I've forgiven you for calling me a pussy." Ryo gave a faint smile. "I never expected that." The flames erupted at full force, merging with the remaining ice in a violent storm of steam, fire, and shattering fragments. The arena erupted in excitement. In the stands, Class 1A gaped at what they were witnessing. He used the flames. Kirishima's eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. Dash narrowed his eyes, placing a hand in front of his face. "Hot, so hot," he murmured, feeling the heat reverberate even from a distance. From the upper seats, a roar of pride echoed. "Show!" Endeavor shouted, his eyes blazing with intensity. "That's it. Show them the image of your father's new generation. Show them the power you inherited from me." But Todoroki didn't hear him. His gaze remained fixed solely on Ryo. "Thank you," he said, his voice heavy with silent gratitude. Then, the ground beneath his feet froze instantly, launching a colossal pillar of ice toward Ryo like an avalanche. But with a single punch, Ryo obliterated the frost, shattering it into fragments that flew in all directions. "Since he's going all out, I'll warm up a little too." The green aura surrounding Ryo grew exponentially, sparking electricity and releasing small discharges that ran across his body. He raised his hands forward, focusing his power with precision. The bursts, once just explosions of various types of radiation all at once, were now refined, controlled, devastatingly precise, shaped into true gamma rays, all thanks to the lessons he had learned from 13 in their private sessions. Cementas and Midnight immediately realized the fight had crossed all limits. "We need to stop this now," exclaimed Cementas, raising concrete barriers in a desperate attempt to halt the students' attacks. Midnight released her sleep-inducing mist, trying to restrain the two before the chaos became irreversible. But Todoroki gathered everything he had. The flames from his left hand flared with intensity, forming a colossal jet of fire that lit the arena with an almost blinding light. At the same time, Ryo unleashed his concentrated gamma blast at 0.000001%, each burst of green energy reaching its peak controlled intensity, piercing the air like a cannon. The attacks collided with a deafening crash. Concrete barriers disintegrated like paper, and an explosive wave swept through the stadium, lifting debris, dust, and a gust of wind capable of nearly knocking spectators from their seats. For a few moments, everything fell silent, as if the world had paused to breathe. Gradually, visibility returned. At the center of the arena, Ryo stood unscathed, not having taken a single step. His shirt was singed halfway, his pants showed minor burns, but his eyes held the same intense focus from the start. On the other side, leaning against the stadium wall, out of bounds, Todoroki remained standing, only for an instant. Strength abandoned him, and he collapsed unconscious, unable to continue. Silence fell over the stadium. Until Present Mike cleared his throat and shouted. Ritu Takadea is the winner. Chapter 27, UA Sports Festival Part 7. The stadium had descended into absolute frenzy after the battle's conclusion. "Dude, did you see that? That kid's a monster. Since when can high schoolers do that?" That was straight up terrifying. Voices overlapped chaotically, excitement colliding with disbelief. Some spectators were still on their feet, others waving their arms wildly, desperately trying to explain what they had just witnessed, yet failing to find the right words. In the Parr family's reserved section, Violet raised a hand to her mouth, her eyes sparkling with awe. "Wow," she whispered, still staring at the arena. "I mean, I knew this Takeda guy was strong, but this is madness." "Well, that's what you expect from UA students," Tony remarked, folding his arms. "There's a reason All Might came from that school." Bob stayed silent for several seconds, his gaze fixed on the arena below. He watched as Ryo calmly walked away from the center of the field, while on the opposite side, medical robots carefully placed an unconscious Todoroki onto a stretcher. "So this is it," he murmured to himself, his voice low, heavy with respect. The power of the new generation. Below, the medical robots moved swiftly, their mechanical voices echoing in unison. Student Shoto Todoroki confirmed unconscious. Transporting to the infirmary. Please clear the way. They disappeared into the tunnel beneath the arena, passing directly in front of Endeavor. The number 2 hero did not move. His sharp, unforgiving gaze remained locked on his unconscious son. His face was rigid, carved from stone, betraying no clear emotion. Yet, for a fleeting moment, something flickered in his eyes, frustration, anger, perhaps even a twisted sense of pride, before vanishing entirely. As the robots disappeared into the tunnel, Endeavor slowly turned his head toward the opening that led back to the arena. The image of Ryo Takeda surfaced in his mind. He clicked his tongue, fists tightening at his sides. This isn't over. The distant roar of the stadium continued unabated, but within that tunnel, the air felt unbearably heavy, as if the true conflict had only just begun. As soon as Ryo returned to the stands, he barely had time to sit down before Class 1A practically surrounded him. Ciro was the first to lean over, his eyes shining. "Dude, that was insane. That stomp you did on the ground, it felt like the whole stadium was about to collapse from all the shaking." Sato crossed his arms, sizing him up from head to toe. "You don't look like much physically, but the power behind that wasn't a joke." Bro, that green explosion looked a lot like Bakugo's. Kaminari added, gesturing wildly. "Seriously, for a second I thought the stadium was gonna blow with the scale of that thing." Tsuyu blinked slowly, her usual calm expression unchanged. "It was unexpected, Ribbit. I thought Todoroki had won when he covered you with ice." Ryo only made a subtle grimace in response. A half-smile appeared on his face, but a vein was visibly pulsing on his forehead. The voices blended together, questions coming from all sides, praise, exclamations, everything at once. His mind was still far too heavy after all the chaos with Todoroki. The physical strain, the emotional tension, and now this. multiple conversations. Noise. Too much stress. Before Rio could answer anything, a firmer voice cut through the confusion. You're exaggerating. Momo had stepped forward, her brows furrowed in clear disapproval. What you and Todoroki did wasn't safe at all. That clash of attacks could have injured people in the stands, or caused something even worse. Rio averted his gaze for a moment, his smile twisting even further from the stress. Sorry. That was when a firm hand landed on his shoulder. Hey. Give the guy a break. Kirishima appeared at his side, grinning broadly. The dude just came out of a crazy fight. Let him breathe a little. Without waiting for a response, Kirishima practically dragged Rio out of the crowd, taking him to his seat beside Dash. As soon as they sat down, Dash let out an excited laugh. Dude, that was totally wicked. He slapped Rio on the shoulder, just a bit too hard. But Rio frowned when he noticed him there. Aren't you supposed to be down there in your match right now? Dash blinked, confused for a second. Huh? Oh, it's already over. He looked upward, tapping his finger against his mouth as he pulled up the oddly distant memory. It was against someone called Airbag. I took her out of the arena pretty quick. Rio let out a low sigh. It's Ibara, idiot. His eyes then turned back to the arena, where Mina and Pony were taking their positions for the next match. He opened his mouth to comment. Go Pony I. Dash's shout echoed so loudly that Rio felt like his right ear nearly died. I believe in you. Down in the arena, Pony caught the familiar voice. She turned around, her eyes widening as she recognized him, then waved enthusiastically, breaking into a wide, genuine smile. Class 1A immediately looked toward Dash. Jiro tilted her head, confused. Is he cheering for the opposing team? Yes, Momo replied simply, adjusting her posture. It appears so. Higher up, Class 1B had noticed the scene as well. Kendo leaned forward, surprised. He seems really fired up cheering for someone from the other class. Tomorrow's enemy is today's friend. Tetsu shouted excitedly. Go, Pony. Represent Class B for US. Monoma, standing beside him, observed the unusual situation. His gaze shifted from Dash to Pony, and then a wide, sinister smile spread across his face. Oh, he thought. This could be very interesting to use to our advantage. As soon as Present Mike gave the signal, the duel began without any hesitation. Pony was the first to act, firing two of her horns almost instantly, the projectiles slicing through the air toward Mina. Ah! Mina reacted on instinct, sliding across the ground atop her own acid, her body nearly losing balance as the horns whizzed past where she had been a moment earlier. That was close. Mina laughed, regaining her footing. Another pair of horns followed right after. Mina twisted her body, flinging acid at them with her right hand. The corrosive liquid wrapped around the projectiles, which began to sizzle before dissolving in midair. All right, if that's all I have to deal with, I think I... She didn't even get to finish the thought. Mina's eyes widened when a true barrage appeared behind the destroyed horns. Wait. Horns came from every direction, some tearing through the air in straight lines, others changing trajectory mid-flight. Mina tried to slide again, but there was nowhere left to go. In seconds, the horns pinned her against the out-of-bounds wall, fastening her close to the surface with perfect precision. She let out a long sigh, her shoulders relaxing as she accepted defeat. Heh. At least I made it pretty far. In the arena, Pony kept her arms raised for a moment, focused, before finally relaxing. Her horns retracted, freeing Mina as soon as the duel was officially over. Sorry for that. Pony said awkwardly to Mina. Dash practically jumped out of his seat. Yes. Nice one, Pony. Pony turned toward Dash in the stands, flashing a wide smile and waving enthusiastically at her friend. On the other side of the stadium, Helen Parr watched the scene closely through her binoculars. She caught the shy wave from the horned girl, and Dash's immediately excited reaction. A curious smile formed on her face. Well. She murmured, bringing a hand to her chin. Could that be my future daughter-in-law? Bob, far too distracted by the arena, didn't notice. Violet, on the other hand, let out a sigh, pretending she hadn't heard anything. As soon as the duel between Mina and Pony ended, Present Mike barely had time to breathe before announcing the next match. And now, ladies and gentlemen, The next duel is between Eijiro Kirishima and Izuku Midoriya. In the arena, Kirishima clenched his fists, his entire body hardening. Across from him, Midoriya took a deep breath, activating full cowl, electric charges pulsing beneath his skin. As soon as the signal was given, Kirishima charged forward without hesitation, his hardened fist coming down like a hammer. Midoriya dodged the attack with ease. Thanks to full cowling, his body seemed to glide across the field. He slipped past by mere centimeters, twisted his torso, and landed a clean punch to Kirishima's face. Crack! The redhead was forced back a few steps, but Midoriya immediately felt a sharp pain shoot up his arm. GH. He pulled his hand back, gritting his teeth. He's way too hard. Kirishima rubbed his chin, laughing broadly when he saw his friend's pained expression. Man, if you don't use that crazy punch you used against Bakugo, we could stay here all day. Kirishima attacked again. Midoriya narrowly dodged and countered, landing a straight punch to the redhead's ribs, also hardened. Pain exploded in his left hand. Before he could react, a brutal punch from Kirishima slammed into his stomach. GUH. Midoriya was sent flying backward, skidding across the arena floor. He dropped to his knees, clutching his abdomen as he struggled to breathe. In front of him, Kirishima grinned from ear to ear, teeth bared. You're gonna lose if you keep holding back like that, man. Midoriya slowly lifted his head. Then, he smiled. I see. He took a deep breath. If that's what you want. In the blink of an eye, Midoriya burst forward. The acceleration was so sudden that Kirishima's eyes widened. What? Instinctively, he crossed his arms and hardened his body even further, bracing for the blow against his reinforced stomach. Kirishima blinked, then let out a nervous laugh. Haha, geez, man, you scared me for a sec. He stopped when he looked down. Huh. There was a palm against his stomach instead of a fist. Before he could react, Midoriya raised his right hand. Only his index finger was wrapped in One for All's energy, compressed, unstable, dangerous. Sorry, Kirishima. Kirishima was launched like a projectile the very next second. The redhead flew across the field and slammed into the stadium wall, literally embedded in it, arms spread, legs together, a perfect involuntary pose. Kirishima is out of bounds. Present Mike shouted. The victory goes to Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya was breathing heavily, his arm trembling in pain from his broken finger. Shortly after, Midnight approached the wall, examining the situation with a raised eyebrow. Kirishima, are you okay? I am, he replied immediately. But I think I'm stuck. Midnight tilted her head, assessing him. Have you considered turning off the hardening? Kirishima blinked. Oh. He laughed sheepishly. Right. He deactivated his quirk and immediately dropped from the wall, landing flat on his butt. Ow. Midnight sighed, shaking her head. Boys. Midoriya walked through the tunnel after his duel against Kirishima, the echo of his footsteps blending with the distant roar of the stadium. His gaze was fixed on his injured finger, still throbbing with pain. Damn it. Even after learning full cowling, that fight had made one thing clear to him. There were still opponents who simply demanded 100% of One for All. He carefully clenched his injured hand, taking a deep breath. That's why. I need to reach 100% as fast as possible. His expression hardened. No matter the cost. Climbing the stairs, he rounded a bend in the tunnel, and almost bumped into someone. Takeda. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise. Ryo simply turned his face toward him. Hey. Ryo watched him for a moment before continuing in a neutral tone. You did well against Kirishima. He crossed his arms. That way you use your quirk only in specific parts of your body. Now that I think about it, it's pretty convenient. Midoriya blinked a few times before reacting. Thanks. Soon after, he let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping. Even so. He lowered his gaze. Even after learning how to use a bit of my power thanks to you, there are still people I can only beat by using 100% of my quirk. His voice came out low and frustrated. That's pretty discouraging. Ryo raised an eyebrow. Then why don't you use, 50%? He tilted his head slightly. Or 30%. Midoriya froze. What? If 100% destroys your arm, Ryo continued bluntly, then lower the percentage. Test it. Adjust it. Until it becomes something you can handle, at least to a certain extent. He shrugged. You don't need to jump from 1 to 100. Midoriya's eyes widened. It was as if something had clicked inside his head. A second epiphany, just as strong as the first, when Ryo had made him understand full cowling. And one more thing, Ryo said, already walking past him. Before leaving, he gave Midoriya a friendly pat on the shoulder. Stop thinking everything has to end with a finishing blow. He said without looking back. Not everything gets solved with a single punch. And then he went down the stairs toward the arena. Midoriya stood there, stunned. His mind spinning, trying to reorganize everything he thought he knew about One for All. 30%. 50%. He murmured to himself. On the other side of the tunnel, Ryo emerged once more under the stadium lights. The crowd reacted immediately, the sound rising like a wave. And attention, ladies and gentlemen. Present Mick's voice echoed. Let's begin the first match of the semifinals. Ryo and Dash faced each other from their respective corners of the arena. The blonde was the first to break the silence, flashing a wide grin, one that stretched from ear to ear. I've been waiting for this, Dash said excitedly, his eyes gleaming. After watching all your duels, there was no way I wouldn't want to fight you. That match against Todoroki was just insane. He took his stance, body slightly leaning forward, like a sprinter ready to launch. So make this fight worth it. Let's make it just as intense as that one. Present Mike opened his mouth to announce the start. Star. The instant the signal rang out, Dash vanished forward like a yellow lightning bolt. Time seemed to slow the moment he launched himself. The collective reaction from the stands became a single snap in the air, held breaths, cameras flashing in slow motion. Dash came in full force, a sharp side kick that Ryo barely managed to block by raising his forearm in time. The impact felt like it split the air itself. As he defended, Ryo felt the kinetic heat of the blonde speed tear through his guard, and he answered with a dry, heavy punch. Dash slipped past the blow with fluid grace. The blonde reappeared at his side, driving a knee into Ryo's stomach and forcing him back several steps. Before he could steady himself, another impact struck his back, followed by a straight right punch. The entire arena became nothing but streaks and light as Dash pressured him relentlessly with punches. Kicks. Movements impossible to track. Ryo could only defend. Until he slammed his foot down into the concrete with absurd force. The concrete shattered with a delayed thunderous crack. Massive slabs of concrete burst from the floor, torn free by the impact, turning the arena into a sky of suspended debris. Dash skidded to a halt for a split second as the platforms began to move in slow motion, blocks of concrete spinning, dust rising slowly. That was when Ryo emerged from among the fragments. A karate kick tore through the air. Dash narrowly dodged, leaning his back sharply backward. Ryo landed precisely atop one of the floating concrete slabs and, without losing momentum, leapt back toward his friend, catching him off guard. Dash dodged again, laughing. The two exchanged glances, Dash's wide grin and Ryo's icy expression. Then they launched once more. 00:01.245. 2 points of light darted through the debris, the yellow one, Dash, zigzagging wildly, the green one, Ryo, a clean, solid streak. The audience could barely follow with their eyes as the lines carved through the air. 00:01.730. The constellation of platforms became clear, suspended islands linked by trails of light, the yellow dominating most of the space. 00:02.405. The yellow light began to gradually overtake the green, covering most of the constellation with its color. 00:03.167. The green light was launched upward by the yellow. The yellow pursued it in a zigzag between the concrete platforms until it reached a higher one. From there, the yellow light dove low and intercepted the green, the two merging into a single collision that fell at high speed and exploded against the center of the arena. Time returned to normal. A blast of wind and dust swept across the arena, engulfing the entire stage. What was that? Present Mike shouted. I didn't even blink. Midnight waved the dust aside with her hand, eyes sharp. A shadow began to take shape in the middle of the field. The dust slowly settled, revealing Ryo standing, panting, his body tense. Beneath him, half buried in shattered concrete, lay Dash, face turned to the side, breathing shallow, unconscious. Rio rested his palms on his thighs, his muscles screaming in pain and tension after pushing the inert transition to its limit. His breathing was heavy and rapid, veins pulsing at his temples with every heartbeat. "You were a pain to deal with," he said, trying to catch his breath. Dodging and weaving through everything non-stop. He looked down at his unconscious friend and smirked. "Good thing that in that last move, when you came from above, I managed to grab your arm and pull you down with me." He paused briefly. "But," he murmured, "that was definitely the most intense duel I've had so far." Present Mike grabbed the microphone in a rush. Victory for Rito Takeda. In the stands, Violet stayed silent for a few seconds. Her eyes were still locked on the arena before she finally let out a breath. "Wow." She runs a hand through her hair, clearly surprised. "For a second, I really thought Dash was going to win. Like, seriously." Helen, who had been leaning forward since the start of the fight, widens her eyes as she sees Dash being taken away by the medical team. Her hand rises instinctively to her mouth, more in shock than despair. "Sweetheart," she murmurs, following the blonde with her gaze until he disappears into the tunnel. "He was incredible, but that boy." Her eyes return to Rio, still standing at the center of the arena. He's terrifyingly strong. Tony swallows hard, watching Rio steady himself amid the rubble. "Yeah," he says, still somewhat slack-jawed. "That guy keeps proving he's a monster. Every fight he raises the bar higher, like he's still holding back." Bob remained seated, his thick arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the lone figure of Rio as he began to walk with difficulty out of the destroyed arena. Bob furrowed his brow slightly. "Strange," he murmurs, almost to himself. Helen glances at him from the side. "Strange how?" Bob takes a moment to answer. His eyes narrow, as if trying to fit an old piece into a long-forgotten puzzle. "Nothing, it's just that boy," he says, his voice low and distant. "He gives me a sense of déjà vu." Violet tilts her head, curious. "You've seen someone like him before, Dad?" Bob doesn't answer right away. The image of the green explosion overlaps with old, hazy, but heavy memories, raw, uncontrollable power, something that shouldn't be in the hands of someone so young. He finally speaks, still staring at the arena. "He reminds me a lot of a friend from the past." Comment. 15 comment. Vote. Chapter 28, UA Sports Festival Final. The bleachers of Class 1A were in complete silent chaos, the kind of heavy silence that only happens when no one can process what they just saw. Kaminari was the first to break it, hands flying to his head, eyes wide. "Can someone explain to me what the hell just happened?" Ciro blinked several times, still staring at the suddenly destroyed arena. "Dude," he murmured. "I don't even know how to explain it, I'm starting to think I'm dreaming." "I swear, all I saw," Jiro said, brow furrowed, "was the arena floor cracking, then two beams of light clashing, and then an explosion." Mina immediately turned to her, eyes shining with curiosity. "Wait, Jiro, how did you manage to see all of that?" Jiro opened her mouth, paused, and closed it again. "I don't even know how," she admitted honestly, letting out a half sigh. "I just saw it." Kirishima, on the other hand, looked absolutely radiant. He punched his own palm, excited like a kid. "That was awesome," he exclaimed. "Once again, Takeda delivered an insane fight for us, and Dash didn't disappoint either." "Hey, Bakugo, what did you think of that?" The response didn't come in words. "Grrrrhhh." Bakugo let out a muffled growl behind the metal protective mask covering part of his face. He thrashed violently in the reinforced seat, the restraint straps creaking as he pulled in vain. Still hot-headed from his loss to Midoriya, he looked like a caged animal, red eyes burning with pure rage. Momo watched the scene, brow furrowed, clearly uncomfortable. She began, choosing her words carefully, "looks like a high-security prisoner like that." "Not elegant at all," Aoyama added, wrinkling his nose. Tokoyami tilted his head slightly, analyzing Bakugo like a dark work of art. "Strangely," he said in his deep voice, "it suits his aura." Uraraka couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh beside them. "Yeah, can't even argue with that," she commented, then turned around cheerfully. "And you, Ida? What do you?" She stopped when she noticed the seat next to her was empty. "Huh?" Uraraka blinked, surprised. Where did Ida go? Some began looking around, confused, but no one seemed to have noticed the class president slipping out amid the chaos. Meanwhile, in the commentator's booth, Present Mike was practically hanging over the table, staring at the arena with a mix of shock and disbelief. "Hey, Aizawa," he said, pointing down. "Are these really our students? Because this doesn't look like a student competition anymore, it looks like a battle between monsters disguised as students." Aizawa didn't even bother turning his face fully. "Probably both," he said. Present Mike blinked. "What? Students and monsters," Aizawa continued, tired but watchful behind the bandages. "Probably the students with the most monstrous potential in UA history." He pulled his scarf a little higher, staring at the destroyed arena. "And that," he finished with a smile under the bandages, "makes me a little excited about their future." The audience barely had time to catch their breath from the last battle as Present Mike announced the start of the second semi-final duel. The sound of impact echoed through the arena as Midoriya rolled to the side, narrowly escaping another barrage of horns that sliced through the air like guided missiles. "Damn it," he thought as he ran in a zigzag across the devastated field, trying to shake off the projectiles fired by Pony. The horns tore into the ground behind him, shattering concrete and kicking up clouds of dust. Even so, they didn't slow down. "Do I have a chance against Takeda?" The question hammered at his mind, persistent, heavy. "He's absurdly strong, like he showed against Todoroki. Absurdly fast, like he showed against Dash." Midoriya muttered to himself, leaping over a pair of horns launched by Pony. "And he still has other abilities he's probably hiding." The name Takeda seemed to carry a different weight now. It wasn't just fear, it was respect. Something that forced him to rethink everything. Midoriya spotted Pony floating at a distance, naturally balanced atop her own horns, moving with aerial agility while keeping space between them. It had been almost 5 minutes since she'd allowed him to get genuinely close. Pony spun in midair, the horns repositioning beneath her feet like living platforms, while 4 others lined up behind her, ready to strike again. Her eyes were sharp and tense, very different from the shy image she projected outside of combat. Midoriya clenched his fists. On top of all that, Takeda is also a true genius. The memory surfaced without warning, Ryo's movements, the way he used his own body, as if every muscle were a natural extension of his quirk. "He made me see One for All in a way I'd never even imagined," Midoriya admitted silently. "Maybe it's because his quirk is a bit similar to mine." He took a deep breath. "No, that's not true." Midoriya closed his eyes for a brief instant, then focused One for All into his legs. 25%. The ground cracked. In an explosive burst, Midoriya shot forward in a straight line, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The wind tore through the arena behind him. "Huh." Pony's eyes widened. Instinctively, she fired more horns, the barrage coming straight at him to intercept, but it was already too late. Midoriya passed right by her, the wind from his movement whipping her hair. In a single fluid motion, he grabbed the back of her uniform collar. Pony let out a small cry of surprise as the horns supporting her instantly lost stability. "Sorry," Midoriya said quickly, sincerely, as he pulled her away from the horns and twisted his body. Carefully, he threw her out of the arena with controlled force. Pony landed outside the boundary, rolling across the ground before coming to a stop. Her horns fell harmlessly around her, control lost. Victory for Midoriya. Midoriya stood still for a moment, breathing heavily, staring at his legs as they trembled with pain, yet remained intact. Even so. If it weren't for his words. Ryo Takeda's image surfaced in his mind once more. I wouldn't be using One for All the way I do now. With that, Midoriya left the arena in silence, the deafening roar of the crowd fading away as he entered the tunnel. His footsteps echoed through the empty corridor as he raised his clenched fist before his eyes. I've improved, he thought, watching the slight tremors in his fingers. Far more than before. He opened and closed his hand. And yet, I don't think I stand a chance against him. The thought weighed on his chest like an anchor. Young Midoriya. The familiar voice made him stop abruptly. Huh. He looked up, and his eyes widened in pure shock. A few meters away, standing casually in the tunnel, was All Might. All Might. Midoriya exclaimed in disbelief. For a second, he thought he was imagining things. The next, he was already running toward him, his face breaking into a wide smile. All Might. Two didn't expect to see you here. All Might smiled, adjusting his posture. Ho ho. I've been here since the beginning of the festival. I just thought I'd stop by to check on you, young Midoriya. It's been a while, after all. Midoriya laughed, excited, but his smile faltered when his eyes instinctively drifted down to his mentor's body, stopping at the amputated left arm. All Might? He asked, his voice carrying restrained concern. Are you okay? I am. In fact. He placed his right hand over his chest, smiling confidently. I'm better than ever. Midoriya hesitated, then slowly nodded. All Might took a step forward and placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. You know. He continued, I'm truly surprised. Your progress is absurdly fast, even by my standards, young Midoriya. Honestly, I still don't understand how you learned to use one for all this way so quickly, almost overnight. Midoriya's eyes widened slightly. I just tried to apply everything I learned. If that's the case, All Might interrupted, serious yet proud, then keep going like this. You're on the right path. They walked a few steps together through the tunnel, Midoriya explaining in more depth the new way he had learned to use one for all, the percentages, the risks, and possible training methods. He explained how he began distributing the power throughout his body, how he reduced the damage, and then, almost without realizing it, he said. All of this was thanks to Takeda's advice. All Might raised an eyebrow. Takeda. Young Takeda. Midoriya nodded, forming a tired half-smile. He helped me see one for all in a different way. But. His smile faded slightly, I don't know if that still gives me any chance against him. A heavy silence fell. All Might didn't hesitate to speak the truth. You have zero chance against him. The answer came straight, firm, almost cruel. Huh. Midoriya felt as if he'd been punched in the stomach. He took half a step back, his eyes trembling as he stared at his mentor. Zero chance. All Might kept his gaze serious. Yes. Zero. The weight of those words crashed down on the boy all at once. His shoulders slumped, his posture wilting as he lowered his gaze, discouraged. I figured. He murmured. Then. But that's not something you should be discouraged by. Midoriya immediately lifted his head. All Might smiled now, wearing that warm smile he knew so well. Young Midoriya, you don't need to win this tournament. He squeezed the boy's shoulder more firmly. You don't need to win to show the world the power of the next symbol of peace. His green eyes widened. What you need to do, All Might continued, pride and sincerity in his voice, is show the potential of the next symbol of peace. Midoriya's heart pounded. Show that he exists. That he's growing. That he's learning. All Might leaned in slightly to look him in the eye. And in that, you're already succeeding. So keep showing everyone your progress and effort, show them the potential of the next symbol of peace. Midoriya swallowed hard, feeling the weight of doubt slowly fade from his heart, replaced by determination. Sure. Ladies and gentlemen. Present Mick's voice echoed throughout the stadium. The final moment has finally arrived. The entire stadium seemed to hold its breath. Nervous, excited, anxious gazes. The air itself vibrated. The best of UA's first years will be decided right now, he continued, raising his voice even higher. The final duel. Rito Takeda versus Izuku Midoriya. The explosion of sound was immediate. Aya, I'm so excited. Mina cheered, almost jumping in place. This is gonna be epic, I hope it's just as epic as the others. I hope so too, Ribbit, Tsuyu replied, a little excited. Man, this final is kinda already decided. Siro said with a nervous laugh. Everyone knows who's gonna win. Kaminari brought a hand to his chin, thoughtful. And who do you guys think is gonna win? Absolute silence followed. The entire Class 1A slowly turned their faces toward him, their expressions blank, almost offended. You're kidding right now, right? Siro asked incredulously. Huh? Kaminari blinked. What? I just. Brain-dead idiot, Jiro cut in dryly, not even looking at him. Hey. In the arena, Midoriya took a deep breath, trying to suppress the nervousness that made his heart beat erratically. His eyes trembled slightly as he stared at Ryo standing before him. I made it to the finals. He brought his clenched fist to his chest. Mom. I managed to reach the finals. You're not very good at hiding your emotions, Ryo said. Midoriya flinched. That can give your opponent an advantage, he continued calmly. In case you didn't know. Midoriya scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, letting out a nervous laugh. Is it really that obvious? Yes. I see. Midoriya sighed, momentarily defeated, before lifting his gaze with a sincere smile. You've been giving me useful advice all this time, so I want to thank you. He smiled with determination and took a fighting stance. I'll show you all the progress I've made because of your words. Ryo, on the other hand, remained still. His expression was completely emotionless. Are you ready? Present Mike shouted. Ready. Beg. Ryo vanished. In an instant, he appeared behind Midoriya. Sorry, Midoriya, he said casually. I'm not in the mood for another long fight like the one with Todoroki. WH. Midoriya barely had time to turn around. Smack. Ryo's fist struck the top of his head in a brutal blow. The impact was sharp and devastating, hurling Midoriya into the arena floor with enough force to crack the ground. The boy lost consciousness and lay motionless. Ryo looked down at him, breathing steadily. You may have just started taking long strides now, he said quietly. But I took those same steps years before you. Midnight raised her arm. Izuku Midoriya is incapacitated. Victory goes to Rito Takeda. And with that, the tournament has come to an end. Present Mike announced, his voice echoing through the stadium. The winner of the UA Sports Festival first year is Rito Takeda, from Class 1A of the Hero course. The stadium erupted in applause, cheers, and roaring excitement from everyone who was able to witness this historic moment face-to-face. Minutes after the explosive finale, the arena was reorganized for the award ceremony. At the center of the stadium, now restored enough for the event, the podium stood prominently, drawing every gaze. There stood the champions of the festival. At the center, in first place, Ryo Takeda remained standing with a relaxed posture, hands in his pockets and an expression far too calm for someone who had dominated the entire tournament. I'm tired as hell, Ryo thought. To his right, Izuku Midoriya held second place. The boy was visibly nervous, shoulders slightly hunched, hands restless as he tried not to look directly at the crowd. His face carried a mix of embarrassment, pride, and frustration, a silent whirlwind of emotions. Sharing third place, Par stood beside Pony Tsunatori. The blonde boy smiled shyly, still a bit awkward about sharing the spot with a girl, while Pony waved energetically to her class, her horn swaying lightly as she moved. Pony. You were amazing. Kendo shouted. You represented US until the very end. Kinoko added. Tetsu, tears streaming freely down his face, sobbed without a shred of shame. You did way too good, he said, wiping his face with his forearm. You represented Class B like no one else, sniff. I'm so damn proud. Pony looked visibly flustered, her face turning red as she smiled at her classmates. Thank you, she said in Japanese, bowing her head slightly. I'm really happy you think that. Dash watched the scene curiously, scratching the back of his neck before speaking, a little hesitant. He pointed lightly at her. You know Japanese. Pony immediately turned to him, her eyes sparkling. Oh. I'm learning, she replied cheerfully. I mean, I still make a lot of mistakes, but I don't want to be stuck behind a language barrier forever. Dash thought about it for a second, nodding slowly. Yeah. I get that. Pony clasped her hands behind her back, leaning slightly toward him, curious. And you? You don't know Japanese? No, not at all. He admitted, a bit embarrassed. Her eyes lit up even more. Then, if you want, we can learn together. Dash's eyes widened. Really? She confirmed firmly, nodding. The blonde's face turned red in an instant before he broke into a wide, genuinely excited smile. Then, yeah. I'd love that. Attention, everyone. Midnight announced as she walked to the front of the arena. We will now begin the awards ceremony. She paused dramatically. And the one who will have the honor of presenting the medals will be. Before she could finish, a gust of wind tore through the sky. A massive shadow descended like a missile, landing at the center of the arena with an impact that made the ground tremble. Dust rose, and then, through it, an unmistakable wide grin appeared. I am here. All Might bellowed. To present the medals. The stadium erupted in shock, applause, and hysterical cheers. Is that really All Might? Am I dreaming, or is that really him? I haven't seen him since that incident. All Might, look this way. Look at the camera. In the stands, Jack squirmed excitedly in his mother's arms. It's All Might. It's him. It's really him, he shouted, pointing nonstop. Helen held him carefully, smiling in surprise. Yes, sweetheart, it's really him. She shook her head, still in disbelief. I honestly didn't expect him to show up like this, out of nowhere. Bob watched in silence, arms crossed, his serious gaze fixed on the symbol of peace. He's changed a lot since the last time I saw him. He paused briefly, sighing. Looks like even the greatest of them all feels the weight of age. Meanwhile, All Might began distributing the medals under the watchful eyes of the entire stadium. First, he turned to the third-place winners. Young Dash and Pony, he announced with his signature smile. He crouched slightly to their height, placing the bronze medal around Pony's neck first. She held the medal with both hands, her eyes shining. Congratulations. Your quirks are strong, All Might said in a firm yet warm tone. But relying on them alone will not be enough when you face truly cruel challenges. Use your inner strength as well. It can open up an entire world of opportunities, and make you even stronger. Okay. Pony replied immediately, excitedly raising her fist. All Might then placed the second bronze medal around Dash's neck. The blonde straightened instantly, raising a hand to his forehead in an almost automatic salute. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, he replied in a military tone. All Might laughed loudly, pleased, before moving on. Young Midoriya. Congratulations on second place. Midoriya nearly jumped in surprise when All Might stopped in front of him, the hero placing the silver medal around his neck. Your growth and effort throughout this festival deserve great praise, he said. You showed courage, determination, and real evolution. Keep it up. Thank you. Midoriya replied, bowing hastily. However, his gaze couldn't leave All Might's strangely intact left arm. All Might noticed. Without saying a word, he discreetly raised his right hand and lightly tapped the left forearm, tap tap, like knocking on a door. The sound was hollow. Midoriya's eyes widened. A prosthetic. That realistic. All Might's smile widened even more, his eyes half-lidded with amusement, thinking to himself that the boy was just as surprised as he had been. I was surprised too when Nisa brought it to me at the last minute, and I wasn't going to miss the chance to use it to appear here. He placed his left hand, the prosthetic, firmly on Midoriya's shoulder. I have high expectations for you from now on, young Midoriya. Midoriya's face crumpled. Tears filled his eyes instantly. Yais, he said, wiping his face quickly with his sleeve. I'll do my best. All Might nodded, satisfied, before finally turning to the center of the podium. And now, first place. Young Takeda. Rio remained still as All Might placed the gold medal around his neck. The medal gleamed under the stadium lights. Congratulations on first place, young Takeda, he said with genuine pride. Your mother must be very proud of you, especially since you mentioned during your speech that you wanted to win for her. Rio made a slight grimace, scratching the back of his neck. Thanks. Actually, I let that slip without thinking. I was kind of nervous at that moment. He thought. I mean, I never even expected to have to give a speech in the first place. All Might continued. Your strength and the speed with which you finished your duels in an instant were all impressive. He paused briefly, his gaze sharpening. But I also saw that you chose to take your time in the fight against Todoroki. All Might's smile grew. I don't know exactly what you said to make him use his flames, but you have a good voice for guiding people. Rio lifted his gaze slightly. I just did what I thought was best at the time. All Might gave his shoulder a firm, friendly pat. Then keep walking that path. It's one of the most important qualities someone as strong as you can have. Rio nodded silently. All Might then turned to the crowd, raising his left arm with pride. These 4 young individuals have shown what it means to fight with everything they have. They've inspired not only their peers but millions across the country. They are the symbols of a new era. And their journey has only just begun. He raised his fist, and the entire arena joined in. So, go beyond. The entire arena erupted in a unified roar alongside All Might. Pluius Ultrea. Chapter 29, Progress and Flowers. Sirens cut through the hot Texas air as police cruisers sped down a nearly deserted industrial avenue. A fleeing villain stumbled between containers, breathing heavily, his wild eyes searching for any escape route. Damn it, damn it. Damn it, he snarled, turning the corner. He didn't even take 3 steps. A metallic snap echoed above him. Before he could react, bluish energy cables shot down from overhead and wrapped around his arms and legs, slamming him hard against the asphalt. A containment field pulsed, nullifying any attempt to activate his quirk. Target secured, a calm voice said. The hero landed right in front of him, his right hand encased in a compact support device, neon lights pulsing steadily. The police cruisers arrived moments later. Another slacker caught this week, one of the officers commented as he approached. He glanced at the hero's device and let out a low whistle. Hey, isn't that from Cider Tech? It is, another officer replied, crossing his arms. I'm seeing more and more heroes using those toys. And it's no wonder, the first added, looking at the immobilized villain. With stuff like that, villains are getting taken down way too fast. Some don't even get a chance to react. Cider Tech. A company that, until recently, was already an absolute titan in the US technology market. Artificial intelligence, defense systems, urban automation, data networks, they already dominated all of that. But at the beginning of this year, the game changed. Cider Tech officially entered the hero market. High-tech support devices, modular, adaptable, absurdly efficient, began appearing in the hands of professional heroes. Within months, the company expanded its operations to more than 40 countries. It didn't take long for the impact to be felt. Villain capture rates rose. Average confrontation times dropped. Even China began integrating Cider Tech technology into special police units. The world was getting used to a new reality. And the center of it all was in Metroville, USA. Cider Tech's main headquarters rose like a blade of glass and steel, 35 floors of pure futuristic engineering. The lower levels housed administrative sectors and coordination centers. The performance report for the European division is up another 12%, one employee commented while walking down the white corridor. As expected, another technician replied, watching a holographic panel. Since the heroes there adopted the containment modules, it's become the standard. The middle floors housed laboratories. Field test confirmed, said a scientist, adjusting her glasses. The prototype withstood an impact equivalent to a mid-scale explosion. Excellent, her colleague replied. If we keep this up, we'll be able to launch the second version of the Cider suit next month. Higher up were simulation centers, testing arenas, observation rooms. And then, the 34th floor. That's where the CEO's office was. Buddy Pine, CEO of Cider Tech, was sprawled comfortably on a rustic genuine leather sofa, laughing loudly, with the natural confidence of someone who knew exactly how much power he held in his hands. Oh, come on, he said cheerfully, spreading his arms. You know as well as I do that this deal is going to be an absolute success. Take a good look at the paperwork, no rush, then tell me what you think. The man in front of him, another CEO of a corporate giant, stood up with a satisfied smile, adjusting his suit jacket. I'll review everything carefully. We'll talk soon, buddy. I'll be waiting, Buddy replied, still smiling. The automatic door opened with a soft technological hiss. The secretary outside inclined her head slightly as she escorted the visitor out. See you later, my friend. Buddy waved enthusiastically. The door closed. The smile vanished as if it had never existed. Idiot. Buddy muttered, his face twisting in pure disdain. He and that contract can go straight to hell. He leaned forward, lifting his back off the sofa. He grabbed an absurdly expensive bottle of whiskey from the coffee table, poured himself a small glass, and took a short sip, savoring the flavor before snapping his fingers in the air. You may come in. Another secretary approached silently. She had been present the entire time at the back of the room. Long black hair, discreet glasses, impeccable posture, the perfect image of professionalism. So? Buddy asked bluntly, his voice already cold. Is the report ready? Data collection has been completed, she replied calmly. She placed the tablet on the table. The device activated and projected a hologram in the center of the office, filling the air with vivid images of the UA Sports Festival in Japan. Rito Takeda facing Todoroki, the green explosion tearing through the arena, the duel against Dash, the overwhelming victory over Midoriya. Buddy brought a hand to his broad chin, blue eyes gleaming with genuine interest. He murmured. That kid is a lot stronger than I expected. His quirk is internal energy transition. He is capable of converting his own internal energy to reinforce his physical body and, as observed, also releasing it externally in the form of discharges, the woman continued in a clinical tone. Our analyses indicate an extremely high compatibility rate between him and the target. Rito Takeda is, with very high probability, the new heir to One for All. Buddy's smile slowly spread. A satisfied, dangerous smile. Excellent. He said, almost laughing. That gives us a massive advantage. With this information, we can buy a few things, from All for One. The woman took a step forward. Her form began to ripple. Her skin tone shifted. The dark hair turned platinum blonde. The glasses vanished. Her features reshaped into something elegant, provocative, flawless. Mirage stood there. She moved in behind him, placing her hands on Buddy's broad shoulders, fingers sliding with intimacy as she leaned in slightly. The second test will be ready soon as well, she whispered in his ear. The Sentinels have already been equipped with the necessary quirks. Everything is proceeding exactly as planned. Buddy closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the instant. When he opened them, his smile was even wider. Perfect. Let's see how the world reacts to its second great test. The alarm clock exploded into a shrill sound, filling every corner of the small apartment. Rio slowly opened his eyes, feeling the weight of sleep clinging to his aching body, and stared at the peeling ceiling above him. Then he sat up on the edge of the bed. He turned to check the time on the clock and saw that it was 8:30 in the morning. His gaze slowly drifted to the golden medal resting beside the pillow. It reflected the faint light coming in through the window. Rio let out a long sigh. He tried to stand up carefully, and failed. A brutal pain tore through his back and spread through his muscles like fire, making his legs give out. He dropped to his knees on the wooden floor, fingers digging into his own back as he held his breath. Ugh. That was the price for having used inert transition so many times during the festival, and now it was collecting its tribute, with interest. The pain resembled post-workout exhaustion, but amplified to a brutal level, 10 times more intense, deeper, and longer lasting. It was as if every muscle in his body had been pushed beyond its absolute limit, right to the brink of collapse. He took several deep breaths, forcing his body to obey. With effort, he managed to stand and cross the apartment, the creaking of the wooden floor the only sound breaking the silence. I'm going to have to rest, a lot, he murmured to himself. Good thing there's no class today. Or tomorrow. Just imagine the hell it'd be dealing with Dash and Kirishima in this state. In the bathroom, he turned on the faucet and started the shower. Cold water ran down his face, snapping him fully out of his daze. The shock made his body react, his senses slowly waking as he ran a hand through his hair, letting the water fall over his aching back. After the shower, he got dressed in his casual look, a loose black shirt with "No sense" printed across the chest, army cargo shorts with a camouflage pattern, and finally his highly reliable, red Crocs. In the kitchen, he prepared breakfast in a simple bento, yawning as he worked the pans. When he finished carefully packing the box, he spent a few seconds just staring at it. Then he pulled out his phone and took a picture. To show those two how things are done when you do it yourself. He commented, sending the image to the group chat. Rio wrapped the bento in a cloth, grabbed his keys, and left the apartment. Outside, a black car was parked near the complex. Inside it, Sakamoto rested his arms on the steering wheel. As soon as he saw Rio approaching, he rolled the window down. Morning, he greeted. Morning, Rio replied, getting into the passenger seat. So, how are you feeling? Rio made a slight grimace, leaning back against the seat. I've been better, much better. Sakamoto chuckled softly and nodded, adjusting the rearview mirror before starting the car. I figured. Shall we stop by Rosa's flower shop first? Yes, Rio confirmed. I need to pick up my mom's flowers. Like always. Rio looked away toward the street, watching the sidewalks grow busier as they moved along. The city was waking up in small islands of life, bicycles, a coffee cart, storefront displays. He liked the gradual sound of it, the world returning to its usual rhythm. After thinking about that for several long minutes, they arrived at a flower shop with an old-fashioned facade. The car stopped, but before Rio could open the door, Sakamoto called out to him. Hey! He turned slightly in his seat. I watched the festival recording on TV. Rio froze for a moment. You did great, Sakamoto continued, sincerely. Rio looked at him in silence for a few seconds. Then he turned his gaze to the door, opened it partway. Thanks. And stepped out of the car. As Rio pushed open the flower shop door and was immediately enveloped by the sweet, dense fragrance of dozens of different flowers. The air inside felt lighter, almost alive, laden with colors and perfumes that blended together harmoniously. He walked down the narrow aisle between pots and arrangements, passing lilies, daisies, roses, and camellias carefully lined up, until he reached the counter, which was strangely empty. Rio frowned, glancing around. Rosa. Before he could call again, a loud scream burst out from the back door, which stood ajar just behind the counter. WHEOYARGH. The female voice echoed through the entire shop, making Rio flinch slightly. Estupido. Que clase de ridicula y patética excusa de hombre eres? Idiot. What kind of ridiculous and pathetic excuse for a man are you? Rio blinked, recognizing the tone immediately. Right after that, a younger, beaten-down male voice tried to defend himself. Sorry, Mom. It was an accident. Sorry, the woman roared. What kind of pendejo manages to cut my middle-mist red camellias by accident? Do you have any idea how long they take to bloom? Rio could have sworn he heard a long sigh of defeat before the woman continued, merciless. Clean up this mess right now. And you're going to plant double the number of camellias after that. That's your punishment. Muffled grumbling answered her. A few seconds later, the back door was thrown open. Rio came face to face with Rosa. Tall and imposing, nearly 2 meters in height, her body resembled an orange aquilops, likely an effect of her quirk. Her skin had a warm tone that contrasted with her intense, expressive pink eyes. Long, slightly messy brown hair fell down to her waist. She wore an elegant black dress covered by a transparent layer, with pink magnolia flowers embroidered on the chest and hem. On her feet, brown platform heels with rosy straps completed the look. She took 2 steps forward, and then froze. Her eyes went wide. Ridito. Her face lit up as if the sun had walked into the shop. Mi favorite niño, she said, hurrying over to the counter. It's been so long since you came by. I was starting to think you'd abandoned me. I've had a busy few days, Rio replied. You came to get a bouquet of tsubaki, didn't you? Like always. Yes. Rosa clapped her hands excitedly. Oh, wonderful. Just wait a moment, dear. She disappeared into the back again and, a few minutes later, returned carrying a beautiful bouquet of tsubaki, perfectly arranged, their petals delicate and vibrant. Here you go, she said, handing it over carefully. Rio took the bouquet with extreme care, as if he were holding something precious. Rosa watched the scene with an emotional smile. See, she said, crossing her arms. That's why you're my favorite customer. You hold the flowers as if they were fragile. As if they were alive. Not like those other customers who treat my little girls like disposable decorations. Her smile vanished for a moment. Flowers have feelings, she said, thumping her hand against her chest. And so do I. I take care of them like daughters, with all my love, until they bloom, and the day I hand them to someone, it's like watching them leave home. She slammed her hands down on the counter, anger bubbling over. And then people come along who don't even look at them properly. Who bend them, squeeze them, and then throw them away. If I didn't need to buy fertilizer and supplies, I swear to God I'd refuse to sell flowers to those idiots. Rosa grumbled for a few more seconds, then, like a switch had been flipped, she took a deep breath, and smiled warmly again. Thank goodness you're not like them, she said, pointing at Rio. You treat my little girls like the darlings they are. You even bring the old ones back to me instead of throwing them away. You're exaggerating. He murmured. Not at all, she shot back, laughing. I've never seen anyone like you. While Rosa continued her passionate speech, Rio took advantage of the moment, carefully placed the money on the counter, and gave a small nod. Thanks, for the flowers. And he left the shop in silence. Behind him, Rosa kept talking animatedly, completely unaware that her favorite customer had already gone. The underground meeting room 03 of the DCSS no longer carried the same oppressive weight it had a year ago. The cold lights were still the same, the reinforced walls still stood firm, but the mood among those present had changed. Coffee cups had replaced urgent reports, and some chairs were occupied in a far less rigid manner. Hiroshi Kagemura rested his hands on the oval table as he listened to the latest report. Crime rates dropped by 6.2% this quarter, one of the analysts reported. Especially in districts where there are heroes equipped with cyber-tech support devices. The Minister of Defense nodded slowly. That brings us to the next item on the agenda. He slid a tablet across the table. Cyber-tech. Their support devices have shown absurd efficiency in capturing medium and high-risk villains. If we can secure a direct agreement, Inoue added, his tone far less explosive than usual, our special forces would gain years of advantage over the villains. A few murmurs of approval spread through the room. That was when someone commented, almost as an aside. Speaking of efficiency, the UA Sports Festival. The name alone was enough to shift the focus of the meeting. Dr. Saito adjusted his glasses, flipping through another report, this time with a visibly lighter expression. Ryo Tanaka has shown stable emotional indicators throughout his time at UA. He looked up, clearly impressed. If we exclude that incident at the USJ, it seems he's enjoying himself. Enjoying himself, one of the advisors repeated, almost incredulously. That wasn't included in any of our predictive scenarios, another murmured. Kagemura allowed himself a brief sigh. Trusting Nizu was the right decision, he said at last. The best one this council has made in years. Better than following Kyuzabane's plan, someone muttered with a bitter half-laugh. A whole year believing in that insanity. Inoue shook his head. Turning a kid into energy infrastructure. We were idiots to accept that without thinking twice, but we didn't have many choices back then either. Nizu stopped it before we crossed a point of no return, added the Minister of Health. And now the results are clear. Ryo Tanaka's mood has improved. His quirk control too. For the third time, he's living like a normal kid. The atmosphere remained pleasant for a few moments. There was relief there. Something rare. Until a hesitant voice broke the moment. If he's stabilizing. The advisor cleared his throat. Do you think that, in the future, we might be able to tell him the truth? Silence fell like a blade. No keyboard, no paper, no cup moved. Even the air seemed to grow heavier. Everyone looked at Kagemura. The head of national security kept his gaze fixed forward for a few seconds before speaking, his voice low, firm, and final. No. He clasped his hands on the table. With the way Ryo Tanaka is improving, we can't tell him about that. It would slow all the progress we've made. A pause. Maybe, we will never tell him the truth. Comment. 17 Comment. Vote. Chapter 30, Hero Name. As the 2 days of break came to an end, UA once again pulsed with life. The campus was once more filled with the sound of hurried footsteps echoing through the halls, loud laughter blending with the light rain of that gray morning, and excited conversations that seemed to compete with each other. It was as if the sports festival was still alive in every returning student. Class 1A was especially noisy. Dude, you have no idea. Kirishima said, practically vibrating as he spoke to Ryo. A bunch of people stopped me on the street. Like, random people. I've never felt so famous in my life. Across the room, Dash was slumped over his desk, eyes half closed and with the expression of someone who had lost a war. These 2 days. He murmured. Were hell. Ryo raised an eyebrow, tilting his head slightly. Wow. Never thought I'd see someone like you, tired. Dash let out a low grunt. Mental exhaustion and physical exhaustion are two very different things, you know. What did he say? Kirishima asked, curious. Ryo replied without even looking. That they rented a triplex in his head these past 2 days. Kirishima blinked, and then burst out laughing. The rest of the class joined the conversation, each sharing similar stories, unexpected encounters, messages from strangers, curious looks on the streets. The festival had truly changed something. Until... Clack. The classroom door opened. The noise ceased almost instantly when Aizawa entered, walking to the podium with his usual expression of absolute disinterest in the youthful chaos around him. Good morning. Good morning, the class responded in unison. Tsuyu tilted her head, observing him carefully. It's good to see Sensei without the bandages, Ribbit. That old lady's treatment was overkill, he replied dryly. But it doesn't matter. A few suppressed chuckles arose. After Hero Informatics class, he continued, We will have something else special. The atmosphere in the room changed in the blink of an eye. Shoulders tensed. Eyes became attentive. Then Aizawa concluded. You will finally choose your hero names. The explosion was immediate. Finally. It was about time. I already have 3 ready. Dash blinked, confused in the middle of the commotion. What's happening? Is another big event happening? Rio leaned toward him. Today we choose our hero names. For a second, and then Dash's face lit up completely. Really? He jumped to his feet, joining the general excitement. But the excitement didn't last long. Quiet. Aizawa's voice cut through the noise like a blade. The room fell silent. As I mentioned last class, about the offers and internships, he continued, the proposals you received will directly influence your future careers. A hero name isn't just a nickname. It's identity. Brand. Responsibility. He gave the class a serious look. Even though you're only first years, the exposure you got at the sports festival has already put many of you on the radar of various professional agencies. Aizawa turned to the board and began writing. The sound of chalk scraping echoed through the room. When he finished, he took a step to the side. And these are the results of the offers some of you received. Takeda, 8,247 offers. Dash, 6,833 offers. Todoroki, 4,032 offers. Midoriya, 1,270 offers. Bakugo, 381 offers. Ida, 301 offers. Kaminari, 274 offers. Yaoyorozu, 110 offers. Kirishima, 67 offers. Siro, 21 offers. More than 8,000. Kaminari yelled. That's insane. Siro's eyes widened. Are there even that many agencies in Japan? Jiro whispered in disbelief. Takeda took the lead just as expected. Kirishima stared at Rio with pure admiration. Dash stood frozen, staring at the number beside his own name, a slow, incredulous smile spreading across his face. Midoriya gaped at the number next to his name as if it might disappear any second. His eyes were wide, and his mouth moved in a rapid, incoherent mumble. 1,200, that's, Breathe, Midoriya, Aizawa said without even looking at him. As for the rest of you, don't panic if you didn't get any offers. Everyone will still get work experience. This isn't the end of the world. The class gradually settled down, though glances still kept straying, now and then, toward Rio. He sighed, propping his chin on his hand, his gaze distant and lost in thought. Now they probably think I'm some kind of prodigy or something. Rio turned his face discreetly toward Dash, who was muttering softly to himself. If I pick that offer from Dad, maybe it'll be less of a headache, or maybe it'll be even worse. Aizawa continued as if nothing unusual were happening. As you already know, Aizawa went on, after the USJ incident, you took your first step into the real world of heroes. But seeing a pro hero's daily routine up close will be even more valuable than any training here. He paused briefly. And that's exactly why you need hero names. Choose carefully, because... The classroom door slid open before he could finish. The sharp click of heels echoed across the floor, and Midnight walked in as if she'd rehearsed every step. A provocative smile curved her lips. Because if you choose a bad name, she finished, leaning forward slightly, it'll be a complete nightmare. The class reacted instantly with a mix of nervous laughter and excited murmurs. Midnight leaned against the podium, crossing her arms under the watchful eyes of the students. Hero names aren't just cool nicknames, she said, her voice soft and dangerously cheerful. They're the image you'll present to the world. The essence that becomes the symbol of who you are as heroes. Midoriya gulped hard at that. Aizawa just nodded, as if agreeing was already too much effort. He calmly crouched down and pulled his trusty sleeping bag out from under the desk. Midnight will supervise, he said, yawning. And stop you from making bad choices. He settled onto the floor. Use your time well. And remember, names and true natures often match. Good luck. With that, Aizawa slipped into the sleeping bag, curling up like a caterpillar. Midnight smiled knowingly. All right, Class 1A. She said, clapping her hands lightly. Let's see who you really are. With that, small blank whiteboards were distributed throughout the classroom, one for each student. Pens soon followed, landing on the desks with soft, hollow taps. Rio received his and stared at the absolute void before him. Hero name, huh? He muttered under his breath. Feels like we're back at the inventory screen. He fell silent for a few seconds, then sighed. Anything will do. 5 minutes passed. No, not that name. 10 minutes. Way too embarrassing. Time crawled by, slow and almost mocking. The 15 minutes given by midnight had already ended, and Rio still hadn't written a single thing. He brought a hand to his head, fingers sinking into his black hair. How is this even possible? He murmured. Coming up with a hero name should be child's play. He glanced to the side, and found Dash in exactly the same situation, glaring at his blank whiteboard as if it were a mortal enemy. Dash noticed the look and slowly turned, making an expression worthy of a puppy abandoned in the rain. Takeda, help me. He pleaded, almost begging. Rio grimaced. I'm in the same boat, in case you hadn't noticed. Exactly. Dash shot back quickly. If we have the same problem, why not help each other out? Rio froze for a moment. Then he sighed, defeated. Fine. But I'll only help a little. He looked Dash over carefully, analyzing him from head to toe. The blonde noticed the assessing gaze and immediately struck an exaggerated, badass pose, chest puffed out and chin held high. Rio frowned. Stop that. Dash didn't move a muscle. A few seconds passed. How about Flash? Rio finally said. You're so fast you're like a flash of light. It kind of goes with Dash, too. Dash's eyes sparkled. Flash. He practically vibrated on the spot. That's awesome. Seriously awesome. Without wasting a second, he grabbed his whiteboard and wrote the name and title in record time. Hey, now it's your turn to help me. Too late. Dash simply vanished from his spot. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the podium, taking the spot Todoroki had just left. I am the speedster hero, Flash, he announced, breaking into a huge grin. The room erupted in applause. Flash goes with fast. Kirishima shouted excitedly. What a dynamic name. Mina added. Midnight clapped with a satisfied smile. Good choice, darling. It suits you very well. Dash scratched the back of his head, laughing without a hint of shame. Hee hee. I had to think really hard to come up with that one. Meanwhile, Rio watched the whole scene with a completely blank expression. Later, I'm stealing part of his snack as punishment, he muttered. He turned his gaze back to his own blank whiteboard and sighed again. Aizawa's words echoed in his mind. Names and true natures often match. Rio thought for a few seconds. Gamma. He murmured. But he immediately shook his head. No. That brought back too many bad memories. Besides, it's too similar to that bastard's name. Time kept passing. One by one, almost everyone had presented their names. Midnight was already losing her patience with Bakugo, telling him to redo his name for the third time, when she noticed Rio standing up. Oh, she said, interested. The entire room fell silent. All eyes turned to him, filled with anticipation. After all, everyone wanted to know what name the strongest student in the class would choose. Rio walked to the podium with calm steps. He looked at the whiteboard in his hand for a brief moment, then placed it on the podium with a firm, dry thud. He raised his eyes. I am the overloaded hero, 14. The underground was a world unto itself, stuffy, cold, and illuminated only by industrial lights that flickered irregularly. The air smelled of old chemicals and rusted metal. Thick pipes ran across the ceiling like artificial veins, pulsing slowly. And at the center of that clinical hell, Garaki worked. Wearing his rumpled lab coat, he moved with surprising speed for someone his age, slender fingers gliding across holographic panels as he analyzed data that flashed and vanished in a frantic sequence. In front of him, a cylindrical containment tank, filled with a thick, greenish liquid, bubbled softly. Garaki adjusted the oxygen meter, tilting his head. Neural frequency stable, motor response acceptable. He murmured to himself, jotting notes on the tablet in his hands. That's when the lab's main monitor began to hiss. The large screen flickered with interference, static lines tearing through the image for a few seconds, until slowly a familiar silhouette took shape. Garaki froze for a moment. Then, he turned fully, his face breaking into a wide, almost childlike smile. Oh, he said excitedly. What an unexpected honor. All for one Sama. To what do I owe this visit? The figure on the screen wasted no time on formalities. How are our pawns coming along? All for one asked, his voice calm and laden with disdain. Garaki quickly adjusted his glasses. Ah, excellent progress, as always, he replied. But I still need to conduct some final tests before they are ready for deployment. He turned and spread his arms, like a proud presenter. Before them, multiple incubators lined the room, each containing a different creature, grotesque bodies, hypertrophied muscles, extra limbs, some with mouths where there shouldn't be. Nomus. All for one watched in silence for a few seconds. Magnificent, he finally said. They will give the heroes quite the show. Garaki cleared his throat carefully. If I may, all for one Sama. He began, choosing his words carefully. Is it truly necessary to deploy 2 high-ends in this operation? For something so small, it seems a bit excessive. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, all for one laughed. A low, deep laugh, filled with pleasure. Excessive, he repeated. Garaki, for people like us, excessive simply doesn't exist. The image on the screen leaned forward slightly. Besides, I am merely taking inspiration from my dear old friend. And with your help, restocking our quirk arsenal will be no trouble at all. Garaki gave a slight bow of his head. I understand perfectly, he said respectfully. I will continue with the plan as you wish. Excellent, all for one replied. Do not disappoint me. The transmission cut off abruptly. The screen returned to static, and then to silence. Garaki remained motionless for a few seconds. Then, slowly, he turned his gaze. 2 specific capsules caught his attention, positioned side by side, larger than the rest. The green liquid inside them was dense, and the male and female silhouettes in each moved restlessly. The high-end Nomus intended for deployment. Garaki adjusted his glasses one last time, the smile returning to his face. He murmured. Let's see how the world reacts to 2 of my finest creations this time. Rio started packing his things into his backpack as soon as the bell announced the end of classes. Notebooks, pencil case, the whiteboard already put away, all done on autopilot. The moment he stood up, however, his vision was completely taken over by a cheerful face. Takeda. Kirishima appeared practically glued to him, eyes shining. Have you decided which agency you'll intern at yet? Rio walked past him with his backpack slung over his shoulder, letting out a short sigh. I don't know yet. Kirishima, obviously, wasn't deterred and walked alongside him. I'll go to any agency that involves punching villains, he said excitedly. The more action, the better. That definitely suits you, Rio replied, honestly. Just as they crossed the classroom door, Rio suddenly stopped. He looked to the left, then to the right. Where's Dash? Kirishima blinked, confused. He's already gone. Rio furrowed his brow. When? Right after the bell rang, Kirishima answered. He flew out of the classroom. Seemed in a real hurry. Strange. Rio murmured, his frown deepening. It was at that moment that Aizawa passed by them as he left the classroom. Takeda, he said without even slowing his pace. I need a word with you in the staff room. Rio looked up immediately. Okay. He turned to Kirishima. Go on ahead. Got it, the redhead replied with a thumbs up before heading down the hall. A few minutes later, Rio entered the staff room beside Aizawa. A few teachers were still present, talking quietly or grading papers. Aizawa went straight to his desk, sat down, and pulled out a folded sheet, handing it to Rio. You probably haven't chosen an agency for the internship yet, he said. That's good. Rio took the paper, raising an eyebrow. The principal had already planned the ideal option for you. Rio's eyes scanned down the sheet. And then went wide. Aizawa continued, in his usual calm voice. You've been assigned to the Black Hole Agency with 13, in Hosu. What? Escaped Rio's lips, almost a whisper. The principal made it clear it's not mandatory to accept, Aizawa added. But, if you do go, you'll be able to continue learning to better control your quirk while interning. Rio slowly raised his gaze, staring at Aizawa. The principal told you about me. Aizawa held his gaze. Yes. And a few other teachers, he replied. All this after he received full responsibility from the government to take care of you. He sighed, rubbing his tired eyes. Thank goodness I never even considered erasing your quirk. He said, almost to himself. It's dangerous. Very dangerous. Rio remained silent. That's precisely why I want to see more control from you over it after this internship, Aizawa finished, seriously. You have potential, Tanaka. But potential without control only leads to tragedy. He made a short pause. So, do your best. Rio clenched the paper between his fingers, feeling the real weight of it all settle on his shoulders. Okay. Chapter 31, Hero Internships Part 1. The station courtyard was packed with UA students, a sea of suitcases, backpacks, and rectangular cases containing carefully packed hero costumes. The air buzzed with anticipation, excited voices, loud laughter, hurried goodbyes, and promises tossed into the wind. It was the day of the hero work studies, and that alone was enough to make many hearts race. Did everyone bring their hero costumes? Aizawa's tired, monotone voice cut through the chatter. Yes, sensei, the class replied in unison. Yees, sensei. Ashido shouted even louder, hoisting her costume case over her head. Aizawa's weary gaze slowly turned toward her. Ashido. Sorry. Aizawa cleared his throat and continued. Normally, wearing your costume in public is prohibited, but during the work studies, it's permitted. His eyes swept over the group. That does not mean this is a fashion show. A few students chuckled quietly. Good luck. He gave a slight wave of his hand. And mind your manners. Beside Rio, Kirishima sighed. Man, it's kind of sad we have to split up like this. I really wanted to see your hero costume, too. The redhead cast a curious glance at the rectangular case Rio was carrying. You'll have to wait until next time, Rio replied, adjusting his backpack strap. I'm heading to Hosu. Kyushu for me, Kirishima answered eagerly. Take care, all right. You too. They exchanged a quick nod, and Rio headed for the train bound for Hosu. Once inside the car, he found an empty side seat, carefully placed the case down, and slumped into the seat, relaxing his shoulders. So this is it. He murmured. Hosu for me. Kyushu for Kirishima, and Dash stayed in Muzodafu, at his dad's agency or something. He let out a long sigh and leaned his head against the cool window glass behind him. For a few seconds, there was only the distant sound of arriving trains and the steady rhythm of the station. Bzzzt. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Rio pulled out the device. Are those two starting another war in the group chat already? But no. It was from Anan. Are you on your way yet? Rio typed quickly. Just got on the train. A few seconds later, the reply came with a sticker of a cute bunny giving a thumbs up, followed by another message. Let me know when you arrive. Rio let out an amused puff of air through his nose and replied with a sticker of an expressionless cat making an okay gesture with its paw. He set the phone aside and settled back to relax. Oh. Takeda. Holy sh. Rio clutched his chest in an immediate reflex, nearly jumping out of his seat. Standing beside him was Ida, posture impeccable as always. Don't do that again, Rio snapped, still catching his breath. Ida shrank back slightly, rubbing the back of his head. My apologies. I wasn't sure how to initiate the conversation, you seemed so absorbed in your affairs. Rio let out another long sigh. Just, let me know you're there, man. Understood. My apologies once more, Ida replied, overly serious for the situation. You are also going to Hosu? Yeah. What a coincidence. He adjusted his glasses. I am relieved not to have to make the journey alone, then. The train finally began to move slowly, the tracks vibrating beneath them. Rio turned his gaze back to the window, watching the station recede. The hero work study had finally begun. After 45 minutes of travel, the bullet train finally slowed to a stop at Hosu Station. Rio disembarked alongside Ida and the other passengers, adjusting his backpack strap as he pulled his phone from his pocket. The flow of people soon dispersed, and the noise of the station faded behind him as he followed the route shown on Google Maps. About 10 minutes later, he stopped before his destination. Is this a hero agency? He murmured, tilting his head slightly. The black hole agency building looked nothing like what he had imagined. It was about as tall as a five-story building but stretched far horizontally, with a robust, modern structure. The top was rounded, resembling a giant metallic dome. It looks more like a basketball arena than an office. Still puzzled, Rio entered while typing a quick message to Anan to let her know he had arrived. It was then that. Thump. Guh, he stumbled off balance for a moment. His phone nearly slipped from his hand, but he managed to catch it at the last second. He immediately looked up, his body already tilting into an automatic apology. Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Standing before him was a professional heroine, already in her uniform. She smiled calmly. It's all right, she replied. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Rio scratched the back of his neck, embarrassed. Really, sorry about that. She looked him over for a second before asking. Oh. You're from UA. Here for the agency. Are you lost? Rio opened his mouth to answer, but before any sound could come out. Takeda. A woman's voice echoed through the lobby, clear and cheerful. Both of them turned at the same time. Anan was walking towards them with brisk steps, her helmet not on her head, her navy blue hair swaying slightly, a clear smile on her face. As soon as she reached him, her eyes scanned him from head to toe out of pure habit. Glad you arrived safely, she said with sincere relief. Before Rio could react, Anan took his hand naturally, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Come with me, dear. I want to show you something before I take you to where you'll be staying. Ah, okay. He replied, still a bit lost. They began to move away from the reception area, leaving behind a trail of curious glances. Some whispers arose, others just watched in absolute silence. The heroine Rio had bumped into remained motionless, staring at the scene with a stunned expression, especially since the agency head had just walked past her with a joy she had never seen in her before. Rio, completely unaware of the small social earthquake he had caused at the reception, simply followed Anan inside. As they progressed, the environment changed noticeably. The corridors branched off into several distinct sections, each clearly demarcated and equipped for a specific type of disaster. This wing is focused on urban collapses, explained Anan, pointing to a large space where structural simulators lined the walls. Further ahead, aquatic rescue. We have experts in violent currents, shipwrecks, and flash floods. Rio observed everything with silent attention. It reminded him a lot of the USJ, perhaps even too much. Each sector seemed like a direct response to a type of tragedy that had already happened, or that was yet to happen. Anan continued explaining, mentioning the personnel allocated to each area: support heroes, field medics, engineers, analysts. Everything functioned like a precise machine, built not to fight, but to save. Until they stopped. Ahead of them was a huge, thick door made of multiple layers of reinforced metal. It didn't look like a simple entrance, it more closely resembled the door of a high-security vault. We're here, said Anan, approaching the panel beside it. She entered a long code. A beep confirmed the first stage. Next, an ocular scanner activated. Anan leaned in slightly, allowing the scan. Finally, a small microphone emerged from the panel. Anan Kuros, she said with a firm voice. For a second, everything seemed normal. Then, silent alarms were triggered. From the ceiling, several retractable turrets abruptly descended, immediately locking their aim on Rio. Huh. Before he could react, Anan's eyes widened slightly and she calmly added. And guessed. The turrets retracted almost instantly, as if nothing had happened. The system emitted a low confirmation sound, and the heavy door began to open slowly. Rio blinked a few times. Those turrets. She let out a small, amused sigh. Don't worry. They only fire adhesive gel bullets. They stick to the body, completely immobilize. Uncomfortable, but non-lethal. I see, he replied, swallowing dryly, before stepping inside. As soon as they crossed the entrance, the door closed behind them with a deep clang. Rio's eyes widened. The space ahead was, all too familiar. A complete scientific laboratory, filled with panels, monitors, and advanced measuring instruments. On the other side of a huge reinforced glass wall, there was a spacious testing chamber, empty at the moment, but clearly designed for extreme containment. He was certain the walls probably had thick lead lining. Anan smiled slightly, spreading her arms proudly. This was built well before UA created its own containment chamber. To be honest, Niza drew quite a bit from this project when he built the schools. Rio walked over to the control panel, resting his hands on the cold surface as he observed the room on the other side of the glass. I never planned to build something like this, Ainin continued, her voice quieter now. But I changed my mind after what happened at Himawari Gardens. Rio turned around. Ainin wore a half-smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. That incident showed me just how vulnerable people still are in this world, she said, lightly clasping her gloved hands. And also how many cannot be saved. There was a brief silence. You can't save everyone, she continued, with painful honesty. And that breaks me, sometimes. There are days when I don't feel right. She took a deep breath. Even so, I carry joy with me to work. Just like All Might does. Because, if something like Himawari Gardens happens again. Her eyes gained firmness, I will do everything I can to save at least someone. Ainin approached Rio and carefully took his hands, the cold gloves contrasting with the warmth held in the gesture. And while that wish is still far away. I'll start by saving you, she said softly. By pulling the person in front of me out of the darkness of their own past. She gave his hands a light squeeze. And be the hero that he never had. Rio's eyes widened. He quickly turned his face away, releasing her hands and taking a few steps to the side. All right, I get it, he said, trying to sound firm. You didn't need to give a whole speech just to say you want to help me. Ainin blinked, a little uncertain, but then she realized. Rio had his back to her, discreetly wiping his face. When does the training start? He asked immediately afterward, too quickly. I promised Aizawa I'd learn to control my power better during the internship. He didn't turn around. Ainin understood immediately. Her smile returned, sweet and patient. We can start now. In Yamanashi Prefecture, more specifically, in a building that seemed abandoned by time and by the city itself, Midoriya was sprawled on the floor, panting, desperately trying to catch his breath after a completely one-sided fight against Gran Torino. Humph. Grumbled the old man, leaning on his cane as he watched the boy as if evaluating a strange experiment. The progress you've made so far is monstrous. Midoriya only groaned, still breathless. You've not only already grasped that one for all is something that flows through the entire body, Gran Torino continued, but you've also learned to use it quite efficiently and tactically. He then tapped his cane on Midoriya's foot. Did Toshinori help you with this? His tone carried an almost offensive doubt. I seriously doubt that Big Blonde Oaf gave you even a single useful hint. Midoriya, straining, lifted his torso and sat up on the floor. Actually. He scratched his head awkwardly, it was thanks to a friend. Gran Torino raised an eyebrow. A friend? Yes. A classmate of mine. Takeda. He gave me some ideas that ended up helping me a lot. The old man crossed his arms, letting out a dry click of his tongue. Didn't expect to hear that, he muttered. Even if this Takeda fellow just got lucky, it's still more than that idiot Toshinori did as your mentor. He made a disgusted face. It's almost shameful. A kid doing more work than him. Gran Torino then pointed his cane at the nearby wall that had a crater in it. Anyway. What was that thing you did just a moment ago? That. Midoriya began to stand up, confused. Thwack. The cane hit his foot again. OWWW. Don't play dumb, Gran Torino snarled. That quick dash at the wall. I'm absolutely certain you can only maintain 5% of one for all throughout your entire body. He narrowed his eyes. But that jump you used to try and reach me. It had more than that. At least 15%. Midoriya, still holding his sore foot, replied. 2 used 15% of one for all, in my legs. Gran Torino froze. What? Midoriya continued, more confidently now. It was another idea from Takeda. Since my body can't handle 100% strikes, I just lower the percentage to something that won't break my bones. That way, I can use a large portion of one for all without ending up destroying my arm or legs. He turned completely to face the old man. Gran Torino was motionless. Eyes wide. Mouth slightly open. Expression blank. It wasn't exaggerated shock, it was as if reality had hit him in the face with the force of a truck. A genuine statue-like face, the kind that seems to say, the world has ended and nobody told me. Sir? Midoriya asked, worried. No answer. Sir? The boy's eyes widened. No. He pulled out his phone in a panic. Hello. Ambulance. An old man just had a heart attack. Bam. Gran Torino appeared out of nowhere with a perfect vertical dropkick, hitting Midoriya squarely in the back. I'm perfectly fine, you brat, he shouted, landing with a lightness unnatural for someone his age. The only heart attack I'm going to have is from listening to the idiocy of people like you and Toshinori. Midoriya rolled on the floor, groaning. Gran Torino took a deep breath, rubbed his face, and then laughed. Damn it all, he murmured. Using the power in parts. Midoriya stood up with a groan, massaging his aching back. SSO, what's so different about this? He asked. The other one for all users, didn't they do something similar? No, Gran Torino answered without hesitation. Midoriya's eyes widened. No. Not at all, the old man continued. To be honest, I don't even know if anyone's ever thought of this before. But, with absolute certainty, you're the first I've seen use one for all this way. He planted his cane on the floor. Normally, the method is simple and time-consuming. You master a percentage, say, your current 5%. Then you use that for months until your body can handle 8%. Then 15%. And so on. Gran Torino made a circling motion with his hand. Slow. Safe. But incredibly boring. Midoriya swallowed hard, listening intently. But with you. The old man pointed his cane at him, things can speed up. Really? To increase the amount of power you can handle, your body needs to be pushed to its limit, Gran Torino explained. Just like strength training. You overload the muscle, cause micro tears, and as it recovers, it adapts to handle greater loads. He narrowed his eyes. With one for all, it's the same thing. Using the power constantly, forcing your body to adapt and grow. Midoriya looked at his own hands, clenching his fists tightly. Except now things have gotten a whole lot easier with this bizarre method of yours. The old man gave a lopsided grin. By using one for all this way, you can push yourself to the limit much faster, even if it's in specific parts of the body. He leaned forward slightly. Legs today. Arms tomorrow. Torso later. Each part growing at its own pace. Gran Torino crossed his arms, clearly pleased. This means you can force your body to evolve much faster than any previous user. Gran Torino let out a short laugh. I have no idea who this Takeda is, but I owe him a huge favor. He saved me a lot of time explaining things to you. A drop of sweat trickled down his forehead, not from exhaustion, but from excitement. If he keeps this up, he thought, staring at Midoriya, this boy will reach All Might's strength in record time. A/N, I'll keep the name 14 on Rio for now, but I'll have him change it later in the arc when 13 finds out and finds it corny for him. I think it would be interesting if he went through several hero names while he tries to discover who he really is, and in the end, he accepts the hero name I've already decided for him, Gamma. I previously said he would change his name 3 times, but I think I'll have him change his name 5 times for better development. Comment. 25 Comment. Vote. Chapter 32, Hero Internships Part 2. The League of Villains hideout in Kamino, Yokohama, was a perfect portrait of hidden decay. On the outside, a forgotten old building, an abandoned bar with rusted signs and windows coated in dust and cracks. Inside, the smell of mold and stale alcohol permeated the air, mixed with a suffocating sense of tension. The lighting was dim. In the main hall, only 3 figures occupied the space. Shigaraki Tamura was seated near the counter, his body unsettlingly relaxed. A black coat covered most of his upper body, and the hood cast deep shadows over his face, hiding his expression. Beside him, on the other side of the counter like a constant, silent presence, Kurogiri stood upright, his purple mist swirling slowly. And across the room, Stain remained standing. The hero killer slowly ran his tongue over his lips, a crooked smile forming. So it's true, he said, his voice laden with contained scorn. You're the ones who attacked UA, aren't you? His sharp gaze landed on Shigaraki. And now you want me to join your little gang? Shigaraki didn't respond. The silence stretched for a few uncomfortable seconds, until Kurogiri tilted his head slightly and spoke up. Exactly. Being a villain. The mist around his collar shifted, is something you do very well, Stain. Stain narrowed his eyes, pondering. I see. He murmured. Then tell me, what, exactly, are you fighting against? This time, Shigaraki moved. Slowly, he raised his head, the shadow of the hood still concealing almost his entire face. Eventually, his voice came out hoarse, laden with raw hatred. "We will kill All Might." Stain remained silent. "But that's not all," Shigaraki continued. "I also want to destroy everything I hate along the way." He reached inside his coat and pulled something from his pocket. Without even looking at Stain, he tossed the object onto the floor. The photo slid through the air and across the dirty floor, coming to a stop at the hero killer's feet. It was a photo of Rio from the sports festival. Stain looked down, and his eyes widened briefly upon seeing it was a child. "Like this damn brat, for example," Shigaraki finished, his voice soaked in resentment. The silence that followed was heavy. Stain clenched his teeth. His face hardened, his expression turning into pure disdain. "Ha!" He let out a short, humorless laugh. "What a joke." He slowly lifted his gaze toward Shigaraki. "For a second there, I actually thought someone like him might have caught my attention." Stain's hand tightened. "But you." His voice grew lower, venomous, "are exactly the kind of person I despise most in this society." Shigaraki turned his face just slightly, still hidden by the hood's shadow, watching. The metallic sound echoed through the hall as Stain drew his blades. "You really thought I'd form a team?" He took a step forward, "with a spoiled brat like you." Tension exploded in the air. Killing without conviction is empty and meaningless. Stain's eyes bore into Shigaraki. "If you think you can use me to do something like that, you're sorely mistaken." The next instant, Stain charged. But before Stain could even reach Shigaraki, something held him in midair. His body was suddenly enveloped by a translucent force field, pulsing with a steady white energy, 0-point quantum energy, compressed and perfectly controlled. He tried to speak. But nothing came out of his mouth. His body was suspended, completely immobilized. Only his eyes moved, and it was with them that he saw the source of that strange energy. Shigaraki's right hand was extended toward him. Part of his coat sleeve had slid back, revealing a white, advanced tech gauntlet. Glowing seams ran across the surface of the device, and from it extended a beam of white light, directly connected to the force field enveloping Stain. Shigaraki finally turned to face him. A low, broken laugh escaped his throat. "Conviction," he repeated, savoring the word. "You speak of it as if it's something grand." He tilted his head slightly. "I don't have anything as noble as the convictions you idolize so much." The smile behind the hand covering his face widened. "But I do have something that drives me. Something that stirs me up." Shigaraki slowly rose from the chair, keeping his hand extended, the force field vibrating in response. "Two names." His voice grew heavier. "All Might," he said, spitting the name out. "And the society that worships him like a god." His other hand rose to his hood. With a sharp motion, he pulled it down. And Shigaraki's hairless face was finally revealed, his sunken, maddened eyes burning with pure hatred. "And that damn brat." His voice faltered for a moment before turning into a growl, "That bastard who gave me cancer." With a sharp motion of his arm, he slammed Stain into the ceiling. The impact made the building's structure groan. Before the body could even begin to fall, Shigaraki wrapped it in the force field again and violently hurled it against the floor, then against the side wall. Wood splintered, and dust and debris scattered into the air. The force field dissipated, and Stain fell heavily onto the wooden floor, blood streaming from his mouth and scalp. Shigaraki kept muttering, his voice consumed by an almost feverish hatred. "I'm going to kill that son of a bitch," he said, fingers scratching his neck. "I'm going to torture him with everything I've got. For all the pain and humiliation he put me through." Stain tried to rise, gritting his teeth, forcing his wounded body to obey. The moment he tried to lunge again, the force field enveloped him once more. His body was suspended again, this time closer to the ground. Shigaraki pulled him closer, bringing their faces within inches of each other. "I could kill you right now," he murmured, his voice dangerously calm. "You tried to attack me. Refused my offer." The smile behind the hand on his face widened further. "But I won't." He tilted his head, his eyes gleaming with a dark promise. "Because I have other plans for you." The force field tightened slightly. "And I truly hope," Shigaraki whispered, "that you like gifts." Ainin kept her eyes fixed on the control panels, the graphs updating in real time on the monitors before her. Green and yellow lines fluctuated as the anti-radiation room's sensors analyzed every variation of energy emitted by Rio. On the other side of the reinforced glass, the boy extended his hand once more. A compressed green beam shot from his palm and crossed the room in a straight line, passing inches from the spherical target mounted near the white wall before dissipating into the air with a dry crack. TCH. He grumbled, lowering his smoking hand. Lost my focus again. He lowered his arm, taking a deep breath. Firing bursts with this new method is way harder than I thought. Ainan's voice echoed through the speakers, firm yet calm. Then you'll just have to practice a lot, Rio. She adjusted one of the controls and continued observing. You already pushed your limit at UA to emit only gamma rays, plus drastically reducing random ionization. That alone is something absurd for someone your age. Even with the thermal effect still present, the control you've achieved is impressive. Ainan looked up, watching him through the glass. Honestly, I'm still amazed you managed not only to isolate gamma radiation. She paused briefly, but to consciously choose one of the 4 forms of radiation your quirk can release. Rio turned toward her, his reflection visible in the mirrored glass. That was a hell of a lot of work. He admitted. I had to study a ton of stuff Nizu recommended. Physics, spectra, absorption, even theoretical simulations that don't even make sense off paper. Ainan smiled slightly. And yet, you did it through your own effort. Her tone softened. That's something worth celebrating, even if it doesn't seem like it. Rio crossed his arms, his gaze growing a bit distant as he remembered the first time he had fired the concentrated beam at UA. Every alarm had sounded. The room's maximum containment protocol had been activated. Doors sealed. Barriers raised. Teachers on alert. For nearly 10 minutes, the environment remained saturated. Until, slowly, the levels began to drop. Not from natural dissipation, but because Rio was absorbing the radiation back into himself. His body didn't just emit energy, he reclaimed it, however slowly. Rio lowered his gaze to his own hands, opening and closing his fingers slowly. I wonder. He murmured to himself. Will I ever truly master this? Will I ever stop being dangerous? Past memories tried to creep into his mind again. If he had had this control before, if he had been better, more stable. Hey. Ainan's voice pulled him from the spiral before he could sink. That's enough for today. She switched off some systems, the graphs beginning to stabilize. You performed great. Pushing more now will only wear you down mentally. Rio looked up. Already. Already, she confirmed with a gentle smile. Now I'll show you where you'll be staying here at the agency. The door to the room began to unlock with a heavy, mechanical sound. Tomorrow, we continue. Rio let out a slow breath, nodding. With that, Ainan led Rio to the room that would be his during the internship. The place was cozy and well furnished, a comfortable bed, a TV, a private bathroom, all clean and tidy. If you need anything, just ask someone to take you to the main office. I'll be there, Ainan said before leaving the room. Rio was left alone in the room. He let his backpack drop onto the bed with a sigh of relief and lay down beside it, staring at the ceiling for a few seconds. He murmured, then let out a low whistle. This place has a different vibe from my apartment, and I like it. Rio's eyes began to close slowly from exhaustion until he finally gave in and dozed off for a brief moment. But his moment is suddenly shattered when the piercing sound of an alarm cut through the silence like a blade. Rio jolted up from the bed, his heart racing before he even understood what was happening. What the hell, he mumbled, still half groggy. He hurried out of the room and was met with a corridor in full motion. Heroes were running in opposite directions, some already dressed in full gear, others speaking rapidly into communicators. The calm atmosphere from minutes ago had been replaced by pure urgency. Rio grabbed the arm of a passing hero. Hey, what's going on? The men turned, ready to pull away, but upon recognizing the UA uniform, his expression softened slightly. Incident alarm. A building collapsed a few blocks from here, he explained quickly. Sounds like this whenever we're dispatched to an active disaster. Rio started walking alongside him as the hero kept moving. A collapse. Yeah, confirmed the hero. We're on the 3rd floor. I'll take you to the operations center. Seeing this up close is part of the internship too, right? Thanks, said Rio, sincerely. They entered the elevator, which descended at a steady speed. The silence inside was heavy, broken only by the distant sound of the alarm and the mechanical vibrations of the elevator. As soon as the doors opened, the hero led him to a room, pushing open the double metal doors to reveal the scene. The operations center room was buzzing with activity. Dozens of heroes occupied workstations, screens filled with maps, structural readings, traffic systems, and camera feeds. Voices overlapped with requests for data, confirmations, and updates. At the back of the room, a giant screen displayed footage from the incident site, a partially collapsed building, dust in the air, rescue teams already cordoning off the area. And at the forefront of it all, near the screen, was Ainen. Now with her helmet on, her posture was completely different from before. Firm. Centered. Authoritative. "I need visual confirmation of the secondary structure," she ordered. "Team 1, what's the status of the support columns? Team 2, update me on the condition of the current rescues." Rio paused for a moment, genuinely surprised. This wasn't the calm, gentle Ainen who had guided him through the building hours earlier. This was a professional heroine at the peak of her role. 13, called the hero accompanying Rio. She turned immediately. Upon recognizing Rio, her eyes widened slightly behind her visor. "Oh. Takeda," she said. "Come closer." She gave a brief nod of thanks to the hero who brought him before turning her attention back to Rio momentarily. "I hope the alarm didn't scare you. It nearly tore my soul out of my body." A short laugh escaped her before she turned back to the screen. "Hee, sorry." She watched the images for a few more seconds and then asked, almost casually, "What do you think?" Rio analyzed the coordinated chaos around him, the images flowing on the screen, the teams moving with precision. "It's pretty convenient," he paused. "And cool." Ainen's smile was visible even behind her helmet. But before she could say anything else, one of the heroines at a nearby station suddenly lifted her head. "Chief," she called out, eyes fixed on the screen in front of her. "We just received another call. It's a large-scale fire at a hotel 5 blocks from the collapse." Ainen turned immediately. "All right, the main team will handle that one." Then, she turned to Rio. "Takeda. I'm glad you somehow find all this cool," she said, her gloved hand settling on the young man's shoulders. "But I'm going to need you to suit up in your hero costume now." Rio's eyes widened. "Now." Ainen turned her eyes back to the screen, her voice firm. "Yes," she confirmed. "Because it's time to save people." On the upper floors of the hotel, smoke had already taken over almost everything. One of the men from the group of survivors from the upper floors forced open the fire door and descended a few steps of the emergency staircase, just enough to peek. The heat hit him like a punch. Flames climbed the railings, licked the walls, transforming the stairway into a tunnel of fire. "No good," he shouted, scrambling back. "The stairs are completely on fire." A murmur of panic immediately spread. Someone began to cry, another punched the wall in frustration. Then, without warning, a muffled explosion echoed from the lower floors. The impact shook the building. The flames that had been contained further below surged violently up the staircase, swallowing the space where they had been standing seconds before. The group was forced to retreat into the corridor, coughing, stumbling over each other as the fire gained ground. Further down, in one of the smoke-filled rooms, a couple held their small child between them. The boy cried silently, his eyes burning, his breathing short. "Daddy." He coughed, his voice trembling. "The heroes, they'll come, right?" The father squeezed the boy against his chest, struggling to keep his own voice steady. "They will," he said, even as his own eyes burned. "They always do. Just hold on a little longer, okay?" Outside, sirens dominated the block. Firefighters advanced and retreated, jets of water trying to contain the fire that insisted on spreading across the facades. A rescue team emerged from the main entrance, their uniforms covered in soot, breathing heavily. "We can't go up any higher," one of them shouted. "All vertical routes are compromised. The flames have taken everything." "We need to wait for the heroes," another reinforced, exhausted. "This is beyond our reach." Inside the building, despair grew. The smoke made the air almost solid. The couple hugged their child tighter, feeling the heat approach, the room growing darker, more suffocating. Then, everything changed. Suddenly, the air no longer burned their lungs. The heat vanished as if it had never existed. The couple opened their eyes slowly, confused, still expecting to see scorched walls, but they found the open sky. They were on the sidewalk. Cold ground beneath their feet. The distant sound of sirens. "Wah, what?" the father murmured, looking around, as lost as the nearby firefighters, who stared at the family in absolute shock. Before anyone could say anything, a green blur shot past them in a flash. An elderly man appeared next to the family in the same instant, disoriented but unharmed. Everyone looked up. A green flash was moving up the building, and down, repeatedly. Each flash brought more people out, deposited precisely on the sidewalk, away from the fire. When the last civilian was retrieved, the green blur slowed and stopped in front of them. Smoke rose from his body. He wore a black jacket made of synthetic, reinforced material, with neon emerald green lines running down the sleeves and torso like live circuits. Small greenish sparks crackled around his form, emanating a faint, pulsating, almost electric aura. The helmet was black, smooth, reminiscent of those astronauts were nowadays. The large, expressive white eyes reflected the light of the fire behind him, calm despite the chaos. He tilted his head slightly as he looked at the family. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice firm, filtered by the helmet. The boy stared at him, mouth agape, even forgetting to cough. The father could only manage a nod, still in shock. The green hero turned back to the burning building, the glow around his body intensifying for a moment, before vanishing once more in an emerald flash. Chapter 33, Hero Internships Part 3. Ida and Manuel walked side by side on the sidewalk, the regular sound of their footsteps echoing between the buildings. The city felt alive that afternoon, cars passing by, the distant murmur of the crowd, people in a hurry. A woman holding her daughter's hand paused for a moment and waved timidly at the two. Manuel responded immediately, raising his hand and offering a warm, almost automatic smile. Ida did the same, giving a slight reflexive bow. Normally, Manuel commented, resuming the conversation as they walked, "We'd be at the agency waiting for a call to come in. But lately." He let out a short sigh. "Hosu has been kind of in a panic." "Is that due to the reduction in the number of patrols?" asked Ida, adjusting his posture. Manuel nodded. "Exactly. Fewer available heroes and more areas to cover." He laughed lightly, scratching the back of his neck. "I have to admit, having Ingenium's younger brother patrolling with me is a huge boost." While Manuel got lost in thoughts about the honor of having Ida as an intern, something he would definitely tell his colleagues about later, Ida's mind was elsewhere. On the hero killer. The shadow moving between alleys and narrow streets, ignoring laws, heroes, and punishment. Ida observed the buildings across the street, the dark gaps between them, the alleys where the light didn't reach. His heart tightened. Maybe all of this was in vain. Maybe chasing him was pointless. His fists clenched. Even so. I can't stop. After all, I can't forgive. The thought shattered, and for a moment, everything seemed to slow down. The sounds of the city grew distant, muffled, as if submerged. In the middle of the street, directly in front of his eyes, a figure was there, a silhouette wrapped in a black jacket and crackling with green electricity, leaning forward in a runner's stance, a dark helmet reflecting the urban lights. And then. FOOM. The figure shot forward. An emerald flash cut through the air, leaving behind a luminous trail that dissipated almost as quickly as it appeared. The gust of wind hit Ida and Manuel, making Manuel cover his face and Ida take an instinctive step back. "MHA!" Manuel exclaimed. What was that just now? The air stabilized within seconds, as if nothing had happened. The traffic flowed on, people kept walking, but Ida remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the spot where the figure had vanished. "That green trail." "Ida." Manuel called out, confused. Ida swallowed dryly. "Takeda." Rio sped through the city at high velocity, his body leaning forward while his feet barely skimmed the ground. He weaved between cars with precision, ran along the sides of low buildings, and cut sharp corners like a greenish blur. "I've already gotten the people out of the building," he said through the communicator built into his helmet, his voice firm despite the rapid pace. "None of them are hurt, as far as I know." On the other end of the line, Anan was running alongside her team, already approaching the building now filled only with smoke and lingering flames. "Good work," she replied, professional but with a clear note of pride. "We didn't expect to get stuck in that traffic jam, it delayed us more than planned." She made a quick gesture to the rescue heroes as she continued. "Keep heading toward Hosu's commercial district. We have a villain attack in progress over there." Rio took a sharp turn, cutting through a narrow alleyway. Are you sure it's okay for a student to handle this? He asked, sincerely, while speeding up even more. There was a brief pause. I am, Anan replied without hesitation. Because I trust you. Rio smiled behind his helmet. Understood. The holographic panel on his visor marked the route, and he picked up speed, the green trail intensifying as he raced through the city. In Hosu's commercial district, chaos had already taken hold. Police cars blocked part of the street, some tipped over, others damaged. Officers took cover behind them as a hail of bullets struck the vehicles. The one responsible was a villain with an arm transformed into a minigun, spinning and spewing projectiles non-stop. Damn it, shouted one officer. He won't let up. Before they could react further, another villain appeared. His head resembled that of a grotesque bat, his enormous ears vibrating as he took a deep breath. Get down, someone yelled. A sonic blast exploded through the air, a shockwave that sent police cars flying back like toys and scattered the officers across the ground. They tried to regroup, dazed, when a colossal shadow fell over them. An absurdly tall villain, with rocky, uneven skin, appeared before the group. The bullets fired at him merely ricocheted, sparks flying with each impact. Hey! He grinned, raising both hands. Mosquito bites. One of the officers kept firing, teeth clenched. Where are the heroes? The villain brought his hands down to crush them. Until a green blur arrived on the scene. Rio appeared like lightning and punched the rocky villain with force. The impact sent the giant crashing into a parked car, crushing its roof before the villain's body was thrown into a clothing store. The villain lay unconscious beneath the debris. Before anyone could blink, Rio was already in front of the bat villain. He gripped the creature's face with one hand and slammed it into the ground, cracking the asphalt and knocking him out instantly. What? The minigun villain tried to swing his arm around. But Rio was no longer there. Who are you aiming at? Asked a voice behind him. Crack. A sharp blow struck his head, and the villain was slammed into the ground hard enough to crack it, falling unconscious on the spot. Silence fell over the area, it had all ended in seconds. I've dealt with the villains, Rio said through the communicator, straightening up. Already? Anan replied, genuinely surprised. I knew you were fast, but the commercial district is pretty far from here. I just ran faster, he answered simply. On the other end, Anan sighed. The officers began to get up and regroup, still stunned. Two of them approached the hero clad in a black jacket with neon accents, a faint green aura still lingering around his body. Thanks for the help, said one of them. What's your name, hero? Rio was silent for a few seconds. 14. From the communicator, a muffled laugh escaped. Rio tilted his head slightly. What is it? Nothing, Anan replied, amused. I just thought it was cute. A tribute to me, isn't it? After all, why would you call yourself 14? Two didn't have any better ideas, he shot back, clearly flustered. But Anan kept teasing him. The other names were worse. I chose this one because. Hey! Stop calling it cute. You're gonna make me change it. The officers glanced at each other, confused, until one of them cleared his throat. Sorry to interrupt, but could we see your hero license? License. Rio froze. They both nodded. Show them your UA student card, Anan said calmly through the communicator. Tell them you're on an internship. Rio complied, showing the card. After a few moments of verification, the officers let him go without issue, though they didn't hide their surprise. A 15-year-old kid. One of them murmured. Unbelievable. Rio rubbed the back of his helmet, embarrassed. Well, everything's fine here. Thanks for cooperating and for saving us, kid, the officer said with a smile, handing the card back to Rio. Rio quickly tucked the card into his jacket, and before he could even step away, Anan's voice echoed in his helmet again. All settled with the officers? Yeah, all good, he replied. Great. We have another villain attack a few blocks from your location. Rio gave a quick wave to the officers and took off at high speed, the ground cracking under his feet. The officers watched in silence. Did we just witness the birth of a star? One of them murmured. The wind roared around Rio's helmet as his visor projected the route Anan had sent him. A small last-minute update, Anan said. 2 more incidents have popped up south of you, and another to the east. Rio frowned as he took a sharp turn between 2 buildings. Isn't this too much? He remarked. I solve one problem, and 3 more show up. On the other end of the line, Anan chuckled softly. You'll get used to it. Sometimes it's like that. Hosu is short on heroes because of the hero killer, but overall, this is the basic routine of a hero. Ryo took a deep breath. Got it. He ended the call and turned his full attention to the city ahead. The buildings, the alleys, the flashing sirens, everything blurred as he ran. Meanwhile, his thoughts drifted. Hero killer. What kind of person could be capable of striking fear into the heroes here? Inside a simple corner diner in Muzodafu, the ambient sound of friars and low conversations filled the space. Bob was sitting comfortably, holding a still steaming burger while watching the movement outside through the window. Pretty quiet today, he commented, taking a bite. Seems like All Might's return scared off anything ugly in the city. He then turned to Dash, curious. So, what do you think of the internship so far? Dash was slumped over the table, chin resting on his hand, a tired look in his eyes as he idly poked at his fries with a finger. Boring, he replied bluntly. He leaned back against the booth, continuing with a drawn-out sigh. Nothing happens. Just these stupid little problems, like the kid I had to get out of the tree earlier, or the old lady I had to help cross the street. He rolled his eyes. Seriously, a villain robbing a bank, a jewelry store, even assaulting a dentist would do. Bob let out a low chuckle. Don't think like that, kid, he said calmly. Being a hero isn't just about beating up villains all the time. The attendant approached and placed their orders on the table. Bob thanked her with a nod, picking up his second burger as he continued. Helping people, even with the small things, is also part of it. Sometimes, it's even the most important part. Dash grumbled. I know. He said, not fully convinced. But today is just too boring. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Dash pulled it out almost reflexively and opened the screen. It was from the group chat with Ryo and Kirishima. Ryo had sent a picture of 3 villains knocked out on the ground. Hosu's intense. Already the 5th group of villains. Dash's eyes widened. Before he could react, another photo appeared. It was a selfie of Ryo in his hero costume, his black visor reflecting city lights, green lines glowing across his black jacket. Here, for whoever wanted to see my costume. Dash practically buried his face in the screen. Damn it. Bob watched this with a raised eyebrow. He finished chewing his burger before speaking. Hey, put that phone away for a bit and eat. We'll go back on patrol later. Dash slowly looked up, staring at his dad, then at the burger, and back at the phone. He furrowed his brow. And the next second, he devoured his burger in one go. Done, he said, swallowing. I ate. Now I'm gonna go find some guys to punch. And before Bob could react, Dash shot out of the diner at high speed, leaving a trail of wind and the door still swinging. Bob blinked, stunned. Hey. He scrambled to his feet, shoving the rest of his burger into his mouth. Get back here, kid. And he took off running after his son, chewing awkwardly, while Muzodafu remained calm, unaware that soon, it would escape from the storm that is approaching. In the rundown Gran Torino building, more specifically in the narrow alley between it and the neighboring building, Midoriya was bouncing from one wall to the other, desperately trying to replicate the old hero's erratic, almost unnatural movement. You're too tense. Gran Torino shouted from below, leaning on his cane. Relax your body. It's not about brute force, it's about vision. You need a mental map of the place. Midoriya gritted his teeth, his body enveloped in a faint green aura as he kept ricocheting between the walls like a rubber ball. One jump went too high, the next too short, until he completely lost his rhythm and fell to the ground with a dull thud. One for all dispersed into greenish sparks as he sweated profusely, breathing heavily. 2. How was I? He asked, panting, slowly getting up from the ground. A disgrace, replied Gran Torino without a shred of mercy. Midoriya simply fell flat on his back, defeated. Your movements are still all sloppy, the old man continued. You might be using 10% to make faster, higher jumps, in terms of speed, you're almost catching up to me. But in technique, you're still a crawling beginner. Midoriya forced himself to stand, nodding. I understand. Mid-motion, a sharp pain shot through his legs. He immediately doubled over, gripping his thighs tightly. NGH. This must be the result of using 10% jumps about 47 times in a row. It hurts, but I can take it. Gran Torino gave a lopsided grin. That's nothing, kid, he said with cruel nonchalance. Today, I'll work your legs until you can't walk. Tomorrow, your arms. The day after, your torso. And so on. Midoriya's expression completely withered. Now I understand why All Might is so afraid of you. And so, 3 days passed since the internship began. Midoriya was sprawled on the apartment floor, his entire body aching, covered in small bruises and muscle micro-tears. Every breath seemed like a conscious effort after yet another training session that had, in practice, been a one-sided beating. Gran Torino looked down from above. Well, he said casually. I guess you finally started to pick up my fighting style. Midoriya groaned softly. Started. You've still got a long way to go, the old man added. But that doesn't matter now. We're moving on to the second step. Midoriya struggled to push himself up, his face pressed against the floor. Second step. Gran Torino smiled. The real internship, he replied. Facing villains. Midoriya blinked. What? Go put on your hero costume, the old man said, already walking out. You've learned a lot these 3 days, but nothing replaces real experience. Real danger. Real blood and sweat. Midoriya stood up slowly, still wobbly. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Gran Torino didn't even turn around. You've faced villains before, haven't you, he said. The ones we're going after now don't even come close to the hell you must have gone through at the USJ. Midoriya stood still, watching the old man's back recede. His gaze fell to his own clenched fist. Memories of the USJ came flooding back, the chaos, the fear, the sentinel, and finally, Rio. How he had thrown himself at danger without hesitation, even in the face of something clearly terrifying and dangerous. How hard he had pushed, even when everything seemed impossible. Midoriya tightened his fist harder. That's right, he murmured to himself. He took a step forward. I can't fall behind, he said quietly but firmly. I want to be capable of keeping up with Takeda. In a dark and forgotten alley, the air twisted into a living smoke. A black portal opened, swirling in spirals of thick mist, and Stain was spat out of it without any ceremony. His body hit the wet ground violently, rolling through dirty puddles until it came to a stop against a brick wall. Before he could even stand up, Shigaraki's silhouette emerged within the portal. I hope you enjoyed the ride back home. Shigaraki gave a lazy, almost mocking wave of his hand. And I hope you like your present. The portal closed with a muffled sound, leaving Stain alone in the alley, breathing heavily. The next instant, the mist opened again, this time atop a tall building, right above a huge water reservoir. Shigaraki stepped out of the portal and took a few steps forward, watching Hosu stretch out below him under the orange light of dusk. So this is Hosu, he murmured. More lively than I expected for a city haunted by the fearsome hero killer. He let out a short, dry laugh. Seems like he's not doing as good a job as he likes to pretend. The mist behind him condensed again, forming Kurogiri. Before he could say anything, Shigaraki continued, irritation seeping through as he scratched his own neck roughly. The society he wants to change with his conviction. He snarled. Is adapting to his actions. Shaping itself. Creating even more heroes just to stop him. A crooked laugh escaped his throat. Hero killer, he said with scorn. More like hero creator. He pulled his hood back over his bald head, his gaze filled with cold hatred. All of this pisses me off, he added. But I have more important things to do now. Shigaraki made a brief gesture with his hand. Bring the Nomus, Kurogiri. Kurogiri slightly inclined his head before dispersing into a portal much larger than the previous ones. From within it, one by one, 8 ordinary Nomus emerged, their deformed bodies and twisted muscles taking position on the rooftop below the reservoir. Finally, 2 last footsteps echoed. The high-ends. To Shigaraki's right was Robot, a high-end Nomo with large robotic parts implanted in its body. Unlike the others, its brain wasn't exposed, its entire head was wrapped in a smooth metal helmet, with cold, artificial lines that hid any human trace. To the left was Woman. A female high-end Nomu, dressed in something resembling a reinforced straitjacket. Her body was curvaceous, with prominent breasts and a disturbing presence. Like the other Nomus, the brain remained exposed on top of her head, the scalp had been torn away there, but the rest of her long hair remained in the back, chaotic, wavy, resembling irregular flames. It also has a fin-like structure made of flayed skin on the sides of the top of its head, and similar structures on the back of both elbows. Shigaraki watched the ordinary nomus below. "Go," he ordered. "Spread chaos in the city." The 8 nomus immediately moved, leaping from the building and dispersing throughout the city, leaving trails of imminent destruction. Then Shigaraki turned his attention to the 2 high-ends beside him. "You two," he said, his voice dripping with hatred. "Find and capture Rito Takeda." Robot nodded slightly. "Understood." Woman let out a low, guttural sound. "This will be fun." The next instant, both lunged forward, disappearing into the urban sprawl of Hosu. Meanwhile, Stain finally managed to stand up in the alley where he had been thrown, his body protesting with every movement. His feet slipped slightly on the wet ground before he steadied himself against the wall, breathing heavily and unevenly. "Damned brat." He growled through his teeth, his voice filled with pure hatred. He brought his right hand to his face, his fingers carefully feeling the area covered by blood-soaked bandages. A tremor ran down his arm as he felt the rough texture of the cloth stuck to his skin, still warm, still throbbing with pain. His right eye, now hidden, seemed to burn even without sight, a constant reminder of the humiliation he had suffered in that strange laboratory. Stain gritted his teeth, his left eye blazing with near-fanatic fury. A grunt escaped his throat before he punched the wall beside him with force, the impact echoing through the narrow alley. The pain in his knuckles was irrelevant compared to what boiled inside him. "He dared to profane me," he murmured, his voice low and venomous. "Dared to stain my ideal." His fist remained pressed against the wall, his body trembling not from weakness, but from restraint. Slowly, Stain straightened up, his hard gaze fixed on the emptiness ahead. "I'm going to kill that brat for what he did to me." Chapter 34, Hero Internships Part 4. Hosu at night had its own glow, warmer, livelier. Among streets illuminated by neon signs and the constant murmur of voices, one of the city's most famous yakiniku restaurants was in full swing. The aroma of grilled meat filled the air, mixed with the sound of laughter, clinking glasses, and the constant sizzle of the grills built into the tables. The place was lively, almost festive. A perfect refuge to unwind after long days. In one of the VIP rooms, secluded by wooden partitions and sliding doors, Violet sat at the table with a genuinely happy smile on her face. She brought a freshly grilled piece of beef to her mouth, her eyes closing for a moment as she chewed. "This is ridiculously good," she said excitedly, even before swallowing. Without wasting a second, she picked up another piece, this time pork, and her eyes shone even brighter. Tony laughed, watching her from across the table. "Glad you're enjoying it." He crossed his arms, relaxed. "This is one of my favorite spots here in Hosu. I come here whenever I can. If things keep going like this." Violet spoke with her mouth full, completely unashamed. "I might end up falling in love with this restaurant too." She looked around, taking in the calmer atmosphere of the private room. "It's peaceful, so different from back home, from the hero work." She took another bite. "And this meat, seriously, it feels like God's own handiwork." Tony gave an awkward laugh, looking away for a second. "This is already the 5th round. If Violet keeps eating like this, I'll end up leaving here completely broke." He cleared his throat, changing the subject before Violet could order another portion. "Ah, speaking of this place," he said casually, "have you heard about the new hero from the rumors? The one they call 14. Violet tilted her head, confused, as she chewed. She shook her head no. "I hardly ever see the news from here. It's all in Japanese anyway." Tony felt the awkwardness of his own question almost instantly. "Ah, right," he murmured, clearing his throat. But, in the last 3 days, Hosa practically went through a massive cleanup. The crime rate, which was pretty high, dropped drastically because of him. Violet raised an eyebrow, surprised. She swallowed the meat before speaking. "So this 14 must be pretty strong and competent." For a brief moment, she caught herself wondering how that hero was doing right now, after entire days of non-stop fighting villains. Little did she know, the so-called renowned 14 was in the VIP room right next to hers, in a very different atmosphere. Ainen Kuros was sitting in Saiza, perfectly at ease, grilling the meat with precision and patience. Without her helmet, her short navy blue hair framed her serene face, the blonde spiral lock standing out under the warm light of the room. She was savoring every second. Rio, on the other hand, was trying to survive. His chopsticks trembled visibly between his gloved fingers. Rio's body was at its limit. After 3 straight days of nearly non-stop work, facing villains, saving civilians, assisting in evacuations, he had kept inertia transition active for an insane average of 8 hours over these 3 days. Far beyond his usual limit of about 1 hour. Even with quick breaks, the strain had piled up like an impossible debt to ignore. His muscles ached, his nerves screamed, and small cramps shot through his arms and legs without warning. He tried to pick up a piece of meat, but it slipped from his chopsticks. Plop. Falling back onto the grill. He looked at the meat before letting out a deep sigh. Like this, I won't be able to eat anything. His entire body cried out for help. His muscles begged to give in, for him to just collapse onto the tatami mat beneath his knees and sleep right there. Then, a piece of meat entered his field of vision. Rio looked up. Ainin was extending her chopsticks in her gloved hand towards him, a perfectly grilled piece held between them. The way you're shaking, you look like a stray puppy on the street, she commented, her tone calm but full of affection. You won't manage to eat in this state, so let me feed you. 2 don't need. Rio replied, clearly flustered. I can eat on my own. He tried to prove his point, reaching for another piece of meat on the grill. A sharp pang shot through his arm. Ow. Ainin watched him with a look that clearly said, I told you so. Without a word, she brought the chopsticks with the meat even closer, keeping the offer steady. Rio looked at the meat. Then at Ainin. She wore a small, playful smile on her face and gave a subtle nod, encouraging him. Rio looked at the meat, then at Ainin. Her expression was playful, but her gaze was caring, almost protective. She nodded slightly, urging him on. He let out another sigh, defeated. Embarrassed, he opened his mouth and bit the piece of meat directly from her chopsticks, immediately turning his face to the side afterward, his entire face burning with shame and humiliation. Just this once, he murmured. Only once. Ainin chuckled softly. Tsundere. I am not at Tsundere. Rio shot back instantly, his face even redder, drawing another genuine laugh from the heroine. Ainin tilted her head slightly, observing Rio's still flushed face. You know, you actually look kinda cute when you're all flustered like that, she remarked, a playful smile on her face. Rio's eyes widened a little. Cute, he retorted immediately. Someone like me is far from cute. Ainin couldn't help but laugh. All right, she said, raising her hands in surrender. But seriously, you've changed a lot. Rio blinked, confused, as she continued. The first time we met, you had that empty look in your eyes, distant. You avoided talking, avoided contact, as if you were always ready to close yourself off again at any moment. She looked at him with genuine attentiveness. Now it's different. You talk more, you respond, you push yourself to interact. You're more present. It's as if the world around you has gained more life. Rio felt a strange tightness in his chest. But that distant look is still there, you know. Will you stop messing with me? Asked Rio, a vein twitching slightly on his forehead. She just smiled, clearly pleased with the reaction. Rio averted his gaze, his voice quieter when he spoke. I just did what you told me that time, at the hospital. His fingers clenched slightly on his knee. I followed my instinct. And it brought me here. Ainin watched him in silence for a moment. Then she smiled. If that's the case, then I'm proud of you. Her smile was gentle, sincere, without a trace of irony. Rio felt something strange spread through his chest, a warm sensation he couldn't name. Before he could respond, a strong smell caught Ainin's attention. Ah. She quickly turned to the grill. Oh, no. The meat. With slightly flustered movements, she began removing the pieces that were overdone, muttering to herself as she tried to salvage what she could. I get distracted for 2 minutes and that's it. She murmured, clearly frustrated. Rio silently watched the scene. Ainin there, trying in vain to salvage charred pieces of meat, complaining under her breath, but never losing her composure, that image made something clench inside him. Why? He lowered his gaze to the grill. Why does she remind me so much of my mother? Rio wasn't exactly sure what he was feeling. But Ainin brought him almost the same calm he felt as a child, beside his mother. It wasn't just her presence, her gestures, her tone of voice, the way she acted without even realizing. It was all so similar. He watched as Ainen placed new pieces of meat on the grill, focused, gently blowing on the rising steam. Sensing his gaze, she turned her face and offered him a gentle smile, the simple, sincere kind. In that instant, the images overlapped. Ainen's smile was the same as his mother's. The world seemed to glitch for a second. Mom, slipped from his lips, quiet, almost inaudible. Ainen blinked, confused. What did you say, Rio? But before she could get any answer, the wall behind Ainen exploded. The sound was sharp and deafening. Concrete and wood shattered, flying through the air as if time had slowed. From the wreckage, a grotesque silhouette emerged, a Nomu with long, thin arms and 4 eyes, lunging forward with a primitive roar. Rio saw everything in slow motion. The debris spinning in the air. The gentle smile still on Ainen's face, who hadn't even noticed the danger. The image of his mother flashing through his mind like lightning. The impact came before the sound. Rio's fist buried itself in the creature's abdomen with brutal force. Don't you dare touch her. The shock deformed the Nomu's torso, launching it like a projectile back through the hole it had emerged from, vanishing into the night sky. Silence lasted a moment before time snapped back to normal. What? Ainen spun around, stunned, looking at the hole behind her, then at Rio. What just happened? We were attacked, he replied, already moving. He crouched, picked up the helmet he'd left on the tatami, and fitted it onto his head with a firm click. He approached the hole in the wall, staring out at the city. Hosu was starting to burn. Smoke rose in several spots. Sirens echoed. Distant explosions tore through the evening sky. Rio, wait. Ainen's voice came from behind him. He didn't respond. With a leap, Rio launched himself from the first floor, landing on a nearby roof and taking off at a sprint, jumping from building to building toward the chaos spreading through the city. Ainen stood motionless for half a second, just staring at the hole in the wall. Then, she quickly grabbed her helmet, fitting it onto her suit and activating the communicator. Central, this is 13. Respond. Static. The VIP room door burst open, Tony and Violet rushing in. 13. Tony immediately recognized the heroine. Violet was already beside her, hand lightly touching her arm. Are you okay? I'm fine, Ainen replied firmly, though her eyes behind the helmet were restless. Something's very wrong. The communicator crackled again. Boss, the operator's voice trembled, mixed with shouts and impact noises in the background. The agency is under attack. Strange creatures, huge ones. We're trying to fight back, but... A muffled blast was heard before the signal cut out. Hello. Central. Ainen insisted. Silence. 13 froze. She, Violet, and Tony stepped closer to the destroyed opening, looking out at the city. Fires spread. Explosions dotted the horizon. Shadows moved between buildings. Hosu was plunging into chaos. What? Violet murmured, a chill running down her spine. What's happening? The bullet train cut through the night like a steel blade, its tracks vibrating as it raced through Hosu towards Shinjuku. The city lights blurred past the windows, a disquieting contrast to the silent interior of the carriage. Are you sure it's okay for us to do this at night? Midoriya asked, shifting in his seat. Gran Torino, settled to his right, let out a short laugh. Best time, kid. At night, those bastards feel more comfortable crawling out of the sewers where they live. He crossed his arms. Our chances of running into one go way up. It's going to be fun. Fun. Midoriya gave an awkward smile. I'm not sure I'd use that word, but, if you say so. He pulled his phone from his pocket, his thumb sliding nervously across the screen. He opened the conversation with Ida. The message was marked as read, but there was no reply. Midoriya's chest tightened for a moment. Maybe he's busy. Trying to push the thought away, he remembered Rio. Rio was in Hosu too. Maybe he knew something. Midoriya began to type hurriedly. Takeda, can you check on Ida for? Ugh. The train braked sharply and Midoriya's face slammed hard into the back of the seat in front of him, his phone almost slipping from his grip. He brought his palm to his nose, feeling the pain flare. What was that? Boom. An explosion rocked the carriage a few seats ahead. Metal tore, glass shattered, passengers screamed as something burst through the side of the train and crashed violently onto the floor. The dust settled just enough to reveal a Nomu. The monster writhed on the carriage floor. There was a deep crater sunk into its abdomen, the clear mark of a brutal punch. Crushed organs, pulverized bones, everything was beginning to reassemble with wet, cracking sounds as its regeneration kicked in. It was the same Nomu that Rio had flung away moments before. The passengers erupted into panic the next second. "AA Nomu." Midoriya shot up from his seat, eyes wide. But he didn't even have time to act. "Stay put, kid." In the blink of an eye, Gran Torino activated his foot jets, shooting from his seat to the side wall of the train and using it as a launch point. The carriage shook as he launched himself straight at the Nomu. "Let's go for a little walk." The impact was violent. The two tore through the hole in the train's side and vanished into the night, heading toward the chaotic lights of Hosa below. Gran Torino. Midoriya ran to the opening, the wind whipping his face. That was when he truly saw Hosu. The city below was plunged into chaos, scattered fires burning like open wounds, explosions echoing between buildings, sirens mixed with distant screams. Something huge was happening there, something much bigger than a simple isolated villain attack. What's going on?" he murmured, feeling his stomach churn. And then the name came to mind like a warning. Ida. Midoriya's heart hammered. I can't stay here." "Hey! Kid," the conductor shouted behind him. "Get away from there. It's dangerous." Midoriya rushed to the edge, looking down. It was high. Too high. He swallowed dryly, his legs trembling for a moment. Too timid. Gran Torino's voice echoed in his mind as he remembered the words. "You think too much. You're too afraid. If you don't take risks, you'll never get anywhere." Midoriya squeezed his eyes shut and took a deep breath. Right. He climbed onto the concrete ledge, feeling the wind batter his uniform. One for all began to course through his body in a controlled flow. 6% across his entire body. 15% concentrated specifically in his legs. His muscles vibrated, energy building. "Kid, wait," the conductor tried to reach him, starting to climb down through the hole in the carriage. But it was already too late. Midoriya launched himself. The jump was explosive. The train's ledge cracked under his feet, the concrete crumbling as the boy's body was propelled outward. He twisted in the air in an instinctive flip, the wind roaring in his ears. "NNO," the conductor yelled, running to the edge, pale. Midoriya fell in freefall until he touched the side of a building, absorbing the impact with his reinforced legs and continued, running along the wall, leaping to another building, then another, disappearing among the buildings like a green blur. "Huh." The conductor stood frozen, staring into the void, completely dumbfounded. What just happened? Down below, Midoriya charged ahead without hesitation, his heart pounding in his chest. "Ida. I'm coming." He was heading straight into the eye of the storm. The side of the building was torn open, a massive hole exposing twisted beams, shattered concrete, and inner rooms laid bare to the Hosa night. The wind carried dust, smoke, and the metallic scent of blood as the heroes fought with everything they had just to avoid being massacred. "What the hell are these guys?" screamed Razorbeam, his voice thick with desperation. The plasma cannon covering his arm roared, firing concentrated bursts of bluish light at a slender-looking Nomu. Its legs were bent unnaturally, and in place of feet were single wheels. The creature moved like a blur. The shots grazed past, exploding against walls and the floor, as the Nomu dodged with jerky, unpredictable movements. A hero focused on close-quarters combat tried to intercept it, a fatal mistake. The Nomu responded with a brutal sequence of strikes, too fast to follow. Before the hero could react, he was grabbed by the uniform and hurled like a projectile, crashing violently into Razorbeam in the opposite corner of the room. Ugh! Across the battlefield, a second Nomu was advancing, until it stopped. Its body began to expand. "It's puffing up again," someone yelled. In the next second, the creature had inflated like a pufferfish, its skin stretched to the limit, before releasing an explosion of spines in all directions. The heroes threw themselves backward, scrambling for cover. Some weren't fast enough, screams of pain echoed as spines pierced arms, legs, and shoulders. "Wounded over here," shouted a support heroine, running among the fallen, her hands glowing as she tried to stabilize them with her partial healing quirk. And then there was the third one. A giant over 2 meters tall, 4 arms pulsing with dense muscle. Spines embedded in its body, remnants of the puffer Nomu's attack, simply regenerated and fell off, useless. It advanced unhurriedly, overwhelming. With one motion, it grabbed a hero and slammed him against the wall, cracking the concrete. With another arm, it struck a second hero coming from the side, hurling him away. A third was nearly crushed between its hands, escaping by a hair's breadth as he rolled across the floor. "We can't go on like this," cried the support heroine, her voice trembling. "We don't have enough offensive power. And their regeneration is too fast." The heroes retreated, grouping together, wounded, exhausted. "The worst one is definitely the one that looks like a pufferfish," one of them murmured, panting. "How are we going to get out of this?" asked another, his voice heavy with fear. A third clenched his fists, looking toward the building's destroyed entrance. "All we can do is hold on, and pray the boss comes back with reinforcements." The three nomas began to close in together. The air felt too heavy to breathe. Until, a green flash cut through the space like lightning. In a span of time that was almost non-existent, something passed between the nomas. There was a dry, grotesque sound of something being torn off. Thud. 3 heads fell to the floor. Seconds later, the bodies collapsed. And behind them, standing amidst the rubble and dust, was Rio. Smoke rose from his body, greenish sparks crackling around the black jacket with neon lines. The astronaut helmet reflected the motionless scene before him. "Are you guys okay?" "Am I late?" he asked, his voice far too calm for what had just happened. For a few seconds, no one reacted. Then, one hero began to laugh, a nervous, relieved chuckle. Another slumped to the floor, letting his body relax completely. Some simply lay down, staring at the shattered ceiling as if they had just miraculously escaped death. It's 14. Someone murmured. "Thank goodness he came." Another said, smiling with tearful eyes. Razorbeam approached slowly, looking first at the decapitated corpses, then at the boy in front of him. He felt a deep shiver run down his spine. A 15-year-old boy had just coldly killed 3 monsters that had nearly wiped out an entire agency. He didn't feel good seeing the scene, but even so, he swallowed dryly and extended his hand. "Thank you," he said, sincerely. "If you hadn't shown up, we..." Rio just gave a slight nod. "Right, I'll leave the rest to you. I have to go." Without another word, he left the scene. He runs through the streets of Hosu, using small jumps to gain momentum until he concentrates energy in his legs and launches himself in a colossal leap, tearing through the air and reaching the sky above the city. From up there, he sees the chaos spreading beneath his feet. Is this another thing from that so-called League of Villains? Then. "Got you." A voice came right behind him. Distorted. Mocking. And far too close. Rio twisted his body in the air by instinct, a clawed hand grabbed his helmet, and in the next second, an absurd weight imposed itself on his body. The world spun as they plummeted at high speed. Boom. They hit the asphalt with enough violence to blow the street apart, sending up a dense cloud of smoke, concrete, and twisted metal. KH. Rio coughed, the air ripped from his lungs. A crack ran across his helmet. The shattered visor revealed part of his face, blood trickling from his scalp. He tried to move, but something heavy struck his hips and pinned him back to the ground. A tall figure was sitting on his torso, the crushing weight of her wide hips pressing him even deeper into the cracked asphalt like a vice. Every attempt to breathe seemed to demand too much strength. "No, no." The voice hummed. "You're not going anywhere, little one." The dust begins to settle. And Rio's eyes widen. Before him, leaning in to stare at him up close, was woman. The smile too wide, sharp teeth gleaming in the gloom. The exposed brain pulsed faintly in the light of the surrounding fires. She pinned his arms down with her superhuman strength, leaning just enough for him to see her face completely. "Keep still," she said, in an almost playful tone. "If you struggle too much, you'll hurt yourself more." She leans in even closer, observing the blood, the broken helmet, the determined look despite the pain. "Now," she continues, chuckling low. "Be a good boy, and come with mommy." Chapter 35, Hero Internships Part 5. Amid the chaos-consuming Hosu, a narrow, dimly lit alley served as the stage for a silent tragedy. Ida was pinned to the ground, his body pressed down by the worn blade of a katana that pierced his left arm and buried itself in the dirty asphalt. The blade held him immobile, his uniform stained with fresh blood as his breath came in short, pained gasps. Stain leaned his body weight on the weapon, watching the alley's exit with a dark gaze. "Humph. He grumbled. This whole chaos, is that guy's doing. He clicked his tongue, clearly irritated. Doesn't matter. I'll deal with him later. With a sharp motion, Stain ripped the katana from Ida's arm. Ack, the boy groaned, his body writhing in pain. Before he could react, Stain slowly ran his tongue along the bloody blade. And the effect of his quirk activated. Ida's body locked up completely, his muscles hardening like stone as the paralysis quirk took hold. His eyes widened, filled with panic and frustration. Stain turned slightly, casting a glance at the boy on the ground. First, I'll deal with you. The brat who came to me playing hero. Ida gritted his teeth, tears forming in the corners of his eyes. You. He choked out, his voice failing. You'll pay for what you did to my brother. He'll never be a hero again because of you. Stain sighed, visibly impatient. Ida tried to continue, his voice thick with emotion. He was my hero, my example, my... Clang. The tip of the katana stopped centimeters from his face, embedding itself in the ground with enough force to shatter the concrete. Shut up. Stain's voice was low, cutting. I don't have the patience for pathetic speeches today. He pulled the weapon back, raising it slowly. I'll just kill you now, and then get on with my revenge. The air in the alley seemed to freeze. Until a green blur shot through the space between the narrow walls. Stain barely had time to turn his head before a fist wreathed in energy slammed violently into his face. 15%. Detroit smash. The impact sent the hero killer flying like a projectile, hurtling down the alley until he crashed into the back wall, which cracked deeply from the force. Midoriya landed in front of Ida, feet planted firmly on the ground, his body trembling from the excessive use of one for all it took to get here. Ida, he said, panting. I came to save you. Ida stared at him, eyes wide. And Midoriya, he murmured. Why? This has nothing to do with you, you shouldn't have. What are you saying? Midoriya replied, turning slightly. Of course it has to do with me. I couldn't just stand by while my friend was in danger. But then. TSK, perfect. The voice echoed from the back of the alley. The rubble shifted. Stain rose slowly, his body creaking, his face covered in dust and blood. The bandages that partially covered his face began to come loose, falling away one by one. Another brat. He snarled. How many more will show up to make this even more irritating? The wrappings covering his right eye slipped away completely. The air grew heavy. Midoriya paralyzed in place, feeling his body subtly going limp. The revealed eye was not human. It was a serpentine, yellow eye, cold and predatory, violently contrasted with the left one, which was still normal. The hatred emanating from it was suffocating. Stain stared directly at Midoriya. How many more? He roared, his voice laden with fury. Brats will I have to deal with tonight. A bit further south of Hosu, the buildings were now little more than casualties of the struggle spreading through the city. Ryo bursts out of the cloud of debris, concrete still exploding behind him as he races at high speed down the devastated street, pushing his body beyond its limits. Behind him, the dust parts, and woman emerges like a beast unleashed, running in a jagged, wild gait, her razor-sharp grin wide on her face. Her steps crack the asphalt as she gains ground. You can't run from me, the distorted voice echoes, mocking. She leaps and comes down on him with a blow. The impact of the strike came like a meteor. Over 8 tons of mass concentrated in her arm descends upon Ryo. He raises his arms at the last instant, managing to block, but the shockwave still triggers an explosion of dust and shrapnel, hurling them in opposite directions, before they shoot through the city again like living projectiles. Ryo charges first, spinning his body and attempting a direct hit. Woman dodges with an agility that defies belief, her curvy form bending in near impossible ways, before countering with a brutal punch. The impact slams Ryo into a building. He plows through the structure, shattering internal walls like paper. Woman shows no mercy, she crashes through the same building right behind him and catches up just in time to add a devastating kick, accelerating the boy's body even further through the air. Ryo snarls in pain, but reacts. He digs his hand into the concrete of the street below, tearing up the asphalt as he forces friction to slow himself. His body slides until it collides with a storefront, raising another cloud of dust. Before Woman can close the distance, Ryo erupts from the debris, gripping her head firmly and dragging her along the ground as he runs, concrete grinding beneath the Noma's body. With a violent spin, he hurls her forward. Woman flies across an entire alley, and Rio uses the space to his advantage. He begins ricocheting off the walls, appearing at unpredictable angles, landing a rapid sequence of blows before finishing with a powerful thrust kick that sends her flying straight into a local supermarket. Rio enters right after. He finds her among rubble and shattered shelves, the floor littered with products and concrete. Without hesitation, he extends his palm forward. Gamma blast. The explosion of green energy devours half the building, obliterating shelves and tearing entire walls away. The blast carves out a colossal hole, also destroying part of the structure opposite. The silence that followed was heavy. Rio lowers his arm, panting, his body trembling. He stares at the destruction before him, trying to pull air into his lungs. "I hope," he murmurs, "that took care of that thing." He looks at his own hands. They are shaking. "I can't fire blasts properly anymore because of the strain." Inert transition was taking its toll. His efficiency had plummeted drastically, the continuous use was draining his body, making every movement slower, heavier. "I can't hold out much longer, if this keeps up." On. The voice echoes from within the smoke. "Mommy's not done playing with little pet yet." Rio's heart sinks. Woman emerges from the rubble, her body regenerating from the damage, her smile even wider, even more excited. She closes the distance in the blink of an eye. Rio barely manages to raise his arms before he's struck. The blow sends him upward, tearing through the supermarket's roof and blasting a massive hole. Woman jumps right after, catching up to him midair, gripping his legs with crushing force. "Got you again." She spins her body and violently hurls him downward. Rio plummets like a missile, crashing into a parked water tanker truck on the street. The impact crumples the tank, which ruptures instantly. A torrent explodes in all directions. Water gushes across the street, soaking the ground, the wreckage, and Rio's body, which remains sunken in the twisted metal, trying to catch his breath as water streams down his face. Woman fell and landed a few meters away, laughing maniacally. The sound echoing between the surrounding buildings as she watched Rio crawl out of the crushed tanker truck. "Ha ha ha, you're amazing," she said, tilting her head, her eyes shining. "Mommy's never had such a durable toy. You should have broken a long time ago, but you're still completely intact." Rio staggered out of the twisted wreckage and fell to his knees for a moment. His body trembled, both from the cold water soaking his clothes and the immense exhaustion consuming him. Pain, cramps, burning, everything blended together. Yet, he gritted his teeth and took a fighting stance, glaring at Woman from across the flooded street. That's when a colossal shadow fell over him. Rio barely had time to look up before half a building plummeted from the sky, crashing down exactly where he stood. The impact shook the entire street. Dust, concrete, and metal exploded in all directions. Woman watched the scene for a moment, then clicked her tongue, clearly displeased. "Hey," she murmured. "That was my toy." A figure slowly descended from the sky beside her. Robot appeared silently, hovering a few inches off the ground, the cold aura of his telekinesis rippling around his black body. He kept his gaze fixed on the rubble. "Stop playing with the target, he is not a toy," he said, his voice distorted and mechanical. "You are delaying the operation. We must capture him and take him to the master." Woman snarled, irritated. "Then why did you drop a building on him?" she retorted, crossing her arms. "Weren't we supposed to take him alive?" "Yes, I know," Robot replied, emotionless. "And I also know that this is not enough to kill him. Only to knock him out. It facilitates collection." He moved forward, his telekinesis enveloping the rubble with a red aura, lifting huge chunks of concrete one by one as he searched the debris for Rio. Woman let out a bored sigh. TSK, just when it was getting fun. And then, footsteps were heard. She turned her head, sensing new presences. From the destroyed street corner, the heroes of the Black Hole Agency emerged, still wounded but determined. The shock was immediate upon encountering the two high-end Nomas. Robot merely cast a quick glance over his shoulder before turning his attention back to the rubble. "Deal with them," he ordered. Woman's smile returned, wider, hungrier. "Can do." She shot forward in a violent burst. "Careful." Razorbeam shouted, raising his arm cannon. But before Woman could reach them, a spherical force field closed around her, trapping her in midair with an invisible impact. "What?" Woman snarled, punching the barrier. "Everyone," a firm voice echoed behind the heroes. The heroes turned around. Ainin was advancing toward them down the street, accompanied by Tony and Violet. The latter kept her arms outstretched, concentrating on the force field trapping woman, who was now pounding the barrier with increasing force. "What annoying thing is this?" the Nomu roared. Woman kept striking the barrier, but the force field showed no signs of giving way. "Is everyone all right?" Ainin asked quickly. "Chief." Razorbeam let out a breath, relieved. "Yes, for now." Ainin turned her head at the same moment. Across the street, Robot had finally extracted Rio from the rubble. The unconscious body floated before him, enveloped by telekinesis. "Target located." "Takeda!" Ainin exclaimed. Before she could pull him, Violet extended her other hand. A second force field enveloped Rio, wrenching him from the influence of the telekinesis and keeping him suspended in the air, away from the Nomu. "Don't even think about it," she yelled, maintaining both force fields. Robot recoiled slightly, annoyed. "Interference detected." He grumbled. "It seems I will have to deal with the bothersome ants first." He turned toward the heroes. And opened his arms. Telekinesis tore through the surroundings. Buildings around them began to tremble before being shattered, huge debris ripped from their structures, from the ground, the asphalt, and the facades. Giant blocks of concrete and steel floated in the air, slowly spinning above the destroyed street. "Perish," declared Robot, cold and absolute. And then, with a sharp gesture of his hand, he hurled the debris toward the heroes. Midoriya dodges Stain's blade by a hair. He leans his body back at the last possible moment, feeling the cutting wind of the blade pass centimeters from his throat, his heart pounding fiercely against his chest. Without giving Stain time to continue, he leaps backward, lands lightly, crouches, and explodes into motion. Midoriya launches forward, leaving only an impact trail on the ground before scaling the left wall, bouncing to the right, and in a perfect spin, coming down with a dropkick aimed at Stain's back, releasing 5% of One for All. Ha! The impact echoes, but Stain barely moves. The hero killer merely slides a step forward, steady, making Midoriya's eyes widen. Stain twists his torso in a sharp motion and tries to slash Midoriya with the katana. The boy reacts on instinct, placing his hands on the villain's shoulders, using Stain's own body as leverage. He pushes up and rises, stepping on Stain's head and launching himself upward. Midoriya bounces from wall to wall, gaining height and speed, the air tearing around him. Detroit. He shoots forward again, now at 15%, his charged fist descending like a meteor. But Stain lifts his gaze toward Midoriya, his serpent-like right eye locking onto him. A chill tears through Midoriya's spine, and his body freezes midair. What? Stain also seems surprised for a moment but doesn't waste the opportunity. In one fluid motion, he slips past the suspended attack and slashes Midoriya's thigh with the cleaver in his free hand. Midoriya falls to the ground beside him, rolling several meters before hitting the alley wall. He groans, trying to get up. "What was that?" he murmurs, confused. My body froze again when he looked at me. Before he can fully rise. His body locks up again, but this time, not temporarily. Midoriya's eyes widen as he sees Stain lick the blood from the blade. "The game ends here," Stain says, his voice low and impatient. Midoriya tries to move, but nothing. Not even a finger. He paralyzes by consuming blood. But then, what was that look? Panic grows as Midoriya sees Stain turn toward Ida. "Don't," he screams, desperate. "Don't touch him." Stain raises his katana with ease. "I'll just finish this quickly," he says coldly. "Then, I'll return to my vengeance." Before he can deliver the decisive strike, a blast of flames erupts through the alley. Stain jumps back in an instant reflex, the fire passing where he stood a second before. The heat lights up the dirty alley walls. Midoriya's eyes widen. At the alley entrance, shrouded in steam and embers, stands Todoroki. "Midoriya," he says seriously. "Learn to write better." He casts a quick glance at Ida on the ground, and then at Stain. "You almost made me arrive too late." Ida's eyes widened as he saw Todoroki standing there. Todoroki. "How did you?" "Tisk." Stain's voice cut through the air, low and thick with irritation. He kept his head slightly lowered, a shadow covering half his face. "Great," he muttered. "Another brat to ruin my day. Todoroki, don't let him see you with his other eye." Midoriya screamed, desperate, even with his body still rigid. It was already too late. Stain had looked up, and Todoroki's body gave way instantly, his muscles forcefully relaxing as if someone had switched off his nerves. He lost his balance. In the blink of an eye, Stain appeared in front of him, blades raised, ready to flay him. But the effect broke the moment 3 seconds passed, making Todoroki react on instinct. His left side erupted in flames, a violent wave of heat forcing Stain to leap back in a quick retreat, the air distorting around the fire. Without giving the villain time to breathe, Todoroki stomped the ground and froze the entire alley. The floor rose, pillars of ice emerging beneath Midoriya and Ida, lifting them carefully off the ground. Stain jumped back once more, his feet slipping as the ice spread like a tide. In the next instant, Todoroki switched to his flames and launched them forward. The heat melted the ice right beneath, causing Midoriya and Ida to slide down the dissolving pillars and fall near Todoroki, who positioned himself in front of them. "You're not killing either of them today," he said, firm. Stain snarled, his teeth clenched. Midoriya still felt his body heavy, but managed to speak. "Todoroki, be careful of his other eye and getting cut." He took a deep breath. "It paralyzes you, for a few seconds, just by looking, and for more time if he consume your blood." Todoroki raised an eyebrow in surprise, even Stain was taken aback by the information. "I see," Todoroki murmured, before extending his arm towards the ground. "Then it's best to end this quickly." A colossal pillar of ice erupted from the ground, expanding through the alley like a solid avalanche, filling every space, advancing straight towards Stain. But the hero killer didn't react to it. Instead, he brought a hand to his face, touching his right eye. "No," he whispered, his voice trembling with rage. "It can't be." The ice closed in. "That brat," he growled. "What did he do to me?" At the last second, Stain jumped and scaled the alley walls, leaping from one side to the other in quick bursts, using the ice itself as makeshift steps. Stain landed atop the ice, panting, body tense, his eyes burning with hatred. "You ruined everything," he shouted, his voice echoing through the alley. "You ruined my image. My conviction." Down below, the 3 students stared up at him, tense, the cold wind sweeping through the frozen alley with the promise that the fight against the hero killer had only just begun.